Heavens, the Ye family has chosen a good-for-nothing as their patriarch. The new patriarch of the Ye family succumbed to a surge of blood during the ceremony and remains in a comatose state. The greatest joke in the history of Yunshao City. The night sky was as dark as ink. Ye Suifeng awoke from chaos, his mind enveloped in a haze. Have I finally succeeded? With each faint breath, he sensed the vitality of the real world. At that moment, tears welled in Ye Suifeng's eyes. He had once been a vibrant young man, striving for success on Blue Star. Then one day, he found himself bound to an entity known as the Ultimate Idling System, embarking on an extraordinary journey across dimensions. Little did he know, during this transference, unforeseen forces intervened, causing him to lose his way amidst the chaos. His consciousness began to blur as well. After what felt like an eternity, he finally breathed in the long-forgotten fresh air. Another memory, an alternate life, crashed through his soul like a tempest. It took a considerable time before he gradually regained his composure. Ye Suifeng soon grasped his current predicament. His previous incarnation was the newly appointed patriarch of the Ye family in Yunshao City. Unfortunately, this patriarch was rather unfortunate. Due to his meager abilities, he faced scorn from the outside world. On the day of the ceremony, his rival gifted him a large box of blood-replenishing pills as a present. Blood-replenishing pills were the most rudimentary cultivation elixirs, suitable only for those at the initial stage of qi refinement. This was a blatant mockery directed at Ye Suifeng. Moreover, his previous self was not one to withstand great pressure under such provocation. He succumbed to a surge of blood and perished. Why must a good-for-nothing be made the patriarch? Ye Suifeng pondered, feeling somewhat puzzled. He then delved into the memories of his predecessor. To his surprise, the Ye family seemed distinct from traditional families. This family was unprecedentedly united. They did not treat him differently due to his low cultivation level, nor did they engage in the melodramatic antics of servants defying their masters. Instead, they supported him as the heir of the main lineage, rallying behind his rise to the position of patriarch. Alas, the mental fortitude of this individual was woefully inadequate. Quite intriguing, Ye Suifeng mused, having sorted through the chaotic memories, and opened his eyes. Before him stood a quaint and elegant room. The soft bedding exuded a fragrant aroma, reminiscent of medicinal herbs meant for nurturing the body. Nearby, a young girl was seated, engrossed in her studies. Noticing the commotion, she turned her head, her visage bearing a striking resemblance to Ye Suifeng, about 70% alike. "Father, you're awake." She was none other than Ye Suifeng's only daughter, named Ye Huang, age 14. Ye Suifeng chuckled inwardly. He had not even married, yet found himself with such a grown daughter. Moreover, his wife had tragically passed away during childbirth. Am I destined to remain single? Ye Suifeng smiled. Undeterred, what mattered was living splendidly. However, this smile nearly caused Ye Huang to drop her jaw in disbelief. "Father, you actually smiled." "Ah?" Ye Suifeng was momentarily taken aback, then recollected himself. The previous incarnation had worn a perpetual mask of sorrow since losing his wife. A smile had long been erased from his lexicon. Ye Suifeng remained speechless. Life was fraught with challenges, and some bore burdens far heavier than his. To move forward with a smile was the true path of survival. Ding! Today's idling task has been completed. Please collect your idling rewards promptly. Suddenly, a melodious voice echoed in Ye Suifeng's mind. The idling system is still operational? Ye Suifeng was taken aback. This system was a boon he had received prior to his transference. Its functionalities were quite simple, comprising merely two aspects. Idling for mining, extracting resources from a supermine, yielding considerable cultivation materials daily. Idling for cultivation, gaining a day's worth of cultivation every day. During his transference, he had activated both features. Little did he anticipate that an accident during the transference would plunge him into chaos. In this void, time ceased to exist, and he lost track of how long he had been idling. Ye Suifeng accessed the system panel, deciding to review his idling gains. In an instant, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning. "Little Huang, could you step outside for a moment?" Ye Huang blinked. "Father, what's wrong?" "Ow!" Ye Suifeng's tone turned stern. Ye Huang, perplexed, complied obediently and exited the room. Once his daughter was gone, Ye Suifeng took a deep breath, his demeanor gravely composed. He then returned to the system interface. 1, 2, 3, 13 digits? My math isn't great, how much is this? He stared at the absurdly large numbers, struggling to comprehend. After an extended period, he finally calculated the totals. Low-grade spirit stones, daily extraction of 100,000 pieces, currently possessing 3,560 billion pieces. Mid-grade spirit stones, daily extraction of 10,000 pieces, currently possessing 365 billion pieces. High-grade spirit stones, daily extraction of 1,000 pieces, currently possessing 36.5 billion pieces. Spirit crystals, daily extraction of 100 pieces, currently possessing 3.65 billion pieces. Immortal stones, daily extraction of 10 pieces, currently possessing 365 trillion pieces. Immortal crystals, daily extraction of 1 piece, currently possessing 365 trillion pieces. These figures represented the total earnings from idling for mining. In truth, they were not whole numbers. Ye Suifeng rounded off the decimals to avoid being accused of padding the word count. Heavens! Such wealth, it could not possibly fit in any wallet. Ye Suifeng was overwhelmed with joy. He would never again need to worry about financial matters. Next came the rewards from idling for cultivation. This was relatively straightforward. He had accumulated a staggering trillion years' worth of cultivation, now in a state awaiting extraction. Ye Suifeng pondered for a moment, then silently intoned, "Extract 1 year of cultivation." Instantly, an immense surge of power coursed through his body. The energy was incredibly pure, devoid of any impurities, surging through Ye Suifeng's form like a tempest. Previously at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, he broke through 5 levels in a single surge, directly ascending to the 8th level of Qi refinement. And all from merely 1 year's worth of cultivation. Ye Suifeng pressed on, continuously extracting cultivation. His strength soared, as if he had boarded the Shenzhou 13 spacecraft, soaring to the heavens. Qi refinement, transformation, foundation establishment, golden body, golden core, nascent soul, out of body, divine transformation, integration, tribulation. In the span of a single incense stick's burning time, Ye Suifeng reached the pinnacle of the tribulation stage. When he attempted to extract cultivation again, his vast mental energy immediately sensed the turbulent changes in the skies. A terrifying storm of lightning energy was gathering. He was about to face a tribulation. To undergo a tribulation at home was hardly an ideal scenario. Ye Suifeng hastily interrupted the extraction process, causing the brewing tribulation to dissipate instantly. Ah, how fascinating. He tried extracting cultivation once more, and the ominous clouds gathered overhead, faint rumblings of thunder echoing. Each time he interrupted, the impending tribulation would once again disperse. Ye Suifeng, suddenly feeling playful, oscillated between extracting cultivation and interrupting the process repeatedly. After some time of toying with the tribulation, Ye Suifeng finally ceased his provocations. Checking his stored cultivation, he realized he had only consumed about 5,000 years' worth. Not even close to a fraction. After some contemplation, Ye Suifeng resolved to remain at the pinnacle of the tribulation stage for the time being. That would suffice. After all, if memory served, the strongest individuals in Yunxiao City were merely at the golden core stage. Such a disparity in power was akin to a dimensional strike. Having completed these tasks, Ye Suifeng chuckled. "Ye family, let us warmly welcome your new patriarch." By this time, it was already late at night. The autumn chill had settled over Yunxiao City, making the night air quite frigid. Yi Huang sat outside the door, her face marked by deep melancholy. Her mother had perished giving birth to her, leaving her father as her sole family member to accompany her through life. Her father had been nominated as the next patriarch by the family, a prospect that genuinely thrilled her. Yet, who could have foreseen that this would become the final straw to crush her father? If only time could turn back, she would have urged her father to relinquish the patriarchal position. For the burdens of that role were far too great to bear. Her father was simply not equipped to withstand it. "It's all my fault. If I were just a bit more capable, I could surely alleviate my father's burdens," Yi Huang silently lamented. Suddenly, a creaking sound interrupted her thoughts as the door swung open, revealing Ye Suifeng's towering figure behind her. "Father!" Yi Huang sprang to her feet. Ye Suifeng inquired, "Why are you still here? Why not go to bed?" I was just A bit worried about your health, Ye Huang replied softly. Yet upon glancing at Ye Suifeng, radiant and vigorous, she found it hard to believe he was unwell. In fact, he appeared immensely better than before. What on earth had transpired? Ha! Ye Suifeng laughed heartily. No need to worry, father is in splendid health, feeling great. Faced with such a transformed father, Ye Huang was left utterly astonished. Noticing her confusion, Ye Suifeng added, this experience has led me to some realizations. Rest assured, the same situation will never occur again. Ye Suifeng chuckled as he affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair. Ye Huang stood dazed, but eventually nodded in agreement. Go to bed now if memory serves. You have alchemy classes tomorrow, so don't be late. It was already late into the night. However, Ye Huang's expression darkened. Father, you don't know today, the family's alchemists, blacksmiths, and formation masters all departed. Ye Suifeng was taken aback, not expecting such an event to occur. The Ye family was substantial in size, with hundreds of young members when considering both direct and collateral lines. Thus, many masters from various fields had been invited to serve as instructors. Yet, they had inexplicably chosen to leave en masse. It was clear they had decided to abandon ship upon realizing Ye Suifeng had become the patriarch, believing the Ye family had no future prospects. Some people will always miss the fast train of historical development. Father, what do you mean? Ye Suifeng smiled and replied, I mean their departure is their own loss. Return to your rest tomorrow. I will resolve this matter. Chapter 2. Family Crisis. The following day, in the family council hall, Ye Suifeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at a scroll of ancient text adorning the wall. It contained the 3 iron laws of the Ye family. Those who betray the family without cause shall be executed. Those who disrupt family unity shall be executed. Those who intentionally oppress their kin shall be executed. These 3 iron laws are the core principles that have allowed the Ye family to maintain unity and stand together against external threats. Such a family inspired a sense of admiration in Ye Suifeng. Suddenly, the grand doors of the council hall swung open, and 4 imposing middle-aged men entered in succession. After Ye Suifeng turned and took his seat, they followed suit in an orderly manner. They were the family's key decision-makers and direct descendants of the Ye clan. Ye Suifeng's cousins. On his left sat Ye Suiyun and Ye Suiyu, 2 representatives from his second uncle's family, who primarily managed the family's internal and external businesses, overseeing finances and resource allocation. On his right were Ye Suihu and Ye Suibao, 2 representatives from his third uncle's family, responsible for the family's martial prowess in the acquisition and protection of external resources. Ye Suifeng had a 4th uncle as well, but his son was still too young to qualify as a family decision-maker. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th uncles had retreated into the background, honored as family elders, only appearing for the most significant decisions. Indeed, it was a large family. Ye Suifeng cleared his throat and announced, now that everyone is present, let us commence today's meeting. Beside him, Ye Suiyun expressed his concern. Elder brother, is your health truly all right? Quite all right, and in fact, I have encountered some fortuitous opportunities, Ye Suifeng replied, surveying the group. Our family shall not fear anyone or any challenges. If you have any questions, feel free to voice them, and we shall resolve them together. As these words left his lips, the cousins exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, Ye Suifeng turned to Ye Suihu and inquired, I have heard that several of the family's teaching masters left yesterday. Ye Suihu nodded, grumbling indeed. Those scoundrels, we have never mistreated them, yet they all fled. Next time I see one, I'll make them regret it. Ye Suiyun sighed nearby, saying, this matter has been instigated by the Li family. They lured away our masters with more generous compensation. The Li family was the arch-nemesis of the Ye family. In the realm of Yunshao City, the 3 prominent families were the Yi, Li, and Tang families. The Tang family possessed the greatest strength and often remained aloof from worldly affairs. The Yi and Li families, however, were locked in a perpetual conflict that had escalated into a near-deadly feud. The recent poaching of their teaching masters was akin to kicking them while they were down. What are your plans? Ye Suifeng inquired. Ye Suibao spoke up. At present, it is imperative that we find other masters to replace them swiftly. Otherwise, it will hinder the growth of the younger generation within the family. A strong youth leads to a strong family. Their development must not be delayed. He added that it will be quite difficult. Ye Suiyu interjected. In the wake of elder brother's ascension, rumors have begun circulating in the city. I have attempted to approach several masters of similar rank, but they all remain hesitant. Even if we raise our hiring prices, the situation remains unchanged. Once again, the council hall fell into silence. The cousins furrowed their brows deeply. This matter was indeed troublesome. If it comes to it, we might have to lower our standards for the teaching masters, Ye Suifeng suggested. Surely, someone will come. It was a reluctant proposition. However, Ye Suifeng was determined not to allow such a scenario to unfold. If I recall correctly, the 3 masters who left were all of the 5th rank. Yes. Alchemists are categorized from low to high into 9 ranks. A 5th rank master is already among the elite in Yunshao City. What was their hiring fee? Ye Suifeng asked them. They were all roughly the same. About 10,000 low-grade spirit stones per month. Ye Suifeng replied. It should be noted that this referred specifically to low-grade spirit stones. Nevertheless, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones represented an exceedingly high remuneration, sufficient to support their daily cultivation and provide a comfortable lifestyle in Yunshao City. Ye Suifeng glanced at his own pouch, which contained a 20-digit sum of low-grade spirit stones. That should suffice. He mused. Have you made contact with anyone above the 5th rank? Ye Suifeng asked again. The others looked astonished. Elder brother, there are only a handful of 6th rank masters in Yunshao City. They live in seclusion and refuse any offers of employment. Even if they were to agree, the exorbitant fees would be beyond our means, Ye Suifeng explained. Ye Suifeng chuckled lightly. As long as a price exists, there is hope. Rest assured, I will present them with an offer they cannot refuse. The others exchanged glances but ultimately chose to trust their family head. Aside from this matter, is there anything else? Ye Suifeng inquired. Yes, replied Ye Suifeng, who managed the family's resource allocation. He appeared somewhat troubled. Elder brother, concerning the cultivation resources for the younger members of the family, we may need to reduce them again. Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. And why is that? Ye Suifeng sighed. In recent years, the family's enterprises have not fared well, and the Li family has continually interfered. Our financial situation can no longer support internal consumption. The Ye family possess 2 primary sources of income, resource sites outside the city and their shops. In recent years, the yield from the external resource sites had been poor, and they had suffered repeated disruptions from the Li family, leading to a significant decline in profits. Relying solely on the shops for income was insufficient. What is the current resource allocation for the younger generation, and how much is spent monthly? Ye Suifeng asked. Ye Suifeng pondered for a moment before stating, taking the qi refining stage as an example. Direct descendants receive 50 spirit stones, 10 qi refining pills, and 10 bone strengthening pills per month. Collateral descendants receive 30 spirit stones, 5 qi refining pills, and 5 bone strengthening pills per month. Including various bonuses and rewards, their monthly expenditure exceeds 100,000 spirit stones. Additionally, resources required for alchemy, weapon forging, array formations, and talismans are even more substantial. Not to mention the techniques, spiritual artifacts, and training venues overall, the monthly expenditure for cultivating the younger generation amounts to around 1 million spirit stones. A staggering figure. Such was the nature of a large family. Behind their strength lay an accumulation of vast resources. However, for Ye Suifeng, financial concerns were the least of his worries. Very well, let us proceed as follows. The family head has spoken, and the others listened attentively. The younger generation represents the future of the family. Only by ensuring their robust growth can we further elevate our clan. Therefore, starting today, all fixed resources for everyone will be doubled. Moreover, we shall invest more in cultivation conditions, such as the medicinal herbs needed for alchemy and the materials required for weapon forging, ensuring a standard of unlimited supply. What do you think? As Ye Suifeng concluded his statement, the 4 others were left utterly bewildered. What had they just heard? They had all prepared to cut the family's expenditures, yet he had directly increased the benefits several-fold. Was this a recipe for disaster? Elder brother, Ye Suifeng's expression was one of near despair. He felt Ye Suifeng was merely jesting. If his proposal were to be implemented, the monthly expenditure would increase at least 5-fold. That amounted to 5 million spirit stones. The family had never spent such an amount even at its wealthiest. He wanted to convey to his elder brother just how absurd this notion was. Yet, Ye Suifeng raised a hand and produced a storage bag from within his robes. Tossing it to Ye Suifeng beside him, "Oh, not worry. I possess 1 million spirit stones. Use them for now, and if you require more, simply ask me." Ye Suifeng smiled. However, Ye Suifeng still wore a pained expression. Elder brother, are you not hearing me correctly? Even with 1 million spirit stones, it is insufficient before he could finish. A strong hand seized his arm, trembling violently. It was Ye Suifeng, who, with a flushed face, shakily presented the storage bag to Ye Suifeng and slowly opened it. In an instant, a brilliant light illuminated their faces. What lay within was not 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones, but 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. Converted, that equated to 100 billion low-grade spirit stones. The two stared in astonishment. Even as overseers of the family's finances, they had never encountered such a sum in a single instance. I mentioned before that I have encountered some fortuitous opportunities, Ye Suifeng remarked airily, tapping the table. Remember, from today onwards, the Ye family shall not fear anyone. Chapter 3. He gave too much after the meeting concluded. Ye Suifeng and the others walked out of the council hall in a daze. They had expected that following this meeting, family resources would inevitably be reduced, and everyone would have to tighten their belts. Yet, who could have anticipated that not only would there be no reduction, but the resources would be increased several-fold? Ye Suifeng's generosity was truly astounding. It was almost extravagantly bold. Had he perhaps overcompensated? Ye Suifeng stood by the window, contemplating. 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones was, in fact, merely a drop in the bucket. However, he decided to let it be for now. Every situation requires a process. Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is no different. Providing too much at once may not be wise. Once they acclimate to a more abundant lifestyle, he could raise the stakes further. Zhang Ziming, Hu Chuang, Dong Tianji. Ye Suifeng examined the information sheet in his hand. These three individuals were among the scarce sixth-rank masters in Yunshao City. Each one was formidable, holding themselves aloof, even towards the three major families, exuding an air of arrogance. I hope they won't fail to recognize a good opportunity. Ye Suifeng mused. With determination, he crumpled the information sheet and discarded it. Today, he planned to visit each of them. After a brief rest, Ye Suifeng departed from the Ye family estate. The Ye family was situated in the heart of Yunshao City, and not far from the entrance lay the bustling commercial district. Yunshao City was a grand metropolis with a permanent population nearing 1 million, and the streets were alive with activity. Ye Suifeng traveled in a luxurious carriage, making his way slowly through the streets. Gazing out the window, the vibrant atmosphere transported him back to his previous life. Given the opportunity, he intended to savor the culinary delights of this world. After approximately half an hour, the carriage halted before an opulent pavilion. Ye Suifeng disembarked. Danfeng Pavilion? Why does it sound like a brothel? He pondered. This was the residence of the sixth-rank alchemist, Zhang Ziming. He had remained aloof in Yunshao City for over a decade, and various factions sought to cultivate a relationship with him in hopes of acquiring exquisite elixirs. Few dared to offend him. Ye Suifeng stepped inside. The first floor of the pavilion was dedicated to the sale of ordinary elixirs, bustling with patrons. Uninterested in the common wares, Ye Suifeng approached the floor manager and stated, "Inform Zhang Ziming that Ye Suifeng, the head of the Ye family, has come to see him." He spoke with an air of nonchalance. After all, he was merely a sixth-rank alchemist. He was not in a position to act grand before him. However, this demeanor incited dissatisfaction in the floor manager. 4 years at Danfeng Pavilion, every visitor seeking an audience with the master had approached with utmost deference. Even the head of the Tang family treated Zhang Ziming with respect. What was so special about the head of the Ye family? The floor manager cast a sidelong glance at Ye Suifeng and replied, "Our master is currently refining elixirs. You should leave." Ye Suifeng was not surprised by this response. Those who lingered too long in high positions often developed a sense of unwarranted arrogance. His powerful consciousness instantly enveloped the entire pavilion, and he soon detected an elderly man with flowing hair, leisurely seated at the highest level of the pavilion. Indulging in translucent grapes, "I shall give you one more chance. Take me to see Zhang Ziming, or do not blame me for being impolite," Ye Suifeng declared. The floor manager's expression darkened, and he waved his hand, summoning a group of muscular men at the golden body stage to surround Ye Suifeng. Ye Suifeng, I have heard of your reputation. Without the title of family head, you are merely a waste at the qi refining stage. Let us see what you can do." His tone was laden with confidence. Ye Suifeng smiled faintly. "Then watch closely." With that, he reached out a hand and seized the floor manager by the collar. The surrounding golden body masters sprang into action, attempting to subdue Ye Suifeng swiftly. "Begone!" Yet, with a mere sharp command, Ye Suifeng unleashed overwhelming power. The golden body cultivators felt as if they had been struck by a rampaging ancient beast, hurtling backward and crashing into a sea of tables and chairs. The crowd in the main hall erupted into chaos, their faces etched with shock as they beheld Ye Suifeng. How dare anyone cause a commotion in Danfeng Pavilion? Who is that? His strength is astonishing. Even golden body experts are no match for him. I remember now, that is Ye Suifeng, the newly appointed head of the Ye family. The onlookers were filled with disbelief. The floor manager was equally bewildered. Was it not said that Ye Suifeng was a chi refining stage waste? How could he possess such formidable strength? Yet, Ye Suifeng remained unfazed, maintaining an indifferent demeanor. Now you see clearly. Let us proceed. With that, he lifted the floor manager effortlessly and soared up to the highest level of the pavilion. Danfeng Pavilion boasted 5 floors, each selling elixirs of varying quality. As Ye Suifeng ascended, numerous individuals attempted to obstruct him, but none could stand against him. Just the mere aura he emanated sent them sprawling, blood spilling from their mouths. Before long, he reached the top floor. Ye Suifeng pushed open the door. Zhang Ziming sensed the intrusion, but, as a 6th-rank alchemist and a formidable cultivator at the late stage of the Golden Core, he feared no one in Yunshao City. You are being rather presumptuous. Zhang Ziming's expression darkened. Ye Suifeng casually discarded the floor manager and stepped inside. Your subordinates are too arrogant. I am merely here to educate them. Arrogance, Zhang Ziming retorted angrily. Do you truly believe I am easy to bully? With that, he brought his fingers together, pointing them at Ye Suifeng. The sound of a sword ringing filled the air as a flying sword, gleaming with golden light, pierced through the air, carrying a violent energy straight toward Ye Suifeng. It was Zhang Ziming's lifebound treasure. He intended to crush Ye Suifeng in a single strike. However, he had chosen the wrong opponent. In the face of the incoming blade, Ye Suifeng merely flicked his finger. An invisible wave radiated from his fingertip, sweeping outward. The powerful lifebound treasure of a late-stage golden core cultivator veered off course, swiftly turning back toward Zhang Ziming, halting mere inches from his brow. Suspended in mid-air, it remained poised ominously. Meanwhile, everything else in the room, aside from the furniture by the window, was obliterated into dust, vanishing without a trace. Zhang Ziming's eyes widened in disbelief. He dared not move. The might of the man before him far exceeded his imagination. Senior, let us discuss this. His voice trembled. Ye Suifeng smiled, stepping forward to sit opposite Zhang Ziming. The lifebound sword gently descended, coming to rest on the table. The golden core artifact was easily within Ye Suifeng's capability to destroy with a mere thought. Yet, he refrained from doing so. His purpose today was to recruit Zhang Ziming as a teacher for the family's younger generation, and destroying his lifebound treasure would only bring backlash upon himself, requiring considerable time to recuperate. There was no need for such extremities. Observing Zhang Ziming, drenched in sweat and visibly tense, Ye Suifeng remarked, Now, are we able to converse properly? Zhang Ziming nodded vigorously. Senior, please speak. I shall do my utmost. He was genuinely fearful. Ye Suifeng's earlier display of power was beyond anything he had ever heard of. Even his own master, a cultivator at the out-of-body stage, would likely be hard-pressed to achieve such feats. Who on earth is this person? Zhang Ziming's mind raced with trepidation. Ye Suifeng plucked a grape and popped it into his mouth, savoring its cool and fragrant flavor. Fruits in the cultivation world indeed possessed an extraordinary taste. It is not a significant matter why family currently lacks an alchemist to instruct the younger members, and I would like to invite you to serve as a guest teacher for the Ye family, Ye Suifeng stated. Zhang Ziming was taken aback, his heart racing. Was this all? He had thought it was something of great import, but it turned out he was merely being invited to be a guest teacher for the Ye family. Is it truly necessary for you to make such a grand gesture? With a subtle wipe of sweat, Zhang Ziming remarked, It is indeed my fortune to serve under a senior like yourself. When shall I commence my duties? Ye Suifeng, with a hint of amusement on his face, replied, So eager. Should we not first discuss the matter of remuneration? Zhang Ziming chuckled awkwardly. Oh no, senior, you flatter me. This opportunity bestowed upon me is a treasure beyond the mere trappings of wealth. Internally, he lamented, Given how you just thoroughly bested me, how could I dare to demand compensation from you? Ye Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. I am no brigand. I do not engage in such acts of oppression. This time, I am hiring you as a guest elder of the Ye family. Name your price. Zhang Ziming, puzzled, scrutinized Ye Suifeng for a considerable time, attempting to discern his true intentions, wary of a potential trap. Regrettably, Ye Suifeng maintained his calm demeanor, revealing nothing. Reluctantly, Zhang Ziming extended his trembling hand. Though my abilities are modest, I am nonetheless a sixth-grade alchemist. Under normal circumstances, I would require at least 500,000 spirit stones per month. However, in your presence, this price is negotiable. 500,000 spirit stones, while not entirely burdensome for the families of Yunxiao City, was still a significant expense given their myriad financial obligations. Ye Suifeng nodded and stated, I shall offer you 1 million spirit stones each month, but you must dedicate yourself wholeheartedly to the instruction of the younger members of the Ye family. Zhang Ziming was taken aback. He had anticipated Ye Suifeng would strive to reduce the price, yet instead, he had doubled the remuneration. How affluent are you, senior? Surely, you jest. Zhang Ziming could scarcely believe his ears. I do not jest, Ye Suifeng asserted, placing a storage bag upon the table and rising to his feet. This amounts to 3 years' worth of payment. After 3 years, should you wish to depart from the Ye family, you may do so at any time. I shall not detain you. Remember to give your utmost effort, or else, well, you understand, if there are no objections, report to the Ye family today and seek out Ye Suifeng. With that, Ye Suifeng tossed a note aside and turned to leave, leaving Zhang Ziming alone to ponder the vast number of spirit stones within the storage bag, lost in thought. After a while, Zhang Ziming's eldest disciple arrived, inquiring about the situation. Upon learning of his master's intention to serve as a guest elder for the Ye family, he was immediately astonished. Master, did you not refuse the invitations from the families? Zhang Ziming remained silent for a long time. The offer was simply too generous. Chapter 4. All resolved. Ye Suifeng had engaged Zhang Ziming for 3 years. In truth, he had similar plans for the other 2 individuals. With their presence, the Ye family was bound to flourish over the next 3 years. Moreover, he would become familiar with the dynamics of this continent. By that time, even if the 3 of them chose not to remain, he could seek out even more exceptional candidates. Master Hu Chuang, a master of weapon forging, and Master Dong Tianji, a master of formations. Ye Suifeng considered their respective locations and decided to visit Dong Tianji first. As he was closer, Dong Tianji's residence was situated on the outskirts of Yunxiao City. After approximately a quarter of an hour by carriage, Ye Suifeng arrived at his destination. Unlike the splendor of Danfeng Pavilion, this place appeared more akin to an ordinary citizen's dwelling, albeit on a larger scale. Ye Suifeng knocked on the door. The head of the Ye family has come. We do not receive visitors. Came a distant voice. I have come to invite you to serve as a guest elder of the Ye family. Ye Suifeng replied, My price is beyond your means. Leave, the voice responded coldly. What do you desire? We can negotiate, Ye Suifeng insisted. Get lost? The cold tone was met with a refusal to engage. Ye Suifeng sighed. He had not wished to adopt a hardline approach, but the arrogance of these individuals was excessive. He pushed open the door and entered. Suddenly, the scene before him shifted dramatically. Behind the door lay a desolate expanse, suffused with a malevolent aura. Sinister apparitions clawed their way from the blood-soaked earth, howling as they charged toward Ye Suifeng. It was akin to a hellish purgatory, utterly terrifying. A formation, was it? Ye Suifeng quickly discerned. This was a killing formation. Even a golden core cultivator would find little fortune if they rashly entered. Had the former Ye Suifeng confronted it, he would likely have suffered irreparable harm within mere breaths. A flicker of anger ignited within Ye Suifeng. Since you treat me thus, do not blame me for my response. With a determined step forward, an arcane energy surged forth, causing the entire blood-red expanse to tremble violently. In an instant, the ground cracked, and the sky shattered like glass, revealing a myriad of fissures. Moments later, the world transformed, and Ye Suifeng reappeared within the room. Before him lay a vast corridor extending from his feet into the ruins ahead. At the corridor's end, a middle-aged man, his face awash with disbelief, lay on the ground with blood trickling from his mouth. Ye Suifeng advanced, confronting Dong Tianji. How is this possible? Dong Tianji gasped, his expression a mixture of panic and astonishment, as Ye Suifeng's might extinguished any will to resist within him. I prefer to discuss matters rationally. Ye Suifeng casually pulled up a chair and seated himself before Dong Tianji. Can we now have a proper conversation regarding your remuneration? He was reluctant to resort to force unless absolutely necessary. It was far more pleasant when everyone could coexist amicably. Meanwhile, Dong Tianji's mind was in disarray. How could Ye Suifeng possess such power? The Li family had claimed he was a waste. He felt an urge to curse. Had he ever encountered a waste capable of shattering their own hellish killing formation with a single kick, only to breach multiple defensive formations and injure himself in the process? Damn the Li family and their falsehoods. Senior, I must apologize for my earlier rudeness. I hope. Ye Suifeng waved his hand, interrupting him. He had no desire to engage in hollow pleasantries with such a person. As I stated, I am here to invite you to be a guest elder of the Ye family. Let us discuss your remuneration. Dong Tianji's lips twitched, and after a prolonged silence, he cautiously ventured, Senior, my methods of instruction consume a significant amount of formation materials, which are quite costly, thus I require at least 500,000 spirit stones per month. Ye Suifeng did not hesitate. He simply tossed a storage bag onto the table. You need not worry about materials. The family will provide them all. This 500,000 spirit stones accounts for 3 years' worth of remuneration. I expect you to wholeheartedly instruct the Ye family's offspring. Prepare your belongings and report to the Ye family today. Seek out Ye Suifeng. After speaking, Ye Suifeng similarly tossed a note aside and exited. He was not concerned that Dong Tianji would abscond. In Yunshao City, no one could escape under his watchful eye, not even a master of formations. After Ye Suifeng departed, Dong Tianji remained in a daze for quite some time, gradually regaining his composure. The earlier encounter felt surreal, as if he had been dreaming. Well, it is what it is. 500,000 spirit stones per month, with no need to provide my own materials, is more than competitive compared to those large families. Moreover, the strength of the Ye family head was utterly formidable. Working under such an individual was hardly a degradation of his status. He began to organize his belongings. At this moment, Ye Suifeng had arrived at his final destination. Exiting the carriage, he exhaled deeply. These so-called masters were exceedingly arrogant. Without imparting a lesson, even if they were recruited, there was no guarantee they would perform their duties diligently. He wondered whether Hu Chuang would be the same. Ye Suifeng stepped inside. This place was a blacksmith shop. Many young men were working bare-chested, hammering away at the fiery coals, the atmosphere bustling with energy. The air was thick with the scent of coal and sweat. Ye Suifeng found it curious that this weapon master appeared more like a blacksmith. Hello, how may I assist you? A young man clad in clothing approached to inquire. I am the head of the Ye family. I seek Hu Chuang, Ye Suifeng responded. The young man clasped his hands together and said, Please wait a moment. I will inform the master. Ye Suifeng nodded, relieved to encounter someone more reasonable. After a while, the young man returned. Head of the Ye family, the master is in the back. Please follow me. Very well. Subsequently, Ye Suifeng followed the young man to the rear courtyard of the blacksmith shop. There, 3 massive iron furnaces were positioned, with several older youths diligently adding materials. Behind them stood a middle-aged man in simple attire, hands clasped behind his back, occasionally offering guidance. Indeed, this resembles a true forging establishment. Master, the head of the Ye family has arrived. The young man announced to the elegantly dressed middle-aged man. It appeared this was Hu Chuang. Hu Chuang inclined his head to Ye Suifeng. This way, please. They proceeded to the guest room, where a servant had prepared fragrant tea for them. You are Hu Chuang? Ye Suifeng inquired. He appeared simple and somewhat gaunt, making it difficult to associate him with the only 6th-grade weapon master in Yunshao City. Indeed, that is I, Hu Chuang replied, his voice cultured. You must be Ye Suifeng, the newly appointed head of the Ye family. What brings you here today? Ye Suifeng nodded. I wish to invite you to serve as a guest elder of the Ye family, to impart knowledge of weapon forging to the younger generation. May I inquire your thoughts on this matter? Being a man of reason, Ye Suifeng approached the conversation with courtesy. Hearing Ye Suifeng's proposition, Hu Chuang could not help but smile wryly. I appreciate your kind offer, but I cannot abandon these unruly scamps. The rejection was anticipated. Ye Suifeng asked, What do you mean by that? Hu Chuang gestured toward the group of young men outside. You must have noticed upon your arrival. This blacksmith shop employs many apprentices, and their sustenance relies entirely on me. If I were to leave, they would all be left to fend for themselves. Ha! Ye Suifeng inquired. Why is that the case? Is their tuition insufficient to cover expenses? In this world, education was an expensive endeavor, especially for a 6th-grade master like Hu Chuang. Becoming his disciple without substantial financial resources was virtually impossible. Hu Chuang took a sip of tea, chuckling. These youngsters are all impoverished children I took in during my travels. They possess determination and talent but lack opportunities to rise to prominence. Thus, I have offered them this chance. Ye Suifeng understood, realizing why Hu Chuang felt such attachment. Weapon forging was an expensive pursuit. Without Hu Chuang, these young individuals would likely revert to their previous circumstances, brimming with talent yet living unremarkable lives. Ye Suifeng clasped his hands together. Your virtue is truly admirable. Hu Chuang waved his hand dismissively. It is nothing of consequence. Therefore, I must decline your invitation to serve as a guest elder, he concluded with a laugh. Ye Suifeng shook his head with a smile, saying, No, if that is the case, I believe you should indeed come with me. Hu Chuang was taken aback. What leads you to say so? Ye Suifeng replied. I ask you, what are your monthly expenses in maintaining this large group of young apprentices? Hu Chuang, caught off guard by Ye Suifeng's persistence, pondered for a moment before responding, considering the costs of all the materials needed for forging. It amounts to at least 2 million spirit stones per month for this large group. Indeed, weapon forging was a costly enterprise. Ye Suifeng extended 5 fingers. If you become a guest elder of the Ye family, I can provide you with 5 million spirit stones each month. Furthermore, if you desire, you may relocate this entire blacksmith shop to the Ye family, along with all the apprentices. Rest assured, the apprentices will remain yours, and I will grant you complete autonomy. You merely need to instruct the Ye family's younger generation as a side responsibility. Additionally, all forging materials will be provided by the Ye family. Simply inform me of your requirements. Ye Suifeng laid out his terms. Hu Chuang was left dumbfounded. He suspected he had misheard. 0.5 million spirit stones per month, along with all forging materials provided. Was he planning to forego a normal life? Even the prominent families in the South could hardly sustain such expenses. Moreover, the most critical aspect was that he was granted complete autonomy. Such generosity was beyond description. Why are you willing to do this? Hu Chuang asked, bewildered. With such financial resources, you could easily hire a more advanced weapon master, couldn't you? Ye Suifeng chuckled. There are many weapon masters, but those like you are exceedingly rare. I greatly admire your character and will support your endeavors. Hu Chuang fell silent. When he first arrived in Yunxiao City, all 3 prominent families had approached him with invitations to serve as their guest elder. However, once they learned he intended to support so many impoverished apprentices, they all retreated, prioritizing family interests above all else. Yet Ye Suifeng was the first to express support and offer such extraordinary remuneration. Do you genuinely mean what you say? Hu Chuang inquired. Ye Suifeng nodded, confirming his intentions. Very well, Hu Chuang declared, then I shall do as you suggest. I will move the blacksmith shop to the Ye family. However, rest assured, I will cover all expenses for those unruly scamps. Moreover, 5 million is excessive. I only require enough for my daily expenses. 50,000 will suffice. Not too much, Ye Suifeng replied. You too must cultivate, and I hope you can take in more talented impoverished youths. That is still far too much. Then let it be 499,000. All right. Ye Suifeng stood. Money is a tool. When spent wisely, it yields the greatest value. Make your preparations. It would be best to report to the Ye family today. I will inform the family as steward. With that, Ye Suifeng produced a note and respectfully took his leave. Left behind, Hu Chuang felt a whirlwind of emotions, unable to settle down. Chapter 5. The disarrayed Ye Suifeng. How on earth am I to spend such an abundance of spirit stones? Ye Suifeng sat in his study, staring blankly at a storage bag brimming with spirit stones. His elder brother had gifted him 1 million high-grade spirit stones, and then the steward Suiyun had allocated 5,000 to him, equating to 50 million low-grade spirit stones, purportedly for this month's cultivation expenses. Heavens above, previously, he had only 1 million. Now, it had suddenly increased 50-fold, leaving him at a loss on how to allocate it all. First, let us consider the monthly allowances and cultivation resources for the family's younger generation. As my brother suggested, let us increase the spirit stones by a factor of 2, along with doubling the chi cultivation pills and blood-boosting pills. But that would hardly consume it all. Then let us purchase medium-grade chi cultivation pills and medium-grade blood-boosting pills. Haha, these rascals are truly fortunate. He also needed to account for other resources consumed during cultivation. His brother had mentioned unlimited supply. So let us see. For the alchemical resources, the low-grade spiritual herbs had always been in short supply. So let us increase the purchase by 10-fold. That should suffice. The materials for weapon forging, formation, and talisman making. Let us also increase those by tenfold. Our rations should be improved too, perhaps incorporating higher-grade ingredients. This would aid everyone's cultivation progress. After much calculation, Ye Suifeng found he had spent a total of 20 million spirit stones. Yet, he still had 30 million remaining. What to do? For the first time, he was troubled by having too much money to spend. Then let us purchase higher-grade cultivation resources, Ye Suifeng resolved, his brush flying across the paper once more. Body-cleansing pills, body-strengthening liquid, yellow-grade techniques, yellow-grade spiritual artifacts, chi-cleansing pills, he wrote for a long while, his head spinning from the effort, until he had expended the remaining 30 million spirit stones. Ye Suifeng slumped back in his chair, exhaling deeply. At last, he had completed the financial plan for the month. Staring at the lengthy list of purchases, Ye Suifeng felt somewhat dazed. Under such substantial financial investment, how could the Ye family not prosper? What of the Li family? What of the Tang family? Sooner or later, they will all be supplanted by the Ye family. While he pondered this, suddenly, there was a knock at the study door. "Come in," he said. A middle-aged man dressed in a butler's attire entered. "Butler Wu, what brings you here?" Ye Suifeng inquired. "Third master, someone requests an audience." Butler Wu replied. Ye Suifeng, ranked third among his direct siblings, is respectfully referred to as the third master within the clan. "Who is it?" Ye Suifeng asked. Butler Wu hesitated briefly before saying, "He claims to be Zhang Ziming, sent by the clan head to serve as the family's alchemical instructor." "Who?" Ye Suifeng nearly toppled from his chair. At the entrance of the Ye family, Zhang Ziming loitered with 2 disciples in tow. After receiving payment, he did not dare linger and quickly gathered his belongings, entrusting the Danfeng pavilion to his eldest disciple, and brought along his 2 favorite junior disciples to report to the Ye family. He hurried, anxious not to offend Ye Suifeng. "Zhang Ziming?" Suddenly, a familiar voice called from behind. Zhang Ziming turned to see Dong Tianji, a 6th-grade array master from Yunxiaoqing. As peers of the same level, they were well acquainted. "What brings you here?" they both queried almost simultaneously. Zhang Ziming, with a glint in his eye, replied, "I am here at the invitation of the Ye family head." "What about you?" Dong Tianji snorted. "Stop pretending. You two are here to serve as a guest elder for the Ye family, aren't you?" They both understood each other's circumstances at a glance. "Seems like, brother, you might have offended Elder Yi, huh?" Zhang Ziming chuckled, discerning that Dong Tianji's blood was surging, indicating he had recently sustained internal injuries. Knowing Dong Tianji's temperament, he surmised that he must have spoken disrespectfully in front of Ye Suifeng, leading to his punishment. Grateful that Ye Suifeng had spared him, Zhang Ziming felt relieved. Dong Tianji, wearing a grim expression, coldly replied, "Elder Yi was merely assessing my array mastery. He even offered me some guidance that you couldn't hope to envy." He would not allow Zhang Ziming to outmaneuver him in conversation. The two, each harboring their own thoughts, subtly confronted one another. At that moment, Ye Suifeng emerged from within the door. "Master Zhang, I apologize for not welcoming you properly. It is truly a grave oversight." Ye Suifeng clasped his fists repeatedly, then suddenly noticed Dong Tianji beside him, momentarily taken aback before hastily saying, "Master Dong, I did not expect you to be here as well." He felt a bit weak in the knees. 2 masters had arrived together. Could it be that his elder brother had summoned them both? "Elder brother, you are truly impressive." Zhang Ziming, all smiles, said, "No need for concern. I am here to follow the instructions of the Ye family head." Indeed, Dong Tianji added with equal fervor, "The Ye family head is both revered and respected. To serve as a guest elder here is a rare fortune that Dong has earned over several lifetimes." Ye Suifeng gazed at the usually haughty masters, momentarily stunned. "What has gotten into you two? Why this sudden surge of politeness?" Confounded, yet he still warmly invited them back inside. Seated in the parlor, both Zhang Ziming and Dong Tianji presented a letter to Ye Suifeng. These letters, left by Ye Suifeng, had not been opened by either. Ye Suifeng extended his spirit to glean the contents. "Suifeng, this is the instructor I have recruited. The payment has been made. For a contract of 3 years, please make the necessary arrangements. They are merely pawns, so do not feel overly courteous." Ye Suifeng was taken aback, glancing at the 2 imposing masters, wondering how the term pawns could possibly apply to them. He could not fathom why his elder brother would describe them in such a manner. "Masters, I will promptly arrange accommodations for you, as well as provide you with information on the clan's younger disciples and the teaching schedule, which will be delivered to you shortly." Ye Suifeng naturally did not genuinely consider them mere pawns and spoke courteously. That sounds good, Zhang Ziming replied with a smile. The Ye family's disciples are clearly exceptional. Rest assured, I will impart my knowledge generously. Indeed, I possess unique insights regarding teaching that will undoubtedly surpass certain individuals. Dong Tianji chimed in. What do you mean by that? Just wait and see. Observing the two masters suddenly bicker, Ye Suifeng scratched his head in confusion. What on earth has happened in this world? After a considerable amount of time, Ye Suifeng finally arranged accommodations for both masters. With the alchemist and array master settled, he wondered if his elder brother had made arrangements for the weapon master. Just then, Butler Wu hurried back. Third master, a large group of people has arrived at the door, claiming to come as per the clan head's agreement. Who are they? Hu Chuang. Ye Suifeng had barely settled into his chair when he jumped up again. Another 6th grade master. Moreover, this Hu Chuang had a reputation in Yangxiaking that far surpassed that of the previous two. He rushed to the entrance, only to be left dumbfounded. Indeed, a massive crowd had gathered, numbering no less than 100. Have you brought an entire blacksmith shop with you? Greetings, Third Master Yi, Hu Chuang said, cupping his hands. There's no need for such formality. Ye Suifeng quickly returned the gesture and welcomed everyone inside. In the parlor, Hu Chuang similarly presented a letter. Suifeng, this is the weapon instructor I have recruited. The payment for 3 years has already been made. Please provide them with a dedicated space to serve as a new blacksmith shop, ensuring no one interferes with its normal operations. Remember, Hu Chuang's requests must be prioritized. This letter stood in stark contrast to the previous two. Clearly, Ye Suifeng placed great importance on this 6th grade weapon master. Master Hu, I will arrange accommodations for you shortly and provide you with the teaching plan. Should you have any other requests, feel free to voice them, Ye Suifeng said respectfully. You are too polite, Third Master Yi. Hu Chuang replied with a smile, I have no other requests. Just put that group of rascals together. Not a problem at all, Ye Suifeng assured him. It is my duty to assist. Then please follow me. Before long, Hu Chuang and his apprentices were properly settled, and the resources and facilities for cultivation were being meticulously prepared. The vacancies left by the 3 Master's departures from the Yi family had all been filled. Chapter 6. I want them all. After leaving Hu Chuang's blacksmith shop, Ye Suifeng did not rush home. He wandered through the bustling streets of Yangxiaking, savoring the local customs and culture. Naturally, sampling the delicacies was a must: tofu dragon fish, green bamboo phoenix whisk, northern banquets. From street vendors to the city's premier tavern, Ye Suifeng indulged in whatever he encountered. His astonishing appetite left the carriage drivers wide-eyed in astonishment. After much wandering, Ye Suifeng arrived at a tall building named Wanbage. As the name suggests, Wanbage is a place for selling various treasures. Rumor has it that it is an immense force with branches across the continent, known for its remarkable strength and vast scale. He decided to procure some cultivation techniques and discern the specifics of this world's cultivation system. Although Ye Suifeng had reached the pinnacle of tribulation crossing and possessed tremendous spiritual power, he still lacked a systematic understanding of specific cultivation techniques. However, this was not a significant issue. With his immeasurable spiritual awareness, he could swiftly comprehend the operational principles of any technique. After some contemplation, Ye Suifeng stepped into Wanbage. He browsed the first floor and discovered a plethora of items: cultivation techniques, spiritual artifacts, elixirs, talismans, spiritual herbs and fruits, and materials for cultivation, all available. However, most were of the yellow grade or below, with the 4 levels of heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow grade being the lowest tier. Naturally, Ye Suifeng dismissed them. He approached the counter and found the person in charge of the first floor, then opened a storage bag before him. I seek your pavilion master. Tell them a significant business opportunity has arrived. Ye Suifeng stated succinctly. The person in charge stared wide-eyed at the overflowing spiritual stones, and my goodness, this must be over 1 million top-grade spiritual stones. Indeed, a significant business opportunity. Not daring to delay, he invited Ye Suifeng into an inner chamber, offering fine tea and refreshments, and quickly went to find the pavilion master. After a while, a stunning young woman entered. She appeared youthful, her figure voluptuous, and her every smile and frown was enchanting. The esteemed head of the Yi family has arrived. I am remiss in not welcoming you properly. I hope you will not take offense, she said with a melodious voice that evoked goodwill. You are the master of Wanbage? Ye Suifeng inquired. The woman seated herself opposite him, smiling. Indeed, I am Gu Wanxin, the person in charge of Wanbage and Yongxiaking. You may address me as Pavilion Master Gu. Pavilion Master Gu, Ye Suifeng cupped his fists in greeting. I have come today to procure some treasures. I trust that with Wanbage's strength, I will not be disappointed. He wasted no time and got straight to the point. The head of the Ye family is indeed a forthright individual, Gu Wanxin remarked, a hint of charm in her eyes as she retrieved a jade slip from her bosom and placed it on the table. I presume you would not be interested in yellow-grade treasures. Here is a list of our treasures. Please see if there is anything to your liking. Treasures, regardless of their nature, even the lowest-grade spiritual herbs, were valued at over 10,000 spiritual stones. Ji Wanxin clearly regarded Ye Suifeng as a wealthy patron, and she was correct. He truly was a man of considerable means. Ye Suifeng picked up the jade slip and extended a wisp of spiritual awareness. Instantly, a multitude of names and descriptions of treasures appeared before his eyes. The items were indeed varied, as expected of Wambogade. Ye Suifeng focused on the cultivation techniques, martial skills, and training manuals. Sword techniques, fist techniques, staff techniques, body techniques, spell techniques, body refinement techniques, alchemy, weapon refinement, array techniques. Aside from some unique paths, everything one could expect was available, perfectly suitable for Ye Suifeng to understand this world. However, after a thorough review, Ye Suifeng discovered that these were all or lower. Do you have anything of higher grade? He inquired. Ji Wanxin was taken aback. Was already considered high-end in Yongxiaking, and he was not satisfied? Head of the Ye family, items above thee are exceedingly rare. I do not intend to offend you. Their value is extraordinarily high. Money is not an issue. Ye Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. Bring out whatever high-grade items you have. Ji Wanxin's expression was peculiar. Was it not said that the Ye family was on the verge of collapse? Why was this new family head so extravagant? Yet, since a business opportunity had presented itself, she would not turn him away. Once more, she retrieved a glowing jade slip from her bosom and laid it before Ye Suifeng. This is our collection of treasures. Please see if there is anything you require, Gu Wanxin said. Ye Suifeng nodded and extended his spiritual force again. The new list was evidently much shorter, as expected for items of high grade. Ye Suifeng quickly perused the contents, and indeed, there were remarkable items, including a spiritual sword, stunning in design and formidable in power, quite suitable for his daughter Yi Huang. Right? I should ask my daughter what she likes when I return. Due to the stubbornness of my previous life, this child has also suffered over the years. Is there anything even higher? Ye Suifeng set down the jade slip. Even higher? Gu Wanxin was thrown into disarray. What kind of appetite did this Ye Suifeng possess? Was even the not enough to satisfy him? Beyond that, they would be treasures, the prized possessions of Wanbage. Did he truly have the means for such purchases? Gu Wanxin had to wonder whether this Ye family head was merely jesting with her. Yet, observing his calm demeanor, he did not seem like the type to indulge in frivolity. Ji Wanxin shook her head inwardly. No one dared to offend Wanbage lightly, so showing him the treasures would be harmless. Subsequently, Gu Wanxin produced a golden jade slip and handed it to Ye Suifeng. Head of the Ye family, this is our treasured collection. If you are still not satisfied, then I am at a loss, Gu Wanxin said, feigning a tone of exasperation. Oh, very well. Is the highest grade available? I suppose I shall settle for this, Ye Suifeng replied, his expression somewhat disappointed. Ji Wanxin, on the other hand, was increasingly bewildered. As an adept at reading people, she could clearly sense Ye Suifeng's disappointment. You are not even satisfied with? My heavens, what sort of wealthy patron have I encountered? At this point, Ye Suifeng had already probed into the jade slip. Treasures of such caliber would not be abundant. There were a total of 5 items, 2 cultivation techniques, 2 spiritual artifacts, and a blue stone. Kanglingong, cultivation technique. Shirshin Jujian, martial skill. A jade talisman, capable of creating a sturdy defensive shield. A alchemy furnace that could generate its own alchemical fire, allowing the alchemist to work more efficiently. The highest tier item was that stone, Tranquil Stone, a treasure that soothes the spirit and enhances cultivation efficiency. Aiding in the comprehension of techniques, Ye Suifeng nodded inwardly. These were indeed fine items. Is there truly nothing of higher grade? Ye Suifeng asked. Ji Wanxin was left speechless. There truly is not. Our branch is relatively small, and these 5 items comprise our treasured collection. Very well, Ye Suifeng no longer insisted. Now, let us discuss the prices. Ji Wanxin's eyes brightened. Finally, they were discussing prices. It seemed this Ye family head was not here merely to cause trouble. Which item do you desire? Gu Wanxin inquired. Ye Suifeng waved his hand. Let us discuss them all as you wish. Gu Wanxin contemplated before stating. You are aware that treasures are high-grade items that are exceedingly rare. Even in Su City, Kanglin Gong requires 20 billion spiritual stones, Shixin Jujian, 100 billion, the Hongfu Jade Pendant, 10 billion, the Qinghua Alchemy Furnace, 50 billion. As for the Tranquil Stone, it requires 500 billion spiritual stones. The staggering prices. If one were to consider the former state of the Ye family, the expenses for clan members' daily needs, cultivation resources, shop investments, and maintenance of resources would sum up to around 10 billion spiritual stones annually. Their income had been roughly the same. Even the cheapest Hongfu Jade Pendant would be beyond their means in the entire Yangtze. Only the most powerful Tang family could afford even a single modest treasure from Wanbage. Yet, if the Tang family did purchase one, their clan members would likely have to tighten their belts for several years. Which would you like to purchase? Gu Wanxin inquired eagerly. These 5 treasured items had remained unsold since her arrival, and if she could sell even one, the commission would be a substantial income. More importantly, it would earn her considerable prestige at the main pavilion in Su City. Ye Suifeng stroked his chin. Bring them all? I want them all. Gu Wanxin was left speechless. She doubted her ears. In her estimation, Ye Suifeng would most likely purchase the Kanglin Gong, as it was relatively affordable and highly beneficial to the family. She never expected him to want everything. Is this for real? Gu Wanxin had to confirm. Ye Suifeng smiled. Of course it's real, but you must provide me with a few larger storage bags. Otherwise, I want to have enough space for all those spiritual stones. Ye Suifeng intended to spend some of the lower-grade spiritual stones, as hoarding them was no longer practical. It looked rather unsightly. Gu Wanxin was in a daze. Having reached this point, she no longer feared that Ye Suifeng was joking. Moments later, Gu Wanxin returned with a stack of storage bags and handed Ye Suifeng a beautiful ring. The 5 treasured items are contained within this storage ring. Rest assured, this ring is a gift for you. And from now on, you are our most esteemed guest at Wanbage in Yangtze. Gu Wanxin said with profound respect. For her, Ye Suifeng was not merely a benefactor, but also a beacon guiding her to a higher position. Contemplating the expressions on the faces of those in the main hall upon learning that she had sold such a vast array of items filled his heart with an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. Ye Suifeng took the ring, inspected its contents, confirming it indeed contained the 5 items, with no discrepancies. He then retrieved the storage bag and commenced filling it with spirit stones. The storage bags brought by Gu Wanxin were quite capacious, each capable of holding 50 billion spirit stones. However, after filling them, Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow. It still wasn't enough. Huh? Gu Wanxin exclaimed, her face a canvas of confusion. You must have miscalculated. There are 14 storage bags in total, which can hold 700 billion spirit stones, while the items amount to only 680 billion. A gentle smile graced Ye Suifeng's face. No, you are mistaken. When I said I wanted everything, I wasn't merely referring to the treasures of the store. I also desire the 2 jade slips listing the profound grade treasures. Gu Wanxin's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 7. Yi Huang's thoughts. No one in Yuxiao City was aware that the Wanbao Pavilion had suddenly become destitute, left with nothing but money. All profound grade treasures had been swept away, transformed into 10 storage rings, which now adorned Ye Suifeng's fingers. As he departed, Gu Wanxin, filled with concern, insisted on dispatching all 8 gold core cultivators of the Wanbao Pavilion to safeguard his return to the clan. Ye Suifeng politely declined, and one could snatch items from his grasp. He leisurely sauntered away, even indulging in 2 delightful meals before making his way back to his family, with dusk nearly upon him. Ye Suifeng first visited Suiyun, depositing the 9 storage rings and instructing him to distribute them wisely. Leaving him alone in the study, disheveled by the wind, he then retreated to his courtyard. Before he could enter, a series of loud thuds reached his ears. Upon stepping inside, he discovered his daughter, Yi Huang, diligently practicing her punches. Her hands were wrapped in layers of cloth, and before her lay a black force measuring stone. This stone possessed remarkable resilience, capable of quickly restoring itself even after being struck, making it ideal for training. Yi Huang struck the stone with unwavering determination, her every punch infused with her utmost strength. Sweat dampened her bangs, twisting them into strands that clung to her face. She truly was a hard-working young girl, and Ye Suifeng felt a swell of pride in his memories. This daughter had always been exceptionally sensible. never causing him worry and even sharing some of his burdens. Indeed, children from humble backgrounds mature early. Little Huang, Ye Suifeng called out, "Father, you're back?" Ye Huang replied, her punches never faltering. "Have you eaten dinner?" Ye Suifeng inquired. "I've already had it," she replied. "Rest for a moment, come inside. I have something to discuss." Ye Huang shook her head. "Just a moment. I need to complete 200 more punches to reach 1,000. This is my post-meal training." Such a stubborn girl. Ye Suifeng made no further demands, standing aside to watch his daughter achieve her goal. Each punch was delivered with all her might against the measuring stone, clearly striving to surpass her limits. However, Ye Suifeng observed that her technique could use improvement. With a slight adjustment, she could achieve far greater results. He resolved to specifically guide his beloved daughter in the future. After finishing her 1,000 punches, Ye Huang exhaled deeply and smiled at Ye Suifeng. "Come inside." The two entered the room. As Ye Suifeng intended to discuss Ye Huang's training, he suddenly realized he didn't even know her current cultivation level. How unfit of a father he was. "Little Huang, what stage of cultivation have you reached?" Ye Suifeng asked. "Huh?" Ye Huang's expression reflected shock. 4 years, her father had never proactively inquired about her cultivation. "I just broke through to the 7th layer of qi refinement a few days ago," she said, a hint of shyness in her voice. The qi refinement stage had 12 layers, and at 14 years old, Ye Huang had just barely passed the threshold in Yuxiao City. Yet, in the Ye family, several peers of her age had already surpassed the qi refinement stage, achieving the transformation stage. Compared to them, Ye Huang's strength seemed woefully inadequate, particularly given her status as the clan leader's daughter. The pressure she faced must be immense. Do not be disheartened. Starting today, Father will personally guide your training, and you will soon catch up, Ye Suifeng assured her. "Thank you, Father." Ye Huang beamed with joy. She held little expectation for guidance, but the fact that her father was finally showing concern for her filled her with genuine happiness. "All right, Father went out today and brought you some gifts. Now why don't you tell me what you like or what your greatest wish is?" Ye Suifeng inquired. With so many items he had brought back, it wouldn't be wise to present everything at once. It was better to hear her thoughts first. Ye Huang paused, contemplating. "My wish is to train hard and become strong, so that I can as she spoke. Her voice trailed off, her gaze dropping. The desire to alleviate her father's burdens had long been hidden within her heart, not easily voiced. "So that you can what?" Ye Suifeng pressed so that I can participate in the upcoming Yuxiao City battle. Ye Huang fabricated a small lie. The Yuxiao City battle? Ye Suifeng was momentarily taken aback before recalling the event in Yuxiao City. The three major families inevitably clashed in various ways. To prevent large-scale bloodshed, the Yuxiao City battle was proposed. This contest occurred every 2 years, with each family sending 5 young descendants under 18 to compete. The victors would claim the shops or resource lands of the defeated. The Yi family had suffered losses in recent battles, resulting in significant family asset depletion. The next Yuxiao City battle was merely 6 months away. He hadn't anticipated that his daughter harbored such thoughts, wishing to shine for the family. What a good child she was. Ye Suifeng nodded. Training was indeed a necessary path. Even if she hadn't mentioned it, he would assist her in advancing her cultivation. "Aside from training, is there anything else you enjoy?" Ye Huang pondered before responding. "Outside of training, it's alchemy." "Why do you like alchemy?" Ye Suifeng inquired curiously. "Because if one masters alchemy, it can be the most lucrative pursuit." Ye Huang chuckled, scratching her head. Ye Suifeng realized with an epiphany that his daughter was indeed concerned about their financial situation. Before becoming the clan leader, although he received a stipend from the family, his lack of contributions meant it was hardly substantial, barely enough to sustain daily life. No wonder his daughter was so preoccupied with money. "All right, Father supports you." Ye Suifeng declared it was rare for young people to have dreams, and he would naturally offer his full support. Then, Ye Suifeng retrieved the earth-grade alchemy furnace he had purchased today from his storage ring. "This is newly acquired and superior to your current furnace. Here, take it," he said. Ye Huang's existing furnace was of low yellow grade, lacking significant utility. "Father, you're so wonderful," Ye Huang exclaimed with delight as she accepted the furnace. She was unaware that this item was the prized possession of the Wanbao Pavilion. However, as long as it was a gift from her father, she was overjoyed. By the way, the family has recently hired a new alchemy instructor, but you need not attend the classes. Starting today, I will personally guide your alchemical techniques, Ye Suifeng stated. "All right." Ye Huang blinked, surprised. When had her father learned alchemy? Ye Suifeng pondered for a moment before asking. By the way, do you like swords? Yes, quite a bit. However, our family specializes in martial arts, so I chose to practice boxing, Yi Huang replied. Now you have a sword technique. Ye Suifeng said as he produced a profound grade sword from his storage ring and handed it to her. Since you like it, you should start practicing with the sword from now on. The elegant blade emanated a faint purple glow, instantly filling Yi Huang's eyes with stars. It's simply beautiful. I just don't know what grade it is. As for the techniques, I will provide them to you tomorrow. And there's this. Ye Suifeng then took out a calming stone, an earth-grade superior calming stone that greatly aids in cultivation, a coveted item among all practitioners. Yi Huang stared in awe as she accepted the calming stone, still unaware of the significance of this seemingly unremarkable stone. All right, you should head back to your room and rest early. Cultivation requires a balance of work and rest. It's not merely about relentless practice, Ye Suifeng advised. Yi Huang nodded, filled with excitement as she rose to leave. Ye Suifeng sighed, knowing his daughter would likely train late into the night. However, it was no great concern. Young people should strive diligently. After washing up, Ye Suifeng lay in bed, pulling out the 2 earth-grade techniques he had purchased today. Each of these techniques would cause quite a stir in Yuxiao City if casually revealed. Their quality was exceedingly high, yet Ye Suifeng remained unsatisfied. He aimed to further refine them. There's clearly an issue here. The spiritual energy should be channeled this way. The pathways were also incorrect. He would replace them with 2 better ones. Years of cultivation had rendered Ye Suifeng's spirit immeasurably powerful, capable of discerning the essence. With ease, he identified the flaws within such earth-grade techniques and made improvements. Naturally, he would not be careless regarding his daughter's training. It was not until the early hours of the morning that Ye Suifeng completed his revisions on both techniques. Now, the Kanglin technique had been elevated from a low earth grade to a superior earth grade technique, while the god-slaying 9 swords had ascended to a mid-heaven grade, capable of slaying true gods upon mastery. All right, let us leave it at that for now. Little Huang will have to make do with these 2 techniques for the time being. I'll research some celestial techniques or Dao arts to share with her later. Chapter 8. A family in turmoil. Today marked the day for the Yi family's descendants to receive their stipends. Young men and women, in small groups or alone, made their way to the family's affairs hall. A young man clad in white, exuding an air of elegance, strode along the path with a golden spear slung over his back. Dragon brother, wait for me. Suddenly, a bright voice called from behind. The young man turned to see a boy and girl of similar height, dressed in green, racing towards him. Yi Qian, he acknowledged. The girl cheerfully approached Yilong and asked, when did you emerge from seclusion? 3 days ago, he replied, nodding to both of them as they walked together. How was your experience during this retreat? Yi Qian inquired. Not too bad. I've broken through to the 3rd layer of transformation, and I've successfully cultivated the dragon hunting spear technique to a small success, Yilong responded. Yi Qian's eyes sparkled with admiration. Brother, you're truly amazing. In the upcoming Yuxiao City battle in half a year, we must teach those detestable Li family members a lesson. She clenched her small fists in indignation. Yilong pursed his lips. Among the younger generation of the Yi family, his strength was among the strongest. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would certainly secure a spot for the upcoming Yuxiao City battle. However, he felt little confidence in defeating the Li family. According to reliable sources, the Li family's eldest son, Li Qi, had already broken through to the 5th layer of transformation, and his mastery of hidden weapons was extraordinary. Facing him now would likely result in defeat. Yilong clenched his fists in determination. Rest assured, I will work hard. Yes, I believe in you, Yi Qian cheered. You both must also strive diligently. The Yi family cannot decline during our generation, Yilong stated earnestly. The other 2 nodded in agreement. Dragon brother, I received news from father a few days ago that our stipends are set to decrease again. Yi Qian suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. The 3 of them were children of Ye Suifeng, with Yilong being the eldest at 15, while the twins, Yi Qian and Yi Qian, were 14, slightly younger than Yi Huang. Since Ye Suifeng managed the family resources, they had been privy to certain information. I know, Yilong sighed softly. The family is currently facing difficulties, so we must work even harder in our training and unite to help the family through this crisis. Yi Qian pouted, saying, while that may be the case, if the stipends are reduced, won't it become even harder for us to cultivate? And now that uncle has become the clan leader, I fear we won't have a good life ahead. As she spoke, Yilong suddenly halted. Slap! A resounding slap struck Yi Qian's face, quickly leaving a red mark. Who gave you the audacity to speak ill of the clan leader behind his back? Yilong's expression darkened as he glared at Yi Qian, then shot a warning look at Yi Qian. Yi Qian trembled in fright and hurriedly said, "Brother, we were wrong. You know how straightforward sister can be. Straightforward? That will only lead to disaster." Yilong scoffed. "Regardless of uncle's actions, he is our clan leader now, the supreme authority of the Yi family. Speaking ill of him is a challenge to the entire family's authority. Have you forgotten the 3 iron rules of our clan?" The reprimanded siblings lowered their heads, silenced. In this family, parents were paramount, followed by the elder brother. "Brother, I was wronged," Yi Qian admitted meekly, covering her face. Yilong cast a glance at her before turning to Yi Qian. "When I'm not around, ensure you keep her in check. No more reckless behavior." Yi Qian nodded earnestly. After receiving a scolding, the trio spoke less. Moments later, they arrived at the affairs hall. "Young masters, here are your stipends and cultivation resources for this month. Take care and cultivate diligently," the hall steward said with a smile. The trio exchanged puzzled glances. Wasn't the stipend supposed to be reduced? Why did the steward seem so cheerful? However, they thought little of it. Grabbed their storage bags and turned to leave. "Do you all have classes today?" Yilong asked. "Yes," Yi Qian replied. "The previous 3 instructors have left, and I heard the clan leader has brought in 3 new ones yesterday. This indicated the clan leader's competence, so let go of any unwarranted thoughts and focus on your training," Yilong advised as they walked. Suddenly, they noticed Yi Qian standing still, frozen in place. "What's wrong?" Yilong inquired. Yi Qian looked up, her face filled with confusion and disbelief. She held her storage bag in both hands, which was now open. "It seems my stipend has been misallocated." Yilong furrowed his brow. "Didn't they say the stipends would be reduced? What's so strange about that?" "No, it's not that. Yi Qian opened her storage bag wide. "My stipend hasn't decreased. In fact, it seems to have increased significantly." "What?" Yilong and Yi Qian rushed forward to examine their sister's storage bag, their eyes widening in shock. As direct descendants, they were each entitled to 50 spirit stones, 10 chi refinement pills, and 10 bone strengthening pills monthly for their daily cultivation. Yet the quantities in Yi Qian's storage bag were clearly unusual. After counting, they discovered that there were a total of 100 spirit stones, and both the chi refinement pills and bone strengthening pills had doubled. Moreover, there were 2 additional items: a vial of red pills labeled body refining pill and a round porcelain pill marked marrow cleansing pill. Especially the marrow cleansing pill, both were high-grade pills. How could they have ended up in Yi Qian's possession? "It must be a mistake," Yi Qian remarked. "With so many resources, this certainly doesn't seem to be intended for us. Let's check our own," Yilong suggested. They each opened their storage bags, only to find themselves frozen in astonishment. "It's the same. What in the world is going on? Had everything gone awry?" The 3 individuals exchanged glances, each observing the look of confusion etched on the others' faces. After a moment of silence, Yilong closed the storage bag and spoke solemnly. "There must be a mistake. These items undoubtedly belong to someone else. We cannot accept them." The other 2 nodded in agreement. They would not compromise their integrity by accepting what was not rightfully theirs. Subsequently, the trio returned to the steward hall, where they returned the storage bag to the steward. "Liao Guanshi, it appears this is not meant for us," Yilong stated. "Dahao? A misdelivery?" Liao Guanshi took the storage bag, scrutinized its contents, and then handed it back with a smile. "Young masters, you jest. The items within are indeed for you." The 3 were momentarily taken aback. "But the quantity?" Liao Guanshi waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. "Did you not see the family head's directive within?" "What?" Yilong exclaimed, bewildered, before opening the storage bag to reveal an unusual item. It was a small directive, which, upon being unfurled, displayed a bold proclamation before them. "Resources are abundant. Devote yourselves to your cultivation." Chapter 9. Guidance on cultivation. The Yi family was in an uproar. No one had anticipated such a significant increase in this month's allowance. Good heavens, the chi cultivation pills were of medium grade, and the bone strengthening pills were the same. After consuming the pills, some were immediately overwhelmed by the immense spiritual energy contained within. Compared to the low-grade chi cultivation pills, the efficiency of medium-grade pills was more than 5-fold. My goodness, the newly appointed alchemy instructor is none other than Master Zhang Ziming, a 6th-grade alchemist. Someone recognized Zhang Ziming during the alchemy class. They could hardly believe that the family had managed to invite him as an instructor. Moreover, In the classes on weapon forging and formations, others recognized two sixth-grade masters, leaving them in awe. The family had truly invested heavily this time. Coupled with the family head's conveyed directive, devote yourselves to your cultivation. Resources are abundant. The Ye family officially embarked on an unprecedented era of collective cultivation. Such news quickly spread, reaching the other two major families. Resources doubled? Sixth-grade masters? It seemed the Ye family had staked everything on the upcoming battle in Inshao City in 6 months. Haha, I told you, the new family head of the Ye family is a fool. This approach is akin to undermining their own foundation. I wonder how the elders of the Ye family allow him to act so recklessly. Who knows? Perhaps those elders are fools as well. The Ye family is truly on a path to ruin, destined to be defeated by Ye Suifeng. The Li family scoffed at Ye Suifeng's actions, deriding them as destructive to the family's foundation. A path to self-destruction. The Ye family possesses such financial resources? Could they be drawing from their ancestral reserves? Surely not. Perhaps that I've seen Ye Suifeng before. He doesn't seem particularly capable. He might have made such an outrageous decision due to a lapse in judgment. Yet, one issue lingered. The sixth-grade masters were not easily summoned back to the family. It remained a mystery how great a cost the Ye family had incurred. Regardless, the Tang family pondered in confusion, questioning what Ye Suifeng's actions truly represented. The entire Inshao city trembled from the Ye family's sudden investment in cultivation resources. Meanwhile, Ye Suifeng sat beneath a willow tree in the courtyard, perusing a thick ancient tome while leisurely sipping tea. His daughter, Ye Huang, diligently practiced the fundamentals of swordsmanship nearby. Earlier that morning, Ye Suifeng had provided her with 2 revised cultivation manuals. However, her foundational skills were somewhat lacking, necessitating a focus on solidifying her swordsmanship first. Naturally, Ye Suifeng had his unique approach. He had distilled the essence of numerous sword techniques, discarding the dross, to create an entirely new style. Basic sword technique, Huang. Despite its seemingly trivial name, this sword technique far surpassed ordinary introductory sword manuals. It was designed to facilitate entry for those entirely new to swordsmanship, while also effectively honing their stances and enhancing their physical conditioning and coordination. Most importantly, it was tailored specifically to Ye Huang's physique. After merely an hour of practice, Ye Huang had already begun to display a semblance of proficiency, shedding her earlier awkwardness with the sword. Once her training was on track, Ye Suifeng resumed his study of the various cultivation texts he had purchased the previous day. The volume he held was titled Thunder Sound Body Refinement Method, a high-grade body refinement technique. This method is quite commendable, Ye Suifeng mused, popping a glistening apple into his mouth. Having resolved to cultivate Ye Huang, he was determined to spare no effort, whether in techniques, sword manuals, body refinement practices, or magical artifacts. It was not enough to rely solely on her own efforts. After all, Ye Huang was not an extraordinary genius, but rather a practitioner with barely acceptable qualifications. Without his intervention, her future achievements would be exceedingly limited. Moreover, why waste resources when one could utilize them? Hidden families, super sects, and disciples of sacred lands. Why were they so powerful? Was it all due to their own efforts? Nonsense. They were built upon vast resources. In comparison to their investments, what Ye Suifeng allocated to Ye Huang was still far from adequate. Yet, he remained unhurried, opting for a gradual approach. After reviewing the Thunder Sound Body Refinement method, he poured himself a cup of tea, savoring it slowly. The method was promising, and after modifications, it transformed into a heavenly-level body refinement technique. However, Ye Suifeng observed his daughter's earnest dedication to her training and shook his head slightly. Simultaneously practicing multiple top-tier techniques might not necessarily be advantageous. Perhaps I should develop a suitable body refinement elixir based on this method. That would be a more straightforward approach. With this thought, Ye Suifeng's vast consciousness began to calculate and devise a formula for the elixir. In the span of a single incense stick's burning time, he devised a method for creating a body refinement elixir. While not the most potent, the materials at hand were sufficient, sparing him the trouble of searching for rare treasures. Only one ingredient remained. Ye Suifeng gazed skyward. The core of the Thunder Sound Body Refinement method lay in thunder. Thus, the elixir derived from it required thunder as its primary ingredient. What could possibly rival the formidable thunder from a perfected tribulation? Indeed, Ye Suifeng set his sights on the heavenly Dao he had recently encountered, just borrowing a bit of its power. It should not mind too much. Conducting the tribulation here was somewhat conspicuous. It was better to find a secluded spot. Ye Suifeng contemplated briefly before rising. Xiao Huang, let's take a break, he said, observing his daughter, drenched in sweat. It's all right, father. I can keep going, Ye Huang replied, breathlessly, her cheeks flushed, yet still gritting her teeth as she wielded the sword according to her father's teachings. Ye Suifeng's expression darkened. Follow my instructions. This sword technique requires a gradual approach. When I tell you to stop, it is to allow you to sit and practice the Kanglin technique. This is the optimal moment. Upon hearing her father's words, Ye Huang quickly gathered herself, calming her breath before sitting cross-legged to begin the Kanglin technique. Before commencing, she sneaked a glance at Ye Suifeng. Her father had recently taken on an air of authority. Previously, he had never expressed opinions regarding her training. Yet, this authoritative demeanor made her feel more at ease. With her thoughts in mind, she closed her eyes and earnestly began her practice. Ye Suifeng nodded slightly. Remember, for every hour spent practicing the basic sword technique, meditate for an hour afterward, summarizing any issues and how to improve them. Each 3-hour cycle should consist of 2 cycles daily, with no exceeding that limit. The remaining time is yours to arrange freely, he meticulously advised. Now then, take your time with your practice. I must step out for a while and will return by evening. With that, Ye Suifeng's figure slowly faded from the courtyard. Chapter 10. Crossing the Tribulation. Qinggu Jailing, a formidable chasm, lay to the north of Inshao City. Beyond it stretched the northern snowfields. Legend had it that the northern snowfields were barren, with inhabitants living in dire straits. Existing in a primitive tribal manner, clad in animal skins and practicing slash-and-burn agriculture. In summary, there was little to no culture. However, this was merely the conjecture of those from Lingnan. Few had crossed Qinggu Jailing to witness the northern snowfields for themselves. Qinggu Jailing obstructed the steps of nearly all. The area was rugged and remote, harboring countless ancient territories. Numerous formidable beasts lurked deep within the highlands, and carelessly venturing in could lead to instant demise. Yet, such perilous circumstances attracted many cultivators eager to hone their skills. The treasures of the demon beasts were abundant. Should one stumble upon a rare spirit herb, it could lead to sudden wealth, ensuring a lifetime free from worries. At this moment, several young cultivators tread cautiously around the outskirts of the highlands. Suddenly, a distant rumble echoed, causing them to freeze momentarily. One long-haired youth immediately dropped to the ground. Straining to listen, his expression changed dramatically. Run! A massive horde of ferocious beasts is charging toward us, he shouted in panic, only to find his companions standing frozen, mouths agape, gazing skyward. The long-haired youth followed their gaze and was left speechless. Above them, ominous dark clouds obscured much of the sky, swirling into a vortex, continuously flickering with azure and violet hues. The oppressive sensation made it feel as though his heart might leap from his chest. What is that? They trembled, their legs growing weak. The scene resembled an omen of apocalyptic destruction. Just then, the rumbling intensified, and they witnessed flocks of birds erupting from the nearby forest. Panicked, it's a beast tide. We must flee. The long-haired youth was the first to react, shouting frantically before turning to escape. The others snapped back to reality and hurriedly followed his lead, racing toward the mountain's edge. Atop a peak deep within the highlands, Ye Suifeng observed the ever-expanding tribulation clouds overhead, furrowing his brow. The commotion was unexpectedly loud. Had he known, he would have ventured deeper. He had chosen this location to summon the tribulation lightning to avoid disturbing ordinary cultivators. Yet he had not anticipated the vast range of the tribulation clouds, which now threatened to spill over the mountains. Come on, hurry up, Ye Suifeng grumbled, looking upward. His tribulation lightning was the most fearsome 99 heavenly tribulation, comprised of a total of 81 bolts, each one several times more powerful than the last. Naturally, the quality also increased exponentially. Ye Suifeng sought to harness the final bolt of lightning, hence his prolonged wait. As if sensing Ye Suifeng's provocation, the storm clouds above began to swirl more rapidly. Boom! A bolt of azure violet lightning descended, carrying an overwhelming celestial might, and struck directly above Ye Suifeng. Yet, with a mere flick of his hand, what appeared to be an unbeatable bolt of lightning was instantly shattered, scattering like flower petals across the surrounding peaks. In an instant, the mountains trembled, and several small hills crumbled under the force. Now, that's more like it. Hurry up. Ye Suifeng showed no signs of harm. The lightning fell in waves, Yet before Ye Suifeng, they resembled nothing more than soft cotton candy, utterly unable to withstand his might. Finally, the 9-9 heavenly tribulation reached its final bolt. The storm clouds above began to contract, but the chaotic energy contained within surged to an unprecedented level. As the clouds shrank to a pinpoint, a resounding boom erupted. "I've been waiting for you." Ye Suifeng soared into the air, charging directly at the obliterating bolt of lightning. His right hand transformed, various profound energies coalescing in his grasp. In his left hand, he produced a white jade bottle. In an instant, Ye Suifeng collided with the lightning bolt head-on. However, instead of the anticipated cataclysmic explosion, the scene transformed abruptly, resembling the final resonant note of a pipa, suddenly ceasing. The fierce storm transformed into clear skies. Ye Suifeng descended slowly, a swirling mass of purple energy appearing in his palm. Writhing restlessly, "Be still." With a gentle grip, he compressed the purple energy, ultimately transforming it into a small droplet that floated above his palm. This droplet was then sealed within the jade bottle. Phew, finally done. Ye Suifeng looked skyward, where an imposing celestial gate materialized, flickering in and out of view. The gate opened slowly, bathing Ye Suifeng in a golden light. Accompanied by ethereal melodies emanating from within, he had successfully crossed the 9-9 heavenly tribulation and was on the brink of ascension. However, there's no rush for such matters. You'd best return first. Ye Suifeng dissipated his aura, his cultivation level stabilizing once more at the perfected tribulation stage. In this realm, there was no place for immortals. To become one must ascend to the higher realms. Ye Suifeng did not wish to ascend just yet. He had barely arrived in this world and had yet to fully experience its culture and customs. Moreover, he had a lovely daughter waiting for him at home. Once Ye Suifeng dissipated his immortal presence, the celestial gate in the void seemed to lose its target, pausing for a moment before gradually fading away. Well then, task accomplished, Ye Suifeng stowed the jade bottle into his storage space. The primary ingredient was ready, and when the timing was right, he could concoct the body refinement elixir for Ye Huang. The final bolt of the 9-9 heavenly tribulation contained both destructive and transformative energies, and even Ye Suifeng himself could not predict the extraordinary effects the elixir would yield. Standing atop the mountain, Ye Suifeng surveyed the surrounding devastation. Aside from the peak beneath him, the area had been ravaged, with the land sheared off by dozens of meters by the tribulation's ferocity. The terror of the heavenly tribulation was thus made evident. He gazed toward the north, his formidable consciousness extending thousands of miles to a vast expanse of icy plains, the fabled northern snowfields. It appeared to be truly desolate, as Ye Suifeng's consciousness wandered aimlessly. Another immense spiritual presence surged from deep within the plateau, rushing toward him. This presence seemed to merge with the entire northern expanse, nearly rivaling the fraction of his own consciousness. It was extraordinarily powerful. Such a level of cultivator still existed in this world. As the presence approached, Ye Suifeng swiftly withdrew his own consciousness. He was not yet eager to confront the pinnacle forces of this realm. That could wait for another day. Ye Suifeng shrugged, noting that the sun was beginning to set. The 9-9 heavenly tribulation had consumed much of his time. It was time to return home. In the extreme north, a pair of icy eyes suddenly opened, peering into the divine realm. Are they friend or foe? Another thread of fate lies hidden in the mists. How much longer can we endure? Chapter 11. Rescuing others. A figure streaked across the sky. The mountains below were a continuous chain, rapidly receding. Ye Suifeng could have instantly teleported back, but he chose instead to take in the scenery of this world. As he traversed, he keenly felt the devastation wrought by beasts in various parts of the mountains, while some timid demon beasts remained in a state of panic. Clearly, they had been affected by his tribulation. Suddenly, not far away, Ye Suifeng sensed the aura of a fierce battle, as if humans were present. After a moment's contemplation, he altered his course and soared toward the commotion. Hovering in midair, Ye Suifeng beheld 4 young individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, engaged in an intense struggle against a singular, formidable creature, a one-horned azure bull. This bull was a second-tier demon beast, equivalent to a human at the late stage of chi transformation. In stark contrast, the young fighters were merely practitioners at the late stage of chi refinement, revealing a significant disparity in strength. It was unclear how long the confrontation had persisted, but 2 of the 4 had already sustained injuries, their movements sluggish, leaving only a long-haired youth and the woman still fervently battling. Suddenly, the long-haired youth was struck and sent flying by the bull. Yet he quickly regained his footing and resolutely restrained the creature's front. Gritting his teeth, he felt the surge of blood and chi from the previous blow. Realizing he had sustained internal injuries, "Attack its lower body," he bellowed. The other three, hearing his command, swiftly ascended, wielding their blades to strike at the beast. However, the one-horned azure bull was not easily subdued. As they approached, it erupted into a frenzy, its hooves delivering powerful kicks that nullified the trio's assault. One individual, already injured, was unable to evade in time and was struck by the bull's iron hoof, sending him crashing through a thicket, blood spilling from his mouth. Unable to rise, Mei Fong. The long-haired youth roared, his eyes aflame with fury. Gripping an iron rod, he swung it at the bull's head. Yet, this was the creature's most fortified area, and the impact barely affected it, instead unbalancing him and sending him flying once more. With a resounding roar, the one-horned azure bull repelled all four, bellowing to the heavens. In that moment, it appeared as an invincible ancient demon. The earth trembled beneath its iron hooves, producing a thunderous sound. As it turned its gaze toward the fallen Ma Fong, a fleeting hint of bloodlust flashing in its eyes before charging at him. It had already attained sentience, aware that eliminating a human would significantly diminish the opposing force, leaving the others vulnerable. The bull's speed was astonishing, its indomitable horn poised to strike Ma Fong. No, the long-haired youth cried in despair. Would his companion perish before his very eyes? Meanwhile, Ma Fong lay on the ground, eyes closed, bracing himself for death's embrace. Suddenly, from the bushes before him, a small seedling sprang to life. While everyone else overlooked it, it waved its tiny branches and leaves, striking the bull upon its head. Boom! A colossal explosion erupted. Amidst a maelstrom of dust and debris, the massive form of the one-horned azure bull was flung backward, blood raining down from the sky as it crashed to the ground. The long-haired youth's eyes widened in astonishment. He clearly saw that it was none other than the formidable creature that had nearly claimed their lives. At this moment, the bull lay defeated, its once mighty horn shattered, its skull caved in, blood gushing forth. It was beyond saving. What had transpired? Just then, a tall figure descended from the sky. Indeed, it was Ye Suifeng who had intervened. As a human, he could not bear to witness the demise of his kind. Moreover, it was evident that the one-horned azure bull had fled from the mountains due to the disturbances caused by his tribulation. Thus, he bore some responsibility for the predicament faced by the young fighters. "What is your name?" Ye Suifeng inquired of the long-haired youth. "Feng." "Feng Ji," the youth replied, still somewhat dazed. The presence before him was so powerful that he had effortlessly slain a second-tier demon beast without even revealing his identity. Could he be a formidable figure at the Foundation establishment stage? "Quickly check on your companion," Ye Suifeng urged. Feng Ji snapped back to reality and hurried to Ma Fong's side. That moment, Ma Fong was examining a small sapling with a puzzled expression. "Mei Fong, how are you?" Feng Ji called out. Mei Fong looked up briefly, then struggled to his feet, forcing a smile. "I've suffered greatly. It will take at least half a month to recuperate." Feng Ji sighed in relief at his survival. However, his brow soon furrowed in concern. Fong, what's with the sapling? Why do you keep staring at it?" Ma Fong replied with an odd expression. "Brother Feng, you might not believe this. It was this very sapling that suddenly stood up and slapped the bull, saving my life. This sapling could very well be an ancient divine tree. Brother Feng." We struck gold. Feng Ji looked at the excited Ma Fong with a bemused expression. "Brother, don't be foolish. It was that esteemed figure who saved us." He then carefully helped Ma Fong to his feet. The other two companions gathered around, and the four of them brushed off the dirt and debris before respectfully bowing to Ye Suifeng. "Thank you, Honorable Elder, for your timely rescue. If you have any requests, we will do our utmost to fulfill them," Feng Ji earnestly declared. Ye Suifeng, toying with the bull's shattered horn, waved his hand dismissively. It was but a trivial matter. There's no need for concern. Given that the incident stemmed from his actions, he felt no inclination to demand any form of recompense. However, to Feng Ji and the others, this elder was not only astonishingly powerful and handsome, but also possessed a remarkably gentle temperament. They considered themselves incredibly fortunate. By the way, are you all locals?" Ye Suifeng asked. Feng Ji nodded. "Yes, esteemed elder. We four hail from Smoke Cloud Town. located just outside the Qinggu Highlands. Smoke Cloud Town? Ye Suifeng echoed. Indeed, it is a small town within the jurisdiction of Yunshao City, Fengji explained. Why Ye Suifeng's understanding deepened. Yunshao City was not merely a standalone city. It encompassed its own sphere of influence. He vaguely recalled that Yunshao City governed an area of approximately 80,000 square kilometers, comparable in size to the municipality of Chongqing in his previous life. Such a small city wielding such extensive authority was indeed remarkable. Yet, according to Ye Suifeng's knowledge, it was still relatively minor compared to other cities of a similar caliber. What a coincidence, Ye Suifeng smiled. I am the head of the Ye family in Yunshao City. He spoke candidly, choosing not to conceal his identity, as there was no need to. We have met, Ye family head. The others bowed even deeper, for to them, Yunshao City was akin to a royal capital. This man before them was evidently a person of high standing within that realm. There's no need for formalities. Ye Suifeng said with a smile that it seems we are fated to meet. Should you ever visit Yunshao City, feel free to come to the Ye family. I will provide you with a grand stage to showcase your talents. The four were immediately overjoyed. A promise from the head of a family was an invaluable opportunity. All right, it is getting late, and there are many other demon beasts in the vicinity. You should return and tend to your injuries, Ye Suifeng concluded, waving his hand as his figure vanished from sight. The four of them remained, still in disbelief over the surreal encounter they had just experienced. Notably, before leaving, Ma Feng insisted on taking the small sapling with him, claiming it to be a miracle, the ancient divine tree that had saved his life. Chapter 12. Ye Suifeng's plans. Dark clouds heralding doom. A beast tied at the highlands? In the family study. Ye Suifeng sat across from Suiyun, listening to his report on the situation at the borders of Yunshao City. Yes, brother, Suiyun said, his expression anxious. Yesterday, many cultivators witnessed the dark clouds nearly engulfing the entire sky, accompanied by eerie rumblings. Shortly after, a beast tide emerged. Vast numbers of demon beasts suddenly surged against the highlands perimeter, inflicting varying degrees of injury upon many adventuring cultivators. They have now breached the highlands and are heading towards several human settlements at the border. Ye Suifeng rubbed his nose sheepishly and replied, even so, one cannot truly call this a sign of impending doom, can they? Brother, you don't understand. Suiyun spoke gravely. Those dark clouds are sinister and seem to have formed solely outside the borders of Yunshao City. Some assert that either a great demon has emerged or malevolence has descended. People are already preparing to flee to other cities, and panic has ensued. Ye Suifeng wore a peculiar expression. He genuinely struggled to comprehend the situation. After all, it was merely the crossing of a tribulation, yet it had triggered such a monumental chain reaction. It truly embodied the ancient adage. The lower one's cultivation, the more one is susceptible to the bizarre phenomena of the world. The Li and Tang families have already begun mobilizing personnel toward the borders, Suiyun added. They intend to provide support at the borders? Ye Suifeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Yes, Suiyun confirmed, if we remain inactive. The area managed by the Ye family and its resources may well come under threat. The governance of Yunshao City was remarkably unique. Its territories were collectively managed by three prominent families, each overseeing specific regions, the Tang family predominantly in the south, the Li family in the northeast, and the Ye family in the northwest. The three families interwove their domains, maintaining a balance of power while also cooperating. The majority of the Ye family's income, including resources, was derived from its own jurisdiction. Should any issues arise, the impact on the Ye family would be significant. How many personnel are they planning to dispatch? Ye Suifeng inquired. Suiyun pondered before replying, it shouldn't be too many. In past situations of a similar nature, they would typically send a contingent of middle-tier family members to oversee the situation, which generally sufficed. I see. Why Ye Suifeng mused for a moment before suggesting, then we should send our own contingent as well. However, this time, we should not only dispatch middle-tier personnel, but also include that group of young rascals from our family. Suiyun looked taken aback. Why would we do that? The demon beasts are vicious, and they are still too young. It could lead to unforeseen mishaps. Precisely because they are young, they must go out and gain experience. Ye Suifeng declared that a fledgling that has not weathered the storm will never soar high. Moreover, you must instruct them to abandon any airs of grandeur associated with being from a prominent family. It would be best to establish good relations with the cultivators from the border regions. Additionally, bring along ample resources. If anyone is injured, we shall provide free medical aid. Ye Suifeng's series of proposals left Suiyun utterly bewildered. What was all this about? While those regions were indeed crucial to the family, it hardly warranted such extensive measures. Creating such a stir and insisting on fostering relationships while offering free medical care. Brother, although we have gained wealth, we cannot squander it so recklessly. Observing Suiyun's bewildered expression, Ye Suifeng waved dismissively. Suiyun, let me ask you, what is the most vital aspect for a great power? Wealth, Suiyun answered without hesitation. Yes, wealth is important, but if one seeks to expand their influence, talent is what is most lacking. Thus, for this reinforcement, we must not only exert ourselves but also establish good relationships with them. This way, our future expansion will proceed more smoothly. Do you understand? Ye Suifeng's intentions were to plan for the future. Having no wealth is utterly untenable, but wealth alone is not omnipotent. Indeed, with Ye Suifeng's strength and resources, he could easily annihilate the Li and Tang families and gather a multitude of talented individuals. But what would come next? Excluding Ye Suifeng himself, the Yi family would be significantly weakened, akin to an infant in swaddling clothes, utterly incapable of action. The Yi family was a family, after all, and a family is a complex collective. If Ye Suifeng were to single-handedly protect the entire family, it would spell doom for the Yi family. He needed to establish a genuine great power. I have encountered several young cultivators from the border regions whose potential rivals that of some family members among us. Therefore, do not regard them with disdain. They merely lack resources. Ye Suifeng asserted. By the way, what is the current cultivation level of those following who and the others? Suiyun replied, we are all at the golden core stage. It has been many years since we reached this point. After becoming responsible for the family's affairs, we have had little time to advance our cultivation, and our talents are rather mediocre. Ye Suifeng shook his head. I told you some days ago that the entire family needs to cultivate together. This does not solely apply to the youth. From now on, you must also intensify your training. My ambitions do not rest only within the confines of this small Yunxiao city. Suiyun nodded gravely. If he could make further advancements in his cultivation, who would wish to lead a life of mediocrity? The conversation in the study came to a close. Ye Suifeng's directives were swiftly disseminated and implemented. Within a day's time, the Yi family mobilized nearly all its members, equipped with substantial resources, setting off to support the borders. This development astonished the other two prominent families in Yunxiao City. They've truly lost their minds. Someone exclaimed. The new head of the Yi family is truly a revelation. If he doesn't receive the Yunxiao City Sage Award, it would be a disservice to his efforts. Others scoffed at the Yi family's actions, deeming Ye Suifeng's actions as the result of an overly compassionate heart, leading to foolish decisions. However, such gossip could not hinder the execution of the Yi family's plans. They held absolute loyalty to their head. Meanwhile, Ye Suifeng had returned to the courtyard to prepare body-refining elixirs for Yi Huang. The final bolt of lightning from the 99 heavenly tribulation possessed immense power, containing forces of destruction and rebirth. Utilizing it on Yi Huang, who was still at the qi refinement stage, would not only be wasteful but also pose a grave risk to her physical form. Even the slightest contact could lead to her immediate demise. It required moderation. Ye Suifeng extracted a drop of tribulation liquid and performed incantations, gradually tempering the violent lightning until it became gentle, ultimately leaving behind a sphere of pure energy. After taking out the prepared materials, Ye Suifeng conjured a medicinal furnace and placed all the ingredients within. A short while later, the materials had transformed into a golden liquid. We can commence the body refining now, Ye Suifeng nodded. Suddenly, his door was flung open with great force. A figure burst in, exclaiming, Father, why am I not on the list of those going out for training? Chapter 13. Body refinement. All my brothers and sisters have set off. Why not me? I also wish to contribute to the family's development. I refuse to accept this. At that moment, Yi Huang resembled a furious little lion, unleashing her wrath within the room. Ye Suifeng found amusement in her demeanor. It was the first time he had seen her in such a state. The young girl had finally mustered the courage to assert her rights. This was a positive development. However, there were still lessons to impart. Ye Suifeng regarded her coolly, adopting a serious tone. So, you wish to go to the border? Indeed. Yi Huang affirmed resolutely. Then let me ask you, do you know what cultivation level Yi Long currently possesses? Yi Huang hesitated. He is at the 3rd level of qi transformation, but... And what about Yi Qian and Yi Qian's cultivation levels? They are at the peak of qi refinement. Very well, and what is the cultivation level of your second uncle's 2 siblings? What about your fourth uncle's brothers and the two sisters from your fifth uncle's family? Ye Huang fell silent. Among her direct relatives of the same age, the lowest cultivation level was at the 10th level of qi refinement, while her cousin Yilong and a cousin from her fifth uncle's family had even reached the qi transformation stage. She was, indeed, the weakest. You, at the 7th level of qi refinement, would be of little use at the border, aside from courting death and bringing shame to my name, Ye Suifeng bluntly criticized. Ye Huang lowered her head, her hands twisting her clothing, biting her lip in silence. Strength was her greatest source of pain. As the daughter of the head of the family, the eldest scion, she found herself lacking in strength compared to some of her collateral relatives. Although no one had ever voiced it directly, it weighed heavily on her heart. Ye Suifeng gazed at his daughter. His words were harsh and hurtful, and he had anticipated that they would reduce the girl to tears. To his surprise, she bore the brunt of his remarks with resilience. It appeared her emotional fortitude was commendable. Thus, you should remain at home and diligently cultivate your skills. When you are no longer weaker than them, then you may consider contributing to the family, Ye Suifeng declared with a huff. Ye Huang bit her lip, clearly affected by his words. Yet, she suddenly lifted her head and murmured, "But if I stay at home, wouldn't that also bring shame upon you?" Ye Suifeng was momentarily taken aback. So, that was her concern. With all the other descendants dispatched, his daughter remained behind. She must have been worried about potential discontent among their kin regarding such favoritism. The girl's thoughts were indeed intricate. After a brief silence, Ye Suifeng sighed softly and gestured for Ye Huang to come closer. "Little Huang, I understand your feelings. However, remember that nothing worthwhile comes easily. If you genuinely wish to bring honor to our name and contribute to the family, focusing on your cultivation and enhancing your strength is paramount," he advised. Ye Huang nodded, though it was evident that a sense of defiance lingered within her. Shaking his head, Ye Suifeng continued, "I promise you this. If you can master the sword technique I taught you to a minor level of proficiency, I shall allow you to venture to the borders and train alongside your siblings." Upon hearing this, Ye Huang's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? You mustn't be deceiving me," she exclaimed. Ye Suifeng chuckled. "Of course not. The 9 styles of godslaying. If you can cultivate it to a minor completion, then there will be no barriers to your journey. At that point, your combat prowess will surpass all the younger generation of the Yi family. With your full strength, even Yi Long would be unable to withstand you." "But what if they return before I have completed my training?" Ye Huang queried, a hint of doubt in her voice. "They won't," Ye Suifeng replied. "This training expedition will require at least 4 months. Do you not have faith in your ability to master it within that time?" "I do," Ye Huang declared, her excitement palpable. Under Ye Suifeng's guidance, she had already grasped some of the fundamental principles. Perhaps in less than 2 months, she would successfully master the sword technique. The thought of fighting alongside her siblings thrilled her. "I shall begin at once," Ye Huang declared, ready to dive into her training. "Wait a moment," Ye Suifeng interjected, blocking her path with a resigned expression. "Do not be so hasty. First, you must undergo body tempering. Your current physique cannot withstand the power of the 9 styles of godslaying." Moments later, a large tub appeared in Ye Suifeng's room. Any knowledgeable observer would be astonished, for this unassuming water vessel was crafted from source stone, a material of mid-grade mystic quality, highly prized for array formations, with even a small piece fetching tens of thousands of spirit stones. This enormous tub would have cost at least 100 million. "Step inside," Ye Suifeng instructed. Ye Huang obediently shed her clothes and entered the tub. A deep crimson liquid nearly overflowed, and she was immediately engulfed by an intense burning sensation, accompanied by a massive influx of energy from all directions. Her brows furrowed. She was familiar with the body-tempering liquid, an exquisite spiritual liquid concocted from various spiritual herbs. Generally, the higher the grade of the tempering liquid, the greater the energy contained within. She quickly closed her eyes, circulating her cultivation technique to absorb the surrounding tempering energy. Such a precious substance must have cost her father a fortune. She could not afford to waste it. Smack! Ye Suifeng delivered a sharp slap to her nape. "What are you doing?" Ye Huang rubbed her head in confusion. "Absorbing the tempering liquid, of course. I haven't even released the tempering liquid yet. Are you trying to absorb air?" Ye Huang was bewildered, pointing at the red liquid in the tub. "Isn't that the tempering liquid?" Ye Suifeng shook his head, bemused by his daughter's naivety. That's merely some auxiliary medicine to facilitate the absorption of the tempering liquid. What are you thinking? He then produced a vial of golden liquid. Listen, this tempering liquid's energy may be somewhat overwhelming for you. From now on, you must keep your mind focused, channeling the Kanglin technique. No matter what changes occur in the outside world, you must not lose your concentration. Do you understand? Yi Huang nodded earnestly, though her mind was still racing with curiosity about the true potency of the actual tempering liquid. All right, close your eyes and maintain your focus, Ye Suifeng instructed, then uncapped the vial of tempering liquid. Suddenly, a golden dragon surged forth from the vial, soaring through the air. Go! Ye Suifeng commanded, and the golden dragon spiraled before diving into the tub. Instantly, the spiritual liquid began to whirl rapidly, forming a vortex around Yi Huang, with golden light darting within. Channel your energy, Ye Suifeng shouted, and Yi Huang hastily activated the Kanglin technique. In that moment, the golden dragon seemed to sense an extraordinary aura. Darting into her body, Yi Huang let out a muffled grunt as a torrent of wild energy erupted within her, nearly disrupting her technique. Yet, she gritted her teeth and held on. Ye Suifeng nodded approvingly, shifting his hand gestures as the golden dragon re-emerged, though its radiant glow had dimmed slightly. Now, this is the easy part. Once Yi Huang has fully absorbed the energy from before, the golden dragon will enter her body once more. And this will continue in succession. An hour passed, and the golden dragon had transformed into a mere shadow, while the liquid in the tub had nearly turned transparent. It all disappeared. Yi Huang suddenly opened her eyes, a flicker of flame igniting within them. How do you feel? Ye Suifeng inquired after the body tempering was complete. Yi Huang's eyes were still glazed, as if she had yet to fully return to reality. I feel invincible, she proclaimed, delivering a powerful punch to the tub, sending a splash of water that drenched Ye Suifeng. Oh, my apologies. Yi Huang stifled a giggle. Wiping the water from his face, Ye Suifeng remarked, come out now. His daughter was increasingly resembling a spirited young girl. Once she had composed herself, Ye Suifeng thoroughly examined the effects of her body tempering and found them to be even better than he had anticipated. Both her strength and physical resilience had seen a remarkable increase, more than triple what it had been prior. Furthermore, the energy from the tempering liquid had not yet been completely absorbed by Yi Huang. A significant portion remained within her limbs, gradually nourishing her body as she continued her training. Once that energy was fully expended, they could consider a second round of body tempering. There was no choice. Yi Huang's physical constitution was rather poor, and he dared not administer a potent remedy, opting instead for a gradual approach. Take some time to familiarize yourself with your newfound strength, Ye Suifeng advised. Yi Huang nodded enthusiastically and dashed out of the room. Soon, the courtyard echoed with the sounds of swift sword strikes. Ye Suifeng approached the desk by the window, admiring his daughter's swordplay while simultaneously delving into a thick stack of books, various cultivation techniques, alchemy and weaponry manuals, as well as introductions to this continent. It was time to gain a clearer understanding of this world. 1,000 miles beyond Yunshao City lay a vast plain, at the center of which rose an enormous city, towering between heaven and earth. Its scale was several times that of Yunshao City, adorned with lofty towers and opulent structures. The city walls soared dozens of meters high, their dark red hue indicating they were forged from unique materials. At the city gate, a line of people stretched hundreds of meters long, orderly entering the city. Above the entrance, two bold characters loomed, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. Sioux City. Ji Yuanxin sat inside a carriage, leisurely entering the city gates. She lifted the carriage curtain to observe the bustling scene outside, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over her. Ever since she had been assigned to Yunshao City, she had only returned once 3 years prior, and on that occasion, her dismal performance had led to harsh ridicule from her peers. Since then, she had not returned to Sioux City for the annual guild master meeting, opting instead to send her deputy as her representative. The sting of that humiliation was difficult to bear. However, this time would be different. She glanced at the pile of storage bags within the carriage. Today, she intended to erase the shame of the past 4 years. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed as a servant lifted the carriage curtain and inquired, "Guild master, should we freshen up before reporting to the main guild?" Gu Wanxin raised her head. This middle-aged man was none other than her deputy, Imo Chiu, a consummate practitioner at the peak of the Golden Core stage. In fact, all of the servants in their entourage, including the coachman, were skilled members of the Wanbao Guild, with strength all at the Golden Core stage. She had taken such precautions because the wealth they were transporting was simply too vast. Caution was essential, and no need. We will head directly to the main guild, Gu Wanxin replied. Anxiously traversing the route, they finally arrived safely at Su City. She was determined not to let anything go awry at this critical juncture. Within Yunxiao City, being at the Golden Core stage was considered top tier, but in Su City, it merely represented a high-level power. After about half an hour, the carriage halted before a towering guild building. The structure stood 9 stories high, suffused with the aura of array formations. Standing at its base, one could hardly discern the view from the top. Ji Wanxin disembarked from the carriage, inhaling deeply. Bring the items. We shall enter. Moments later, Gu Wanxin entered a spacious room. At the front sat a middle-aged man exuding authority, poring over a ledger with meticulous attention. To one side, a young man with striking features leisurely sipped tea. Greetings, Lord Luo, Gu Wanxin addressed respectfully. The middle-aged man was none other than the head of the Wanbao Guild in Su City, Luo Qing. Within the guild, he held a specialized title, Master Envoy. The Wanbao Guild was extensive, with branches across the continent, and within it, there were distinct position classifications: Steward, Master Envoy, Deputy Envoy, and Guildmaster, among others. Strictly speaking, the Guildmasters held the lowest status among the senior positions. This Master Envoy, Luo Qing, managed over a dozen cities, including Yunxiao City. Luo Qing looked up from his ledger. Guildmaster Gu, it has been several years since we last met. Ji Wanxin clasped her hands respectfully. I have been quite occupied with my duties. I hope you can forgive me, Lord Luo. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from the side. If you didn't have the face to come, just say so. What business could you possibly have in that impoverished backwater of Yunxiao City? The young man, casually crossing his legs, scrutinized Gu Wanxin with a gleam of mockery in his eyes. Ji Wanxin's expression darkened. This young man was none other than Song Shuang, the one who had humiliated her most cruelly back in the day. This does not concern you, Guildmaster Song, Gu Wanxin retorted. Song Shuang laughed lightly. Wanxin, I suspect you will soon be addressing me as Deputy Envoy Song. Ji Wanxin remained silent, glancing at Luo Qing. Luo Qing chuckled. Indeed, Song Shuang has brought significant profits to the Wanbao Guild in recent years. I intend to promote him to Deputy Envoy. He will take my place in managing Yunxiao City. Ji Wanxin's eyes widened in disbelief. You cannot be serious. To place Song Shuang in charge of Yunxiao City. They had a long-standing feud. If that were to happen, her days would be far from pleasant. Master Envoy Luo, this is highly inappropriate, Gu Wanxin urged, her voice tinged with urgency. Luo Qing toyed with a bead in his hand, his demeanor nonchalant. Are you questioning my judgment? Gu Wanxin hesitated, then quickly replied, No. The Wanbao Guild has always valued merit. How could I dare question your choice? I merely believe that Yunxiao City is capable of independent governance and does not need a deputy envoy. Absurd. Song Shuang scoffed. You, Gu Wanxin, have not returned to the main guild for 3 years, and your annual profits have been pathetically meager, barely surpassing those of a second-rate city. On what grounds do you claim independence? Gu Wanxin was about to retort when Luo Qing interrupted. Guildmaster Gu, while Yunxiao City may not be prosperous, it remains a small main city. Your performance in recent years has been lacking. In contrast, Guildmaster Song's Huangye City generates nearly 10 billion spirit stones in profit annually. Having him manage Yunxiao City would also offer you a valuable learning opportunity. Ji Wanxin's heart sank further. It was clear that these two had reached some sort of agreement. While it was true that her recent performance had been subpar, it was well known that it was due to geographical constraints. Yunxiao City was inherently not affluent. Barring unforeseen circumstances, its annual income was limited, and no amount of effort could change that. In contrast, Huangye City was a major city, second only to Su City, surrounded by numerous prominent families and sects engaged in fierce competition. With such competition came a substantial demand for resources. Truth be told, she could achieve the same profits if she were there. Now, with Luo Qing comparing Yunxiao City to Huangye City, she could not believe that there was no ulterior motive at play. After all, if Luo Qing were not self-serving, why would he have allowed Song Shuang to become the head of the Wanbao Guild in Huangye City? They were clearly targeting her this time. Nonetheless, Gu Wanxin refused to back down easily. If I truly fall short compared to Song Shuang, I will have no objections to your arrangement. However, Gu Wanxin gestured to Mo Chiu. who understood her cue and presented a storage bag along with a jade slip. Recently, I sold goods worth a total of 1,438 billion spirit stones, netting a profit of 192 billion spirit stones, Gu Wanxin declared with conviction. The two across from her were momentarily stunned. Luo Qing frowned slightly, picking up the jade slip to examine it, then scrutinizing the storage bag filled with spirit stones, his expression growing increasingly serious. "This is impossible," Song Shuang exclaimed, rising abruptly. 1,400 billion. "You must have sold half of the Wanbao Guild's inventory." With a smirk, Gu Wanxin replied, "Not half, Deputy Envoy Song. I sold every treasure of mystic grade and above, including 5 of our most prized possessions. Do not assume that all branches are as affluent as your Huangyas city." "You?" Song Shuang's face flushed with anger. "Silence," Luo Qing commanded, halting the escalating confrontation. His brow was furrowed. Even he struggled to believe that Gu Wanxin could sell such an enormous volume of goods. Yet, with the spirit stones before them and the detailed accounts, he had no choice but to accept this reality. "Guildmaster Gu, could you share how you accomplished this?" Luo Qing inquired with a friendly demeanor. Ji Yuanxin's heart raced with caution as she responded. "Master Envoy Luo, the Wanbao Guild has no such regulations. If word gets out that Yunxiao City harbors a wealthy patron like Ye Suifeng, it won't be long before I am replaced without explanation." However, she underestimated the greed of men. Luo Qing remained silent for a moment before a smile slowly spread across his face. "Guildmaster Gu, you have indeed made a significant contribution to the Wanbao Guild this time. I will report your achievements truthfully to the higher-ups." However, the arrangement for Song Shuang to become deputy envoy had already been decided. Henceforth, she would be under his command. Ji Yuanxin's expression darkened completely. She never expected that despite presenting her accomplishments, she would still be manipulated by them. A surge of anger welled up within her. "This is unfair," she shouted. Luo Qing's gaze was calm and composed. To maximize benefits, abundant resources must be managed by someone with greater experience. "Jiu Zhu Master, refrain from throwing childish tantrums. You are infringing upon my rights, Gu Wanxin." Luo Qing spoke in a deep voice. "Considering your past merits, I have allowed you to remain thus far. Should you dare to question my authority again, you may as well choose another city to hone your skills properly." Faced with this blatant threat, Gu Wanxin gritted her teeth. Yet she truly had no superior alternatives. "I will report this matter truthfully," Gu Wanxin declared. "Heh, do as you wish," Luo Qing replied. Unfazed, Gu Wanxin said nothing more and turned to leave. After her departure, Song Shuang approached Luo Qing and whispered, "Uncle, what if she really reports this? Shall we?" A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Luo Qing shot him a glance. "How many times must I say it? Not every problem can be solved through violence. Ji Yuanxin is, after all, a leader in her own right. If anything were to happen to her, the higher-ups would certainly investigate, leading to even greater complications." Song Shuang bowed his head in acknowledgement of his fault. "For now, focus on your duties as deputy envoy. With me around, she won't be able to stir up any trouble." Luo Qing huffed. To the higher-ups, "Over 100 billion is hardly a significant sum. A person without any background is merely our plaything. This time, when you accompany her to Yunxiao City and take over the branch there, be sure to ascertain how she managed to sell so many items in such a short span. Then, seize control." Chapter 15. The inability to spend money. What use are you? It has been a month since Ye Suifeng arrived in this world. During this time, he has gained a preliminary understanding of the situation on this continent, as well as the overall cultivation methods. This is an immensely vast land, spanning countless miles. Even a common cultivator would find it impossible to traverse the entire continent in a lifetime. The location of Yunxiao City lies in the central northern region of the continent, somewhat further north. This area is governed by a superorganization known as the Jiuqing Alliance. Su City is one of the 9 cities in the alliance, overseeing 5 main cities, including Yunxiao City, along with numerous secondary towns. Every 3 years, Yunxiao City must pay a hefty tribute of resources to Su City in exchange for protection. In essence, it is a protection fee. Without these tribute payments, other towns would ruthlessly attack Yunxiao City, and even Su City might intervene out of boredom. In such a scenario, Yunxiao City would face immediate annihilation. It is reasonable within the organization. One must contribute to enjoy the conveniences afforded by the rules. Ye Suifeng holds no objections to this protection fee. In fact, he prefers order and regulation, as it adds interest. Otherwise, it would devolve into a bloody survival of the fittest, reminiscent of primitive times, devoid of any semblance of civilization. As for the cultivation system in this world, it aligns closely with his expectations. There are 12 levels of chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, out-of-body, divine transformation, integration, and tribulation, all consisting of 9 tiers. The tribulation stage represents the pinnacle of power in this world. However, there are rumors of certain monstrous entities that have evaded heavenly tribulations, concealing their strength beyond the tribulation stage while manipulating the world from behind the scenes. Such tales circulate among the populace. Yet Ye Suifeng knows they hold truth. Firstly, he himself is one of those anomalies. Secondly, during the last tribulation, the immense divine consciousness emanating from the northern snowfields clearly surpassed the tribulation stage. A day will come when he encounters it. Ye Suifeng is in no rush. His current goal is to develop the entire Ye family into a top-tier force within the continent. Today marks another family meeting. Ye Suifeng and several family heads sit in the conference hall, discussing the family's situation over the past month. The beast tide in the northern border has been severe, and many of our resource sites have come under attack. However, with significant investment of manpower and resources, the situation has eased considerably. Our shops have managed to stabilize for now, and we can begin to consider expansion. With the influx of resources, many young members of the family have advanced in their cultivation. Our achievements this month nearly match those of the previous 3 months. Ye Suifeng's family members excitedly discuss their fortunes. As with the 1 billion spirit stones he provided, they have enjoyed an exceedingly comfortable month. If one were to describe it in 4 words, it would be on the rise. After their discussions, Sui Yun presented this month's ledger to Ye Suifeng. Elder brother, due to our extensive resource investment, this month's expenses have also skyrocketed. Please take a look, he said somewhat apologetically, and no need to worry. Money is meant to be spent. Ye Suifeng took the ledger and perused it carefully. Immediately, a surge of anger welled up within him. He tossed the ledger onto the table and glared at Sui Yun. Last month, you spent 15 billion spirit stones? The room fell silent in an instant. Sui Yun, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, replied, Elder brother, this is my first time managing such a large sum of spirit stones, so there were some minor miscalculations in planning. But rest assured, I will allocate the resources meticulously going forward. Next month's expenses will definitely be kept within 10 billion. Indeed, Elder brother, Sui Hu chimed in, we purchased an excessive amount of resources this month. Even with increased welfare, we have only utilized a fraction of it. Things will surely improve moving forward. The other two nodded in agreement, assuring that future expenditures would not reach such heights. Ye Suifeng sighed deeply at their responses. He understood that they had clearly misunderstood his concerns. It was not that he felt they were spending too much. Rather, he believed they were spending too little. Given 1 billion spirit stones, they had only managed to spend 15 billion. He glanced at the 20-digit sum of low-grade spirit stones in his wallet, noting that even the spare change amounted to over 800 million billion. How long would it take to exhaust just the spare change? What a bunch of fools! Ye Suifeng rapped his fingers on the table. Sui Yun, let me ask you, how long do you think the 1 billion spirit stones I provided you is meant to last? Sui Yun blinked. Isn't it for a year? Of course not. Ye Suifeng slammed his palm onto the table. I gave you 1 billion to be spent within a month, and yet you only managed to spend 15 billion. What on earth are you doing? Faced with the patriarch's fury, the family heads were left dumbfounded. Did I hear incorrectly? That was merely meant for 1 month's budget? Sui Yun was even more bewildered, having never before been scolded for spending too little. Elder brother, are you serious? Ye Suifeng glared. Do I look like I'm joking? They exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Why, elder brother, you are truly extravagantly wealthy. Only Sui Yun wore a pained expression, quietly muttering. Elder brother, spending so much in a month is quite a challenging task. What makes it so challenging? Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. Sui Yun replied, the resources provided to the family are limited. We are essentially saturated at this point, and anything beyond that serves little purpose. He felt exceedingly awkward, unable to believe he was genuinely fretting over spending too much money. Ye Suifeng shook his head. You are constrained by your own limitations and have yet to break free from your previous mindset. Let me ask you, are the younger generation the only ones in the family who require resources? What about the family officials? What about you all? What about the elders? Don't they need to cultivate? The higher one's cultivation, the greater the demand for resources. Don't tell me you can't manage to spend 1 billion. Even those instructors and offerings can provide compensation to encourage them to work more diligently. If all else fails, we could absorb those talents from the common folk. They lack nothing but resources. Really, if you can't even spend money, what use do I have for you in managing finances? In the face of Ye Suifeng's reprimand, Sui Yun instinctively shrank his head. Indeed, he had not considered such matters, as he had never approached things this way before. Previous funds were used with extreme caution, where they would rather stretch a single spirit stone than waste it. How could they be so generous now? Even if I truly don't know how to allocate, surely buying more would suffice. The Wanbao Pavilion is right there, filled with treasures. That 1 billion wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps, Ye Suifeng stated. Sui Yun scratched his head. Elder brother, have you forgotten? The Wanbao Pavilion was already cleared out by you last time. Ye Suifeng frowned slightly. Haven't they restocked? It's been a month, and they still haven't replenished their goods. Their efficiency is quite lacking, no? Sui Yun replied. Perhaps they are encountering this for the first time and need time to prepare. All right then, Ye Suifeng said, let's not dwell on that for now. I will check on the situation later. By the way, isn't the younger generation returning from the border soon? Ye Suifeng inquired. Sui Hu nodded. Yes, they return once a month to collect cultivation resources before setting off again until the beast tide is completely quelled. Ye Suifeng remarked, that's perfect. You can adjust resources based on their accomplishments upon their return. Those who make outstanding contributions must be well rewarded. Furthermore, the numerous techniques and spiritual artifacts I brought back from the Wanbao Pavilion should be made available without reservation. What good is it to have good techniques sitting idle at home collecting dust? Also, encourage them to actively engage with talented individuals from the common folk. It would be best to recruit them under our banner to bolster the family's strength. A series of commands were issued, and the family heads hurriedly took note. Finally, Ye Suifeng tossed another storage bag filled with spirit stones onto the table. This is 1 billion, and with the remaining spirit stones from last month. If you still can't spend it all, I will find someone more adept at this to manage the family's finances. With that, Ye Suifeng stood and departed, leaving Sui Yun staring at the 2 large bags of gleaming spirit stones. Feeling overwhelmed. Chapter 16. Reaching an agreement, Song Shuang had been in Yunshao City for over 10 days in order to uncover the identity of that mysterious wealthy individual. He had visited many influential figures within the city, including the heads of the Tang and Li families. Both families possessed considerable economic power, particularly the Tang family, which had established a stronghold in Yunshao City for many years, amassing immense wealth. However, based on his assessment, neither family was the mysterious patron. The Li family was somewhat lacking in financial capacity, unable to produce such a substantial amount of spirit stones for resource purchases. As for the Tang family, they lacked any compelling reason to do so. His investigation had reached an impasse. Deputy Envoy, why not visit the Yi family? A middle-aged man suggested to Song Shuang. Song Shuang frowned, contemplating for a moment before ultimately shaking his head. No need. According to our intel, the Yi family has only recently developed over the past century. They have risen to prominence among the 3 major families due to their unity and tenacity, but their foundation is rather shallow. It is absolutely impossible for them to be the source. Moreover, from my discussions with the Li and Tang families, they harbor disdain for the Yi family, claiming that the new head of the Yi family is nothing but a fool. We have no need to waste our time there. The middle-aged man nodded, not questioning Song Shuang's judgment. They understood that for any faction, a solid foundation is a crucial criterion. Throughout history, many illustrious families and sects have risen to glory, yet only those that endure are truly powerful entities. Then we can only focus on Gu Wanxin, the middle-aged man suggested. Song Shuang nodded and snorted. That accursed woman is far too guarded. Since her return from Su City, she has taken no actions whatsoever. Even the replenished goods have only seen a small fraction put on the shelves, clearly indicating her attempts to conceal her sources from us. The middle-aged man frowned. Deputy Envoy, Gu Wanxin is merely a pavilion master. Can't we take more aggressive measures? Her actions have already impacted the normal operations of Wanbao Pavilion. Song Shuang shot him a glance and replied, of course not. While I may be the deputy envoy, the person in charge of this branch is still Gu Wanxian, and no matter her actions, I cannot intervene directly. I can only report and await higher authorities to handle it. Wanbao Pavilion has strict rules, and provocation is intolerable. This is also to protect those without power. Forget it, Song Shuang sighed. Keep a close watch on Gu Wanxin. I refuse to believe she can conceal everything indefinitely. If new goods are not on the shelves for a month, I will have my own methods to deal with her. Just then, the doors swung open, and a guard rushed in, breathless. Deputy Envoy, it's bad. Gu Wanxin has suddenly vanished. At the Drunken Dream Tower, the most luxurious tavern in Yunxiao City, Ye Suifeng sat opposite Gu Wanxin in a private room on the top floor. Jiu Pavilion Master. Why hold this transaction here? Ye Suifeng inquired. After yesterday's meeting, he had come to Wanbao Pavilion today to question Gu Wanxin about the lack of new stock. However, before he could disembark from his carriage, Gu Wanxin's maid had approached him, stating that Gu Wanxin was at the Drunken Dream Tower, and led him there. Gu Wanxin smiled. As the most esteemed guest of Wanbao Pavilion, it is only natural that I treat you well. With that, she clapped her hands, and a bevy of graceful maids entered, bearing the finest food and drink the Drunken Dream Tower had to offer, filling the table to the brim. Ye Suifeng regarded Gu Wanxin, sensing that matters were not as simple as she portrayed. There must be some ulterior motive. Yet he was uninterested. He was merely there to make a purchase. Thank you for your hospitality, Pavilion Master. However, I am here solely to inquire whether there are any new treasures available at Wanbao Pavilion. Ye Suifeng stated directly. The head of the Yi family remains as forthright as ever, Gu Wanxin said with a smile, then produced a jade slip from her bosom and handed it to Ye Suifeng. I have brought back the new merchandise. Please take a look. Ye Suifeng accepted the jade slip and skimmed through it. The items listed were mostly similar to those he had purchased last time, with the majority being of mid-grade Xian level or below, while there were only a mere 4 treasures of earth grade or higher. This was even fewer than last time, leaving Ye Suifeng feeling somewhat disappointed. Is this all there is? He asked. Sensing Ye Suifeng's dissatisfaction, Gu Wanxin replied, Please forgive me, Ye family master. The supply of goods at the branch is determined by the main pavilion. Although you were quite generous last time and purchased nearly all the available stock, the main pavilion is unaware of your subsequent purchasing capabilities, hence they were cautious in releasing too many items. Ye Suifeng was left speechless. This was overly prudent. All right, please provide an estimate, Ye Suifeng said. You truly are straightforward, Gu Wanxin beamed. The total value of this batch of goods is approximately 1,200 billion spirit stones, but as you are Wanxin's most esteemed guest, I am offering you a 10% discount. Therefore, the total comes to 180 billion spirit stones. A 10% discount directly reduced the price by 120 billion spirit stones. A considerable gesture of goodwill. Ye Suifeng nodded, not rejecting this offer. Please bring the storage bag. Ye Suifeng extended his hand. Gu Wanxin's smile widened, as she quickly produced a large storage bag that could hold up to 2,000 billion spirit stones when filled. Soon, the two completed the transaction smoothly. Ye family master, would you like to experience the specialties of the Drunken Dream Tower? Gu Wanxin shot Ye Suifeng a knowing glance. No need. Ye Suifeng replied, not inclined toward such indulgences. I have but one request. Please do tell. Gu Wanxin sat up straight. Ye Suifeng stated, in the future, please expedite the restocking of goods as much as possible. Once they arrive, bring them directly to the Yi family. Do not make me come here personally again. Additionally, I want a larger proportion of rare materials. I will take as many as you have. Moreover, I require treasures of at least the earth grade and above. Inform that group in the main pavilion that I possess an abundance of spirit stones, so there is no need for concern regarding my ability to purchase. Ye Wanxin nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, I shall return to the main pavilion today, and within a maximum of half a month, I will bring back the necessary resources. As for heavenly materials and earthly treasures, there is no issue. However, for treasures above the earth grade, I can only strive to acquire them on your behalf, as such items are beyond my authority to command. Ye Suifeng nodded. Very well, I shall await your good news. With that, Ye Suifeng rose to depart, though he casually took a roasted duck on his way out, much to Gu Wanxin's astonishment. After a while, the door to the private room was abruptly pushed open from the outside. Gu Wanxin, what are you doing here? Song Shuang entered with a scowl. Gu Wanxin crossed her legs with a light chuckle. Deputy Envoy Song, aren't you being a tad too nosy? Must I report even my basic needs to you? You? Song Shuang felt a surge of anger, yet he found himself unable to take any action against Gu Wanxin. Humph. I'm merely here to remind you that, as the pavilion master, you should be diligent and not squander your days idly. Neglecting to display the goods, if this continues, I shall certainly report to Envoy Luo. Gu Wanxin took a sip of fine wine and stood up. Then, There is no need for your concern, Deputy Envoy. Coincidentally, I also need to return to the main pavilion today. Would you care to join me? Song Shuang immediately furrowed his brow. What do you intend to do at the main pavilion? Gu Wanqing giggled. Why, to replenish our stock, of course. The items I brought last time have all been sold, totaling over 1 trillion spirit stones. In the span of a month, I have sold goods worth over 2 trillion. Surely Envoy Luo's attendants would be interested in this. Yu Wanqing leaned closer to Song Shuang, smiling brightly. By the way, given the substantial amount of spirit stones this time, and considering Su Cheng's distant journey, I hope Deputy Envoy will fulfill his duties and dispatch guards to accompany me to Su City. Hee, I would be immensely grateful with that. Gu Wanqing left the private room. Song Shuang stood there, his expression dark as thunder. How did that wretch manage to attract such wealthy clients? He kicked the chair beneath him in frustration. Chapter 17. The return from trials. The Ye family, a slender figure, accompanied by a gleam of sword light, twirled gracefully in the AI at times light as a swallow, at others fierce as an eagle. She darted and maneuvered with agility. Ha! With a soft shout, she slashed towards the black measuring stone before her. Instantly, a colossal wave of sword energy coalesced in the air, swiftly striking the measuring stone. Boom! The remarkably resilient measuring stone was immediately marred with fine cracks, which soon shattered it into rubble. Not bad. Not bad. Ye Suifeng stood beside her, nodding in satisfaction. Father! Yi Huang exclaimed upon seeing Ye Suifeng, rushing over in a flurry. Her cheeks were flushed, breathless, sweat dampening her hair and sticking it to her face. Yet her spirit was at its zenith. I have mastered the 9 styles of godslaying. Yi Huang said slowly, suppressing her inner excitement. Ye Suifeng affectionately ruffled her hair. He had witnessed his daughter's hard work and growth. He had promised her that if she could achieve a minor success in the 9 styles of godslaying, she would be allowed to accompany the clan's youths to the border for training. Since then, Yi Huang had embarked on a relentless journey of cultivation. Aside from eating and sleeping, she had immersed herself entirely in her training. Coupled with the aid of the Tranquility Stone, she had successfully brought the 9 styles of godslaying to a minor success in just a month. Moreover, she had also broken through 2 levels in her cultivation, reaching the 9th level of Qi refining, nearly matching the standards of the clan's most promising youths. Truly, her progress was astonishing. Father, may I? Yi Huang looked at Ye Suifeng with eager anticipation. Yi Long and the others will return tomorrow. You may accompany him this time. Ye Suifeng understood precisely what his daughter was thinking. Father, I love you. Yi Huang exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with delight. Her diligent efforts were all in anticipation of Ye Suifeng's approval. Now, everything was worth it. Look how happy you are. Ye Suifeng shook his head. Come here, let me check your body refinement progress. He placed his hand atop Yi Huang's head, his consciousness sweeping over her. During the last body refinement, most of the energy had lain dormant within Yi Huang's body, gradually nourishing her as she cultivated. A month had passed, and she had absorbed nearly all of that energy. Her strength and physical prowess had improved almost tenfold compared to a month ago. Moreover, Ye Suifeng was astonished to find that Yi Huang's cultivation talent had seen a slight enhancement as well. It appeared that the transformative power of the Thunder Tribulation had indeed played a role. Go rest for a while. Tonight I will conduct your second body refinement, and then you may unleash your exuberance as you wish. Ye Suifeng said. Thank you, Father. Yi Huang replied, beaming with joy. In the evening, Ye Suifeng performed her second body refinement. This time, the process was somewhat gentler than before. Having realized that the body refinement liquid had the effect of enhancing talent, Ye Suifeng adjusted the formula, choosing to focus on this aspect. The majority of the energy was concealed, to be gradually activated as Yi Huang grew, slowly unlocking her potential. This was a long-term strategy. Afterward, Ye Suifeng gifted her the protective talisman he had purchased previously. The reason he had not given it to her last time was simply that he had forgotten. The next day, the Ye family buzzed with activity. The clan's youths returned after a month of training, each brimming with vigor. They shared tales of their adventures and the remarkable experiences they had encountered along the way. Such opportunities had never arisen before. Brother, you're incredible. You took down that second-grade wolf demon with a single shot. Yi Long, Yi Qian, and Yi Qian, the 3 siblings, returned to the family together. Did you know? The name of young Master Long has already become renowned at the border, and everyone speaks of him in high regard. Yi Qian exclaimed excitedly. Yi Long, however, remained relatively indifferent, stating, "Those are merely empty titles. The true path lies in becoming stronger." Ye Qian nodded in agreement, then added, "By the way, I've heard that fellow Ye Xiaoxiao has actually broken through to the Qi transformation realm just a few days ago." Cousin from fifth uncle's family? Yilong raised an eyebrow. Fifth uncle Ye Suifeng had 2 daughters. The elder daughter, Ye Qinyao, was only a few months younger than Yilong and had nearly entered the Qi transformation realm alongside him. She was currently at the 3rd level of Qi transformation. Another prodigy of the Yi family, Ye Xiaoxiao, however, was merely 13 years old, and she had also broken through to the Qi transformation realm. These 2 sisters from fifth uncle's family truly possessed remarkable talents. Indeed, Yi Qian remarked, "She is even younger than I am, and yet she is so formidable." Furthermore, Sister Qinyao was exceptional during this training, earning the title of Fairy Qinyao. Yi Qian pouted. Yilong was both her brother and idol, and the thought of Ye Qinyao being on par with him made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. "This is a good thing." Yilong chuckled, saying, "Do not be upset by the excellence of others, nor should you feel disheartened. You have been at the peak of Qi refining for some time now. With a bit more effort, I believe you will soon break through to the Qi transformation realm." Yi Qian nodded earnestly. Moments later, she suddenly turned to Yi Qian and inquired, "Big Qian, what's wrong with you today? You haven't said a word." Yilong glanced over as well. Yi Qian appeared somewhat unusual, and after a moment of silence, he let out a faint sigh, saying, "I merely witnessed those impoverished children, and, during this training, he had finally grasped what life was like in remote areas. For some, survival was a challenge, and they struggled on the brink of death just to get by. It was a reality he found difficult to fathom. Having lived in comfort all his life. Oh dear, your saintly heart is overflowing again." Yi Qian teased. "No." Yi Qian quickly retorted, "I was contemplating that for a family, people are also a form of wealth. If we have the capability, perhaps we could take in some talented individuals and cultivate them. Given time, those individuals could become a support for the family. Pfft, you're just feeling sorry for them. It's merely a case of your saintly heart overflowing." Yi Qian rolled her eyes. "I'm truly not." "Enough." Yilong intervened to prevent their argument from escalating. He looked at Yi Qian and asked, "Is that truly how you feel?" Yi Qian confirmed, "Indeed. I believe that for any power, talent is an indispensable asset." Yilong nodded. "What you say is not incorrect. To expand one's influence, sufficient talent is essential. However, nurturing talent is an exceedingly resource-intensive endeavor, and the complexities involved are vast. You might want to consult Uncle and share your thoughts. See how he would handle it." Yi Qian nodded earnestly. "Wow, brother, you're incredible. You can even consider this aspect, unlike some people who are always overflowing with their saintly hearts." Yi Qian exclaimed in admiration. Yi Qian stared wide-eyed. "Hey, I'm addressing the same matter as Big Brother." "No, Big Brother is thoughtful, while you are just being naive." Chapter 18. The family head's golden token adopting orphans? Ye Suifeng sat in his study, gazing at his refined nephew with a hint of astonishment. T.S., not merely about adoption. Yi Qian appeared somewhat reserved as he spoke. "I wish to transform them into a future force for the family." Ye Suifeng stroked his chin, finding this nephew rather intriguing, as their thoughts aligned. "Well, that is acceptable," Ye Suifeng replied. Yi Qian was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Uncle, you agreed?" Ye Suifeng chuckled. "Yes. Why wouldn't I? This is a positive endeavor." Yi Qian was momentarily speechless. He had come prepared, fully aware that such a notion was quite unconventional in a world governed by the survival of the fittest. Wasting family resources to cultivate unrelated individuals would surely invite ridicule. Upon arriving, Yi Qian had braced himself for a scolding, yet unexpectedly, his uncle had readily agreed, so calmly and decisively that he struggled to process it. "Uncle, you truly don't oppose this?" Yi Qian still found it hard to believe. "Of course not," Ye Suifeng reaffirmed with certainty. Yi Qian took a deep breath, exclaiming, "Uncle, your support fills me with encouragement." Amidst universal opposition, Ye Suifeng's affirmation had instilled immense confidence in him. Ha. Ye Suifeng smiled. "All right, pursue it with vigor. Should you encounter any insurmountable challenges, feel free to seek me out. Adopting orphans and nurturing a force is inherently complex. While resources are a concern, the primary challenge lies in managing people's hearts. It's a delicate art." Yi Qian was still quite young, but Ye Suifeng would grant him ample space and time. "Thank you, Uncle," Yi Qian said earnestly. "I will begin to put this into action now." "Certainly." Ye Suifeng nodded. However, regardless of what you do, it's best to create a plan beforehand. Tell me, how many individuals do you intend to take in first? And how will you cultivate them? Ye Qian furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment, then replied. During this training, I encountered numerous individuals, many of whom hold potential for cultivation. I plan to first take in 3 with the best talents and highest cultivation levels. Then, we shall enter the jailing region, both to train and to secure decent returns. Once we accumulate sufficient resources, we can gradually expand our scale. Uncle, what do you think? He quickly provided his answer. Ye Suifeng privately nodded. Generally speaking, this arrangement was indeed sound, with a high margin for error. However, I find it rather ludicrous. Ye Suifeng remarked blandly. Huh? Ye Qian blinked in surprise, not expecting such a critique. Your vision is too narrow. Ye Suifeng shook his head. If you follow your plan, how long will it take to truly form a scale and benefit the family? 10 years? 20 years? I cannot wait that long. Hearing Ye Suifeng's words, Ye Qian's expression turned sour. Uncle, but if we broaden the recruitment range, my limited resources won't suffice. This is a costly endeavor. Ye Qian had only dared to propose this idea after witnessing the recent influx of resources. Expanding the scale was something he hadn't even dared to consider. Ye Suifeng, however, chuckled. You truly are a naive child. Do you think my support is merely verbal? Is it not? Ye Qian blinked. Of course not. Ye Suifeng shook his head. There is something you all are still unaware of. The family has already decided to support you in absorbing external forces into the family. Moreover, resources will be provided according to circumstances. After returning, draft a plan. List out how many spirit stones you will need and what resources you require, and it will be straightforward. Since you were the first to propose this idea, feel free to report your needs directly to me in the future. I have but one request. Pursue it with abandon. Ye Qian stumbled out of the family head's study, feeling as though he were in a daze. Outside, Ye Long and Ye Qian were waiting for him. So, did Uncle agree? Ye Long inquired. Ye Qian glanced back at him, looking somewhat lost. Seeing his expression, Ye Qian sneered. Humph, I knew Uncle would never agree to such an outrageous request. After all, it's not as though we have an excess of money. Uncle agreed. Ye Qian interrupted her, then produced a lightweight token from his pocket. The token was entirely golden, engraved with a large character for Feng. The family head's golden token. Ye Long was instantly taken aback. As direct descendants of the Ye family, they were well aware of the significance of this item. The family head's golden token has but one effect. It allows for unconditional access to family resources, be it spirit stones or martial arts techniques, anything at all. Such a token was likely only possessed by a handful of high-ranking direct family members, and now, it had been given to Ye Qian. Had the family head lost his mind? Ye Long's heart raced. Ye Qian, what exactly did you discuss with Uncle? It's nothing much, Ye Qian replied. I merely shared my thoughts with Uncle, and he expressed his support. Then, he handed me this golden token. Ye Long and Ye Qian exchanged incredulous glances, at a loss for words. This was far too rash. Was he not concerned that Ye Qian might squander the token? If that's the case, we need no longer worry about resources in the future. Ye Qian gazed at the token, her eyes nearly gleaming with excitement. For them, this represented limitless resources, yet Ye Qian tucked the token away. His expression turned serious as he declared, For me, Uncle's support is the most crucial aspect. I must ensure that this endeavor succeeds. I cannot betray Uncle's trust. I will not use this golden token for personal gain. With that, he strode away with resolute steps. One could only hope that the boy would not be so rigid and would utilize the token wisely to enhance himself. In the room, Ye Suifeng shook his head to himself. Today's conversation with Ye Qian had revealed a concern. The younger generation within the family was indeed impressive, yet they shared one flaw. They were too rigid. Alas, it seemed necessary to intensify policy measures. Chapter 19. Contribution points. What is the dream of a cultivator? A suitable cultivation method tailored to oneself, an exquisite spiritual artifact, and ample resources for training. These are the very foundations upon which most conflicts and strife arise. Indeed, many individuals have even sacrificed their lives in pursuit of these necessities. Thus, from a certain perspective, one could assert that the majority of cultivators are impoverished. The Ye family, in days gone by, epitomized such poverty, lacking in cultivation resources, constrained by a singular and inferior methodology, and daring not to aspire for artifacts of a grade above the Shen level. This dire state of affairs severely curtailed the innate talents of individuals and imposed limitations on their potential prowess. Ye Suifeng's vision was straightforward: to obliterate these restrictions, allowing every member of the Ye family to fully harness their talents within a resource-rich environment. Follow Yun, he instructed, design a contribution point system and establish the cultivation hall, artifact hall, and treasure hall. Everything within these halls will be tied to contribution points, enabling family members to exchange them for what they desire. Ye Suifeng summoned Sui Yun to his study. Sui Yun diligently took notes, stating, "I understand. This is quite similar to the practices of large sects, which can serve as a motivating force for the clansmen." Ye Suifeng nodded in agreement. "Indeed, however, as a family, our specific methods must differ from those of sects. Their approach primarily aims to bolster their own cohesion and sense of identity, as well as to leverage a vast number of disciples for greater profit. We, however, have no need for such motives. My intention is to alleviate the burden of resource scarcity from our kin, enabling them to focus entirely on their cultivation. Therefore, we must give considerable thought to how contribution points are obtained. Breaking through cultivation levels should count as a contribution. Achieving accomplishments in certain areas should also be recognized. Assisting fellow clansmen must be accounted for, and even marrying and having children should earn 1 contribution points." Sui Yun's eyes widened in surprise. "Having children counts too? Why shouldn't it?" Ye Suifeng retorted, "A thriving population is a hallmark of a flourishing family. Not only should it count, but we should consider it even more significant. In summary, all endeavors beneficial to the family must be incorporated into the contribution system. After you return, consult with Sui Yu and the others to discuss the specific evaluation criteria." Ye Suifeng entrusted the particulars to the family administrators, focusing solely on proposing policies and providing financial support. After their return, Sui Yun and the others convened overnight, swiftly drafting a preliminary set of contribution point guidelines. Subsequently, the cultivation hall, artifact hall, and treasure hall were announced as permanently open to the family. The Ye family members quickly learned of the methods to accrue contribution points. "I have 1,000 initial contribution points. Is that a lot or a little? I also have 1,000. It seems most people start with 1,000. Young individuals gathered together to study the newly implemented policies, pondering how to acquire contributions. Hey, breaking through each level in the Qi refinement stage grants 100 contribution points. Indeed, breaking through the transformation stage directly awards 3,000 contribution points. Wow, becoming a first-grade alchemist also nets 3,000 contribution points. Wait, helping an elderly lady cross the street earns 10 contribution points? Recruiting a genius to the family grants 500 contribution points? And having a child grants 5,000 contribution points?" As they scrutinized the details, they noted a sudden shift in tone. Some were familiar with the contribution point standards of sects, which typically involved a task system where one must complete specific tasks to earn corresponding points. However, the Ye family's rules were astonishingly comprehensive. They had never heard of childbirth being counted as a contribution before. They could foresee that, in the near future, the Ye family's population would undoubtedly surge to unprecedented levels. "Hold on, let us not celebrate too soon. We still don't know how many contribution points are needed to redeem those precious resources." Someone doused their excitement with cold water. Everyone fell into silence. Indeed, if the cost were exorbitant, the system would hold little value. "Let's go take a look. I hope my 1,000 contribution points can buy a mid-grade yellow-level martial technique." They all rushed toward the newly opened halls. Upon seeing the prices listed inside, everyone was astounded. Goodness, a low-grade yellow-level technique only costs 10 contribution points. My heavens, there are even Shin-level techniques available for just 1,000 contribution points, but regrettably, each person can only redeem 2. Be content. We never had such opportunities before, and besides, one should not bite off more than one can chew. A low-grade yellow-level spirit sword costs only 50 contribution points. Woo-woo, I am finally a spirit sword owner. Everyone was in a state of shock. The prices of the precious resources were astonishingly affordable. It was as if they were being given away for free. All were singing praises for their family and the beloved head of the family, Ye Suifeng. "Sister, our uncle is simply too dashing," exclaimed a girl with 2 long braids, standing outside the artifact hall, her excitement palpable as she cradled a radiant long sword, caressing it as if it were the most beautiful object in the world. "Xiao, that is a Shin-level spirit artifact. Be careful not to hurt yourself," chided another older girl with exasperation. "My dear Yao Xinzi, I would never." Before she could finish, Ye Suifeng let out a shriek as a drop of crimson blood appeared on her finger. She hastily popped her finger into her mouth. Ye Suifeng shook her head in disbelief. We only have 1,000 contribution points, and you've already spent them all. That seems rather wasteful. With her finger still in her mouth, Ye Suifeng whimpered, It's not wasteful. We are fated to be together, and it will surely shine with the greatest light and warmth in my hands in the future. It's just a pity I broke through too early. If only I had waited a few more days to break through to the transformation stage, I could have gained 3,000 contribution points. Hemph, but that matters little. I am Ye Suifeng, and I will surely advance in the transformation stage. I will earn plenty of contribution points. Ye Suifeng chattered incessantly, while Ye Suifeng listened quietly. By the way, sister, Ye Suifeng finally remarked as her fingers stopped bleeding. I heard that Ye Long's reputation at the border is quite formidable, and many clansmen have gathered under him, creating a vast power. Since it's just the two of us, shouldn't we find some allies? Otherwise, we will surely be overshadowed by him. Ye Suifeng glanced at her and shook her head. We are all fighting for the family. Why must we compete against each other? We should simply focus on doing our part. Upon hearing this, Ye Suifeng pouted. You are just too indifferent to fame and fortune. Compared to the Ye family, a nunnery might suit you better. Fine, if you want to help me, I'll find someone else. Well, I think we could start by winning over Sister Huang. Although her strength is lacking, she is still the head's daughter. With Uncle's current generosity, perhaps we could even get another Xin-level spirit sword through her. Sister Zihan from 4th Uncle's family is also quite impressive. She is already at the 10th level of Qi refinement at just 13, almost half as remarkable as I am. We could form a Ye family girls group to suppress that crowd led by Ye Long. Except for Ye Qian. She's just obsessed with her brother and can't be separated from Ye Long. Chapter 20. Yuan Shigong. After a few days of rest, the younger generation of the Ye family set out, once more toward the Gaoling border. Ye Huang also departed alongside them. A few days ago, Ye Suifeng from Ye Suifeng's family had taken the initiative to invite Ye Huang, assuring Ye Suifeng that she would guarantee Ye Huang's safety, prompting him to feel completely at ease. She even remarked on how much more handsome Ye Suifeng had become, showering him with compliments. Ye Suifeng, fully aware of the girl's intentions, chose not to expose her and gifted each of them a high-grade Xin-level bracelet. Ye Suifeng nearly soared with joy at the gesture. Subsequently, Ye Suifeng pulled them aside, advising them not to hold back due to Ye Huang's identity, but rather to allow her to participate fully in their endeavors for the best training experience. After they left, Ye Suifeng returned to his study to peruse ancient text. He had engaged in 2 transactions with Gu Wanxin, acquiring a wealth of martial techniques and cultivation insights, thus gaining a broad understanding of the cultivation system in this world. In ancient times, mortals absorbed the light of the sun, moon, and stars, imbibing the essence of heaven and earth to become the first humans endowed with extraordinary power. In that era, talent was paramount. Subsequently, during the wars against beasts and demons, humanity gradually discovered a path to self-cultivation, mimicking the training methods of beasts to absorb the spiritual energy of the world to enhance their own power. It was then that spiritual energy officially entered the human realm. As development continued, the path of cultivation became increasingly refined, with clear and detailed classifications of cultivation levels. Moreover, various professions derived from cultivation, such as alchemy, formations, and talismans, flourished, akin to a vibrant array of flowers under a starlit sky. However, amidst this diversity arose a significant issue. The overwhelming variety rendered it overly complex and intricate, lacking a universal standard suitable for all learners. Ye Suifeng shook his head, recognizing that every individual is unique. Different practitioners of various methods would inevitably encounter discrepancies. This necessitated that each person seek out the cultivation method most suited to their own nature to unlock their full potential. Failing to do so, or choosing incorrectly due to misjudgment, could result in a lifetime of mediocrity. Given the uneven distribution of resources, this phenomenon was widespread. If a universally applicable cultivation method existed, allowing everyone to engage with it, then every individual in the world would possess boundless potential. This world would undoubtedly become even more vibrant. Ye Suifeng pondered, drawing from his experiences in a different world where a concept known as basic education existed. Before high school, everyone received equal education across all subjects, and only during high school were students divided into arts and sciences. University would further delineate into numerous specializations, and postgraduate studies would refine this even further. It resembled a grand tree with countless branches, each branch embodying infinite possibilities for the future. The most critical aspect of this tree, however, was its trunk. Ye Suifeng aspired to create such a trunk. He would begin with the essence of spiritual energy itself. With a wave of his hand, a gentle white aura materialized in his palm, morphing into various shapes. Spiritual energy, at its core, is fundamentally a form of energy, an exceptionally unique energy. This energy can be absorbed by any object and, if the absorbing entity possesses intelligence, it can be utilized to enhance its own power. The Qi refinement stage primarily focuses on absorbing spiritual energy, unblocking meridians, and initially refining the body. The transformation stage, on the other hand, involves further refining spiritual energy, forming clouds of energy in the dantian, and mastering the manipulation of spiritual energy. Ye Suifeng resolved to initiate changes at these two stages. All cultivation methods essentially represent the manner in which spiritual energy circulates within the body. Variations in the pathways of meridians lead to vastly different outcomes. Some cultivation methods are rigid and domineering, while others are gentle and fluid. Some possess unique attributes. Furthermore, the meridians within each individual exhibit subtle differences, rendering the overall system exceedingly complex. Ye Suifeng smiled slightly. Universality is most at odds with complexity. While the human body's meridians resemble an intricate web, there are 9 primary meridians that every person possesses. By basing a universal method on these 9 primary meridians, there lies a significant probability of creating a cultivation technique applicable to all. Each of the 9 primary meridians is remarkably broad, akin to wide thoroughfares, accommodating a multitude of energies. However, this also implies that the absorbed energy may be quite diverse, necessitating the existence of a refined system. Ye Suifeng contemplated, extending his hand to conjure a massive luminous screen before him, upon which the 9 primary meridians of the human body were vividly displayed. Above them, they connected to the center of the soul. Below, they linked to the center of the dantian. Behind them, a faint green energy was discernible. This represented the essence of human life. Any misstep could jeopardize this essence, which is precisely why no one had dared to simultaneously target all 9 primary meridians. Yet, Ye Suifeng was different. His immeasurable soul allowed him to easily perceive the most fundamental aspects. The first stage would be to unblock these 9 primary meridians, directly corresponding to the traditional cultivation system's Qi refinement stage. Following that, he would utilize the primary meridians to nourish the physical body, refining the dantian to extract and store energy, aligning with the transformation stage. Ye Suifeng's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. Upon closer inspection, it appeared as if a resplendent river of stars floated within them, constantly ebbing and flowing, annihilating and rebirthing. He had begun his calculations. Time gradually passed. Ye Suifeng remained in the family head's study for nearly 2 months. The last time he had elevated the Shirshan 9 swords by a significant level, it had only taken him the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. This underscored the enormity of the current challenge. During this period, Sui Yun had visited him several times, and Yi Huang had returned once, wishing to see Ye Suifeng. But they were all repelled by an invisible force, unable to enter the study. They speculated that Ye Suifeng was in seclusion. 2 months later, the starlight in Ye Suifeng's eyes gradually faded, and the luminous screen before him transformed into a glowing tome, slowly closing its final page. Finally complete. Ye Suifeng let out a long breath. He had not anticipated that creating this cultivation method would consume so much of his time. Now, to give it a name, Ye Suifeng smiled as he gazed at the tome, akin to a parent admiring their child. This cultivation method represented a brand new system of cultivation, harnessing energies that transcended mere spiritual energy, the essence of heaven and earth, the primal sources of all things. Even demonic and magical energies could all be absorbed and utilized within this framework. After some contemplation, Ye Suifeng extended his finger and inscribed 3 prominent characters onto the tome. Yuan Shigong. Chapter 21. The Art of Business in the Family Study. Sui Yun was reporting the recent developments to Ye Suifeng. During the 2 months of his seclusion, nothing of great significance had transpired within the family. The beast tide in the border regions had largely subsided, and most of the core members had returned, leaving the younger generation to clear out the participating demonic beasts and to foster good relations with ordinary cultivators. Per Ye Suifeng's directive. Since no one had previously undertaken such an initiative, the results were strikingly apparent. Within a mere 3 months, the reputation of the Yi family in the cities under their management had risen several tiers. with some even regarding the Ye family as a sacred entity. Sacred? I have no desire to transform the Ye family into some holy ground. Ye Suifeng scoffed. His goal was to establish a sufficiently powerful force, with reputation being a secondary concern. Have any cultivators sought to pledge allegiance to the Ye family? What is their strength? What is their talent? Ye Suifeng inquired. Dao. There are plenty, Sui Yun replied with a smile. Currently, over 100 cultivators have made their way to Yunxiao City, seeking to join the family. Most are at the qi refinement stage, though their talents vary. Ye Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. Inconsistencies are to be expected. We are not a sect, so we need not be overly concerned with talents. This world also needs the weaker individuals to undertake ordinary tasks. Ensure that their duties are well defined, so that everyone can find their rightful place. Sui Yun furrowed his brow and said, Elder brother, are you suggesting that we should acquire everything? Of course, we should pursue it all, Ye Suifeng replied. Provide them with an excellent environment for cultivation, and do not be stingy with resources. Initiating well will ensure that subsequent matters progress smoothly. Sui Yun nodded in understanding and smiled, saying, I estimate that within the next few years, the overall population of our clan could multiply several times. As far as I know, certain young members have been performing admirably and have gathered quite a number of followers for themselves. Certain young members? Ye Suifeng chuckled. Are you referring to that boy from your family? Before the clan announced this policy, Yi Qian had approached him, expressing similar thoughts. Ye Suifeng held a favorable view of this nephew. Ha ha ha! Sui Yun laughed heartily. It's not just Yi Qian. Yi Long and Yi Qianyao have also garnered numerous followers due to their outstanding abilities. Oh, and there's Yi Huang as well. Yi Huang, Qin Yao, Xiao Xiao, Zihan, and several other young women from the clan have formed an organization called the Tianluan Hall, which currently boasts a substantial influence and a remarkable reputation in the border regions. The leaders of Tianluan Hall are Qin Yao and Yi Huang. However, as you know, Yi Qianyao is naturally indifferent to fame and fortune, so it is primarily Yi Huang who manages affairs. With their exceptional strength, they have already attracted a considerable number of rogue cultivators. Ye Suifeng was slightly taken aback. He had not expected this group of young women from his family to possess such a competitive spirit. The fact that his daughter could become their leader suggests that, apart from her status, her own strength must have improved significantly. Elder brother, I want to inquire about something. How did Xiao Huang suddenly enhance her strength so dramatically? In just over 2 months, she has already broken through to the 12th layer of qi refinement. It's simply astonishing. Moreover, her combat prowess is formidable. I have heard that even Yi Long does not possess guaranteed victory against her. It seems that she must be taken into consideration for the upcoming battle in Yunxiao City in a few months. A look of incredulity crossed Sui Yun's face, as Yi Huang's performance was indeed extraordinary. It's merely a case of late bloomers, Yi Suifeng remarked. Really? Sui Yun chuckled, raising his eyebrows at Yi Suifeng. Perhaps other young members of the clan also possess the potential for late blooming. I believe you should keep an eye on them. Clearly, he did not entirely believe Yi Suifeng's words. After all, the transformation of Yi Huang was too conspicuous. It was hard to believe that it did not stem from Yi Suifeng's influence. Look at you, acting like a monkey. Yi Suifeng shook his head. Let us wait until the training is concluded. Then we can assess who possesses the value for cultivation, and at that time, I will naturally treat them accordingly. Sui Yun laughed heartily, agreeing to this arrangement. After all, his eldest son, Yi Long, would undoubtedly secure a spot. By the way, I have been in seclusion for 2 months and have not been able to provide you with this month's spirit stones. Has anything gone awry? Yi Suifeng inquired. No, Sui Yun replied at that time. You provided a total of 182 billion spirit stones. Fortunately, you were in seclusion. Otherwise, I truly would not have managed to spend such a considerable sum within a month. Yi Suifeng had assigned him the task of expending those spirit stones within the month, which had left Sui Yun quite troubled. There's south truly no place to spend them. Look at your lack of ambition. Yi Suifeng had no intention of pressuring him further. It was best to take it slow. However, this matter did raise a concern for him. Should he suddenly enter seclusion again, especially for an extended period, the clan's financial chain would undoubtedly face issues. It would be impossible to develop according to his plans. After pondering for a moment, Yi Suifeng handed Sui Yun a storage bag. Here are 10 billion high-grade spirit stones. Keep them well and allocate them as you see fit. My only request is that, within reasonable limits, you strive to provide the clan with an excellent cultivation environment. Cultivation and expansion will be our theme for quite some time, so you must manage it diligently. Ye Suifeng said earnestly. Sui Yun trembled as he accepted the storage bag. 10 billion high-grade spirit stones equated to a staggering 100 trillion spirit stones. He had never encountered such an immense fortune throughout his life. Rest assured, elder brother, I will make the utmost use of it, Sui Yun declared with utmost seriousness. He understood that the spirit stones within this storage bag represented not only wealth but also Ye Suifeng's trust in him and the heavy responsibility that accompanied it. Ye Suifeng nodded lightly. By the way, has that person from Wanbao Pavilion, Gu Wanxin, sought you out recently? Ye Suifeng inquired. Previously, they had agreed that she would deliver a batch of supplies every half-month. But just as they had made the arrangement, he had entered seclusion. She has indeed come, Sui Yun said, producing 3 rings. She left these behind, saying they were to be passed on to you. There are formations sealing them, so I couldn't open them. Ye Suifeng took the rings, casually dispelling the seals. Inside were a plethora of treasures, along with their corresponding prices. Congratulations, head of the Ye family, on your emergence from seclusion. A playful fragment of her consciousness lingered within. How amusing, Ye Suifeng thought with a slight smile. They had previously reached an agreement for Gu Wanxin to send resources every half-month. Unexpectedly, she had adhered to the agreement and delivered the items in advance despite his sudden 2-month seclusion. It was worth noting that she was merely a pavilion master. Managing such a large volume of resources without being able to reclaim spirit stones would surely place immense pressure on her. A savvy businesswoman indeed. Ye Suifeng examined the price list, which still reflected a 10% discount, totaling over 430 billion spirit stones. He emptied one of his storage rings and, using the residual fragment of Gu Wanxin's consciousness, crafted a new formation, a seal that only she could open. He subsequently handed the rings back to Sui Yun. These 2 contain resources. You may manage them as you see fit. Then arrange for someone to go to Wanbao Pavilion and deliver this ring to Gu Wanxin. Sui Yun nodded, accepting the 3 rings. Upon seeing the immense resources within, he was not taken aback. This was not his first encounter with such wealth. His mindset had already adjusted accordingly. Afterward, the 2 discussed various other trivial matters, and Sui Yun stood to leave. However, just as he had exited, he returned. I almost forgot. Over a month ago, 4 young individuals suddenly came looking for you, claiming you had encountered them near Qinggu jailing's outskirts. Sui Yun recounted. Did I? Ye Suifeng mused, recalling the day he had crossed tribulation and inadvertently saved a few young souls nearly trampled by a bull. Feeling a sense of kinship, he had made them a promise. Make proper arrangements for them. They seem quite promising, Ye Suifeng instructed. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind. Wait, have them come to me together. The newly established path of cultivation required someone to test its practical effects first. Chapter 22. Sui Hu under attack in the courtyard beneath the willow tree. 3 young men and a young woman stood obediently before Ye Suifeng, their expressions marked by unease. Have you adjusted well to life here? Ye Suifeng asked, seated at the stone table as he leisurely sipped his tea. We have adapted well, no issues at all, replied the long-haired youth, Fengji, stammering slightly. The Ye family has treated us exceptionally well, providing us with lodging and meals. Recently, while working within the clan, we were also given ample cultivation resources. Ye Suifeng smiled. There's no need to be nervous. By the way, I am not yet familiar with your names. Fengji promptly introduced himself. I am Fengji. This is Ma Feng, the one who almost perished last time. He is Yu Pengyi, and she is Lu Hong. The 4 bowed respectfully. We greet you. Senior Ye Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. Our encounter at Gaoling signifies a bond. There's no need for excessive formality. I have summoned you here today to request your assistance with a matter. Fengji clasped his hands, declaring, the debt of life cannot be repaid. If you require anything, Senior, please command us. We would venture through fire and water without hesitation. Their gazes were resolute, embodying the spirit of the martial world. Easy now, Ye Suifeng paused, then continued. I believe all of you are at the qi refinement stage, correct? Fengji nodded. Indeed, that is the case. I possess a martial art known as the Yuan Shigong, which represents a path to cultivation that is entirely distinct from the current system. I have great faith in its future potential. However, as no one has practiced it before, the specific results remain unknown. In other words, I require individuals to serve as test subjects. Consider it carefully. If you are willing, I shall personally guide your cultivation journey. Of course, if you are not inclined, you may remain with the Ye family and continue your current pursuits. Ye Suifeng candidly expressed his intentions. He did not wish to conceal anything from a group of young cultivators at the qi refinement stage. Even if they declined, he could find others within the clan. There was no need for subterfuge. Transparency was better. However, upon hearing his sincerity, Feng Zhi and the others fell silent. Changing one's cultivation method was a significant decision, particularly given Ye Suifeng's clarity regarding the divergent path. The risks were substantial. Should anything go awry, their lives could be irrevocably altered. Ye Suifeng remained patient, leisurely sipping his tea as he awaited their decision. After a considerable time, one person stepped forward and knelt on one knee. It was the young man named Ma Fong. "Senior, you saved my life, yet my status is humble, rendering me unsure of how to repay your kindness. Now that you require assistance, I shall not hesitate. I am willing to attempt your new martial art." Ma Fong's expression was resolute, having made his decision. Following suit, Feng Zhi stepped forward with a smile, saying, "A true man speaks with integrity. I just vowed to spare no effort, so how could I act inconsistently? Senior, I too am willing to try." After the two spoke, Lu Hong and Yu Pengyi also approached, standing alongside them in solidarity. Their intentions were now unmistakable. Ye Suifeng smiled, sensing a camaraderie reminiscent of the martial world, a quality that was often elusive among members of prominent families. "But do not regret your decision," he warned. "We certainly will not," Feng Zhi replied firmly. "Very well, then let us commence now." Ye Suifeng rose, releasing his vast consciousness to envelop the four, revealing all their secrets. Feng Zhi, 8th layer of qi refinement, moderate talent. Ma Fong, 6th layer of qi refinement, low talent. Lu Hong, 6th layer of qi refinement, low talent. Yu Pengyi, 7th layer of qi refinement, moderate talent. Feng Zhi and Lu Hong demonstrated a solid foundation, while the other two were somewhat weaker. Yet, in Ye Suifeng's eyes, they were all disorganized and chaotic. This was the typical state of rogue cultivators, who struggled to find suitable cultivation methods. Feng Zhi and Ma Fong, you both must disperse all your cultivation and start anew. Lu Hong and Yu Pengyi, continue with your original cultivation methods while simultaneously practicing Yuan Shigong. Ye Suifeng instructed, "I will impart the essence of Yuan Shigong to you. You may explore its practice independently. Rest assured, I will personally oversee your progress, so do not worry about any life-threatening risks." Ye Suifeng quickly arranged their training, dividing the four into two groups, one starting from scratch and the other integrating traditional cultivation methods. The rationale for the latter was to prepare for future transitions for others. Initially, he would not intervene in their experimentation. They would need to explore independently to gather more accurate experimental data. Subsequently, Ye Suifeng bestowed upon the four the foundational principles of Yuan Shigong, embedding them deep within their souls, thus eliminating the need for them to comprehend the martial art. The four then commenced their initial practice within the courtyard. Ye Suifeng assumed a protective stance nearby, closely observing the flow of spiritual energy and the various changes within their bodies during the cultivation process, while refining the finer details of Yuan Shigong based on these observations. This new path of cultivation became increasingly clear. The initial practice concluded as night fell. Return and rest well, reflect on any issues encountered during your practice, and avoid rash attempts to prevent complications. "I will arrange a closer position for you as soon as possible," Ye Suifeng advised. Everything was proceeding smoothly. However, that night, Sui Yun rushed in, urgency etched across his face. "Elder brother, something has happened." His expression was grave. "You instructed me to send someone to Wanbao Pavilion for a transaction, and I sent Sui Hu. However, after the transaction was completed, on the way back, they were ambushed by a group. All the resources brought back from Wanbao Pavilion have vanished, and Sui Hu is severely injured and unconscious." The sudden news caused Ye Suifeng's brow to furrow. It seemed that the dealings with Wanbao Pavilion had drawn the attention of certain individuals. Resources worth over 1 billion had indeed attracted their greed. "Where is Sui Hu now?" Ye Suifeng inquired. "At home," Sui Yun replied. "His dantian is shattered, and all his meridians have ruptured. Master Zhang Ziming has already examined him and stated that his soul has been damaged and is beyond recovery." Sui Yun's expression was filled with fury. Sui Hu was an essential pillar of the clan, their closest brother. "Let us not rush. We will go and see for ourselves," Ye Suifeng said. "As long as there is still a breath of life, I will find a way to save Sui Hu. As for the assailants, those who dare to extend their claws should prepare for annihilation." Chapter 23. Awakening. In the Chongqing Hall of the Yi family, numerous clan leaders gathered, some with solemn expressions, others filled with rage. Who did this? Damn it, I will take revenge. It must have been that pack of bastards from the Li family. I will never rest until they are destroyed. Calm down. We cannot yet ascertain who the assailant is or their motives for attacking Fourth Master. Who else could it be but the Li family? Are you scared? I merely seek clarity. Who said I am afraid? The crowd erupted in a cacophony of voices, each contributing their opinions. What are you all arguing about? At that moment, Sui Yun and Ye Suifeng entered, prompting the assembly to fall silent. Rein in your reckless impulses. The specifics will be determined by the clan head. Sui Yun glared at them before proceeding into the inner hall. Ye Suifeng and Sui Bao were already inside. While Sui Hu lay on the bed, his complexion ashen, beside him, his wife had red-rimmed eyes, clearly having shed tears. Upon seeing Ye Suifeng enter, Zhang Ziming immediately stood. Head of the Yi family, he said respectfully. Ye Suifeng nodded, gesturing for Zhang Ziming to exit. Elder brother, clan head. The others voiced their concerns, their expressions filled with grief and anger. The impulsive Sui Bao's eyes were bloodshot. What is everyone doing? Acting as if someone has died? Ye Suifeng said, exasperated. Do not worry. I will save him. Aside from Ye Suiyun, the others were taken aback, as they had prepared themselves for Sui Hu's demise. Sui Bao blinked and said, Elder brother, Master Zhang mentioned. He's merely a 6th-grade alchemist. He doesn't possess much ability to. Ye Suifeng interrupted him. Sui Bao fell silent, realizing that a 6th-grade alchemist was, in fact, the most powerful alchemist in Yunshao City. Yet, in his brother's words, it seemed he was of little significance. After speaking, Ye Suifeng ignored him and sat by the bed. He extended his finger, pressing it against Sui Hu's forehead, probing with his consciousness. Quickly assessing his current condition, it was dire, truly dire. His dantian was shattered, his meridians completely severed, and even his bones were fractured. Most importantly, his soul had suffered severe damage, with over half destroyed, and his life source was gradually ebbing away. It was evident that he had encountered someone above the nascent soul stage. It is indeed a miracle to still draw breath. Ye Suifeng shook his head as he gently tapped the center of Sui Hu's brow, silently uttering, "Return to the soul." In an instant, a tremendous force erupted from his fingertip, expanding explosively and swiftly engulfing the surroundings, reaching an unfathomable distance. Suddenly, an ethereal melody seemed to pervade the air, with azure and white light flickering incessantly. Sui Yun and the others stood dumbfounded, watching as wisps of azure smoke emerged from the void, quickly dissipating into Ye Suihu's brow. Such a technique was utterly unprecedented. After the last wisp of azure smoke entered Ye Suihu's brow, he abruptly opened his eyes and let out a gasp, awakening. Husband. His wife was the first to react, collapsing onto Ye Suihu, her face adorned with tears like a weeping pear blossom. Sui Yun and the others were left in shock. After Zhang Ziming had deemed it impossible for Ye Suihu to survive, Ye Suifeng had managed to bring him back in mere breaths. What extraordinary power this was, and how formidable Ye Suifeng must be. After a long while, Sui Yun pulled Ye Suihu closer and whispered, "Go outside and inform them that third brother is safe, and they should return to their tasks." Ye Suifeng's strength remained a mystery, a secret he wished to keep from leaking out too soon. Ye Suihu nodded and departed. At this moment, Ye Suihu had fully awakened. "Sui Hu, do you remember what transpired?" Ye Suifeng inquired. Ye Suihu took a sip of water. Recalling the events that had unfolded, he had arrived at the Wanbao Pavilion with 3 rings and found Gu Wanxin. The two quickly engaged in a transaction, and Ye Suihu obtained the resources that Gu Wanxin had brought. As he was about to leave, Gu Wanxin had offered to send someone to escort him, but he had declined. He felt that a large entourage would only expose his secret of possessing great treasures. Thus, he chose to embark on his journey alone. However, he had not anticipated that trouble would still find him. The assailants were 4 cultivators at the nascent soul stage. As a mid-stage golden core cultivator, he was no match for them. In just a few breaths, he was thoroughly overwhelmed and fell unconscious. "Brother, it was my fault. I should have listened to Pavilion Master Gu and allowed her to send escorts." Ye Suihu lamented, a look of self-reproach on his face. After all, those were resources worth hundreds of billions. "Stop with the nonsense. It's enough that you are alive," Ye Suifeng replied. 4 nascent soul cultivators? Which family in Yunshao City could muster such formidable strength? Sui Yun furrowed his brow. The pinnacle of combat power in Yunxiao City was the Golden Core stage. Perhaps a family had one or two ancient monsters who had broken through to the nascent soul stage. But those old monsters were usually in seclusion and would not intervene casually, let alone form a four-man team. Therefore, the assailants were unlikely to be from the Li or Tang families. Could it be the Wanbao Pavilion? Ye Suifeng suggested. The Wanbao Pavilion has always been an enigmatic force. No one can ascertain their true strength, so it is quite possible they could dispatch 4 nascent soul cultivators. Brother, what should we do? If it truly is the Wanbao Pavilion, then we are in serious trouble. What to do? Ye Suifeng rose from his seat, stating, "Do you remember what I once told you? Our Ye family fears no one. If they dare to reach out, we shall sever their claws." Looking at Ye Suifeng, he continued, "Leave this matter to me. You all focus on nurturing Suifeng back to health with the best resources. I will help him restore his dantian and regain his strength." With that, Ye Suifeng prepared to depart. "Brother, are you really going alone?" Sui Yun still felt uneasy. Why? Ye Suifeng nodded. "Do not worry. You all just need to attend to your own responsibilities. No matter who or what they are, he is now merely a dead cat or dog." Afterward, Ye Suifeng waved his sleeve and vanished from the room. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Second brother, has the change in eldest brother been a bit too drastic?" Ye Suifeng whispered. "First, there was an overwhelming fortune that left one faint, and then he effortlessly rescued Ye Suifeng from the brink of death. Now, he exuded a commanding presence, disregarding even 4 nascent soul cultivators. Was this still the same brother they had known, who was always taciturn and merely a golden core cultivator? No matter how much he has changed, he is still our elder brother, Ye Suifeng said solemnly. We have witnessed the family's transformations over these months. Without him, everything would revert to how it once was. He glanced at Ye Suifeng and said in a deep voice, "In the future, do not let me hear similar remarks again." Chapter 24. Pursuer in the sky, Ye Suifeng traversed the clouds with his hands clasped behind his back. A gray line guided his way. A thread of causality he extracted from Ye Suifeng's aura. With this causality, he could locate the site of the battle. Soon, he arrived above a secluded path in Yunxiao City. From his vantage point, he could clearly see the signs of battle and remnants of formations. The concealment formation indicated that the assailants had come prepared. Huh? Why is she here too? On the path, several figures appeared to be searching for something. Among them was Gu Wanxin, the head of the Wanbao Pavilion. Ye Suifeng descended gracefully. Who goes there? Several golden core cultivators immediately took up a defensive stance. However, upon recognizing Ye Suifeng, Gu Wanxin quickly intervened. Head of the Ye family, she approached with a somewhat complex expression. "I truly apologize. I did not anticipate that they would strike in Yunxiao City and harm Third Master." She bowed in apology. "They? So you know who did it?" Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. Gu Wanxin bit her lip and said, "I am not entirely certain, but based on the situation at the scene, it could only be 4 nascent soul cultivators who could mobilize such a formidable force." "Speak," Ye Suifeng said, standing with his hands behind his back, clearly aware that Gu Wanxin was involved in this matter. Gu Wanxin sighed and confessed the recent events. It turned out that after her last transaction with Ye Suifeng, she had established a connection with an overseer of the Wanbao Pavilion. The overseer's rank was above that of the main operator. Therefore, upon meeting with the overseer, she reported the misconduct between Song Shuang and Luo Qing. Due to the immense profits Gu Wanxin had brought in recently, the overseer took this matter very seriously. After conducting an investigation, the overseer revoked Song Shuang's deputy position and warned Luo Qing not to engage in such antics again. Thus, Gu Wanxin's crisis was averted, and Song Shuang and Luo Qing received their due punishments. But how could they be satisfied? Although Song Shuang had been stripped of his deputy position, he remained active in Yunxiao City. Gu Wanxin knew what he was after. He aimed to find that mysterious benefactor for what would happen once he found them. Gu Wanxin was uncertain and could not intervene, as it fell within the normal regulations of the Wanbao Pavilion. Even if a client were robbed, it would simply reflect her inadequacy. However, Gu Wanxin never imagined that Song Shuang would take the risk of directly eliminating Ye Suifeng, who had come to trade, and seizing the vast resources he held. It was simply audacious. If a client were to encounter trouble on her territory, she, Gu Wanxin, could not escape blame. In this way, the cooperation they had just established would likely shatter instantly. Head of the Ye family, I take responsibility for not protecting Third Master. Rest assured, I will utilize all my means to provide you with an explanation. Gu Wanxin promised earnestly. Ye Suifeng remained silent. He had not anticipated that Ye Suihu's ambush was merely a result of internal strife within the Wanbao Pavilion. It was a case of divine beings clashing while mortals suffered. This Song Shuang was exceedingly ruthless and sinister, treating the lives of others as mere trifles. Why did you not inform me beforehand? Ye Suifeng inquired. Ji Wanxin's face turned pale as she replied, Head of the Yi family, you may not know. Behind Song Shuang stands Luo Qing, the main operator of the Wanbao Pavilion in Suching, who has powerful protection from a transformation stage expert. I could not inform you. I could only do my best to navigate the situation. Ye Suifeng wore a slight smirk of derision. You simply wish to safeguard this trading channel, do you not? Ultimately, Gu Wanxin was, at her core, a merchant. Merchants pursue profit in her quest for self-interest. Gu Wanxin had concealed the conflict between herself and Song Shuang, resulting in Ye Suihu suffering an undeserved calamity, nearly losing his life. Had it not been for this, perhaps the one trading with the Yi family would have turned out to be Song Shuang. Yet for Ye Suifeng, he only required resources. It mattered not who provided them. Therefore, Gu Wanxin bore an inescapable responsibility in this affair. Ye Suifeng could comprehend her motivations but would not grant forgiveness. I truly apologize, head of the Yi family. At this juncture, I do not wish to argue. I can only do my utmost to provide you and the late third master with an explanation. Gu Wanxin asserted resolutely. Ye Suifeng fixed his gaze upon her, stating, To be honest, this woman is quite remarkable. She has managed to navigate her way through to her superior with nothing but her wits, even emerging victorious. Unfortunately, she has underestimated the power of absolute strength. Third Master is not dead. Ye Suifeng spoke in a calm tone. You need not concern yourself with this matter. I will handle it. However, there must not be another occurrence. Regardless of what happens, if anything poses a threat to the Yi family, you must inform me at the earliest opportunity. You understand? He chose not to cast blame upon her. Firstly, Gu Wanxin's business acumen was indeed commendable, and she was proactive in her work, qualities he still required. Secondly, if he were to replace her, how could he be assured that no new issues would arise? Hearing Ye Suifeng's words, Gu Wanxin was momentarily taken aback. Head of the Yi family, I do not quite understand your meaning. There is nothing particularly complicated about it, Ye Suifeng replied. Our agreement remains in effect, and as for Song Shuang, I shall deal with him personally. Yu Wanxin opened her mouth to speak. Head of the Yi family, please think carefully. Song Shuang has acquired such a vast fortune. He will undoubtedly return to seek Luo Qing. Luo Qing possesses a multitude of nascent soul cultivators for protection, and there are transformation stage experts present. How will you confront them? She truly could not fathom how Ye Suifeng could utter such words. The highest combat power in Yunshao City barely reached the nascent soul stage. Yet Ye Suifeng shook his head, responding indifferently, nascent soul, transformation, mere ants. Very well, you shall accompany me, lest you hesitate to inform me of any future events. With that, Ye Suifeng reached out into the void. Suddenly, the entire world shifted in hue. The great Dao resounded, and a resplendent river of stars appeared before them. Time rewound. The heavens and earth transformed. The surroundings began to whirl around them. In Gu Wanxin's astonished gaze, time froze on a single figure, Ye Suihu, who was walking briskly along the path. Suddenly, four figures descended from the sky, blocking all his paths. One of them, slender of build, wore a beautifully adorned gemstone long sword at his waist. With striking brows that shot skyward, it was none other than Song Shuang. Chapter 25. Kneel before me in Suching, within the upper echelons of the Wanbao Pavilion. Luo Qing and Song Shuang sat facing each other, twirling a delicate ring in his hand. Rest assured, uncle, I have already lifted the mental seal on that little wretch, Gu Wanxin. Even if she suspects me, she can do nothing, Song Shuang boasted. Having spent months lurking in Yunshao City, finally reaping significant rewards, a fortune exceeding hundreds of billions was something he could scarcely amass in a century. It was truly a case of overnight wealth. Moreover, after this incident, the relationship between Gu Wanxin and the Yi family would undoubtedly shatter instantly. Perhaps he could even pin the blame for mismanagement on Gu Wanxin, reducing her to her original state. A farmer-born wretch like her had no right to contend with him. Luo Qing tucked away the storage ring and inquired, Are you certain that the Yi family is not a prominent family and lacks substantial power? Of course, Song Shuang replied confidently. After staying in Yunshao City for nearly 3 months, I have thoroughly investigated the situation of the local powers. The strongest cultivators there barely reach the nascent soul stage, most of whom are in closed-door cultivation. The Ye family is the weakest among the 3 major families in Yunshao City. They might not even have a single nascent soul cultivator, and their patriarch is a newly appointed fool. We need not worry about any retaliation from them. Song Shuang spoke with conviction, having discreetly sought information from the Ye family's alchemists and weapon makers. According to them, they had only joined the Ye family due to generous remuneration. This was why Song Shuang orchestrated the ambush, claiming the vast resources for himself. Yet if the Ye family was so weak, how did they come to possess such wealth? Luo Qing questioned. Song Shuang shook his head with a laugh. The world is vast, and wonders abound. It is not uncommon for someone to stumble upon treasure while wandering. From my perspective, the Ye family is likely in the same boat, having fortuitously acquired a considerable fortune without realizing the need for prudence, thus squandering it extravagantly. Even if I had not acted, there would surely be others targeting the Ye family. Wouldn't you agree, uncle? Luo Qing nodded slightly, sharing the same sentiment. The Ye family's actions certainly bore the hallmarks of nouveau riche. He had seen many such individuals, and their fates were rarely pleasant. You did well this time. Rest assured, once the storm passes, I will find a way to restore your deputy position, just as long as that Ye family does not locate you. Luo Qing chuckled. Song Shuang immediately burst into laughter. Naturally, I will never be found by the Ye family. He laughed heartily but suddenly noticed that Luo Qing's expression had turned rigid. We found you. A ghostly voice echoed from behind him. Startled, Song Shuang turned around and nearly fell from his chair in shock. Before him, a dark portal suddenly materialized, widening as several figures emerged. Ji Yuanxin. Song Shuang recognized the woman, and in his fear, he let out a shrill scream, reminiscent of a woman's. You do? How is this possible? His face was a mask of terror. A portal opening in the void was no small feat. What kind of powerful cultivator could achieve such a thing? His legs felt weak. At that moment, Ye Suifeng stepped through the portal with Gu Wanxin, standing before Luo Qing and Song Shuang. So, you are Song Shuang? Ye Suifeng inquired. Ji Yuanxin nodded, still in a state of shock. She could not fathom that Ye Suifeng had become so powerful, effortlessly opening the river of time, tracing back to the past. With just a casual wave of his hand, he had followed an enigmatic gray trail directly to find Song Shuang himself. It was utterly terrifying. Song Shuang, neither of us anticipated the terrifying entity you have provoked. Who are you? Song Shuang stammered, his legs trembling before this evidently formidable opponent, who was clearly targeting him. I am Ye Suifeng, head of the Ye family. Why? Ye Suifeng replied flatly, to ambush a core member of my family and seize resources. Who granted you such audacity? Upon hearing his words, Song Shuang's eyes widened in shock. What? He is the head of the Ye family. The heads of the Li and Tang families had assured him that the new patriarch of the Ye family was merely a useless golden core cultivator. He now fervently wished to seize them by their collars and demand an explanation. How could a mere Qi refinement stage cultivator open the void gate? Allow me to explain. Song Shuang attempted to articulate his thoughts, yet Ye Suifeng did not grant him this opportunity. With a swift motion, he unleashed a resounding slap, an overwhelming force descending from the heavens, striking mercilessly against Song Shuang's face. Instantly, he collapsed to the ground, one side of his face swelling to the heavens, his teeth mingling with blood, scattering across the earth. Ye Suifeng's expression remained impassive. He had no desire to engage in unnecessary banter with Song Shuang. Today, he was here to deliver judgment. Today, he had come to take lives. Bang. Ye Suifeng once more placed a foot upon Song Shuang, a tempestuous surge of spiritual power surging into Song Shuang's body, wreaking havoc within. Meridians, dantian, and bones were all shattered in an instant. A howl of agony escaped Song Shuang's lips, blood spewing forth, coating his visage. Luo Qing, observing the tragic scene beside him, trembled uncontrollably. Hesitantly, he ventured to speak. My lord, let us converse civilly. Ye Suifeng cast a cold glance in his direction. Who are you to address me as my lord? With that, he stepped forward, a terrifying aura enveloping Luo Qing, followed by a thunderous explosion. Boom! A colossal energy erupted from Ye Suifeng, shredding through the protective formations as if they were mere parchment. Debris flew in all directions, splinters of wood scattered. The rooftop of the Wanbao Pavilion disintegrated into powder, transforming into an open-air platform. Heavens! What is happening? Everyone, flee! Many other cultivators and patrons below were taken aback by the sudden explosion, panicking and scrambling to escape the Wanbao Pavilion. The onlookers gazed in shock at the now flat rooftop. On that very rooftop, Luo Qing trembled, overwhelmed by terror. How frightening! Had that energy been directed at him, he would have undoubtedly been vaporized, reduced to mere fragments. Song Shuang, what kind of existence have you provoked? The head of the Ye family is our instigator, and he is also Song Shuang's uncle, Gu Wanxin whispered. Ye Suifeng turned his gaze toward her. You are implicated as well. Luo Qing's eyes widened as he hurriedly exclaimed. No, I had no part in this with Song Shuang, however. Before he could finish, Ye Suifeng pressed down with a hand, and Luo Qing felt as though a divine mountain had crushed him, causing him to spew blood and collapse to his knees. Who dares to cause trouble in the Wanbao Pavilion? Suddenly, a potent aura erupted from the lower levels. An elderly man clad in brocade robes slowly ascended, his expression stern and his demeanor extraordinary. It was the aura of a divine transformation stage cultivator. Yet, a mere glance from Ye Suifeng nearly caused the elder to soil himself his eye. What can you do about it? Ye Suifeng replied nonchalantly. Senior, let us speak civilly. The divine transformation elder quickly clasped his fists in respect. Ye Suifeng lowered his gaze. Kneel first. Chapter 26. Summon your ancestors. The Wanbao Pavilion in Sucheng stood as one of the city's most iconic edifices. Towering 7 stories high, it was surrounded by protective formations. Particularly at night, the uppermost levels would emit a soft purple glow, exuding an air of opulence. Yet today, its pinnacle had been breached. Splintered wood and tiles exploded outward. Littering the ground. One figure stood calmly amidst the chaos, while the high-ranking officials of the Wanbao Pavilion appeared to have all surrendered, kneeling before him. Who could this be? Could he be a higher-ranking figure from the Wanbao Pavilion? To call you a fool would be an understatement. Would one of their own dismantle their own abode? Clearly, this individual bears a grudge against the Wanbao Pavilion. My heavens! Does he not realize the depths of the waters behind the Wanbao Pavilion? How dare he act so brazenly? Whispers circulated among the crowd, their curiosity piqued by the figure clad in white. What was his basis for such audacity? Ye Suifeng's only reliance was himself. In this world, none could rival him, not even the mightiest of deities. Senior. The divine transformation elder of the Wanbao Pavilion knelt, fear evident in his eyes as he regarded Ye Suifeng. I did not permit you to speak. Silence yourself, Ye Suifeng remarked coolly. Then with a single hand gesture, 3 gray threads of causality floated forth. 2 drifted down to the lower levels of the pavilion, while 1 soared toward the distant horizon. They have fled far, but it is in vain. Ye Suifeng chuckled coldly, clenching his fist. Instantly, 2 startled cries echoed from below. Crash! The wall of the lower level shattered, 2 figures hurtling upward in haste. Accompanied by their screams, they crashed into the floor, falling to their knees alongside Song Shuang. Upon recognizing their faces, Gu Wanxin's eyes widened in shock. Those 2 were the very individuals who had attacked Ye Suifeng's brother. Ye Suihu? Yet, why were only 2 present? There had been 3 other nascent soul stage cultivators at the time of the attack, along with Song Shuang. Just as she pondered this, a panicked voice called out from afar. Gazing into the distance, she discerned a small black dot spiraling toward them, following the last gray thread of causality emanating from Ye Suifeng's hand. Bang! It landed at their feet, revealing the final nascent soul cultivator. His expression was one of disbelief and panic, his upper body bare, with only a meager cloth to cover his lower half. The aura emanating from him suggested he had been engaged in unspeakable acts when Ye Suifeng had seized him. Such methods were simply terrifying. Gu Wanxin gazed at Ye Suifeng's silhouette, momentarily lost in thought, as the man before her seemed to tower immeasurably high, beyond her comprehension. Enough. Ye Suifeng coldly regarded them, slowly stating, You, consumed by greed, brazenly attacked a vital member of my clan, resulting in his meridians being shattered and his life hanging by a thread. I, as the head of the Ye family, hereby sentence you to death. With that, Ye Suifeng raised his hand slightly, and under the horrified gazes of those present, he struck decisively with his palm as if wielding a blade. 4 heads were severed, accompanied by a spray of hot blood. soaring high before tumbling down, landing among the onlookers gathered on the street. A gasp of shock arose from the crowd, and upon recognizing the identities of the severed heads, they were further horrified, scattering in fear to avoid being caught in the ensuing chaos. After slaying the 4 culprits behind Song Shuang's misdeeds, Ye Suifeng turned his gaze toward Luo Qing. Luo Qing could no longer contain himself, exclaiming loudly, "Senior, I had no prior knowledge of their actions. I only learned of it afterward. Had I known beforehand, I would have certainly stopped them. Please, spare me." Genuine fear washed over him. The head of the Ye family before him possessed unfathomable power, and his decisiveness in execution was chilling. He did not wish to lose his life due to Song Shuang's folly. Ye Suifeng remained silent, simply extending his hand. A smooth ring gently floated forth from Luo Qing's bosom. Upon seeing the ring, despair washed over Luo Qing's features. The incriminating evidence lay within his grasp, rendering any denial futile. "Let us inspect it. Are all the items intact?" Ye Suifeng inquired, handing the ring to Gu Wanxin. She promptly nodded, accepting it. "They have erased my spiritual mark," she huffed, examining the contents, then nodded slightly at Ye Suifeng. "Everything is here. It appears they did not have the time to utilize it." Ye Suifeng acknowledged with a nod, then turned his attention back to Luo Qing. "In this world, everyone harbors greed, which I can comprehend. However, your error lies in crossing paths with me." Ye Suifeng's gaze sharpened, 2 beams of piercing light delving into Luo Qing's mind. Luo Qing let out a muffled groan, blood streaming from his eyes. In that fleeting moment, every meridian in his body shattered, his dantian reduced to powder, and even his soul was severed in half. He had been utterly rendered a cripple. Luo Qing's expression turned ashen, devoid of life. His eyes lost their luster, and he opened his mouth slightly, voice hoarse. "Ye Suifeng, your tyrannical actions will surely invoke the punishment you deserve. You cannot fathom the terrifying power concealed behind the Wanbao Pavilion. You and your family shall undoubtedly vanish from the annals of history in the near future. All of this is due to your own actions." As he spoke, blood trickled from his mouth. Ye Suifeng regarded him coldly, then suddenly smiled. "You struck the young. Do the elders wish to intervene?" He chuckled. "I relish such narratives. I grant you an opportunity. Hasten to summon your ancestors, or even your ancestors' ancestors. When they arrive, I shall engage in a heartfelt discussion with them." Ye Suifeng lifted the pressure upon Luo Qing. He was eager to see whom Luo Qing would summon. It would serve to suppress any future troubles. He had no time to entertain such individuals. "You will regret this," Luo Qing nearly screamed. "Do not bother. I have already arrived." Suddenly, a melodious voice resonated. A youthful figure, resplendent and graceful, clad in a purple robe, descended gracefully beside Luo Qing. Holding a pristine white jade fan, Ye Suifeng directed his gaze toward the newcomer. The young man appeared to possess a certain poise. "Are you his ancestor, or perhaps his ancestor's ancestor?" Ye Suifeng inquired. "Head of the Ye family, this is Shen Tianming, the steward of the Wanbao Pavilion whom I mentioned to you," Gu Wanxin explained, then bowed to Shen Tianming. "Steward Shen, this individual has been exceedingly arrogant, demolishing our Wanbao Pavilion upon arrival, and cruelly slaying Song Shuang and others, rendering my cultivation null. You must seek vengeance on my behalf." Upon Shen Tianming's arrival, Luo Qing grasped at the chance for salvation, exclaiming loudly, "Shu! Shu!" Shen Tianming placed a hand on Luo Qing's shoulder, speaking softly, "Fear not. I shall deal with this impartially." With that, Shen Tianming turned his attention to Ye Suifeng. Crack! A bloodstain marred the edge of the white jade fan. Luo Qing, his disbelief evident, collapsed to the ground. A cripple has no right to make such disrespectful demands. Shen Tianming wore a warm smile. "Head of the Ye family, would you agree?" Ye Suifeng stood with arms clasped behind his back. "What concern is it of mine?" Chapter 27. Intensify the effort. Shen Tianming appeared youthful, yet he possessed the cultivation of the divine transformation stage, a quintessential prodigy. Unlike the other divine transformation elder, Shen Tianming maintained his composure in the presence of Ye Suifeng, seemingly harboring some form of assurance. Ye Suifeng's gaze drifted toward the void beyond. He could distinctly sense a powerful presence lurking in the emptiness, observing all that transpired. Merely a late-stage integration cultivator. Was this his source of confidence? Ye Suifeng felt his patience waning, stating, "If you are here to champion Luo Qing and the others, then act swiftly. Alternatively, you may summon more individuals. Shen Tianming pushed Luo Qing's body aside with a smile. Head of the Yi family, you misunderstand. I am not here to advocate for anyone. The Wanbao Pavilion holds steadfast to principles of fairness, both externally and internally, especially towards our patrons. We would never engage in treachery against them. Song Shuang's arrogance, daring to target the guests of the Wanbao Pavilion, has breached a grave taboo. His demise is well-deserved. While Luo Qing may not have directly participated, he bears culpability for sheltering such actions, compounded by his prior unethical competitive behavior, which has led to his expulsion from the Wanbao Pavilion. Thus, Shen Tianming shrugged lightly. I must express my gratitude to the head of the Yi family for ridding us of these nuisances. Ye Suifeng, intrigued, responded. It appears you possess a modicum of discernment. In that case, proceed as you wish. With that, he prepared to open the void gate. Wait. Shen Tianming called out hastily. What is it? Ye Suifeng inquired. Shen Tianming smiled. Your wealth has drawn the attention of the upper echelons of the Wanbao Pavilion. I previously heard from Gu Pavilion Master that you seek more, rare resources and treasures. Ye Suifeng nodded. Indeed. Very well, Shen Tianming continued. I have come today to discuss the specific categories of treasures you desire. Perhaps we might find a quieter place to deliberate in detail? Shen Tianming's smile remained. Coupled with his handsome countenance, it was easy to find him likable, yet Ye Suifeng was disinclined to engage him further. He had no fondness for individuals who appeared cordial yet harbored hidden malice. Luo Qing sprawled on the ground was a prime example, I reiterate. Regardless of how many resources you wish to sell, simply bring them forth. You need not worry about my ability to pay in spirit stones. As for the specifics, confer with Gu Wanxin. I require only the items. With that, Ye Suifeng waved his hand, turning sharply to vanish without a trace. Shen Tianming opened his mouth to speak but could only manage an awkward smile. What a character. Shen Tianming then turned to Gu Wanxin, stating, Pavilion Master Gu. It seems he has appointed you as his representative. I am honored. Ji Wanxin replied with poise. I do not take offense. Ye Suifeng's parting words essentially conferred protection upon her, providing significant insight. Shen Tianming nodded. In that case, you should remain in Yuntian City, serving as the liaison between the Wanbao Pavilion and Ye Suifeng. I must warn you, however, that by doing so, according to the rules of the Wanbao Pavilion, you shall forever only hold the title of a sub-pavilion master. Ji Wanxin pursed her lips, responding earnestly, that is of no concern. Today's events have illuminated certain truths for me. Remaining in Yuntian City, in many respects, is a blessing. Whether as a deputy, principal, or steward, what does it matter? To individuals like Ye Suifeng and Shen Tianming, it is all the same. They can kill at will. Only strength is the foundation of existence in this world. She had seen through it all. Very well. I respect your decision, Shen Tianming said. Then let us follow Ye Suifeng's suggestion and find a place to discuss the resource allocation in Yuntian City. Thus, the incident drew to a close. The deceased were treated like discarded dogs, disposed of by Shen Tianming with indifference. The damaged Wanbao Pavilion was swiftly restored to its former glory within the hour, thanks to the efforts of numerous cultivators. Everything seemed to return to a state of calm. Moments later, Shen Tianming's figure reappeared in the newly repaired top-floor chamber. Beside him stood a diminutive elder. Mu Lao, what is your assessment of that Ye Suifeng? Shen Tianming inquired softly. Unfathomable, Mu Lao replied, his expression grave. He appears unremarkable, yet upon closer inspection, he is profoundly enigmatic. His every word and action seem to resonate with the essence of the Dao, a phenomenon I have never witnessed in any other elder. Young master, I recommend we remain calm and avoid any conflict with him for the time being. Shen Tianming nodded. A mere Yuntian City has produced such a figure. No wonder those ancient beings have foretold of monumental changes approaching this realm. I wonder if this so-called change is the individual we just encountered. Let us hope not. I have no desire to become the center of a storm, a tragic pawn in the games of those power players. After dealing with Song Shuang, Ye Suifeng returned to his family. Sui Yun and Sui Yu remained in Ye Suihu's chamber, having successfully dispersed the family officials waiting outside. Elder brother, how are you? Su Yun asked with a worried expression. He has already been resolved. Ye Suifeng glanced at Ye Suihu, who was lying in bed, and retrieved a delicate porcelain vial from his pocket, handing it to Su Yun. Inside were some medicinal pills. Administer one to him every 10 days, and after 100 days, his body will naturally recover. This vial of pills was concocted by Ye Suifeng during his journey back. In truth, he could have restored Ye Suifeng's injuries in just a few breaths. However, such methods were far too unsettling. Moreover, he did not wish for others to think that with his presence, they could recklessly disregard their lives in the future. Allowing Ye Suifeng to lie incapacitated for 100 days served as a small punishment for his careless actions. "Thank you, head of the family," Ye Suifeng's wife said tearfully. Subsequently, Ye Suifeng summoned Su Yun into the study. "I ask you, what kind of genius is one in their 20s at the transformation stage in this world?" he inquired. Upon meeting Shen Tianming, Ye Suifeng discreetly assessed his bone age, merely 27. This led him to ponder that if the major powers of this world were all as monstrous as Shen Tianming, then compared to them, the younger generation of the Yi family was woefully inadequate. Faced with this question, Su Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. How could such a genius possibly exist? Absolutely impossible. His reaction spoke volumes. Given Su Yun's perspective and experience, he was wholly unacquainted with such levels. Ye Suifeng shook his head, saying, "Very well, I understand. From today onward, you will exhaust every means to expedite the cultivation progress of our clan's younger generation. Whatever it takes, training rooms, spirit-gathering arrays, body-tempering liquids, procure them all. Intensify efforts, do you understand?" Chapter 28. Struggle in the woods in the outskirts of the Qinggu Highlands, within a deep and shadowy forest, lay a pool of emerald water. Beneath a large azure stone at the water's edge, a massive python coiled languidly, sunlight filtering through the leaves and dappling its scales. It was dozing, however, unbeknownst to it. Several figures had concealed themselves within the dense underbrush, stealthily advancing towards it. These were 3 young cultivators, 2 women and 1 man, wrapped in a thin, translucent membrane. When a droplet of dew was accidentally disturbed, it rapidly crystallized into ice. The ice cloak could insulate against temperature, possessing a certain freezing effect. Originally designed for the sweltering summer, clever cultivators discovered its unique concealment properties against serpentine beasts. Even when in close proximity, detection became exceedingly difficult. Clearly, these 3 cultivators sought to hunt the massive python beneath the azure stone. They approached cautiously, gradually closing in on the python, nearly able to hear its faint breaths. The foremost woman wore a solemn expression and nodded to the other 2. Springing forth with a swift motion, her sword slicing through the air aimed at the python's head. However, her sudden movement alerted the python. It opened its eyes, narrowly evading the lethal strike and retaliating with a bite. Clang! The python's sharp fangs clashed with the sword, and the powerful rebound sent the woman flying backward. Yet, her eyes gleamed with determination. "Now is the moment," she cried, as the other man and woman leapt from the underbrush, their swords striking towards the python's body. Thanks to the distraction created by the first woman, the python's form was mostly extended, leaving its critical point within the range of the 2 others' attacks. This was a cunning ploy. Slicing. The sword struck the python's body with ferocity, instantly leaving 2 gaping wounds from which blood gushed forth. "Wei Yuan, what are you doing?" the other woman exclaimed, frowning in discontent. "I'm sorry, Hu Jie, I missed my mark," the young man replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. Their plan had been for the first woman to draw the python's attention while the other 2 combined their efforts to sever its critical point, thereby slaying the beast. However, perhaps due to nerves, Wei Yuan's sword went awry. The python, though evidently injured, was not mortally so. It merely bore 2 additional wounds. "Be careful," the woman surnamed, who was about to admonish him when her expression suddenly changed. Rushing to shield Wei Yuan, the python's massive tail lashed out. Bang! The Hu woman attempted to block with her sword but underestimated the python's strength, causing her to spit blood midair and be sent flying. "Hu Jie!" Wei Yuan shouted in alarm. "Don't worry about her. Focus on dodging. If we have the chance, strike down this beast," the first female cultivator urged, her sword dancing brilliantly as she charged toward the python. Bang! In merely a breath's time, she struck the python dozens of times, inflicting numerous shallow wounds upon it. The python let out a roar, redirecting its attention back to the woman before it. "Steady your mindset. Remember how we usually teach you," the woman admonished as she continued her assault. Upon hearing this, Wei Yuan inhaled deeply, momentarily setting aside his concern for Hu Jie, and channeled all his focus toward the python. Die, at last. He seized a rare opportunity, swiftly closing in and, filled with rage, struck at the python's critical point, aligning his blow with the previous wounds. With a resounding slash, the python was severed, blood spraying all over Wei Yuan. The python howled, thrashing violently on the ground, prompting the two to leap away, allowing it to thrash in its death throes. They knew the python was doomed. Wei Yuan suddenly recalled who won and quickly located her among the underbrush. She was spitting blood, one arm cradled against her chest, clearly broken. "It's all my fault. I'm so sorry," Wei Yuan said, guilt-ridden. At that moment, another woman approached. Engaging the python directly had drained much of her spiritual energy, leaving her pale and sweat-soaked. "I'm fine. Your inexperience is normal," Hu Wen forced a smile, saying, "It's just a broken arm. A month of rest will suffice. It's all my fault." Wei Yuan continued to berate himself. "Enough." The other woman stepped forward to support Hu Wen, looking at Wei Yuan and adding, "Injuries in battle are commonplace. Instead of wallowing in self-blame, reflect on what went wrong. Otherwise, you will never grow." Hu Wen shot her a helpless glance, saying, "Zhang Fei, don't be too harsh. It's not like this is Xiao Yuan's first battle." Zhang Fei's expression was unreadable, and she huffed slightly, saying, "I just don't want to lose any more companions from the Beggar's Temple." The group fell silent, taking a moment to regroup before returning to the water's edge. Why now? The python had thrashed enough. Lying on the ground, blood flowing freely, utterly lifeless. "Oh, there are some eggs here," Wei Yuan suddenly exclaimed. Zhang Fei and Hu Wen hurried over. They spotted a cluster of white eggs nestled quietly among the grass beneath the large azure stone. Counting them revealed 7 in total. "Python eggs, we struck it rich," Hu Wen exclaimed in delight. "In the market, a complete python egg could fetch at least 50 spirit stones. For them, this was a tremendous fortune." Zhang Fei also displayed a joyful expression. "Quickly, stash them away, and let us deal with the python's corpse. The scent of blood can easily attract." Before she could finish, a voice suddenly interjected, "Oh, python eggs, our luck is indeed splendid." Moments later, 5 cultivators leaped from the woods, directly approaching Zhang Fei and her companions. Each wore extravagant garments, exuding an air of nobility, clearly not of the common cultivator ilk. Indeed, python eggs. Just what we needed for our main ingredient. The lead woman smiled, completely disregarding Zhang Fei and the others. Zhang Fei's expression darkened as she stepped forward, cupping her hands in greeting. "Fellow cultivator, we are the ones who killed the python. And we found the python eggs first." Her tone was polite, yet the woman showed no intention of acknowledging her, striding past. Frowning, Zhang Fei prepared to confront her again, but another cultivator blocked her path, producing a red token. "Hey, what do you mean by—" Wei Yuan began, but was stopped by Zhang Fei's hand. The token bore the character Li. The Li family of Yunxiao City was the governing authority in that region. Far too formidable to provoke. At that moment, the Li family's woman had already taken the python eggs. She approached Zhang Fei, her expression impassive, saying, "I am Li Qinger, a direct descendant of the Li family. Rest assured, I won't take advantage of you. Someone, toss him 100 spirit stones." A small pouch was tossed at Zhang Fei's feet. "Ordinary python eggs are worth 50 spirit stones each. How much more for these python eggs?" Yet in the end, they were left with a mere 100 spirit stones, and the woman wore a patronizing demeanor. However, Zhang Fei and her companions could only swallow their indignation. They dared not offend a prominent family like the Li family and had to choke down their grievances. Clearly accustomed to such dealings, Li Qinger, after completing her actions, prepared to leave with an air of superiority. A voice suddenly rang out, "Li Qinger, as a direct descendant of the Li family, how can you engage in such oppression of common cultivators?" 4 figures leaped from the forest, the leader clad in a purple cloak, exuding an air of heroism, with a cerulean long sword at their waist. "Tianwan Palace, Yi family, Yi Huang?" Li Qinger raised an eyebrow. Chapter 29. Yi Huang's fury. "Yi Huang, you have overstepped your bounds." Facing Yi Huang, Li Qinger showed no fear. She stood opposite Yi Huang, speaking languidly. "I do not care how great your reputation as Yi Huang of Tianwan Palace is. This mountain range is under the jurisdiction of the Li family." Yi Huang crossed her arms. "And so? And so?" Li Qinger furrowed her brow. "Your reach extends too far, do you realize? Intruding into another family's territory and flaunting your power. This is the style of your Yi family?" Yi Huang chuckled softly. "Damn, why Yi family's style is to intervene when we see something we cannot tolerate. What can you do about it?" Li Qing'er attempted to steer the conversation towards familial matters. But Yi Huang was evidently uninterested in her tactics. The Yi family had always been cautious and prudent. When had they ever been so domineering? It left her perplexed. Why, Yi Huang? Are you not afraid of igniting a conflict between our two families with such recklessness? Li Qing'er said with a grim expression. She still sought to leverage her family to suppress Yi Huang. Yet Yi Huang smiled again, saying, "Is it foolishness on your part or mine to believe that family conflicts can ignite so easily? Yes, perhaps today, if I were to kill you, or you were to kill me, that might lead to a conflict. Would you care to test that?" Faced with Yi Huang's provocation, Li Qing'er's complexion darkened. This person was not adhering to the usual rules. Moreover, she was pressing forward, a demeanor she had never encountered from the Yi family before. "Why, Yi Huang? Do not think I fear you." Li Qing'er glared at the people beside Yi Huang, coldly declaring, "Don't think I don't know that the reputation of your Tianluan palace was built by Yi Qingya. Now that Yi Qingya is absent, and with Yi Xiaoxiao also away, you, a mere qi refinement cultivator, dare to boast in front of me." Li Qing'er had just broken through to the transformation stage. She could not defeat Yi Qingya and had no confidence against the genius Yi Xiaoxiao. But Yi Huang was merely a qi refinement cultivator. Rumor had it she was on par with her useless father, around the 7th or 8th layer of qi refinement. How could Li Qing'er fear such a person? Observing Li Qing'er's fierce expression, Yi Huang shook her head. "Oh, you only bully the weak and fear the strong. It's only because Qingya and Xiaoxiao are absent that you dare to challenge me. How pitiful. Allow me to show you how a member of the Yi family handles such situations." With that, she stepped forward, advancing towards Li Qing'er. Li Qing'er was momentarily taken aback. What was this person doing? Why was she approaching? In her hesitation, she unconsciously took a step back. This step ignited a surge of indignation within her, and she shouted, "What do you want?" Yi Huang revealed a playful little tiger tooth. Smiling, "Nothing much. I just find you unpleasant and want to give you a beating." With that, she launched a punch, the force creating a sharp wind, hurtling towards Li Qing'er. Li Qing'er never anticipated such a direct assault and hurriedly attempted to block, unleashing the aura of the transformation stage. Boom! A tremendous clash echoed as a powerful energy erupted between them, causing the qi refinement cultivators around to nearly lose their footing. When they regained their senses, they were left wide-eyed. Yi Huang, a qi refinement cultivator, remained unscathed, while Li Qing'er of the transformation stage was forced back several steps, leaving deep footprints in the ground. How is this possible? Li Qing'er's eyes widened in shock. After the previous impact, her arms felt numb. How could this Yi Huang possess such immense strength? The transformation stage is nothing in comparison. Yi Huang pressed forward again, launching a flurry of strikes. The wind from her punches whistled, leaving trails of afterimages in the air. Clearly, her martial arts had reached an advanced level. In a state of panic, Li Qing'er could only passively endure, retreating continuously, nearly overwhelmed by the assault. The spectators were utterly astounded. They had never witnessed a qi refinement cultivator capable of rendering a transformation stage opponent utterly defenseless. When did the Yi family produce such a prodigy? Bang! In a moment of inattention, Li Qing'er was kicked in the chest by Yi Huang, collapsing to the ground, a muddy shoe print marking the center of her torso. "Stop! How dare you?" Li Qing'er's companions rushed forward, positioning themselves protectively in front of her, their expressions fierce. The people behind Yi Huang also quickly stepped forward, confronting them with equal fervor. Yi Huang waved her hand, signaling them to fall back, standing alone at the forefront, stating, "I won't say much more. Return what you just took from others, and I won't cause you any trouble. Otherwise, I would be more than happy to spar with all of you." Yi Huang cracked her knuckles, causing the members of the Li family to retreat in fear. They had witnessed the recent battle. Even Li Qing'er of the transformation stage was not a match for her, so how could they contend with such a monster? Yi Huang. Suddenly, a voice filled with rage emerged from behind the Li family. Li Qing'er's voice was hoarse, her teeth clenched as she spat out Yi Huang's name. "You forced my hand," she shrieked. Instantly, a powerful aura erupted, causing the Li family members to hastily evade. A gray whip shimmered with a ghostly light, darting toward Yi Huang with blinding speed. Yi Huang's gaze sharpened, and her long sword was unsheathed with a resounding chime, clashing directly with the whip. Boom! Another surge of powerful energy erupted, more intense than the previous commotion. The trees above were instantly stripped of countless small branches, which cascaded down like rain. On the ground, deep sword marks radiated from Ye Huang, spiraling outward in all directions. One such mark sliced through the side of the azure stone, severing it cleanly, leaving a polished edge. The cerulean long sword vibrated in the air, while the whip lay shattered into several segments. Scattered across the ground, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone stood frozen, gazing in terror at the purple figure, bodies trembling involuntarily. Li Qinger, half reclining on the ground, clutched the broken whip, her expression dazed and eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? How could this be? Why Thorn Whip is a mystical level spirit weapon. Why does she mutter to herself? Why? Ye Huang slowly sheathed her long sword. After more than 2 months of trials, she had fought dozens of battles and was acutely aware that the spirit sword bestowed upon her by her father was no ordinary object. Produce the green python eggs, and I shall grant you a chance at survival, Ye Huang stated coolly. After a moment of silence, Li Qinger rose from the ground. Although she was not physically injured, the pressure and humiliation inflicted by Ye Huang pained her far more than any physical wound. Li Qinger retrieved 7 green python eggs, tossed them onto the ground, glanced at Ye Huang, and huffed. If you have the guts, participate in this year's battle of Yunshao City. Why then? My brother Li Qi will surely avenge me. With that, she dared not linger and hastily departed. Watching her retreating figure, Ye Huang murmured to herself, "So, the eldest son of the Li family, Li Qi? We shall meet." Chapter 30. The agreement between Li and Tang. Thank you, Fairy Yi, for your assistance, Zhang Fei, and Huan approached Ye Huang and bowed deeply. She truly did not expect someone to emerge and uphold justice while they were being oppressed by the Li family's disciples. Such individuals are exceedingly rare in this era. To speak frankly, such people usually do not live long. Of course, she would never voice such thoughts. It is of no consequence. Ye Huang replied, I merely did what I wished to do. Zhang Fei was momentarily taken aback. While this statement appeared simple, in a certain sense, it encapsulated what everyone has been pursuing. Want to do, and then to do it. What gave her the audacity to say such a thing and act accordingly? Here are the green python eggs. Take good care of them. Each is worth 200 spirit stones, Ye Huang said as she handed the eggs to Zhang Fei. The ordinary giant python eggs were worth 50 spirit stones, but the one they had slain was actually a green python, imbued with a faint aura of the wild, thus elevating the value of its eggs. We can keep 3, and that's sufficient, Zhang Fei quickly replied. Ye Huang smiled and said, Take them. I am not in need of such trifles. Currently, the Yi family members were quite affluent, having hundreds of spirit stones. Cultivating a good relationship was a worthwhile endeavor. By the way, where are you from? Ye Huang inquired. Zhang Fei clasped her fists and replied, We are all from Dahao Town. Dahao Town is rather distant from here and has long been under the jurisdiction of the Li family. I noticed that some of you are injured. Why not accompany me to Wudong Town? There are skilled healers there, and the prices are quite reasonable, Ye Huang suggested, glancing at Huan. Zhang Fei hesitated, saying, But we are under the Li family's jurisdiction, and Wudong Town is within the Yi families. The conflicts among the upper echelons often trickle down to the lower levels. The long-standing strife between the Li and Yi families has resulted in various underlying tensions in their respective territories. Typically, cultivators from the Li family's domain would not easily venture into the Yi family's jurisdiction. Ye Huang shook her head and said, What does it matter, Li family or Yi family? Fundamentally, we are all cultivators of Yunshao City. You may be far away and not fully aware, but many towns between the jurisdictions of the Yi and Li families have begun to merge, striving together for their mutual goals. Almost half of the cultivators in Wudong Town hail from the Li family's territory. Zhang Fei was momentarily stunned. What was happening? When did cultivators become so harmonious? Come, and you will see for yourself, Ye Huang said, revealing her charming little tiger teeth. Ye family, head studied. Ye Suifeng held a letter, a faint smile gracing his face. After a moment, he set the letter down and remarked, Quite impressive, exuding an aura of dominance, truly befitting of my style. Opposite him, Sui Yun wore a smile as well. Elder brother, Xiao Huang's recent reputation is astounding. The name of Tianluan Hall has nearly overshadowed that of Yi Long children's trivial squabbles, Ye Suifeng mused, savoring a sip of fragrant tea. Based on the contents of the letter, his daughter was no longer the burdened girl she once was. This was, in fact, expected, for he knew that within Ye Huang lay a phoenix, awaiting its rebirth through fire. he merely ignited that spark. The situation at the borders was exceptionally favorable. Due to the family's activities and policies, many wandering cultivators from other regions were attracted. Many gifted individuals expressed interest in joining us, Sui Yun noted. Ye Suifeng nodded. This was indeed one of his objectives. Only by accumulating sufficient talent could the family truly evolve into a top-tier power. Otherwise, they would merely exist as a hidden family, which held little appeal for him. After the initial joy, Sui Yun's expression grew somewhat troubled. Elder brother, I must mention that due to our recent heightened activity, a large influx of cultivators has arrived, including many from the Li and Tang families' territories. Particularly from the Li family, several minor sects have completely relocated to our side. Is this, perhaps, not ideal? Sui Yun expressed. Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. What is there to be concerned about? The significant loss of cultivators may provoke thoughts from the Li and Tang families. Sui Yun replied. Ye Suifeng set down his teacup and beckoned him closer. Come, let me ask you this. Do you find the current situation of our family pleasing? Sui Yun was momentarily stunned before responding. Of course. The younger generation is full of vitality, and our family's reputation is flourishing. I have dreamt of this countless times. Then what is the issue? Ye Suifeng smiled. Just like what Yi Huang said. If you wish to do something, then do it. As long as we do not deviate from the proper course, there is no need to worry about trivial matters. The Li family and Tang family, since they exist in Yunshao City, their fate has long been predetermined. Should they behave themselves, we shall offer them a gentler outcome. If they dare to cause trouble, well, I shall ensure they understand that the Yi family is no longer what it once was. Sui Yun nodded. The actions of Ye Suifeng over the past few months had instilled in him absolute confidence. Even if Ye Suifeng decided to claim the throne and establish a dynasty, he would harbor no doubts. Let us think a bit further ahead. Ye Suifeng smiled. Do you recall when I mentioned that 27-year-old genius in the transformation stage? Let us set a small goal for our family, to ensure that this group of young ones can reach that level. And let us strive for the Yi family to become a great power capable of nurturing such talents. Do you understand? Listening to Ye Suifeng's modest ambition, Sui Yun's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The prospect was something he had never even imagined in his dreams. Was there truly a possibility of it being realized? He glanced at the leisurely Ye Suifeng and nodded inwardly. Under the guidance of his elder brother, the Yi family would undoubtedly become a super family capable of leaving a mark in history. Your current task is to spend well and allocate resources wisely, providing our family members with a nurturing environment for cultivation. Of course, do not neglect your own cultivation. I hope that within a year, you and who will break through to the golden core stage and officially step into the nascent soul realm. Ye Suifeng instructed. Sui Yun nodded earnestly. Afterward, they discussed some family matters, and Sui Yun took his leave. Ye Suifeng sat by the window, gazing into the distance, as if envisioning the charming figure growing at the border. I just want to strike you. What can you do about it? Haha, this little girl is becoming increasingly amusing. As for the Li and Tang families, he hoped they would recognize the situation. For the time being, Ye Suifeng did not wish to engage with those two families. It was simply unnecessary. To him, both the Li and Tang families were far too weak enough that he could hardly be bothered to acknowledge them. Engaging in conflict with them would merely waste time. However, as the saying goes, the tree wishes for tranquility, but the wind does not cease. A few days later, Sui Yun returned to the study. Elder brother, the heads of the Li and Tang families have sent invitations, requesting you to gather at the Drunken Dream Pavilion. Chapter 31. The hot-headed Ye Suifeng in an elegant room of the Drunken Dream Pavilion. Only two individuals were present, Ye Suifeng and Ye Suibao. Initially, Ye Suifeng had intended to come alone, but Sui Yun and the others insisted on having more people, claiming it would enhance the atmosphere. Ultimately, they sent the highest-ranked cultivator, Ye Suibao, to act as his bodyguard, a late-stage golden core cultivator serving as a bodyguard for someone who has survived the tribulation. One wonders how effective that would be. I say, since it was the Li and Tang families who invited us, why are we the ones waiting for them? Ye Suifeng remarked. The guests had arrived, yet the hosts had yet to show up. How utterly disrespectful, elder brother. Those two families have always been like this. They look down on us. Ye Suibao fumed, his voice akin to a broken gong, appearing even more enraged than Ye Suifeng, as he seemed on the verge of smashing the table. Ye Suifeng quickly restrained him. Calm down, fifth brother. It is not yet time to get agitated. That moment, the door finally opened, revealing two figures. one plump and the other slender, each accompanied by a stunning young woman exuding grace and charm. Ye Suifeng observed that the two men were both at the golden core stage, while the four accompanying women were all also at the golden core stage, albeit their auras were somewhat weak, indicating they had likely been forcefully augmented with medicinal pills. Look at their grandeur. Now observe us. One scruffy man with a beard. The disparity is evident. Truly a disgrace, disgrace. The plump, middle-aged man said with a smile. My apologies for making you wait, Brother Ye. Ye Suifeng glanced at him. And who might you be? The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Ye Suifeng did not appear to be joking. His eyes twitched slightly, and he forced a smile. Brother Ye, you truly have a sense of humor. Elder brother, this is the head of the Li family, Li Liusu. Ye Suibao interjected from the side. Ye Suifeng responded with an "Oh." He did not intentionally seek to create trouble. He genuinely did not recognize the heads of the Li and Tang families. Although he had portraits and information of both at home, he simply could not be bothered to review them. Then you must be Tang Zheng. Ye Suifeng addressed the other man. Tang Zheng huffed disdainfully, remaining silent as he sat down, appearing rather aloof. Observing this reaction, Ye Suibao's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, Hey, my elder brother is speaking to you. Tang Zheng's expression darkened as he glared at Ye Suibao, seemingly offended. Fifth Master's temperament remains as forthright as ever. Li Liusu interjected, attempting to mediate the situation. Tang Zheng merely huffed again, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Meanwhile, Ye Suifeng sat quietly, observing their performance with indifference. Within just a few minutes, he grasped certain dynamics at play. In Yunqiao City, the Tang family's strength and foundation were the most formidable, and Li Liusu was clearly intent on cultivating a good relationship with the Tang family while covertly undermining the Yi family. This social stratum was rife with human emotions, subtleties, and schemes. Clearly, Li Liusu was well versed in such affairs. However, Ye Suifeng showed no interest whatsoever. You invited me here today. What is it you wish to discuss? Ye Suifeng inquired directly. Li Liusu smiled. No need to rush. Let us first have the dishes served. I must tell you, the cuisine at Drunken Dream Pavilion is exceptional. That will not be necessary. Ye Suifeng interrupted his false enthusiasm, stating coolly, If you have something to say, now is the time. I am quite busy and do not have the luxury of time. Li Liusu was momentarily rendered speechless. Discussing business over a meal was a basic courtesy and convention. Yet this Yi family head behaved as if he were a hot-headed youth. Why Ye Suifeng? Is it? At this moment, Tang Zheng finally spoke, looking down at Ye Suifeng. You are the most interesting head of a family I have encountered. Tang Zheng's opening remark was laden with condescension, as if he were elevating himself above the first three heads of the Yi family. I find little of interest here, Ye Suifeng replied. If you have matters to discuss, please do so swiftly. Let us not waste each other's time. After a brief silence, Li Liusu chuckled. In that case, I shall be direct. Brother Yi, your Yi family has been quite active at the borders lately. Do you not think it excessive? Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. It was indeed about this matter. Yes, we are quite active, he admitted candidly. Li Liusu paused, then continued. Since you do not deny it, should you not provide me and Brother Tang with an explanation? Ye Suifeng scratched his head, feigning confusion. What does my family's activity at the borders have to do with you? Why must I explain myself to you? Li Liusu opened his mouth but was momentarily at a loss for words. Of course, it is related. Do you not realize that your Yi family's hands have extended into the territories of the Li and Tang families? I am aware. Then why claim otherwise? Li Liusu exclaimed, his voice rising in exasperation. What is this ridiculous demeanor? It is infuriating. Yet Ye Suifeng maintained his calm demeanor, leisurely sipping tea as he stated, and what of it? Li Liusu's expression darkened, his voice low and menacing. Ye Suifeng, are you mocking me and Brother Tang? The anger of the two great families is something you may not be able to bear. As Li Liusu finally shed his facade and revealed his true colors, Ye Suifeng waved his hand dismissively, saying, Let me first inquire. What exactly have our Yi family members done at the borders? Li Liusu was taken aback, responding, Are you feigning ignorance? Your Yi family has taken advantage of the recent beast tide, employing various means to attract wandering cultivators, causing chaos in our territories, and drawing them to your side. What is your intent? To recruit soldiers and challenge the Li and Tang families? As Li Liusu bombarded him with questions, Ye Suifeng shook his head and retorted, Let me ask you again. What methods did we employ? Forget it, let me enlighten you. When the beast tide first occurred, we dispatched numerous personnel to assist the border cultivators in resisting the rampaging beasts. Subsequently, we invested substantial resources to provide free medical assistance to those injured during the beast tide. Finally, we offered generous rewards to the wandering cultivators, fostering unity as we weathered this fierce beast tide together. I ask you, which of these so-called methods violates the Yunqiao Agreement? The three major families of Yunqiao City had previously established the Yunqiao Agreement to ensure coexistence and avoid severe conflicts. As it stood, the actions of the Ye family had not violated the agreement. It was perhaps unthinkable at the time that someone would be so reckless as to turn their attention to the vast number of wandering cultivators. I am a person who values adherence to rules. Therefore, since I have not violated any regulations, why should I provide you with an explanation? Ye Suifeng queried. Both Li Liusu and Tang Zheng wore grim expressions. This Ye Suifeng appeared utterly impervious to reason. The dynamics among great families were not akin to child's play. A mere agreement could not dictate every situation. Why, Ye Suifeng, if you insist on this line of thinking, we may find it impossible to continue our discussion, Li Liusu said in a low voice. Why, Ye Suifeng rose to his feet. Difficult to discuss? Then let us cease the discussion. He suppressed the urge to flip the table and stated, the Ye family's approach is thus. If you possess the means, invest resources to persuade those wandering cultivators to return voluntarily. If funds are lacking, I can extend you a loan. In summary, I adhere strictly to the rules. Should anyone dare to breach them through underhanded tactics, they must not blame me for my ruthless nature. That is all. Please take your time to enjoy your meal. With that, Ye Suifeng beckoned to Sui Bao and exited the private room without a second glance. Li Liusu's expression darkened as she regarded Tang Zheng, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. However, Tang Zheng merely shook his head slightly. It is what it is. We are well aware of the Ye family's true capabilities, and they are unlikely to stir up any significant trouble. I refuse to believe that the Ye family possesses enough spirit stones to satisfy that insatiable horde of wandering cultivators, Tang Zheng remarked. Li Liusu sighed, saying, I understand. Yet his persistent antics are utterly infuriating. Tang Zheng sipped his tea and replied, a small failure leads to greater chaos. Look at that Ye Suifeng. He is merely a brash youth. The Ye family's decision to appoint him as the head of the family is tantamount to self-sabotage. Soon, the battle for Yunqiao City will commence, and then the Ye family will either have to replace their leader or see their end here. Li Liusu paused, saying, but the Yunqiao Agreement. Agreements are but ink on paper, Tang Zheng stated with an unperturbed gaze. For the strong, the idea of breaking an agreement is non-existent. It is merely a revision of the rules. Chapter 32. Preparation and Progress. Brother, you are truly formidable. On the way home, Sui Bao displayed a wide grin, his large yellow teeth gleaming as he rambled beside Ye Suifeng. Those two families are nothing but hypocritical nuisances, always acting superior. It's infuriating. Today was immensely satisfying. Sui Bao was unusually animated. Calm down, this is a trivial matter, Ye Suifeng replied with a hint of exasperation. Calm down, Sui Bao retorted, his face flushed. You have no idea? When I was with the previous family head, every encounter with those two families left me seething with rage. As Sui Bao spoke, he suddenly realized his words were inappropriate and quickly closed his mouth. The previous family head referred to Ye Suifeng's father, Ye Zhenguang, who had met an unfortunate end at the jaws of a beast earlier this year during an expedition into the Qinggu Highlands. Several of Ye Zhenguang's brothers had since retreated from the limelight, which is why, according to ancestral teachings, Ye Suifeng became the head of the Ye family. Brother, I apologize for my thoughtless words, Sui Bao said, embarrassment washing over him. There is no need to dwell on it. Ye Suifeng waved dismissively. He did not possess many memories of his father, Ye Zhenguang, and thus felt no profound sentiment. Nonetheless, he was, after all, a blood relative of this body. How is the investigation into that incident progressing? Ye Suifeng inquired. Since Ye Zhenguang's death, the Ye family has been diligently looking into the circumstances, but the complexities of the Qinggu Highlands, rife with formidable beasts, have hampered their efforts. The information gathered has been scant. According to the residual traces at the scene, Sui Bao continued, the previous family head encountered a blood fiend tiger, which led to his demise. The blood fiend tiger is a superior grade 6 beast, its strength comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator. Naturally, Ye Zhenguang, at the golden core stage, was no match for it. Moreover, it was unlikely that the Li or Tang families had any involvement. They lacked the capability to command such a beast. Thus, This incident seems to be nothing more than a tragic accident. The only unusual aspect is that the location Yi Jingguang visited is typically devoid of such creatures, which is why the Yi family continues to investigate the finer details. Let it go. What is done is done, Ye Suifeng said. I shall personally visit the site one day to uncover the truth. Brother, please reconsider. We have only just begun to see progress. You must not take risks, Sui Bao exclaimed, while Ye Suifeng, with a sigh, reassured him, fear not. It is merely a blood-fiend tiger. Though prevent Sui Bao from continuing down that path, Ye Suifeng swiftly changed the subject. By the way, Sui who is currently bedridden. I need you to keep a close watch on the training of those young ones at home. Of course, Sui Bao replied eagerly. Recently, our second brother provided us with a plethora of training resources. We plan to construct a body tempering pool, 10 meditation chambers inscribed with gathering spirit formations, numerous combat puppets, shadow training poles for agility practice, a myriad of sword formations, and even heart-refining illusion formations. Goodness! At this rate, the Yi family will soon resemble a sacred ground. Ye Suifeng scoffed. The sacred grounds are not nearly as humble as we are. Let us proceed with our plans. In a little over a month, the situation at the borders should stabilize. We cannot allow them to be idle. Make sure they train rigorously. A grin spread across Sui Bao's face. Rest assured, brother, I shall not go easy on them. The two individuals responsible for the Yi family's martial prowess, Ye Suihu and Sui Bao, essentially play the roles of the good cop and the bad cop. With the good cop resting in bed, the young ones returning will likely face a harsh training regimen. What a delightful scene that will be. Time passed swiftly. Yunshao City grew increasingly lively, with a surge of cultivators flocking to its streets, creating a cacophony of voices. The taverns and inns were filled to capacity, and businesses thrived. Even the fireworks alleys and underground gambling dens were teeming with patrons. Wealth circulated within Yunshao City like a tide. Many were puzzled by the sudden influx of cultivators, as no special events were occurring. Some privy to the underlying circumstances pointed their fingers at the Yi family. It turned out that the Yi family's recent activities had drawn the attention of these cultivators, all eager to seek their fortunes with the family. The Yi family's actions are ill-advised. I do not hold much hope for them. Indeed, one foolish move can lead to ruin. Throughout history, there has never been such reckless squandering of spirit stones. When their finances falter, those who came seeking refuge may swiftly turn into adversaries. Indeed, the young head of the Yi family has underestimated the treachery of human nature. There were those who expressed skepticism regarding the Yi family's maneuvers, yet others held differing views. Pfft, what do you know? The Yi family's vision is beyond the comprehension of your short-sighted minds. These are the fervent supporters of the Yi family. Ahem, dear friends, do not overstate your praise. The greatest advantage of the Yi family's approach is the acquisition of a resounding reputation, winning over the hearts of the people. Even if they cannot gather everyone, they can still select a handful of the most talented and determined individuals. Ultimately, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. This is the perspective of the rational observer. In any case, I am quite grateful to the Yi family. My family deals in spirit medicines, and last month our sales nearly doubled. This is the viewpoint of the opportunist. In short, opinions abound, and currently, the names of Yunshao City, Yi family, and Ye Suifeng are burning hot topics. Of course, two other names are also gaining notoriety. Tianwan Hall and Jinlong Pavilion. Yi Huang, Yi Qinyao, and Yi Long, the three leaders, have been mentioned repeatedly. Purple Phoenix soaring to the skies, divine might overwhelming, Fairy Qinyao, playing the ethereal strings. The true dragon descends, ethereal and graceful. These three have been heralded as the hope of the new generation within the Yi family. After Ye Suifeng's third body tempering session with Yi Huang, she successfully broke through to the Qi transformation realm. The transformative power within the Thunder Calamity liquid ignited a divine flame within her dantian. Once unleashed, it could scorch the heavens and obliterate the earth. When it comes to true combat prowess, Yi Huang stands as the strongest among the younger generation. Naturally, Ye Suifeng did not withhold his teachings from his nephews, Qinyao and Yi Long, each receiving a body tempering session to solidify their foundations further. Additionally, he paid special attention to Yi Shaoxiao, Yi Qian, and the siblings from the Sui family, Yi Zihan and Yi Haoran, as well as the brothers from the Suihu family, Yi Wei and Yi Ba. This group of direct descendants received particular care from Ye Suifeng, greatly enhancing their strength. They are indeed the future of the Yi family. Within the span of a month, the Wanbao Pavilion finally delivered the first batch of resources above the heavenly grade. 3 items were included. a low-grade heavenly measuring ruler with various remarkable functions, which Ye Suifeng gifted to Sui Bao for managing the younger generation of the Yi family. 10 pieces of azure gold, reputed to be a top-tier building resource, and a small vial of Qilin blood, an exceptional material for body tempering, which Ye Suifeng allocated to the construction of the body tempering pool. Just these few items alone are valued at 20 trillion. Ye Suifeng's stock of low-grade spirit stones plummeted by 0.00005. He barely noticed any change in the figures. Besides these, Ye Suifeng's experiments finally yielded initial results. Feng Zhi, Ma Feng, Lu Hong, and Yu Pingyi each made varying degrees of progress in their cultivation of the Yuan Shigong. Chapter 33. The four guardians in the courtyard, for figures sat cross-legged in a square formation, their eyes tightly shut, exuding an air of solemnity. Surrounding them was an inverted, bowl-shaped transparent light curtain that enveloped them entirely. Outside the light curtain, two figures stood side by side, observing intently. It was Ye Suifeng and the returning Yi Huang. "Father, are these the children you found in the mountains? I heard you intend to adopt them?" Yi Huang pointed at the four and asked. "What?" Ye Suifeng was taken aback. "Who told you that?" "Everyone is saying so," Yi Huang replied. "They claim you are the reincarnation of a sage, kind-hearted, which is why you treat wandering cultivators so well and even took in 4 destitute orphans." Yi Huang spoke earnestly, while Ye Suifeng's expression darkened. Who are these people with such vivid imaginations? He had merely acted on a whim one day and had been nurturing the wandering cultivators with future ambitions in mind. How did it transform into tales of reincarnation? Absurd. "Your father is not a sage, nor does this world accommodate such kindness," Ye Suifeng said. "Little Huang, remember this. One can be benevolent, but one must not be foolish. One can engage in slaughter, but one must not lose sight of their true self. However, all of this is predicated on strength. Do you understand?" Yi Huang nodded, though her understanding was still tenuous. She was still young, lacking experience in the nuances of right and wrong. Ye Suifeng chose not to elaborate further. His daughter's future was hers to shape. "Father, what is this?" Yi Huang inquired, pointing at the transparent dome. "This is the spirit-seizing illumination array." Ye Suifeng explained that it is an ancient formation that can effectively accelerate cultivation progress. Yi Huang looked up. "Can I use it?" This formation, by its name, sounds impressive, but Ye Suifeng shook his head and replied, "There's no need. This array has its flaws. Just focus on steady progress." The spirit-seizing illumination array is essentially a pseudo-time-space formation, containing slight loopholes in the laws of heaven. Such risks may manifest upon reaching full mastery, potentially causing issues during ascension. He did not wish to subject his daughter to such risks. Yi Huang nodded in understanding, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. "Father still loves me, by the way. How did your training go during this period? I heard your reputation has soared." Ye Suifeng chuckled. "Not really," Yi Huang replied modestly. "I just did not want to tarnish your reputation." "Father," Ye Suifeng smiled. Although he remained at home, he was kept apprised of both major and minor events at the borders. His daughter's relentless endeavors could easily be described as heroic. She consistently placed herself at the forefront of every challenge. The reputation of Tianwan Hall was forged by Yi Huang's own efforts, and it was precisely for this reason that Yi Xiaoxiao and Yi Qiniao elevated her to a position of leadership when she was still in the qi refinement stage. The motivation behind Yi Huang's tireless efforts was simply to uphold her father's honor. "What a delightful child she is." After some more idle chatter, Ye Suifeng suddenly raised an eyebrow. "They have emerged." As soon as the words left his mouth, the translucent light barrier began to dim, and the 4 seated figures slowly opened their eyes. A unique aura radiated from them. "Master, Miss," upon seeing Ye Suifeng, the 4 bowed respectfully. During this time, they had grown accustomed to serving Ye Suifeng and had met his little mistress, Yi Huang, on several occasions. Ye Suifeng raised a hand, signaling them to remain seated. Then, extending his vast spiritual sense, he scrutinized their bodies, unveiling all their secrets. Feng Zhi had successfully opened 9 main meridians, his muscles solidified, radiating a star-like glow, concealing immense power. Ma Feng had opened 8 main meridians, exuding a profound presence. Lu Hong and Yu Pingyi had completely transformed their spiritual energy, successfully opening 9 main meridians as well. However, from Ye Suifeng's perspective, Yu Pingyi fared considerably better than Lu Hong in overall assessment. Over the course of a month of cultivation, Ye Suifeng gained a deeper understanding of the Yuan Shigong's efficacy. Compared to traditional methods, the Yuan Shi Gong offered a more comprehensive and dominating effect. It allowed for the direct absorption of various resources, be it pills, spiritual fruits, spirit stones, or even the essence of beasts' blood, as well as malevolent or demonic energies, converting them into usable Yuan power. This greatly alleviated the resource constraints inherent in traditional cultivation methods, making it more accessible to the masses. Furthermore, the enhancements in physical condition through the Yuan Shi Gong far surpassed those of traditional practices. Its overall effectiveness met Ye Suifeng's expectations. Moreover, Lu Hong and Yuping experienced a smooth transition in their cultivation methods. Without any backlash, this bodes well for future promotions. Ye Suifeng was quite satisfied with this outcome. Clearly, the 2 months of seclusion had not been in vain. The Yuan Shi Gong is now ready to be promoted as a foundational technique. However, the timing is not yet right to Yi Huang. Engage them in combat. Ye Suifeng suddenly instructed. What? Yi Huang exclaimed in surprise. Though the 4 before her exuded an unusual aura, their specific levels of cultivation remained unclear. Based on her experience, they appear to be at most in the late Qi refinement stage. Given that she had already reached the Qi transformation realm, battling them would feel akin to a father sparring with his children. Limit your cultivation to the Qi refinement stage, Ye Suifeng stated. Yi Huang acquiesced, though she still harbored doubts about the 4 being her adversaries. Soon, the battle commenced. Having undergone 3 body tempering sessions, Yi Huang had undergone a qualitative transformation. Even when limited to the Qi refinement stage, she possessed the strength to fight beyond her level. Moreover, her combat experience was rich and varied. Theoretically, for ordinary late-stage Qi refinement practitioners should not stand a chance against her. Yet, Feng Zhi and his companions were evidently different. Their long-lasting energy and profound spiritual power set them apart. While they may not match Yi Huang in raw strength, they far exceeded that of an average cultivator of their level. Under the relentless assault of the 4, Yi Huang found herself struggling to keep up, continuously being pressed on the defensive. After several exchanges, Feng Zhi seized an opportunity, rolling on the ground to latch onto Yi Huang's ankle, restricting her movements. Though he was swiftly kicked away, the other 3 had already closed in, with a long sword poised at Yi Huang's throat. Victory was declared. Miss, I apologize. Lu Hong sheathed his sword. Yi Huang stood momentarily stunned. During her months of training, she had encountered countless battles and had even faced off against cultivators of the Qi transformation stage, emerging victorious every time. Though she did not showcase her emotions, a small sense of pride lingered within her heart. This time, however, she found herself not only defeated but defeated so swiftly. It's all right, Yi Huang said, her expression complexed. Ye Suifeng observed with a slight smile tugging at his lips. Young people should occasionally face setbacks. Otherwise, they might genuinely believe themselves invincible. Very well, Ye Suifeng declared. Feng Zhi, you and your companions will continue practicing the Yuan Shi Gong and strive to break through to the Tongmai realm and enter the Danfu realm. Moreover, from this day forth, you will accompany Yi Huang as her guardians. That understood. Feng Zhi and the others replied in unison. We comply. Turning to Yi Huang, Ye Suifeng added. I have a task for you as well. Defeat them within the same realm. Can you accomplish this? Yi Huang bit her lip, determination shining in her eyes. I will. On her petite visage, an indomitable spirit radiated. Chapter 34. Integrating the family. The upheaval caused by the beast tide and jailing lasted approximately 5 months. With the conclusion of this turmoil, the younger generation of the Yi family returned to the fold. Prior to their departure, they were but sheltered fledglings, unacquainted with the tempests of life. Yet upon their return, they had transformed into fierce predators. The entire Yi family was imbued with an invigorating momentum. In the study, Sui Yun, beaming with vitality, reported to Ye Suifeng on the family's recent developments. The young lads had undergone a remarkable transformation. Previously, they trembled at the mere mention of the 5th brother. Yet now they charged forward with exuberant zeal. A few even mocked the 5th brother's training methods, deeming them fit only for the faint-hearted, which infuriated him, prompting him to contemplate even harsher training regimens. The youthful vigor was a sight most cherished by the family elders, symbolizing a thriving future. Let them settle for a while. Enduring prolonged combat inevitably leaves traces of hostility, Ye Suifeng remarked. Sui Yun nodded, fully aware of the principle of moderation, and they were prepared with appropriate measures. How about the items in the training room? Ye Suifeng inquired. They are mostly operational now: spiritual gathering formations, meditation chambers, training rooms, puppet spaces, and heart-refining arrays. I find myself a tad envious of them. Suiyun mused. In his youth, even a low-grade spirit stone required careful consideration for optimal use. He had never indulged in such lavish training resources, let alone dared to dream of it. Only the body tempering pool remains unopened, as the tempering liquid is exceedingly precious. We are still deliberating on the usage criteria. By the way, elder brother, are you truly prepared to utilize that vial of Qilin blood? Suiyun asked, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Qilin blood, after all, was a heavenly resource, worthy of being passed down through generations as a family treasure. Of course we shall use it. After all, it is merely ordinary mortal blood. Should we keep it as a treasure? How ridiculous, Ye Suifeng replied. However, the Qilin blood must be administered solely to the direct descendants of the Ye family. Any surplus can be regarded as a reward for those who make significant contributions to the family. He added, allow me to remind you, the more prosperous a family becomes, the more crucial it is to delineate their respective hierarchies. Chaos must be avoided. The direct lineage forms the foundation of the family and must be prioritized in terms of resource allocation. Resources signify strength, and strength denotes status. The status of the direct line must not be easily provoked. Furthermore, those who contribute to the family should be promoted with great emphasis. Generosity in rewards and clear distinctions between commendation and punishment serve as excellent motivators. Lastly, let us apply some pressure on the collateral branches. With so many wandering cultivators entering the family, we should pay attention to those with potential for inclusion in the core, thereby stimulating certain lethargic members of the collateral lines. A family grows increasingly complex as it expands, with roots intertwining and intermingling. Therefore, distinguishing status is of paramount importance. Overstepping boundaries is a grave taboo. If even servants dare to bully their masters, the family is truly at an end. The direct lineage is foundational. Their status must remain unassailable. The Ye family excels in this regard, with strict ancestral teachings ensuring internal stability. However, due to the significant proportion of collateral branches, some issues inevitably persist. Some individuals believe themselves capable and harbor grand ambitions to infiltrate the core of the family, even aspiring to replace certain direct lines. Others, feeling secure in their connections, indiscriminately suppress outsiders, flaunting their might despite lacking true capability. Ye Suifeng would not tolerate such occurrences that I understand. Some individuals indeed require a firm hand, Suiyun remarked. He was well aware of the family's dynamics, but previously, it had been inadvisable to act against them. By the way, elder brother, there have been some troubling rumors circulating in Yunshao City lately. Suiyun's countenance turned grave. Some say the Ye family has depleted its resources and will soon reveal its true colors. Others claim the Ye family lacks strength yet acts ostentatiously, destined for downfall. There are even whispers suggesting our recruitment of wandering cultivators is part of a nefarious plot, with these cultivators destined for sacrifice. These rumors had spread rapidly throughout the city, deterring many cultivators who had initially intended to join the Ye family. Shouldn't we investigate or publicly clarify the situation? Suiyun expressed concern, recognizing the potential impact of such rumors on the family's current plans. However, Ye Suifeng merely chuckled and shook his head. No need for an investigation. It is undoubtedly the work of those two families. I never expected them to resort to a campaign of slander against us. Suiyun frowned. Are you suggesting that the Li and Tang families are deliberately defaming us? Ye Suifeng nodded. Who else could be so petty? Yet, this presented an opportunity to leverage the situation, allowing them to identify those genuinely inclined to ally with them, which was a positive outcome. Suiyun nodded in agreement. Speaking of which, in a month, the battle for Yunshao City will commence. I suspect their underhanded tactics are aimed at influencing this conflict. Suiyun continued. The battle for Yunshao City involved the allocation of resources and territories among the three prominent families. Each family would select 5 young disciples under the age of 18 to compete in ranking battles. Based on their cumulative scores, benefits would be distributed. This method was astute, as it allowed for a relatively peaceful resolution to familial conflicts while igniting the fighting spirit of the younger generation, creating a win-win scenario. Have we finalized our candidates? Ye Suifeng inquired. Discussions are ongoing, Suiyun replied. Ye Huang, Ye Long, and Qin Yao are likely to compete, while the other 2 are still under observation. Ye Suifeng nodded. Hasten the selection. Once determined, have them come to me for special training. It is time to change the Ye family's underdog status. Suiyun smiled broadly. aware of his elder brother's capabilities. This upcoming battle for Yunxiao City would undoubtedly mark the Yi family's rise. All right, you may return to your duties and ensure the new members of the Yi family are settled. Jiang Fei and her companions had been at the Yi family for 5 days. After encountering Yi Huang in jailing, they had proceeded together to Wudong Town. The situation in Wudong Town exceeded her expectations. She had never witnessed cultivators from different regions unite in solidarity. She had never seen a scion of a prominent family garner such support from numerous wandering cultivators. Yi Huang's actions left her in awe. Following discussions, Jiang Fei resolutely joined Yi Huang's faction and accompanied her to the Yi family in Yunxiao City. The initial days had been quite pleasant. The resources here were abundant, and everyone brimmed with vitality, resembling a dreamlike cultivation sanctuary. However, just yesterday, her concerns materialized. The relatively younger Wei Yuan encountered a conflict with a young member of the Yi family while exchanging a green python egg for contribution points. This individual, named Dou Hua, was said to be connected to the Yi family's second elder. By the time Jiang Fei and Hu Wen arrived, Wei Yuan had already been taken away by Dou Hua, who accused him of disrespecting the Yi family and intended to turn him over to the enforcement team. Dou Hua was not someone they could contend with. Realizing Wei Yuan was in dire straits, Jiang Fei silently regretted involving herself with a major family. Today was the day of Wei Yuan's judgment. Jiang Fei and Hu Wen, heavy-hearted, arrived at the Yi family's enforcement hall, awaiting the final outcome. They could only hope Dou Hua would show leniency and spare Wei Yuan's life. Sister Fei, should we seek out Fairy Huang? Hu Wen suggested. Forget it. Jiang Fei shook her head. That is the second elder's family. It wouldn't be easy for Fairy Huang to intervene. It's best not to trouble her. Hu Wen fell silent, realizing that the depths of a major family could be perilous. Even a minor incident could cost Yi Huang dearly. They could not act recklessly. They could only blame themselves for overly coddling Wei Yuan, leaving him unaware of the dangers lurking in the outside world. The two anxiously waited outside the enforcement hall for over half an hour. Just then, a plump figure emerged from the hall. It was Dou Hua. Upon seeing him, Jiang Fei hurriedly approached, pleading, "Young Master Dou, we were in the wrong. Please show mercy and spare Wei Yuan. If you find us displeasing, we will leave the Yi family at once and never set foot in Yunxiao City again. Young Master Dou, we truly beseech you." As she spoke, she felt someone tugging at her sleeve. Turning, she saw Hu Wen gazing at Dou Hua with a peculiar expression. Jiang Fei furrowed her brow and glanced over, only to be rendered speechless. Dou Hua, already round in shape, now appeared as if he had turned into a ball, his face swollen. His eyes were red, clearly having cried, and a stream of mucus hung from his lips. A large handprint was visible on one side of his face. Jiang Fei was bewildered. What on earth had transpired? As they stood in shock, Dou Hua opened his mouth, uttering an apology before rubbing his eyes and fleeing. The two were left dumbfounded. What just happened? Moments later, Wei Yuan exited the enforcement hall, accompanied by an imposing middle-aged man. Jiang Fei rushed forward, examining Wei Yuan anxiously. "Are you all right?" "Of course I'm fine. I told you, I was in the right all along," Wei Yuan said with a grin. Jiang Fei's expression turned complex as she suddenly slapped him across the face. "Do you have any idea of the trouble you've caused? Do you have any idea how worried we were? If you act impulsively again, you can go off on your own." Wei Yuan covered his face, looking at the furious Jiang Fei and murmured, "Sister Fei, I understand my mistake. I've spoiled you too much." Jiang Fei remained incensed. Yet, youthfulness, imbued with a heart of innocence, is not without its merits. Suddenly, the middle-aged man behind Wei Yuan spoke. Jiang Fei turned to him and sighed. An innocent heart is often the key to death. If he continues this way, he will inevitably lose his life. The middle-aged man remained silent, merely stroking his beard with a faint smile. "I haven't asked your name," Jiang Fei said, cupping her hands in respect. "I am the enforcer presiding over Wei Yuan's judgment," the middle-aged man replied. Jiang Fei was taken aback and quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your consideration. However, Dou Hua's background is formidable. I've heard he has deep ties to the second elder of the family. You must exercise caution." The middle-aged man paused, then suddenly burst into hearty laughter. "I simply act impartially. There's no consideration at play. Besides that, I am the second elder of the Yi family." Jiang Fei was left speechless. Chapter 35. Above the nine heavens. In recent days, two significant events transpired within the Yi family. The first was instigated by Wei Yuan. After his altercation with Dou Hua, Most of the wandering cultivators present silently mourned for him. They had seen such incidents too often. Rogue cultivator entering a major family and offending a powerful figure. It was a scenario that seemed to invite disaster. Yet, who would have thought that Wei Yuan emerged unscathed while Dou Hua, who relied on his connections to act tyrannically, faced severe punishment? It was said that even his allowance for half a year had been revoked. This shattered their preconceived notions. The Ye family had actually prioritized righteousness over familial ties, a concept foreign to them. Following the incident involving Wei Yuan, several collateral branches of the Ye family faced strict penalties due to their transgressions. Conversely, some outstanding wandering cultivators were promoted and ascended to prominent positions within the family in a short span. Many wandering cultivators began to identify themselves as Ye family members, taking pride in their affiliation. The second major event was the impending battle for Yunshao City, scheduled for a month from now. The Ye family would select 5 of the most exceptional young talents under the age of 20 to represent them in the competition. Yi Huang, Yi Long, and Yi Qinyao were unambiguously among the chosen. The remaining 2 positions ignited fierce competition within the family, as no one wished to relinquish this honor willingly. Among the Yi family's youth, only those in the Qi refinement stage were considered. A total of 19 qualified candidates existed within the transformation stage. Most had made breakthroughs during this trial, such as Yi Xiaoxiao and Yi Suiyu's 2 sons, Yi Wei and Yi Ba. After an intense competition, the final 2 candidates were determined. Point 1 was Yi Xiaoxiao, who had achieved a breakthrough during the initial trial. Her outstanding talent and keen insight had propelled her to the 3rd level of the transformation stage, allowing her to decisively defeat all challengers. The other candidate, however, surprised many. Yi Qian. Yi Qian's talent and strength had never been particularly remarkable. He had only recently managed to break through to the transformation stage last month. His sole claim to fame was his amiable character, which had attracted a considerable number of wandering cultivators, nearly rivaling the scale of Tianluan Hall and Jinlong Pavilion, establishing him as the 3rd major force among the younger generation of the Yi family. Typically, he shied away from drawing attention to himself, but for reasons unknown, he had pushed himself vigorously during this selection process, ultimately edging out Yi Wei, who was at the 2nd level of the transformation stage, to secure the final spot. Thus, the 5 representatives of the Yi family were confirmed. At this moment, the 5 stood in the courtyard of Ye Suifeng. Young lads, Ye Suifeng regarded the 5 before him. You shall be the first soaring dragons of the Yi family. He scrutinized their cultivation levels. Yi Huang, 3rd level of the transformation stage. Her progress remarkable. It was no wonder she thrived in the kitchen of Ye Suifeng's abode. Yi Long, 5th level, solid foundation. Yi Qinyao, 5th level, transcendent aura. Yi Xiaoxiao, 3rd level, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Yi Qian, 1st level, with bruises on his face and signs of internal injuries. Why are you striving so hard for a mere selection? Ye Suifeng queried. Yi Qian, with calm composure, replied, Father told me that the participants would receive personal guidance from you, uncle. Thus, I cannot miss this opportunity. I don't want to be known as the orphanage director for the rest of my life. Orphanage director? Ye Suifeng asked, perplexed. It's because during this trial, many of the orphans my cousin took in are now under me, so. Others had begun to refer to him by that nickname behind his back. Ye Suifeng realized he had supported this venture a few months prior when his nephew had approached him about it. He remained supportive now. Then work hard. Reputation is earned, Ye Suifeng encouraged. He then turned his attention to the 5. From today onwards, I will conduct specialized training tailored to each of you. I shall state one thing. Regardless of what you encounter, do not panic or ask unnecessary questions. Simply focus on improving yourselves. Uncle, won't you offer me some encouragement or pressure, like win or perish? Yi Xiaoxiao jested. Yi Suifeng chuckled. Why should I say such things? My father used to train us that way, insisting I defeat cousin Yi Wei while my sister bested cousin Yi Long. Yi Xiaoxiao said. Yi Qinyao and Yi Long exchanged awkward glances. This girl certainly knew how to choose her moments. Yi Suifeng laughed heartily. Indeed, with Sui Bao's character, such remarks were to be expected, and no wonder both of his daughters are so exceptional. I would refrain from uttering these words, for after this special training, when facing the formidable Li and Tang families, victory is assured for you, Yi Suifeng stated. The group stifled their laughter, seemingly intrigued by the term formidable. It is quite inappropriate to refer to others in such a manner. I only ask that you do not forget, regardless of what the future holds, your roots lie here. Yi Suifeng gestured towards the ground beneath them. Very well, let us commence. Yi Suifeng first turned his gaze to Yi Huang. for he was well aware of his daughter's circumstances. Ye Huang had already taken a small step forward in her swordsmanship. Her foundational sword techniques had become cohesive, and she had achieved a minor success with the 9 swords of God-slaying. What she presently lacked was intention, sword intent. Only by honing her sword intent could she truly take her first significant step in the realm of swordsmanship. There are numerous methods to refine sword intent, such as engaging in duels with masters proficient in sword techniques or practicing within powerful sword formations, as many great powers cultivate their core disciples this way. Yet, Ye Suifeng would never resort to such trivial means. Ye Huang, come with me. You all may wait here for a moment. With a wave of his sleeve, the 2 figures vanished from the courtyard. Unbeknownst to anyone, their silhouettes had already ascended tens of thousands of miles above the ground. From the perspective of a previous life, this was indeed within the atmosphere. Such a height, the winds howled fiercely, cutting like blades. Even cultivators at the golden core stage would likely be reduced to dust in an instant. A transparent barrier enveloped the 2, standing firm amidst the tempest, unwavering. This is the first heaven, Ye Suifeng remarked. Ye Huang's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She had never reached such heights before. Father, am I to train here? Ye Huang inquired. Training at such an altitude is truly magnificent. Certainly not. This is merely the beginning. Ye Suifeng raised his head slightly and gestured with his hand, prompting their ascent to continue. Along the way, they traversed vast seas of clouds, dense mists, golden realms, and terrifying areas filled with thunderstorms. Eventually, they arrived in a dazzling world of vibrant colors. This place resembled a fairy tale realm, with hues of light shifting unpredictably, akin to a dreamlike scene. Father, where is this? Ye Suifeng replied with a gentle smile. The 9 heavens, also known as the edge of the world. Beyond lies the boundless chaos. Ye Huang's mouth fell agape. Is this truly the world's edge? Ancient texts speak of it as an infinite expanse devoid of substance, filled solely with endless destruction and turmoil. Yet, it appears not to be so. It resembles a celestial realm. The splendor before your eyes is not necessarily as beautiful as it seems. Ye Suifeng chuckled, then reached out, capturing a streak of purple light in his palm. The purple glow hovered quietly, appearing harmless. Following this, Ye Suifeng retrieved a black staff from his storage ring. This weapon, a top-tier earthly-grade item, forged from core black gold, was renowned for its indestructibility and eternal durability. Observe closely. Ye Suifeng tossed the black staff into the air, where it slowly made contact with the purple celestial light. Upon first contact, the staff paused for a moment. Then, to Ye Huang's horror, the black staff disintegrated, transforming into countless fine particles, vanishing from sight. This is the power of annihilation, Ye Suifeng explained. Ye Huang swallowed hard, her mouth agape. Father, I won't be required to use such a thing for training, will I? That is utterly terrifying. Ye Suifeng smiled widely. You will. However, rest assured, I will reduce its power to 1/1,000,000th based on your strength. As you grow, it will gradually enhance. I sincerely hope to witness the day you conquer and master them. Ye Huang's expression was complex. She remained in a daze for quite some time before finally nodding. I will not let you down. Chapter 36. The Eternal Arena. After ensuring Ye Huang was settled, Ye Suifeng returned to his own courtyard. At this point, only a quarter of an hour had passed. The 3 remained standing there, awaiting Ye Suifeng's return. Only Ye Xiaoxiao was secretly indulging in the grapes Ye Suifeng had left beneath the willow tree. Upon seeing him return, she hurriedly scampered back to her position, dutifully standing still. Ye Suifeng couldn't help but chuckle. This girl was indeed quite lively. However, he did not mind. Everyone has their personality. If everyone were like Yi Qian, taciturn and methodical, it would be rather dull, not be too reserved. We are all family here. Feel free to be yourselves, Ye Suifeng said. Upon hearing this, Ye Xiaoxiao immediately lifted her head, cheerfully tapping Yi Qinyao beside her. I told you, Uncle is very easygoing. Yi Qinyao wore a helpless expression. Very well. Ye Suifeng surveyed the surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze on Yilong for a long time. Yilong had been the most outstanding junior in the family. He was resilient in character, diligent in cultivation, and composed in his actions, not to mention he was quite handsome, making him the most dazzling new star of the Yi family. He was also the family's only prominent figure. Recently, however, Yi Huang and Yi Qinyao's reputations had surged past him, putting Yilong's leading position to the test. Yet, based on Ye Suifeng's observations, this junior did not harbor jealousy or other negative feelings. Rather, he seemed to have grown more cheerful. Perhaps the title of the family's future star was not merely a commendation for him, but also a considerable burden. Now that someone was finally sharing the pressure with him, Yilong's mindset underwent a transformation. His successful breakthrough to the 5th layer of Qi transformation was closely related to this change. Ye Yilong, your foundation is commendable. You have embarked on the right path in your cultivation. Therefore, I do not wish to overly interfere with your journey. Speak freely. What kind of training do you desire? Think broadly, Ye Suifeng said. Ye Yilong had his own understanding of cultivation. Excessive involvement from outsiders would be counterproductive. Thus, Ye Suifeng decided to grant him this choice. Ye Yilong was evidently taken aback by this suggestion. Momentarily dazed and unsure of what to say, Ye Xiaoxiao, watching anxiously from the side, repeatedly gestured at him. Finally, she dashed over to Yilong, giving him a light punch and exclaiming, "Don't be foolish. Hurry up and ask for a technique. Your current low-grade Xin-level spear technique is outdated." Ye Suifeng chuckled upon hearing this. You are currently practicing a low-grade Xin-level spear technique? Indeed, Yilong nodded. The long-hunting spear technique, which my father helped me obtain a year ago, is now fully integrated. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Ye Suifeng replied. I recall there is a top-tier earthly-grade spear technique in the family's treasury. Go fetch it later and mention that I sent you. Your father is truly something. He knew about this matter yet failed to inform you. How utterly short-sighted. That technique must have been sent by Gu Wanxin last time. Ye Suifeng vaguely remembered. Thank you, uncle. Yilong's expression was one of excitement. Who wouldn't he want a high-level technique? An earthly-grade top-tier technique was something he had never dared to dream of. After speaking, Yilong headed towards the door. Hey, where do you think you're going? You haven't articulated what you want yet. Ye Suifeng called out to him. Why Yilong hesitated. That technique doesn't count? Of course, it doesn't. It's not a precious item. Ye Suifeng shook his head. I've already told you to think bigger. The rest fell silent, incredulous. How could a top-tier earthly-grade technique not be considered valuable? What then is precious? Yilong was at a loss for words. Ye Xiaoxiao leaned in curiously, glancing at the long spear in his hand. It was a yellow-grade exquisite spear, once considered a treasure in the Yi family. Not even a spiritual weapon. Ye Suifeng preemptively dismissed that thought. I will arrange something more impressive for you another day. Just take your time to contemplate what you currently lack in your cultivation. You all should ponder as well, Ye Suifeng instructed. The group fell into silence, each reflecting on their paths. After a moment, Yilong finally spoke. Uncle, I have always harbored a dream. Speak. Yilong's eyes flickered with reminiscence. When I was younger, I came across a book titled Biographies of Extraordinary Individuals. It chronicled many top talents that had graced this continent over the past several millennia. They were exceptionally powerful, shaking the world upon their emergence, igniting my aspirations. Back then, I pondered what it would be like to battle alongside them in the same era. Could I possibly triumph over them? Yilong tightened his grip on the spear. Continuing, the dreams of childhood often seem foolish. Upon growing up, I realized the chasm between us was insurmountable. No matter how hard I tried, I could never catch a glimpse of their backs. Yet, I refused to surrender. Even if I cannot reach them, I must ascertain the limits of my own capabilities. I desire to fight, to the bitter end. Yilong raised his head, his eyes brimming with determination. Uncle, if possible, I wish for a puppet of the same rank as me, yet possessing strength far beyond my own. When I conquer it, perhaps I will draw nearer to that group of timeless geniuses. Upon finishing, the others were left in stunned silence. No one expected this seemingly perfect elder brother to harbor such an obsession. But could the kind of puppet he spoke of truly be realized? It can, I promise you. Ye Suifeng swiftly provided an answer. Ye Yilong was taken aback. Really? Uncle, does such a puppet truly exist? Ye Suifeng smiled and shook his head. They do exist, but puppets are ultimately inanimate. Even if you conquer one, it does not guarantee you can defeat a cultivator of equal strength. Ye Yilong's expression grew complicated. Then you said you would grant my request. I have agreed to your wish. Ye Suifeng stated. However, it is not about finding you a puppet, but rather helping you realize your first aspiration. Battle against timeless geniuses. What a bold ambition. Ye Suifeng was naturally willing to assist in this endeavor. However, The others were already dumbfounded. Such a wish was utterly unattainable. Enough, let us proceed. With a grand gesture, Ye Suifeng and Ye Long vanished from sight. After their departure, Ye Xiaoxiao turned to Ye Qingyao, muttering, "Sister, uncle is joking, right?" Ye Qingyao bit her lip, shaking her head. "I do not know. I cannot fathom how such a thing could be accomplished. Perhaps we will understand when our time comes." A silver river flowed from the infinite to the infinite, unchanging through the ages. Suddenly, two small black dots appeared above it. Ye Suifeng and Ye Long gazing down at the boundless river and the vast, empty space surrounding them. Ye Long's heart raced. He yearned to inquire about their location. Yet, remembering Ye Suifeng's earlier admonition to refrain from asking too many questions, he forcibly suppressed his curiosity. Once again, Ye Suifeng spoke softly. "I noticed something peculiar about you last time. It seems you belong solely to this realm. Yet, that is sufficient. The talents of this world are ample." With that, Ye Suifeng snapped his fingers, and the surrounding world transformed instantly. Below them, a colossal arena emerged, inscribed with countless intricate runes that nearly overwhelmed Ye Long. Fortunately, Ye Suifeng swiftly performed a hand gesture, causing the array's runes to glow and vanish, leaving only a vast stone platform. "From this day forth, you shall engage in combat and cultivate here," Ye Suifeng declared. Ye Long furrowed his brow. "But what of my opponents?" "They are here," Ye Suifeng replied with a slight smile, extending 5 fingers and gently grasping. Instantly, numerous gray lines erupted, surging towards the shimmering silver river. Soon, one gray line began to tremble. Subsequently, a white figure emerged from the other end of the gray line, as if it were a fish caught on a hook. Landing upon the arena, it was a young man radiating an aura of coldness. His brow furrowed, seemingly perplexed by the situation. Upon turning to face Ye Suifeng and Ye Long, they too discerned his appearance. Ye Long staggered back 2 steps, sitting down abruptly, his eyes wide with disbelief as though he had seen a ghost. Trembling, white-clad spear god, Bufeishue. His tone even altered. Bufeishue, the prodigy of 1,000 years ago, who single-handedly defeated all challengers with a spear. Once, he had stormed into a millennia-old sect, and overnight, the sect was drenched in blood, forever becoming a mere memory. Later, Bufeishue challenged the strongest heavenly tribulation in history, enduring until the very end. However, the might of the heavens is not to be trifled with. The final lightning tribulation proved overwhelmingly powerful, leading to Bufeishue's demise, leaving nothing behind. But why is he here? Ye Long's mind buzzed. What on earth had his uncle done? Who are you? Why am I here? Bufeishue's gaze was icy, and an overwhelming spear intent erupted forth. Yet, Ye Suifeng merely waved his hand, and a thin veil of mist enveloped Bufeishue. Subsequently, he closed his eyes, falling into a deep slumber. You haven't been invited to speak. Ye Suifeng turned to Ye Long, smiling. Did you not express a desire to challenge them? Why are you so terrified upon the first meeting? Hearing this, Ye Long was momentarily stunned, then took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his inner turmoil, and stood up with difficulty. That is the spirit. Ye Suifeng deftly moved his fingers, summoning one figure after another from the silver river, depositing them onto the arena. To prevent a repeat of the earlier incident, he swiftly incapacitated them upon arrival. Divine Capital's prodigy, Xia Yuan. The night-killing god, Tong Mia. The world's foremost, Fu Ruhua. The son of Heaven's Way, Jin Lin. The legendary figure, Long Aotianda. Ye Long gazed at the familiar faces, murmuring as his mind went blank. Uncle has truly summoned all the prodigies from biographies of extraordinary individuals. There were even many he did not recognize. Only when hundreds of figures had amassed did Ye Suifeng finally halt. You may make do with these for now. Within the eternal arena, their cultivation levels are all equivalent to yours. Simply think of whom you wish to battle, and it shall manifest in your mind. Should you break through, their cultivation will correspondingly rise. Sharpen your battle intent well. I shall return for you in a month. With that, Ye Suifeng's figure gradually faded from view. Chapter 37. The old turtle. This lad certainly possesses a hint of masochism. In the void, Ye Suifeng leisurely flew above the Milky Way. He had not anticipated that Ye Long's wish would be to engage in battle. Yet, given Ye Long's current strength, fighting against those timeless geniuses would be nothing short of self-inflicted torment. Moreover, The outcome would likely be excruciating. One can only hope this lad does not emerge from this experience psychologically scarred. Something feels amiss about this temporal river. It seems to lack a certain vitality. This river embodies the flow of time in this realm. The last time Ye Suifeng traversed the causal lines, pursuing the perpetrator behind Ye Suifeng's assassination, he briefly harnessed the power of the time river. However, that was merely a fleeting glimpse. This time, he had come in person. Logically, the time river should be devoid of life, eternally flowing through the void, unchanged through the ages. Yet, Ye Suifeng sensed a lack of some vital essence, giving it a lifeless aura. Suddenly, he caught whiffs of an unusual energy, causing him to furrow his brow before vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, a massive black peak loomed before him. The mountain loomed ominously, its peak hidden from sight, its depths unfathomable, resembling a colossal wall of nothingness that obscured all vision. How could such a thing exist here? Ye Suifeng was at a loss. The place where the river of time flowed was a true void, devoid of anything save for the inexorable passage of time. How could a mountain be situated here? This defied the principles of the great Dao. No, that was incorrect. Why? Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow. The entity before him did not seem like a mountain. He distinctly sensed a faint breath of life emanating from the dark mass. But what kind of life could be so immense? After a moment's contemplation, Ye Suifeng extended his index finger and gently tapped his forehead. Instantly, his soul power, which far surpassed the limits of the world, erupted forth. His soul solidified, transforming into a phantom that rapidly expanded around Ye Suifeng's body. 1-fold, 10-fold. Soon, the spectral image of his soul had magnified to over 1,000,000 times that of his physical form. Through the perspective of this phantom, Ye Suifeng finally discerned the true nature of the Black Mountain. Good heavens, that was no mountain. It was a toe. Ye Suifeng exclaimed in shock, utterly taken aback by the revelation. The enormous entity was not a mountain at all, but a bizarre toe. Beside it lay 4 other toes, with a vast foot arching above. At this moment, Ye Suifeng's phantom was merely level with the Toedomy word. What on earth is this? It must be nearly the size of the world itself. I must see what your true form is. Why? Ye Suifeng steadied his emotions, and the spectral image of his soul surged once more. After an unknown number of expansions, he finally beheld its form. A gigantic tortoise? He widened his eyes and scrutinized its shape. Ultimately, he confirmed that he was not mistaken. It was indeed a colossal, hideous black tortoise. Its neck was retracted, with only its smooth head protruding. Its limbs dangled into the void below. Beneath its belly flowed the river of time, though from this angle, it appeared as an almost imperceptible white line. Most striking was its tail, short yet splitting at the tip as if forcibly torn apart. Ye Suifeng felt a pang of confusion. What kind of being could inflict harm upon such a terrifying tortoise? Such a grotesque entity should not exist in this world, except for oneself. Of course, it seems there are many secrets in this world, yet to be uncovered. Why? Ye Suifeng stroked his chin. This indeed made things more interesting. Otherwise, over time, he would grow so bored that he would have to ascend to the celestial realm to slay the celestial emperor for amusement. This tortoise was truly peculiar. Why? Ye Suifeng had thoroughly scanned the entirety of the ancient tortoise's body with his soul. He found that every corner of this tortoise was intertwined with the principles of the great Dao. Each breath it took resonated with the vibrations of the rules, utterly terrifying. With such strength, why does it still choose to seal itself? Upon first encountering the tortoise, Ye Suifeng had assumed it was merely in a deep slumber. However, upon closer observation, he realized it had sealed all its soul within this vast shell, revealing only the occasional flicker of life to suggest it was not merely a lifeless object. He decided to investigate further. Ye Suifeng extended a large hand and placed it atop the tortoise's head, attempting to delve into its body with his soul to uncover the truth. Suddenly, Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow as his soul phantom slowly faded away, vanishing from sight. Immediately thereafter, several powerful consciousnesses traversed the void and entered. They hovered before the tortoise's head, seemingly perplexed by what had just transpired. Why? Ye Suifeng counted. There were 5 consciousnesses in total, all of which far exceeded the limits of this world. One of them, he recognized from a previous encounter. After undergoing tribulation, driven by curiosity, he had sent his consciousness into the northern snowfields. Just as he arrived, A consciousness that spanned the entire plateau surged forth from the far north and rushed towards Ye Suifeng. That individual had now arrived here as well. The 5 consciousnesses transformed into 5 points of light, quietly suspended in opposition. Dao, you wish to break the rules. The consciousness from the northern snowfield was the first to speak. Since this was a communication at the level of the soul, it was impossible to discern gender or even whether it was human. Wouldn't you be the most eager to break the rules? After all, you are on the verge of losing. Another voice chimed in. If you want to fight, then let us fight. I'm most annoyed by such trivial games. A third voice was clearly more irritable. Calm down. The shattering of the world benefits no one. One individual spoke with a steadier tone. Everyone, the pressing issue now is to ascertain what just occurred. Someone has disturbed it. The final individual redirected the conversation. After a round of discussion, they all claimed they were not responsible. Yet this was strange. If it wasn't any of them, then who possessed the ability to enter this space? The group fell silent. Merging with the void, Ye Suifeng yawned. What are you all doing? Why the sudden silence? Perhaps it was him, suggested the consciousness from the northern snowfields. Curious indeed. Just recently, I entered the realm of fate and discovered that a small fragment had suddenly concealed itself within the mists. Ah, I noticed that as well. A new star, originally not belonging to this world, has arisen. I was asleep, completely unaware. The irritable individual was as cantankerous as ever. 3 of them mentioned having noticed some minor anomalies recently. However, the one from the northern snowfield surprisingly claimed to have noticed nothing. That time, Ye Suifeng had boldly entered the snowfields without any concealment, and he was certain they sensed him. Yet, they opted to remain hidden, for reasons unknown. After a period of silence, the group still found nothing amiss, so they shifted their focus and departed from the void. Once they left, Ye Suifeng also dispersed his soul phantom, reappearing above the river of time. An injured tortoise. 5 individuals with differing thoughts. A game. Or perhaps a chess match. He chuckled, congratulating the competitors. Someone has just activated a cheat. Chapter 38. The slaying of the celestial gate. Ye Suifeng departed from the void. The recent encounter had inadvertently led him to stumble upon a secret of this world. However, he resolved to set this matter aside for the time being. He was still enjoying his time in Cloud City. He would discuss the matter of cheats with them when he truly confronted those individuals. 3 little ones awaited him at home. After a while, Ye Suifeng returned to his courtyard. Due to his extended exploration in the void, he had taken longer than expected, and Ye Yao and the others were already seated beneath the willow tree. Upon seeing Ye Suifeng return, they hurriedly stood out. So, what do you wish for? Have you made up your minds? Ye Suifeng inquired. All right, I want a mountain of spirit stones, a whole heap of spirit stones. I want to buy whatever I please. Ye Xiao was the first to jump up and shout. Her eyes practically sparkled with the word money. Not your turn yet. Let Qin Yao go first. Ye Suifeng interjected, bypassing her. You little rascal, Ye Xiao exclaimed, pouting as she returned to her place. Qin Yao smiled and said, Uncle, I have also given it some thought. You may find it amusing, but I do not harbor grand aspirations like Cousin Yi Long. In truth, I lack significant motivation in my cultivation. If it weren't for my father's strict demands, I might not even be standing here today. Ye Qin Yao candidly expressed her thoughts. She was unafraid of incurring Ye Suifeng's displeasure, even risking her qualification in the Cloud City battle. After all, this represented the family. Without fighting spirit, how could one achieve victory? Yet, such a situation was unlikely to occur. Well, everyone has different perspectives on life. Your calm demeanor and thoughts are understandable, Ye Suifeng replied. Humans are complex, emotional beings. If everyone were the same, what would distinguish them from mass-produced tools? So, tell me, what is it that you desire? Ye Suifeng inquired. Ye Qin Yao hesitated for a moment before saying, Uncle, my wish may seem a bit ethereal. If you find it inappropriate, I can always change it. Go ahead. Very well. Ye Qin Yao took a deep breath and said, I wish for direction. Upon hearing this, the other 2 were momentarily taken aback. What is that? Yilong at least articulated a childhood dream, but yours is merely a concept. Ye Xiao's head spun. My dear sister, are you sure you're not trying to make things difficult for Uncle? She couldn't comprehend it. Yet Ye Suifeng understood Ye Qin Yao. Her calm nature, seeking tranquility amidst the pressures of being born into a prominent family with a father who viewed cultivation as life itself, was indeed challenging. Since childhood, she had been compelled to adhere to her father's wishes, endlessly cultivating to grow stronger, to surpass Yilong, to defeat everyone. This was an immense psychological burden for someone who despised conflict. Thus, losing One Sui was inevitable. Fortunately, Ye Qinyao was still young. If this continued for a few more years, she might well encounter inner demons. Such occurrences were not unheard of. However, the search for one's life direction is something that must be pursued individually. Qinyao, I ask you, do you believe I can provide you with a satisfactory direction? Ye Suifeng countered. Why Ye Qinyao fell silent. She was wise enough to recognize that while her request sounded simple, it was profoundly difficult. Your future can only be determined by you. Ye Suifeng stated, I can offer you a chance to choose, but that it may require a significant price. Ye Qinyao pondered for a long time before finally nodding. I am willing to give it a try. If I continue in a daze, I may truly disappoint my father. Ye Suifeng nodded. Some may perceive Ye Qinyao's thoughts as childish. Yet, who hasn't been childish at some point? Moreover, she was trapped in a state of confusion. Then come with me. With that, Ye Suifeng led Ye Qinyao, vanishing from the courtyard. When they reappeared, they stood atop a verdant mountain peak. The mountain was lush and green. Yet, oddly, the adjacent mountain appeared as though it had been struck by lightning, riddled with deep ravines and scorched earth. Ye Qinyao looked astonished. What transpired here? Uncle, could this be the resting place of a great demon? She recalled a scenario from a strange tale. Ye Suifeng cleared his throat, wondering how this unfortunate child spoke. This was merely the place where I underwent tribulation. Did you forget what I said? Do not ask, he maintained a stern expression. Ye Qinyao quickly fell silent, though her eyes remained filled with curiosity. Ye Suifeng ignored her and gazed up at the sky. Moments later, a profound energy began to emanate from him. After a brief pause, a large portal materialized in the heavens, a golden light cascading down from within, landing upon Ye Suifeng's shoulder. Behind that door, grand celestial melodies reverberated, shaking the very essence of the soul. Ha, we meet again. Indeed, the portal in the sky was the celestial gate that appears after a cultivator undergoes tribulation. The beam of light was the bridge of ascension. After Ye Suifeng's previous tribulation, he had not desired to ascend, so he dispersed the celestial energy surrounding him, causing the celestial gate to lose its target and vanish. This time, he actively summoned the celestial gate for the sake of something within. The celestial melody was vast. It was not merely a musical tone but the murmurs of all sentient beings. It contained not only the energy of ascension, but also the power of creation. Alongside a unique force, the essence of the mortal realm. After undergoing the trials of the heavenly tribulations, the celestial gate held this power most profoundly. Ye Suifeng required this essence as material. Therefore, I'm afraid I'm not quite ready to ascend just yet. With that, Ye Suifeng smiled slightly, forming a sword gesture with his fingers, and decisively swung towards the celestial gate in the sky. The entire world seemed to pause for a moment. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the heavens and earth trembled violently. The colossal celestial gate in the sky began to quiver, emitting a rumbling sound, as if lamenting. Moments later, the golden light upon Ye Suifeng's shoulder abruptly contracted. The celestial gate, after a fierce shaking, astonishingly plummeted from the sky. A vast shadow enveloped Ye Suifeng's head. Gazing into the distance, the area obscured by the celestial gate was equivalent to dozens of mountain peaks. Ye Suifeng was astonished. He had not anticipated the true size of this object to be so immense. Meanwhile, Ye Qinyao was utterly stunned. What is this? How could there be a door in the sky? How could there be light within the door? Such an absurdity, and uncle merely waved his finger to bring it down. Who am I? Where am I? She was thoroughly bewildered. Come, Ye Suifeng extended his hand, and the massive celestial gate rapidly shrank, transforming into a small golden door, floating in his palm. Then, he began to manipulate it with his fingers, reshaping the celestial gate at will, until it lost its original form. Ultimately, it transformed into an exquisite mirror. I shall name you the mirror of mortal dust. This mirror was crafted primarily from heavenly sound, with the celestial gate as a supplementary material, fused with the principles of the great Dao. Its primary function is to refine the heart. Once one enters the mirror, it is akin to stepping into another world, experiencing a completely different life. Ye Suifeng glanced at the dazed Ye Qinyao and tapped her lightly, restoring her clarity. Are you ready? Once you enter, everything will depend on you. Ye Suifeng stated. Ye Qinyao looked at the mirror before her and nodded earnestly. Then cultivate well. Remember, no matter what happens,
do not forget who you are. After Ye Suifeng spoke, the surface of the mirror of mortal dust suddenly rippled like water. Soon, Yi Qin Yao's figure gradually faded from viewpoint. One must walk their own path. Ye Suifeng sighed, turning his gaze towards the sky. The world had returned to tranquility. Where the celestial gate had appeared, only a faint golden trace remained, quickly vanishing. I seemed to have gone a bit overboard. First, I toyed with the heavenly tribulation, then seized the 9 heavenly lightning tribulations, afterward provoked the celestial gate, and now I have directly severed it. They don't seem to have any enmity with me, do they? Ye Suifeng blinked, then chuckled. It's fine. The heavens are meant to be defied. Otherwise, they seem out of touch with the trends of the world. At worst, once I ascend to the celestial realm, I shall make amends. As he spoke, Ye Suifeng suddenly froze. His expression grew exceptionally grim. Oh no, I just severed my own celestial gate. How am I to ascend to the celestial realm in the future? Chapter 39. The wronged Ye Xiao with the mirror of mortal dust crafted from his own celestial gate in hand. Ye Suifeng returned home with a dark expression. This time, he had truly acted hastily, inadvertently severing his path to ascension. What to do now? Should he find someone who successfully underwent tribulation and seized their celestial gate when they prepared to ascend? That doesn't seem entirely unreasonable, albeit somewhat lacking in martial ethics. Forget it. Such matters can be addressed later. Ye Suifeng composed himself and reappeared in the courtyard. Now, only Ye Xiao and Yi Qian remained. After settling Yi Huang and the others, he had spent nearly the entire morning. Reflecting on it, he felt it was rather challenging for him as well. He had fretted over them greatly. All right, now it's your turn. Ye Suifeng pointed his finger at Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao's face lit up with joy, ready to speak. However, as that finger began to move, it took a turn and ultimately pointed at Yi Qian. Yi Qian, you go ahead, huh? Yi Qian was evidently taken aback to find himself in the lead, as he was among the weakest of the group. However, he did not hesitate to assert, Uncle, my choice is to completely adhere to your arrangements. Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. These young individuals truly exhibited their unique qualities. Each of their choices was distinctly different. Why is that? Ye Suifeng inquired. Yi Qian promptly replied. I simply wish to grow stronger, yet my own knowledge and experience are woefully insufficient. Thus, allowing you to decide is, for me, the best choice. Ye Suifeng nodded, recognizing that his decision was not incorrect. It may not be the ultimate answer, but it certainly was the most prudent and wise choice. Very well, Ye Suifeng said, but if I am not mistaken, you not only wish to grow stronger yourself, but also wish to empower those who follow you. Correct? Yi Qian chuckled, scratching his head, not denying the assertion. Educating the masses is no simple task. Ye Suifeng remarked. I am willing to put in the effort, Yi Qian declared emphatically. Then, let us proceed. Ye Suifeng contemplated before asking. You must enjoy reading, do you not? Indeed, Yi Qian affirmed. Which book do you favor most? And perhaps the Tao Te Ching, Yi Qian responded. He lied. At that moment, Ye Xiao suddenly interjected. I heard from cousin Yi Qiantang that he actually prefers reading tales of the supernatural, especially those romantic stories involving fox spirits and scholars. How embarrassing! With his secret exposed, Yi Qian's face flushed, and he murmured, I genuinely enjoy the Tao Te Ching, and it contains more than just tales of fox spirits. Such a defense was feeble at best. Ye Suifeng extended his hand with a smile. Let me see what novel it is. Yi Qian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately complied, retrieving a hefty tome from his storage pouch. Shanhai Tu Lu. Ye Suifeng casually flipped through it, discovering numerous tales about fox spirits, flower fairies, and enchanting demons. Yet, it was not entirely absurd. Such stories could easily pass scrutiny. Moreover, those tales comprised only a small portion. The majority detailed extraordinary accounts of the mountains and seas, imparting moral lessons. Wait a moment, Ye Suifeng said, taking a seat at a stone table beneath a willow tree. He then conjured a brush and a blank book, swiftly writing. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a brand new Shanhai Tu Lu emerged. Ye Suifeng stood and handed both volumes to Yi Qian. Since you enjoy it, read it. I believe you will learn much, but the extent of your advancement ultimately depends on you. Ye Suifeng said with a smile. Yi Qian, puzzled, accepted the books, aware that reading could impart knowledge, yet questioning how it could enhance his strength. Did it conceal some unparalleled technique? He placed the two tomes together, noting their identical covers, unchanged in any way. The only distinction lay in Ye Suifeng's calligraphy, which appeared more vigorous than the original. As Ye Qian gazed, he suddenly observed the characters for Shanghai on the new book begin to distort. Subsequently, an endless gale roared in his ears, accompanied by a faint briny scent that invaded his nostrils. Ye Qian was momentarily stunned, frozen in place. What was happening? Suddenly, the tempest subsided, and the scent of the sea vanished. Ye Qian's vision gradually cleared, revealing that Ye Suifeng had merely blocked the characters on the cover with his finger. You can ponder it further once you return, Ye Suifeng smiled. The book he had personally transcribed was undoubtedly extraordinary. It was a fusion of the great Dao. Every character, every phrase, every story within constituted a different world, a distinct path of cultivation. This book was, in essence, a supreme tome for enlightenment. If categorized by the level of techniques, it would be considered a top-tier immortal technique, infinitely close to Taoist arts. Regrettably, due to time constraints, it could only reach this level. Utilize it well, Ye Qian expressed his gratitude after grasping the book's significance, bowing respectfully before departing the courtyard. Now, only Ye Xiaoxiao remained. Clearly, she had been eagerly awaiting her turn. Uncle, I truly desire spirit stones, an abundance of spirit stones. Can you grant them to me? Ye Xiaoxiao pleaded, her large eyes blinking adorably in an attempt to charm Ye Suifeng. What do you need so many spirit stones for? Ye Suifeng inquired. For anything and everything. Is there anything in this world that spirit stones cannot accomplish? If there is, it surely means I lack enough. Ye Suifeng could not help but give a thumbs up. I wholeheartedly agree with your perspective, so, does that mean you will grant them to me? Ye Xiaoxiao exclaimed joyfully. No, I refuse. However, the response was unexpected. Why not? You clearly agreed to their requests. Ye Xiaoxiao pouted, feeling that Ye Suifeng was deliberately singling her out. You are different. They all have a clear understanding of their paths. What about you? All you do is play. If you can successfully navigate this trial, I may reconsider rewarding you with some spirit stones, Ye Suifeng explained. Ye Xiaoxiao pouted. What trial? This one. Ye Suifeng snapped his fingers. And instantly, the environment around them transformed entirely, enveloped in a gray haze. Countless gray insects scurried about, and occasionally, a dark shadow darted past. Where is this? Ye Xiaoxiao asked in astonishment. The dream void realm. A world suspended between reality and illusion, where you may play at will. Ye Suifeng had devised this for Ye Xiaoxiao during their journey. She loved to play, so why not let her indulge? Sometimes, playfulness itself is a form of ability. But what is there to enjoy here? Ye Xiaoxiao inquired. Good question, but unfortunately, I won't provide you with an answer, Ye Suifeng replied with a grin. Your trial is to learn how to enjoy yourself here. Now, go forth and do your best. With that, Ye Suifeng slipped away, leaving Ye Xiaoxiao alone, staring blankly at the distant gray insects. Uncle, you are biased. Chapter 40. A visitor. After expending considerable effort, Ye Suifeng finally settled the 5 new stars of his family. If all goes well, their future achievements will certainly rival those prodigies chronicled in the annals of heroes. As for how far they can ultimately go, that remains contingent upon their individual fortunes. Upon exiting the dream void realm, Ye Suifeng treated himself to a sumptuous meal at a roadside stall before returning to his study. During his time in this world, he had spent the majority of his days in that very study, poring over manuals, biographies, accounts of landscapes, and ancient legends. He had thus acquired a general understanding of the continent's composition. The continent bore many names, with various regions referred to differently, yet one name had persisted through the ages: the great universe realm. This world stretched vast and boundless, with no one ever having traversed from one end to the other. Even the tales about distant lands were mere fragments. Through extensive reading, Ye Suifeng gathered that the location of Yunshao City should lie in the northern part of the continent, a region teeming with sects and prominent families. Most areas coalesced around a large city, supplemented by numerous smaller towns. An organization known as the 9-City Alliance held sway over this region, and the governing city of Yunshao City, Su City, was one of its members. To the north of the alliance lay a massive chasm, the Qinggu Highlands, stretching for millions of miles. Beyond that was the northern snowfield. To the east of the alliance lay a cluster of small nations embroiled in perpetual conflict. Yet, when faced with external threats, they would unite to fend off their common enemy. The literature indicated that the languages and cultures of that region starkly contrasted with those of the 9-City Alliance. Ye Suifeng resolved to visit that area when he had the time. The western side of the alliance was a vast, desolate wasteland, sparsely populated yet steeped in mystery. It was said that the inhabitants there wrapped themselves tightly in yellow cloth, leaving only their eyes visible. Quite intriguing. The south of the Nine-City Alliance lay a different landscape altogether. The culture there bore similarities to that of the Alliance, yet the organizational structure was entirely opposite. While the Alliance centered around cities with powerful families wielding control, sects played a minimal role. For instance, in Yunshao City, despite the presence of several sects, the most powerful leader was merely at the foundation establishment stage. Conversely, in the southern regions, the balance was entirely reversed, with super sects nestled within the Ling Mountain range, and all power and authority were subordinate to the section's disciples of these sects. Upon venturing out, commanded the same respect as princes from great empires, their presence formidable. Ye Suifeng silently vowed to explore these locales when time permitted. Having arrived in the great universe realm, it would be a squandered opportunity not to traverse every corner. Through his readings, he had gleaned a rough understanding of the great universe realm's organizational structure. Furthermore, by studying various techniques, Ye Suifeng had deepened his comprehension of the cultivation system within this world. He could confidently assert that he had completely grasped the essence of all techniques. Any technique could be mastered at a glance, and he could even modify them, enhancing their power. Indeed, he was quite remarkable in that regard. Remaining composed, Ye Suifeng set about refining the Yuan Shigong further. Through the experimentation involving Feng Zhi and the other four, he had identified minor issues that required adjustment. However, this time, it would not take 2 months, nor would he need to enter seclusion. He completed the new technique in merely 3 days and imparted it to Feng Zhi and the others through enlightening initiation. Subsequently, Feng Zhi and the others did not disappoint him, each breaking through to the second major realm of the Yuan Shigong, the Danfu realm, which corresponded to the traditional Qi transformation stage. The focus of this realm lay within the Dantian, but the Yuan Shigong was more domineering and versatile. To commend their efforts, Ye Suifeng, in a moment of joy, imparted a sword technique to them, the heaven-grade low-tier martial technique, Zhu Xian sword formation. Slay immortals, vanquish immortals, ensnare immortals, obliterate immortals. Once perfected, it can slay immortals. Of course, this was merely a counterfeit version. The true Zhu Xian sword formation could never be executed in this world. Nonetheless, even the imitation was a formidable technique. Ye Suifeng's decision to impart such a technique was not solely for praise, but also for the benefit of Yi Huang. After all, Feng Zhi and the others were now her guardians and sparring partners. The stronger they became, the more beneficial their training would be for Yi Huang and my daughter. Do not blame me. I do this entirely for your sake, Ye Suifeng declared with a mischievous grin. Following a few days of breakthroughs for Feng Zhi and his companions, the family finally received long-awaited good news. Ye Suiyun and Ye Suibao, 2 key figures in the family, had successfully advanced to the nascent soul stage. A few months prior, Ye Suifeng had urged them to focus on their cultivation and not fall behind. He had even set a goal for them to break through within a month. Yet, reality often strayed from expectations. Due to the family's recent activities, their schedules had been packed, leaving little time for serious cultivation. Fortunately, they had kept the matter close to heart. The breakthroughs of Suiyun and Suibao undoubtedly reassured the other family members. After all, Ye Suifeng's strength was generally concealed. However, these two were individuals they interacted with daily. It could be said that, apart from Ye Suifeng's presence, the 2 nascent soul cultivators alone could render the Yi family unafraid of the Li and Tang families. Nevertheless, after discussion, they decided to keep their advancements under wraps for the time being, waiting for a more opportune moment. Ye Suifeng held no objections. Their happiness was what mattered. As time flowed steadily, the day of the Yunshao City battle approached, and the Yi family unexpectedly welcomed a familiar guest, Gu Wanxin. Chapter 41. A gesture of goodwill. Yi family head. You grow increasingly handsome, Gu Wanxin exclaimed. I must admit, I truly appreciate your sincere flattery. Please, have a seat, Ye Suifeng replied, sharing a seat with Gu Wanxin in the family's reception room. Several maidservants had already presented fragrant tea. I speak from the heart. Gu Wanxin smiled at it. Seems that every time we meet, you appear to grow younger. I can't help but wonder if it's merely my illusion. Or perhaps you have some good news to share. Ye Suifeng shrugged and shook his head. What good news could there be? I'm overwhelmed with spirit stones, and I fret over how to utilize them. Gu Wanxin chuckled. Ye family head, your statement is quite an affront to my profession. With that, she produced a storage ring and placed it on the table. Ye Suifeng picked up the ring and examined its contents. As expected, it contained a plethora of cultivation resources, with the quality surpassing that of the last transaction. 8 items were of heavenly grade or higher, encompassing techniques, materials, sacred medicines, and spirit artifacts, diverse in nature. The price list was already prepared, and Ye Suifeng promptly disregarded the detailed enumeration, focusing on the total, 32 trillion low-grade spirit stones. This sum could, without exaggeration, purchase several cities akin to Yunxiao City. "Bring me a storage pouch," Ye Suifeng said without hesitation, requesting a supersized pouch from Gu Wanxin, into which he deposited the 32 trillion spirit stones in one go. Even after witnessing such scenes multiple times, Gu Wanxin could not refrain from marveling. Just how many spirit stones did he possess? Had he secretly unearthed a rich vein of spirit stones? In truth, the senior management of Wanbao Pavilion had conducted extensive analyses regarding Ye Suifeng, their superclient, yet could not ascertain the source of his wealth. The only plausible explanation was that he had inadvertently stumbled upon a high-grade spirit stone mine within a hidden realm. However, this notion was far too absurd. Ultimately, Wanbao Pavilion ceased their inquiries. Superclients were rare, and they did not wish to provoke Ye Suifeng out of curiosity and jeopardize their cooperation. Suddenly, Gu Wanxin recalled something. "By the way, Ye family head," she said, "due to the staggering amounts involved in our transactions, the upper echelons of Wanbao Pavilion have asked me to inquire if you might consider trading with medium-grade or high-grade spirit stones. Of course, if that's not feasible, it's perfectly fine. It's merely for convenience." Each transaction involved tens of trillions, and merely counting them necessitated the involvement of individuals at the Qi transformation stage or higher. If they traded using high-grade spirit stones, the unit numbers would be reduced by a factor of 10,000, allowing a golden core practitioner to handle it. "Well, let me exhaust my low-grade spirit stones first," Ye Suifeng replied. "That would be splendid," Gu Wanxin nodded with delight. Each transaction had employed low-grade spirit stones thus far, and she believed that Ye Suifeng's reserves were likely dwindling. A few more exchanges, and he would be nearly out. Ye Suifeng sipped his tea, observing Gu Wanxin, curious about her cheerful demeanor. "By the way, I have a question," he began. "I've noticed that your Wanbao Pavilion operates as a relatively pure commercial organization. Correct?" Gu Wanxin nodded. "Indeed, the first tenet of Wanbao Pavilion is to remain perpetually neutral, never intervening in the conflicts of other factions. We are solely interested in spirit stones." "Then I am curious," Ye Suifeng continued, "if you do not engage in conflict, why do you require so many spirit stones?" This issue has indeed left Ye Suifeng quite perplexed. Wanbage is an enormous establishment, with its presence felt in nearly every corner. The sheer scale of this terrifying organization, coupled with the daily flow of spirit stones, represents an unfathomably vast quantity. Thus, a question arises. Where do all the spirit stones they accumulate ultimately go? And for what purpose are they utilized? This is a matter of great concern for Ye Suifeng, as he currently faces a similar dilemma. Money that remains tucked away in a wallet is merely a number. It is only the money spent that holds true value. Faced with Ye Suifeng's question, Gu Wanxin seemed momentarily at a loss. "Head of the Ye family, I must admit, I hadn't considered that. However, isn't it true that regardless of how we acquire spirit stones, we ultimately seek to spend them?" Ye Suifeng shook his head slightly. Indeed, the question of how to spend money might seem rather laughable. Yet, once the numerical value of money surpasses a certain threshold, one can truly find themselves troubled by the question of expenditure. He was indeed troubled. Spending it all on resources felt rather trivial and inconsequential. "Perhaps I could inquire on your behalf. I do recall there are indeed some extraordinary items that consume spirit stones at an alarming rate," Gu Wanxin suggested. "That would be appreciated," Ye Suifeng replied. "It is my utmost honor." Gu Wanxin accepted the task. After a brief pause, she added, "Head of the Ye family, in addition to our transaction today, I have brought you some news." "Oh?" Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow and extended his hand for the storage badge. Gu Wanxin was taken aback and quickly waved her hands. No, this is complimentary." She was sweating internally, realizing that he truly had an excess of money to spare. "This concerns the Li and Tang families," Gu Wanxin continued. Ye Suifeng nodded. "All right, please go on." "Well," Gu Wanxin leaned closer and said, 10 days from now marks the biannual grand event in Yunxiao City, the Yunxiao City Battle. The list of participants from the 3 major families was announced a few days ago. You must be aware of the combatants from the Li and Tang families, correct?" Ye Suifeng's expression grew serious. as he was unaware. Suiyun brought the list a few days ago. It's just been sitting on my study desk. I simply hadn't gotten around to looking at it, however, as the head of the Ye family. Not knowing who the enemies are seems rather foolish. Ji Yuanxin's sudden mention of this caught Ye Suifeng off guard. His expression shifted, unsure of how to respond. Yet, from Gu Wanxin's perspective, it appeared as though the head of the Ye family had already heard the news. The eldest son of the Li family, Li Qi, has experienced a dramatic surge in power, having broken through to the 8th level of Qi transformation. Meanwhile, the Tang family's prodigy, Tang Xiaoqing, has also achieved a remarkable feat, breaking through 4 levels in just 3 months, now standing at the 10th level of Qi transformation. Ye Suifeng nodded gravely, acknowledging that he was indeed unaware of this information until now. What are you trying to convey? He asked, still unclear of Gu Wanxin's main point. Leaning in closer, Gu Wanxin whispered, head of the Yi family, their cultivation levels may not simply be as the rumors suggest. The Li and Tang families have suddenly invested a substantial amount of resources into their combatants, to an extent that nearly equals the training of a golden core cultivator. I have reason to suspect that this upcoming battle holds significant meaning for them, or that it is entirely directed against your Yi family. Consequently, Gu Wanxin produced a small jade slip and placed it on the table. Due to my position, I have gathered some insights regarding those 10 individuals. Ji Yuanxin looked at Ye Suifeng, her expression bearing a knowing smile. Ye Suifeng smiled slightly as he picked up the jade slip. So that is how it is. Gu Wanxin was attempting to curry favor with him. Did you not mention that Wanbage does not involve itself in the disputes of other factions? Ye Suifeng remarked with an amused smile. Haha, look at what you're saying, Gu Wanxin chuckled. Between friends, what is there to intervene or not intervene about, wouldn't you agree? Ye Suifeng gently nodded, accepting Gu Wanxin's goodwill. Having concluded their discussions, Gu Wanxin left contentedly, while Ye Suifeng toyed with the jade slip in his hand, turning it over a few times before discarding it into the nearby wastebasket. The current Yi family no longer had any need for such traditional methods of conflict. Chapter 42. The exit from seclusion. As the day of the Yunxiao city battle approaches, the city grows increasingly lively. Many young talents from other cities have come to witness this biennial grand event. Eager to gauge their strength against their peers, Li Qi is indeed remarkable. Having just turned 18, he has already reached the 8th level of Qi transformation. In our Haiyan city, he would surely be among the top contenders, exclaimed a dark-skinned youth from Haiyan city. Humph, truly a product of a remote village. Although the 8th level of Qi transformation is impressive, he would hardly rank at the top in our Huangya city, scoffed a noble young lady from Huangya city, regarding him with disdain as though he were a country bumpkin. Nevertheless, among the cities governed by Suc City, Huangya City was indeed the most prosperous and powerful, possessing the capital to look down upon others. What about that prodigy from the Tang family, Tang Xiaoqing? He's reached the 10th level of Qi transformation at just 17. How does he compare in Huangya City? Someone from Yunxiao City inquired, seeking to regain face with the more outstanding Tang Xiaoqing. However, the noble young lady merely chuckled twice, stating, let me put it simply. In Huangya City, there are at least a handful of 16-year-olds who have broken through to the foundation establishment stage. At this, everyone fell silent. To break through at 16 to the foundation establishment stage. What a prodigy that is. No wonder Huangya City is regarded as the closest rival to Suc City. Comparatively, Yunxiao City and Haishiqing still have a considerable gap. At that moment, the noble young lady spoke again. Aren't there 3 major families? Why have I only heard about the Li and Tang families? What about the other families' talents? She had come to enjoy herself, casually passing through Yunxiao City, and upon learning of the biennial grand event, she decided to observe the festivities. Yet, all the recent news revolved around the young talents from the Li and Tang families, while the other families seemed to have made little appearance. That would be the Yi family, the weakest of the 3 major families. If neither the Li nor Tang families can compete with the families in Huangya City, then the Yi family is even less likely to, someone commented. Nonsense. Our Huang Xianzi, Yao Xianzi, and Long Tangzhu are still in seclusion. If they were to emerge, they would surely send Huangya City reeling, retorted a newly joined cultivator from the Yi family. With only 3 days until the Yunxiao City battle, they remain in seclusion. Are they waiting for the event to conclude before coming out? Others chimed in with laughter. Indeed, tomorrow marks the Zue Minghui. If the Yi family members have not arrived by then, I suspect they are preparing to give up. Zue Minghui is a major gathering for the young talents before the Yunxiao battle, organized by the Zue Ming building to facilitate early encounters among the youths of the 3 major families. They will definitely return. a Ye family cultivator declared defiantly, prompting laughter among the others. However, the noble young lady from Huangya City displayed a glimmer of interest. Huang Xianzi, Yao Xianzi.it seems the female cultivators of this Ye family are particularly exceptional, she mused, contemplating that she might find a suitable candidate for a consort among them. How fortunate for you all. As discussions regarding the Ye family's combatants grew louder within Yunshao City, Suiyun had personally visited Ye Suifeng multiple times to inquire about the current status and cultivation levels of a few individuals, causing Ye Suifeng considerable annoyance. After some deliberation, he decided it was time to check on their progress following their initial training. With a decision made, Ye Suifeng's figure vanished from the study. He first arrived at the Nine Heavens, where he found Yi Huang still immersed in her practice within a bubble. Surrounding the bubble were ever-changing rays of colorful celestial light, each containing boundless formidable power and rules. They slowly seeped into the bubble, transforming into wisps of mist that swirled around Yi Huang's body. At that moment, Yi Huang appeared solemn, her eyes tightly shut. She was gradually inhaling the purple mist into her body. It seems she still has a particular fondness for the color purple. Among the 7 kinds of celestial light, each harbored distinct energies. Purple represents destruction. As Yi Huang continued to draw in the purple mist, a slender, petal-like purple mark flickered on her brow. Quite impressive. She has already established a connection with the path of destruction. It seems I must nurture her temperament more, lest she inadvertently bring Yunshao City to ruin in a fit of rage. Ye Suifeng smiled. The path of destruction is indeed fearsome. Its power is essentially at the apex of all offensive techniques. Even the finest techniques of the heavens pale in comparison. Yi Huang's progress to the 7th level of Qi transformation has been somewhat slower than anticipated. It appears she has focused primarily on the path of destruction during this month's cultivation. In just a month's time, Yi Huang has leapt from the 3rd to the 7th level of Qi transformation. However, this merely reflects the effects of the purple mist. If she had concentrated on elevating her cultivation, she might have already reached the foundation establishment stage. That would suffice. She could easily dominate her peers. Ye Suifeng flashed and appeared before Yi Huang, subsequently waking her from her trance. Yi Huang opened her eyes, and the purple petal mark on her brow gradually faded, leaving only the faintest trace. "Father!" Yi Huang exclaimed, standing up and gazing at her father joyfully. Having glimpsed the highest echelons of power in this world, she now appeared more composed than the sharp edge she had exhibited a month prior. "Time is up," Ye Suifeng stated. "Oh, does this mean our training here has come to an end?" Yi Huang's expression revealed a hint of reluctance. She was acutely aware of how immensely beneficial this training had been for her growth. "What are you thinking?" Ye Suifeng chuckled, then produced a 7-colored flower ribbon and handed it to her. "Since you enjoy it, this will serve as your exclusive training chamber. This ribbon is a key. By simply thinking of it, you can return here whenever you wished," Ye Suifeng explained. Having expended so much effort, it was certainly not meant to be a one-time use. He had long prepared the key in advance. "Thank you, father," Yi Huang exclaimed with delight, instinctively wanting to rush into Ye Suifeng's embrace as she used to, but ultimately refrained. The past 6 months of training had indeed matured her. She understood that to truly become independent, she must not cling to the warmth of her father's arms. Ye Suifeng sighed softly, stepping forward to embrace Yi Huang. "Little Huang, your future is destined for greatness. Boldly move forward, and I will always be watching over you." Yi Huang buried her head in Ye Suifeng's chest, nodding slightly. After a moment, the two separated, and Ye Suifeng took out a light purple velvet robe embroidered with a golden-red phoenix and draped it over her shoulders. "Now, go forth and carve out your own brilliance." Chapter 43. A Wish in the Void Space. An expansive river of time stretches endlessly, originating from the ancient past and flowing into an infinite future. Above this river, a grand arena constructed entirely of dark blue-black stone hovers in midair. Within the arena, 2 white figures engage in a fierce battle. Both wield long spears, and their every clash reverberates with power. Bang! With a resounding impact, one of them is struck hard and sent flying. He crouches down, struggling to regain his footing as crimson blood spills from the corner of his mouth. "I told you, you could never be my opponent. Just give up," Buffetius stated coolly, standing with his spear at the ready. Ever since he inexplicably arrived here a month ago, he has been in relentless combat with this kid before him. The boy shows promise, rapidly improving in skill during their encounters. Unfortunately, their strengths still lie in vastly different realms. I have already stated that I will never give up. Yilong wiped the blood from his mouth, rising with unwavering determination and fiery spirit. Bring it on, he bellowed, charging forward once more. However, a beam of light suddenly immobilized him. Ye Suifeng slowly descended before him. Uncle? Yilong questioned, a hint of confusion crossing his face, before realizing that the time must have come to an end. Seems you have made considerable progress, Ye Suifeng remarked, surveying him. Within a month, Yilong had undergone significant changes, even more than Yi Huang. Firstly, his cultivation had advanced from the 5th level of Qi transformation to the 8th level. More critically, he now exuded an aura akin to that of a divine spear, radiating an insatiable desire for battle. Clearly, his earlier worries were unfounded. Uncle, could you grant me a bit more time? I am so close to succeeding. Yilong implored urgently, fearing that if he returned now, he might never have the chance again. Ye Suifeng chuckled and produced a small token, handing it to Yilong. Oh, not rush. Take your time. This is the key to enter the ancient arena. Whenever you wish to train, you can come here at your convenience, Ye Suifeng explained. Yilong trembled as he accepted the token. The thought of battling against so many legendary figures throughout history filled him with exhilaration. Thank you, uncle. Ye Suifeng nodded. Now let us depart. As he spoke, he glanced at Bufeishue, preparing to seal him once more. Senior, Bufeishue called out loudly. Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow, halting his actions. Bufeishue exhaled in relief and continued. If I am not mistaken, this place is meant for you to cultivate your successors, is it not? Seeing Ye Suifeng's silence as confirmation, he pressed on. Your abilities are truly astounding, leaving the younger generation in awe. Ye Suifeng replied nonchalantly, skip the pleasantries and get to the point. Clearing his throat, Bufeishue said, Senior, I merely wish to inquire when I might be released from here. He had been inexplicably brought to this place, forced to train alongside a rather foolish child, and despite his pride, it would be a lie to say he felt no irritation. Over the past month, he had awakened each time, seeking a means of escape, only to find nothing. Gradually, Bufeishue came to understand that the creator of this arena possessed powers far beyond his comprehension. To leave, he would require that individual's assistance. You cannot leave. Yet, Ye Suifeng's answer was one Bufeishue found utterly unacceptable. His expression darkened. Senior, is this not a bit excessive? Are you not afraid of the consequences of casually imprisoning others? Ye Suifeng chuckled. Oh, you understand consequences? Of course, Bufeishue retorted coldly. I once read an ancient text stating that those with grand destinies bear immense karmic ties. Should one interfere recklessly, even great powers may not escape unscathed. Moreover, I must inform you that I have someone backing me, he threatened in a chilling tone. While he was not entirely wrong, those of higher cultivation indeed carry greater karmic ties. Bufeishue had miscalculated this time. Ye Suifeng replied slowly, I do not care who your backers are. My refusal to release you will not entangle me in karma. It is my releasing you that would bring such consequences. Since you understand the path of karma, you should comprehend the meaning of my words. Bufeishue's brow furrowed, confusion evident on the face of Yilong, who stood nearby. Suddenly, Bufeishue's expression shifted drastically as he took 2 steps back. Nearly stumbling to the ground, he pointed at Ye Suifeng, his voice trembling incessantly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ye Suifeng gently nodded. Indeed, you have already perished. I merely extracted your memories and cultivation, reshaping another version of you within this ancient arena. Should you step outside this arena, chaos would ensue. Do you understand? The person behind you has already forsaken you. Bufeishue's expression was one of panic. He simply could not believe that he was. In fact, dead Ye Suifeng gazed at him quietly. In truth, these words should not have been spoken to Bufeishue. They held little significance. After all, he was merely a tool, however, saying it did not pose any great issue. The memory could simply be forcibly erased. Ye Suifeng slowly raised his hand. Senior, a hoarse voice emerged. Could you do me a favor? If possible, in the days to come, I shall strive to assist your successor in transforming into a true paragon of the world. Bufeishue's gaze was fixed. After a moment of silence, Ye Suifeng nodded. Speak. He wished to discover what a deceased individual yearned for the most. Bufeishue lifted his head, his eyes filled with nostalgia, murmuring, I wish to taste the soil of my homeland. May I? Ye Suifeng and Yilong were momentarily taken aback. Not expecting Buffet Shui to make such a request, I thought your desire would pertain to Shui Yin Air, Ye Suifeng remarked. Shui Yin Air is merely a woman. She is not worthy of such lingering affection, Buffet Shui replied. But you once slaughtered an ancient sect in a fit of rage for her. Yilong exclaimed. The Chongshao sect? Buffet Shui chuckled softly. If they killed my woman, do you expect me to spare them? Yilong's face was one of disbelief. Could reality truly be so? There was no romantic chivalry, no touching love story. The destruction of the Chongshao sect was merely a consequence of provoking the wrong individual. Very well, I grant you your wish, Ye Suifeng stated. This matter is but a trifle. Primarily, I find Buffet Shui rather intriguing. Thank you, senior. Buffet Shui expressed his profound gratitude. Subsequently, a beam of light enveloped him, casting him into a deep slumber. Ye Suifeng waved his hand, and he and Yilong vanished without a trace. On their way back, Ye Suifeng noticed Yilong's taciturn demeanor and smiled. What is it? Is the shattering of your idol's image a bit hard for you to accept? Yilong scratched his head. It is somewhat unexpected. However, I cannot say it's unbearable. I only care about his strength and whether I can defeat him. Ye Suifeng nodded. In truth, individuals like Buffet Shui possess a steadfast heart and a life of brilliance. If he can remain by your side, it would greatly aid your future path. Yilong responded with an affirming hum. Suddenly, he looked up, astonished. Uncle, do you mean? Ye Suifeng smiled slightly but remained silent. Was it not merely about resurrecting the deceased, about the shadowy puppeteer, about the path of cause and effect? As long as he wished to act, no one could intervene. Chapter 44. The five of the Yi family, Yi Huang and Yi Long, were personally brought back by Ye Suifeng. Yi Qinyao need not venture out, as she remained within the red dust-mirrored eye in the courtyard. Ye Suifeng produced the red dust mirror, gently tapping its surface. A flash of light illuminated the space, and Yi Qinyao figure gradually materialized within the courtyard. Her gaze appeared somewhat dazed, as if she had yet to fully return from her trials. It took a long while for her to regain clarity. Uncle, Yi Qinyao murmured softly. How is it? Have you found your path? Ye Suifeng inquired. Yi Qinyao remained silent, merely nodding gently. She stood there, tranquil as an ethereal being. Her bright eyes were extraordinarily clear yet unfathomably deep, like a still ancient well. Clearly, she had undergone a complete transformation. Uncle, I may need to return to that place for further refinement, Yi Qinyao stated. She was the first to proactively propose continuing her cultivation. Is it that your direction remains uncertain? Ye Suifeng asked with interest. No, Yi Qinyao replied. In the first layer of time, I comprehended my future path. I wish to re-enter the second layer of time. Oh? Ye Suifeng expressed surprise. The red dust realm comprises 3 layers of time. In the first layer, 1 day equates to a year. Ye Suifeng's original intention was to have her cultivate for a month in the first layer, equivalent to 30 whole years, sufficient to find her direction. Yet he did not anticipate that Yi Qinyao sought more than that. In the second layer of time, 1 day equals 10 years. Uncle, I wish to enter and complete my red dust melody. As she spoke, Yi Qinyao extended her delicate fingers. An ethereal image of an ancient zither slowly coalesced before her. As she gently plucked its strings, an extraordinary melody instantly filled the courtyard. The willows above them suddenly swayed gently as if stirred by an unseen breeze, dancing in harmony with the music. A single willow leaf fell upon Yi Qinyao shoulder. Although it had already yellowed, under the influence of this melody, it began to gradually turn green again, ultimately bursting with life. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Yi Qinyao. Her cultivation surged violently, instantly breaking through to the 6th layer of qi transformation. This momentum did not cease there. 7th layer, 8th layer, 9th layer. It was not until she reached the 12th layer of qi transformation that she gradually came to a halt, subsequently retracting her energy. Observing this scene, Ye Suifeng smiled and nodded. He did not press for the specifics of the direction Yi Qinyao had found. That itself was a rather illusory matter. Discovering one's true heart was what truly mattered. The red dust mirror has many uses. Ponder it well upon your return. Ye Suifeng gifted the red dust mirror to Yi Qinyao, as it was originally intended for her. Let me remind you, do not hastily enter the 3rd layer of time until you are fully prepared. A moment's carelessness there could lead to becoming lost within. Yi Qinyao nodded. Rest assured, uncle, I am well aware. Very well. Ye Suifeng waved his hand. Return and solidify your foundation. Prepare thoroughly for the battle 3 days hence. After sending her away, Ye Suifeng contemplated for a moment before turning and vanishing from sight. Shortly thereafter, he found himself in a gray expanse. The dream void realm. He wondered how little Ye Xiaoxiao was faring here. Ye Suifeng gasped softly, as he noticed that Ye Xiaoxiao's figure was nowhere to be seen. Only endless gray worms wriggled within. Suddenly, a blue light ring appeared behind him. A delicate hand, grasping a colorful dagger, extended from the ring, aiming for his back. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as the colorful dagger shattered upon contact with Ye Suifeng's body. The small hand appeared startled and quickly retracted, the blue light ring shrinking instantly out of existence. However, at the same time, another light ring materialized above Ye Suifeng's head. A brick painted with a pig's head hurtled toward him. Ye Suifeng shook his head, caught the small hand, discarded the brick, and said, "Enough, stop playing." A petulant voice responded, and the blue light ring expanded, gradually enveloping Ye Suifeng entirely. The environment around him transformed completely. Here, it was an extraordinary world. The flowers and grass on the ground were made of candy. The nearby stream exuded the rich aroma of juice. The small room before him was constructed entirely of pastries. Underneath a gigantic gardenia, Ye Xiaoxiao swung gently on a swing. Surrounded by plump little white rabbits hopping about adorably in Ye Suifeng's hand was an exceedingly comical monkey. Squeak! Ye Suifeng tossed the monkey aside and approached Ye Xiaoxiao. Smiling, "Very good. It seems you've learned how to have fun." The dream void realm exists between the realms of illusion and reality. Here, one can create anything desired. Clearly, Ye Xiaoxiao had grasped the basics. Big liar. Yet, despite Ye Suifeng's praise, Ye Xiaoxiao appeared ungrateful, pouting and turning her head away. Why Ye Suifeng chuckled at her. After spending a month here, Ye Xiaoxiao's appearance had also changed. Her twin tails had transformed into a lush mane of blue-violet hair, nearly as long as her body, slightly curled. Swaying with the swing, a hint of gemstone blue graced her lips, lending her an air of mischief. "All right, once we exit, I'll give you 1,000,000 spirit stones as pocket money," Ye Suifeng said. This girl was undoubtedly still thinking about the spirit stones. However, having promised her, he would certainly not go back on his word. Ye Xiaoxiao tumbled off the swing, looking up at Ye Suifeng. "How much?" 1,000,000. Why Ye Xiaoxiao sprang up, embracing Ye Suifeng. "Uncle, you're so handsome. I adore you." Ye Suifeng emotionlessly pushed her away. "Enough. You just wanted to hit me with a brick." "Hee, I was just joking with you. That was made of candy." Ye Xiaoxiao giggled. "All right," Ye Suifeng smirked. "The battle in Yunxiao City is about to begin. So gather your strength. I have rewards awaiting, and no problem. I'll sneak into the Li family's storeroom when I return and see what they can fight with. And that annoying Tang Ying from the Tang family? If I see her, I'll pull down her pants and see how she remains so arrogant." Ye Xiaoxiao rattled off her grand plans in rapid succession. Ye Suifeng face-palmed, suddenly regretting allowing her into the dream void realm. He had inadvertently nurtured a little troublemaker. Upon returning home, Ye Suifeng sought out Yi Qian once more. After a month of diligent study, Yi Qian resembled a proper teacher. Of course, the Shanhai Tu Lu, personally penned by Ye Suifeng, had also catalyzed a qualitative change in Yi Qian's strength. His cultivation had broken through to the 6th layer of Qi transformation. As for the other 4, Yi Huang, 7th layer of Qi transformation; Yi Long, 8th layer of Qi transformation. Yi Qin Yao, 12th layer, great perfection of Qi transformation. Yi Xiaoxiao, 7th layer of Qi transformation. Thus, the 5 combatants of the Yi family had officially emerged from their seclusion. A storm was about to descend. Chapter 45. The Drunken Dream Gathering. The Drunken Dream Garden is a large amusement park constructed by the Drunken Dream Tower, located at the very heart of Yunxiao City. On ordinary days, those who enter the Drunken Dream Garden are all individuals of significant status and formidable cultivation. However, on certain important occasions, the garden opens its gates to a wider audience. For instance, during the biennial Yunxiao City Battle Point 3 days prior to the fight, countless young talents are permitted entry into the Drunken Dream Garden, and over time, this has evolved into a tradition known as the Drunken Dream Gathering. Today marks the first day of the Drunken Dream Gathering. A multitude of young cultivators surged inside, eager to catch a glimpse of the core disciples from the 3 prominent families, whom they rarely had the chance to see. Naturally, forging connections with them would be the best outcome. However, the garden's management had long anticipated such a scenario. To prevent esteemed guests from being disturbed, they divided the Drunken Dream Garden into two sections. The outer area is occupied by ordinary cultivators, while the inner area is reserved for those of noble birth or those with a modicum of fame, along with exceptional talents arriving from other locations. For example, the dark-skinned youth from Black Stone City and the arrogant girl from Huangyi City were among them. They brought their friends and attendants, each claiming a pavilion for themselves as they relaxed. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "The Li family has arrived." Everyone turned to see several young cultivators strolling in. At the forefront was a striking figure, exuding an imposing aura. He was Li Qi. Alongside him were Li Ran, Li Ming, and Li Shueping. Apart from Li Shanggu, the other four combatants from the Li family had all arrived. Recognizing them, some murmured. Just a few days prior, the three prominent families had released their respective combatant lists. This was customary, serving to warm up the atmosphere and showcase the family's influence. The 15 participants had already become well known among the crowd. As the onlookers watched, the Li family members strolled over to the pavilion that had been prepared in advance. Goodness, Li Qi's aura is overwhelming. He must have received some fortuitous opportunity, someone called out. The youth from Black Stone City nodded gravely, sensing considerable pressure emanating from Li Qi. However, the girl from Huangyi City merely cast a dismissive glance before turning her head away. Unimpressed. Not even close, she stated bluntly. Some cultivators from Yunxiao City felt angered by this but found no rebuttal. After all, Huangyi City was indeed stronger than Yunxiao City. Look, the Tang family has arrived. That must be Tang Xiaoqing. Moments later, another voice rang out, seemingly aimed at provoking the girl from Huangyi City. Nevertheless, it did indeed capture her attention. The Tang family entered with all 5 combatants present. Leading them was a round-faced youth, not particularly tall, wielding a folding fan, his face adorned with a genial smile. The other 4 were Tang Nian, Tang Mengxian, Tang Wuhua, and Tang Yingying, 3 males and 2 females in total. Our Tang Xiaoqing is a genius of the 10th layer of qi transformation, someone deliberately remarked toward the girl from Huangyi City. Hemph, barely adequate. Yet such cultivation still failed to impress her. However, no one anticipated that after the Tang family settled in, Tang Xiaoqing would directly approach that girl. Several young male cultivators beside her immediately stepped forward, positioning themselves between the two. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm merely here to greet you, Tang Xiaoqing said, unperturbed, smiling lightly. If I'm not mistaken, you are the little princess of the Nie family from Huangyi City, Nie Xiaoyin, right? You know me? Nie Xiaoyin raised an eyebrow. I've merely heard of you, Tang Xiaoqing replied with a smile. Half a year ago, I had the fortune of encountering your sister, Nie Fengfei, and have been hoping for another opportunity to meet. Upon hearing this, Nie Xiaoyin narrowed her eyes. Are you trying to pursue my sister? No, I'm just, don't be ridiculous. Nie Xiaoyin's face bore a mocking smile. Do you have any idea how many people in Huangyi City are lining up to court her? Among them are outstanding talents who broke through to the foundation establishment stage before the age of 18. What are you? Facing Nie Xiaoyin's blatant derision, Tang Xiaoqing opened his mouth but ultimately only shook his head and smiled. We are merely friends. Upon your return, you can remind her that she still owes me a drink. After speaking, Tang Xiaoqing bowed and took his leave. Nie Xiaoyin huffed twice, her expression laden with pride. This scene only intensified the displeasure of the cultivators from Yunxiao City. Could it be that even Tang Xiaoqing could not earn a glance from this girl from Huangyi City? If so, who could? Where are the Yi family members? Why haven't they arrived yet? What use is it even if they come? The Li and Tang families have already fallen short. Can they really reclaim the situation? Indeed, perhaps the earlier rumors were true. The Yi family may withdraw from this Yunxiao City battle. The crowd engaged in heated discussions. At that moment, a group of individuals slowly made their entrance. They've arrived. They've arrived. But why were there only 2? Yi Huang and Yi Long walked at the forefront, followed by a throng of their own followers. They casually chose a pavilion to settle in. The others began to murmur among themselves. This is the Drunken Dream Gathering, a chance for each family to showcase their influence. Yet the Yi family only sent 2 members. Where's Yao Xianzi? I came here for her today. Alas, I originally hoped to rely on the Yi family to reclaim some honor. But now it seems all is lost. Nie Xiaoyin wore a face of disappointment. She had come today specifically to see the 3 women of the Yi family, to determine if they were worthy to become her attendants. Yet, only one had shown up, and aside from her looks, there was nothing particularly remarkable about her. What a letdown. The reactions of those around them fell entirely within the purview of Yi Huang and Yi Long. Yi Huang shook her head and remarked, Sister Qin Yao is indeed clever. She had long since evaded such situations. Why do I feel as though I have transformed into a rare and exotic beast? Being observed by curious onlookers? Yilong chuckled softly. You will grow accustomed to it. Individuals like us frequently encounter similar scenarios. The title of young prodigy is both an honor and a burden. Ye Huang nodded in agreement. After the Tianluan Palace gained prominence, she too had begun to grasp this sentiment, though she was still not entirely accustomed to it. Sister Qin Yao's transformation is quite drastic, as if she has suddenly become an elder sister. She continued. Xiao Xiao as well. When I saw her yesterday, I was taken aback. She looked just like a little demon. I asked, she planning to steal your sword? Yilong laughed. I experienced a similar incident. She attempted to make off with the spear that my uncle just gifted me, but I managed to catch her. After a month of intense training, everyone's transformations were substantial. Take you for example. I find you increasingly enigmatic. Yilong remarked. Ye Huang smiled. The sentiment is mutual. The two shared an understanding and clinked their cups together. Yilong suddenly noticed with surprise that Ye Huang's cup contained wine. In the Ye family, particularly among core disciples, alcohol was strictly regulated to prevent indulgence and debauchery among the family elite. Cousin, it was a gift from my father, Ye Huang replied, taking a delicate sip. Savoring the flavor, he said, I am now grown, I envy you. Yilong sighed, glancing at his cup of tea, which now seemed rather lackluster. However, a beautifully crafted wine jug was then presented before him. Father said we have all grown up. Ye Huang smiled. Yilong returned the smile, emptied his tea, and filled his cup with wine, clinking it against Ye Huang's once more. The exquisite liquor flowed down his throat, refreshing and invigorating. This was a superior spirit. Yilong's heart jolted, but he quickly realized gifts from his uncle could hardly be mere trinkets. By the way, Long Gu. After finishing her drink, Ye Huang inquired, what exactly is the purpose of this drunken dream gathering? Are we merely to sit idly? Yilong burped softly and reluctantly set down his cup. Of course not. Each drunken dream gathering serves to showcase the influence of various families, but how exactly is this showcased varies each time. Yilong pondered before saying, sometimes it's a display of wealth, at other times it's about treasures, or even the capabilities of one's followers. We shall see what they decide to present. Ye Huang pouted. How dull. It sounds like a child's game. Yilong chuckled. Isn't that the truth? Yet, everyone seems to revel in it. There's no helping it. We shall simply wait. At that moment, a young cultivator approached the pavilion where the Ye family members were gathered. Fengji dutifully blocked his path. What business do you have? Fengji inquired. However, the young man, displaying an air of arrogance, ignored Fengji entirely and addressed Ye Huang directly. You must be Ye Huang of the Ye family. My young lady requests your presence. Yilong frowned slightly and looked at him. May I ask who your family? Yet before he could finish, Ye Huang slammed her palm onto the table with a resounding thud. Without turning back, her voice was icy. This is Yunchao City. If she wishes to see me, let her come in person. Chapter 46. I am just reckless within the drunken dream garden. As one of Ye Xiaoyin's followers approached the Ye family members, nearly every gaze turned toward him. They were unaware of Ye Xiaoyin's intentions, nor did they know how the Ye family would respond. When the follower invited Ye Huang to join him, the hearts of all present raced. Would this encounter unfold like the previous humiliations inflicted upon the Li and Tang families by this proud maiden? Yet, Ye Huang's reaction took everyone by surprise. This is Yunchao City. If you wish to see me, then come personally. Her words were nothing short of commanding. The cultivators of Yunchao City felt a surge of warmth coursing through their chests. This was the voice of a true prodigy from Yunchao City. However, some were more concerned, fearing that offending Ye Xiaoyin would lead to dire consequences. All eyes were on the unfolding drama. After being rebuffed by Ye Huang, the young follower stood momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to process what had just occurred. What did you say? He stammered, disbelief evident in his expression. Since arriving in Yunchao City, they had felt as though they were impervious, with no one daring to challenge their authority. Yet now, they were publicly disregarded. Did I not make myself clear? Ye Huang replied coolly, still refusing to look at him. Clang! Fengji stepped forward at the opportune moment, unsheathing his sword slightly, an overwhelming aura erupting forth. Under Ye Suifeng's tutelage, the four guardians had reached the 6th level of the Danfu realm, equivalent to the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm, but they needed to grow even stronger. Ye Xiaoyin's follower had only just stepped into the Qi transformation realm, He could hardly withstand such pressure, retreating several steps in an instant. Impressive. Haha, have you finally met your match? Let's see how you remain so arrogant. The crowd erupted in applause. The young cultivator's complexion shifted between shades of green and red. Utterly humiliated, I hope you understand that my young lady is the little princess of the Ye family from Ye City. He attempted to intimidate Ye Huang with Ye Suifeng's status. At this moment, Ye Huang finally turned to face him. Her gaze piercing, he puffed out his chest, his expression haughty, believing that the name Ye Suifeng would once again hold sway. I also hope your young lady understands that this is not Ye City, and her identity means nothing to me, Ye Huang retorted, turning her back once more to savor her drink. The young cultivator's expression darkened to a profound degree. I hope you do not come to regret this. With that, he stormed off, leaving behind a chilling warning. Ye Long looked at Ye Huang, his expression complex. Cousin, are we being a bit too arrogant? Ye Huang chuckled lightly. Ye Long nodded. He was well aware of his own reputation, having witnessed many similar scenes throughout the years. Typically, in such situations, parties would maintain a facade of civility, even if animosities existed. It was rare for someone like Ye Huang to openly sever ties and confront adversaries head-on. Such behavior was seldom seen. He assumed Ye Huang lacked experience in these matters. I have heard of the Ye family from Ye City. They are quite a powerful clan. We need not turn trivial matters into enmity. Ye Long explained. However, Ye Huang simply shook her head gently. Cousin, times have changed. Have you not noticed the recent movements within the family? My father's intention is to bolster our strength, expand our influence, and enlarge our territory. In such circumstances, how can we afford to be patient? Ye Long fell silent, acknowledging the family's recent transformations, which had indeed been rapid and overwhelming. Yet, he still harbored concerns about provoking a formidable foe like the Ye family. Ye Huang sighed softly. Cousin, have you forgotten what father said? Our Ye family no longer fears anyone. Do you not believe in him? Or do you simply prefer a life of caution, avoiding conflict? Ye Long paused, contemplating. Who wouldn't he desire a life free of conflict? Yet reality often demanded restraint. A single misstep could plunge one and their loved ones into the abyss, unless, of course, one had an unassailable backing. As he pondered, a sudden realization struck him. His uncle was that very backing. His strength was beyond comprehension. Even someone as formidable as Bufeshue was merely a tool in his uncle's hands. What was there to fear then? A long-dormant spirit, one befitting the youth, began to rise within Ye Long. I may still not be entirely accustomed to such a life. Thank you for awakening me, he said with a smile, raising a cup towards Ye Huang. Ye Huang replied. Regardless of who Ye Suifeng is, we have no reason to fear. Otherwise, we would bring great disappointment to our father. The two downed their exquisite wine, laughing heartily. Suddenly, a sharp reprimand rang out nearby. What a useless fool! With a resounding slap, Ye Suifeng struck her follower across the face, leaving him disoriented. Miss, that Ye Huang is simply too arrogant. I mentioned your name, and she didn't even acknowledge it. The young cultivator lamented, his voice tinged with desperation. A chill flickered in Ye Suifeng's eyes. Are you implying that my reputation is insufficient, leading to your humiliation? The young follower trembled, quickly dropping to his knees. No, it is my incompetence. My incompetence? Ye Suifeng snorted coldly, rising to her feet. Looking disdainfully at the kneeling follower, she gestured for two other followers to assist him. Let us go. I wish to see just how audacious a small family like the Ye can truly be. With that, they headed towards the Ye family, drawing a crowd eager to witness the impending confrontation. Ye Suifeng and her entourage soon arrived at the Ye family's side, where Ye Huang and Ye Long had also taken notice of their presence. As they came to a halt, Ye Suifeng suddenly struck her follower in the back, delivering a heavy blow. The impact caused him to spew a mouthful of blood and collapse to the ground. Hey, how dare you injure my servant? What is the penalty for such an offense? Ye Suifeng bellowed. The onlookers erupted in outrage. It was outrageous to frame another in such a blatant manner. So what if you have a powerful background? This is intolerable. I have never seen such behavior. The crowd buzzed with indignation, their anger palpable. They turned their attention to Ye Huang, wondering how she would respond to this blatant provocation. See, this is the method of the elite families. Ye Huang thought to herself as she shared a smile with Ye Long before rising to her feet. From her elevated position, she gazed down at the diminutive figure before her. This individual was merely at the second level of the Qi transformation realm, yet managed to command the respect of many stronger cultivators present. Indeed, a powerful background could lead to unchecked arrogance. Is he truly your servant? Yi Huang inquired. Ye Suifeng narrowed her eyes, regarding the composed Yi Huang. Indeed, and what will you do about it? Yi Huang chuckled softly. Since you acknowledge it, very well. Your subordinate is arrogant and disrespectful, his every word and action utterly distasteful. So distasteful that it has rendered all present unable to enjoy their meals. Therefore, since he is your subordinate, you shall compensate for his actions 100,000 spirit stones as reparations for emotional distress. Otherwise, you shall not leave here today. With that, Yi Huang waved her hand, and Feng Zhi and the others surged forward, surrounding Ye Suifeng and her companions, swords drawn and exuding a menacing aura. Yi Huang stood with her hands clasped behind her back. This tactic was aptly named return the favor in kind. You dare to slander me? Then I shall openly extort you. I am just reckless. What can you do about it? Chapter 47. The distinction surrounded by a group of fierce and intimidating figures, Ye Suifeng momentarily found herself at a loss. Throughout her life, she had always been able to dictate the fate of others. Those she deemed guilty were instantly condemned. She had never encountered a situation where she was so blatantly extorted. Yi Huang, how dare you slander me? Ye Suifeng shouted, her voice rising. What slander? Yi Huang shrugged. I believe everyone present can attest to your brazen arrogance and your utter disregard for the cultivators of Yunshao City. I see that, right? Yi Huang turned to the surrounding cultivators. Yes, that is correct. It's utterly disgusting. Indeed, we can all bear witness. This arrogant fool dares to be so insolent before the talents of Yunshao City. She deserves no pity. The gathered cultivators voiced their agreement, their anger toward Ye Suifeng bubbling to the surface, having long been pent up due to her recent behavior. With Yi Huang standing up for them, they felt emboldened to voice their disdain, openly chastising Ye Suifeng. Yi Huang smiled slightly. You see, this is the voice of the people. Thus, without 100,000 spirit stones, you truly cannot leave. Ye Suifeng felt her face flush as she listened to the uproar, her expression a volatile mix of anger and humiliation. She had never encountered anyone so audacious in her life. 100,000 spirit stones were trivial for her, but if she were to concede here, where would she place her pride? Yi Huang, are you serious? Ye Suifeng asked, her tone heavy with disbelief. Well, what do you think? Yi Huang replied, drawing her sword, pointed directly at Ye Suifeng. The gleaming blade glinted ominously in the light, reflecting her unwavering resolve. If you dare to lay a finger on me, I will ensure that your Yi family is erased from existence. Ye Suifeng declared loudly. Then let us see you try. Yi Huang responded, her smile fading as she advanced step by step toward Ye Suifeng. With every step, her imposing aura intensified, a palpable sword intent pressing down on Ye Suifeng. Ye Suifeng felt a chill run down her spine. This individual truly intended to strike. Panic surged within her, and she hastily produced a finely crafted jade talisman, shattering it with urgency. Elder Wu, come quickly! She cried out in one of the elegant chambers on the upper level of the Drunken Dream Tower. An elderly man with a kind expression was leisurely enjoying his wine, admiring the graceful dance of the maidens below. Suddenly, his heart stirred, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. Who dares to harm my young lady? With that, he propelled himself into the air, soaring upward. However, just as he broke free from sight, he slowly descended once more. Another figure accompanied him down, a hand lightly resting on the elder's shoulder, though it seemed casual. The elder's eyes filled with profound terror. Let the children settle their own affairs, the newcomer said, revealing himself to be Ye Suifeng. The elder was aghast. He could hardly fathom that such a formidable cultivator could exist in a mere small city like Yunshao. His own prowess, at the exit realm, was utterly impotent before Ye Suifeng. They returned to their seats by the window, and Ye Suifeng casually picked up a spirit fruit from the table, continuing to observe the dancers below. Senior, the elder stammered, struggling to swallow. The youthful figure before him was inscrutable. He had no understanding of his origins or affiliations. Those are the 4 renowned courtesans of the Drunken Dream Tower. They seldom perform together, so do take a moment to appreciate their artistry, Ye Suifeng remarked, gesturing toward the beauties below. The elder, however, was in no mood to admire. His thoughts were consumed with concern for Ye Suifeng. If anything happened to her, he too would bear the consequences. Senior, I must go. I am her protector, the elder finally insisted, stealing his resolve. Ye Suifeng cast a sidelong glance at him. Smiling gently, I advise you against it. The individual behind her is graceful and dignified, yet unfathomable, with a temper that can be quite volatile if you go. It would be tantamount to courting death, so you might as well stay here and enjoy the dance. The elder looked at Ye Suifeng with suspicion, wondering if he was speaking of himself. Yet regardless, he felt compelled to remain still. What if this individual truly was as volatile as he suggested? Meanwhile, Ye Suifeng, having shattered her protective talisman, awaited the arrival of her guardian. Yet, she saw no sign of him as Ye Huang drew ever closer. Her aura reached its zenith, pressing down upon Ye Suifeng, making it difficult for her to breathe. That aura was laced with murderous intent. At that moment, Ye Suifeng felt genuine fear. Unable to contain herself, she swayed and collapsed to the ground. You're bullying me. She began to cry openly, much to Ye Huang's astonishment. Caught off guard, Ye Huang awkwardly rubbed her nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. Whatever happened to your earlier bravado? If I were to strike you now, would it not be akin to bullying a young girl? However, I am merely 15 years old. Ye Huang shook her head and sheathed her long sword. Realizing that Ye Suifeng was nothing more than a spoiled girl, I shall not bully you. Hand over 100,000 spirit stones, and you may leave. Tears streaming down her face, Ye Suifeng fumbled for a storage bag and presented it. This is all the pocket money I have. Ye Huang opened it to find over 100,000 spirit stones within. Indeed, from a prominent family, her allowance was substantial. No wonder she acted recklessly day after day. Meanwhile, somewhere far off, Ye Suifeng suddenly sneezed several times. Ye Huang retrieved 100,000 spirit stones and returned the remainder. Very well, having compensated for your emotional distress, I shall not make things difficult for you. Depart. Lowering her head, Ye Suifeng clambered to her feet, daring not to utter another word as she turned to squeeze through the crowd, vanishing from sight. Her followers, equally embarrassed, fled in haste. What a relief. Hurry back to Huangyi City. Yunshao City is not a place for you to flaunt your power, exclaimed the onlookers. Is this the pride of the Ye family? Truly extraordinary. The other cultivators cheered in delight, praising Ye Huang for her bravery in standing up against the Li and Tang families, thus restoring Yunshao City's reputation with her formidable approach. This was the true young hero in their eyes. Compliments echoed endlessly. Observing this, Ye Huang waved her hand, declaring, "This 100,000 spirit stones also belongs to you. Therefore, all expenses incurred today shall be charged to my name." Ye Huang. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement, marveling at the exceptional nature of the Ye family's core disciples. In stark contrast, the Li and Tang families appeared rather shabby, with only a few familiar faces remaining. After completing these proceedings, Ye Huang returned to her pavilion. Watching the lively scene around her, Yilong chuckled. It seems this year's Zue Ming Hui must come to an early conclusion. What do you mean? Yilong pointed at the cultivators surrounding the pavilion. Did I not mention that the Zue Ming Hui is a contest of family influence? The victor is already determined, he added. I must say, your handling of the situation earlier was quite domineering. You flatter me, cousin. I merely relied on my father, and ultimately, I am not much different from that Ye Suifeng. Ye Huang replied, shaking her head. Not at all. Yilong pointed to the injured Ye Suifeng's followers, then glanced at those standing beside Ye Huang. This is where your differences lie. Chapter 48. He is so handsome in the Zue Ming Lu. As a performance concluded, thunderous applause filled the hall. Ye Suifeng joined in the clapping. The dance of this world was indeed a spectacle to behold. The few naturally beautiful dancers, with their graceful movements and enchanting smiles, captivated the hearts of all. Their elegance was effortless yet mesmerizing, subtle yet utterly alluring. What did I tell you? Their dancing is quite remarkable, Ye Suifeng remarked. The elder beside him hurriedly agreed, though he was already drenched in sweat, restless and unable to appreciate the beauty around him. Boring fellow, Ye Suifeng shook his head. All right, you may take your leave now. The elder, as if granted a great reprieve, dashed out of the Zue Ming Lu, soaring towards Ye Suifeng's position. Ye Suifeng shifted to a more comfortable posture, continuing to enjoy the next dance. With him present, no one could harm his daughter in the Zue Ming garden. Due to Ye Suifeng's presence, this year's Zue Ming Hui had almost turned into a showcase for the Yi family. The majority of cultivators from Yunshao City stood firmly on the Ye family's side. This was both a gesture of goodwill and a sign of confidence. With the core disciples of the Ye family demonstrating such dominance, their future development certainly appeared promising. In stark contrast, the other two families were nearly deserted, with only their own members partaking in dull conversations, utterly uninterested. After all, they had no means to contend with the Nye family of Huangyi City. The days swiftly passed. However, as it neared its conclusion, a minor incident occurred. Tang family's Tang Yingying, at the age of 18, possessed a voluptuous figure and a captivating presence. Typically, she was quite uninhibited, dressing in a manner that left little to the imagination, proudly displaying her assets. Suddenly, a group of cultivators gasped in surprise, pointing and whispering, some even daring to whistle. Tang Yingying looked down, only to realize that her delicate undergarment had vanished without a trace, nearly exposing her completely. After a moment of shock and embarrassment, an overwhelming fury surged within her, vowing to capture the pervert who had stolen her clothing. After searching high and low, she found nothing. As nightfall approached and everyone prepared to leave, a colorful undergarment fell from Li Qi's arms. It was indeed Tang Yingying's. In an instant, her rage erupted, and she nearly instigated a battle in Yunshao City, only to be restrained by Tang Xiaoqing. Li Qi, utterly baffled, desperately insisted he was not responsible. Meanwhile, in the Ye family's pavilion, a girl with long purple hair giggled. "You've been absent all day, and this is what you've been up to?" Yi Huang said, speechless. "Indeed, how amusing." Yi Xiaoxiao blew a large bubble with the candy in her mouth, openly admitting her involvement, then cast a mischievous gaze at Yi Huang's developing figure. "You might want to give it a try." Yi Huang's expression darkened instantly. Pop! The bubble burst, and Yi Xiaoxiao grinned. No, we are united as one, working together against outsiders." Beside them, Yi Long instinctively tightened his belt. His cousin was becoming increasingly mischievous. Her skills were so elusive. One could only wonder what their uncle had taught her. The Zue Ming Hui, after its first day, essentially announced its conclusion. The core disciples of the three great families did not return thereafter. Only the other cultivators gathered to discuss the events of the first day and the imminent Yunshao City battle. Amid the anticipation of the crowd, the Yunshao City battle finally commenced. The city was filled to the brim with cultivators. As many from nearby cities flocked in, eager to witness the contest of talents from the prominent families. Ye family. Must it be this way? Ye Suifeng gazed at the grand array of exquisite garments before him, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Sui Yun and Yi Huang stood nearby. "Elder brother, this is a grand event. Everyone is watching. Please bear with it," Sui Yun urged. The Yunshao City battle would see the appearance of the heads of the three great families. Ye Suifeng had always preferred simple attire, and if he appeared in such a manner, he would inevitably attract comments. Some might perceive him as lacking refinement, but most would judge a person based on their appearance. All right, Ye Suifeng decided to conform to the occasion. It was not a major issue. There was no need to present himself in disarray, risking the misinterpretation of his intentions. Moments later, Ye Suifeng emerged from the changing room, and Yi Huang and the others stared wide-eyed. Typically, Ye Suifeng embodied a casual demeanor, with little to distinguish him beyond his handsomeness. However, upon donning well-coordinated attire, he seemed almost transformed. Coupled with his youthful vigor, he eclipsed any other contender for the title of the most handsome in Yunshao City. "If you keep looking at me like that, I might just walk over shirtless, munching on corn," Ye Suifeng said darkly. The crowd quickly averted their eyes, aware that he was a man of his word. If he truly, such a scene was too much to bear. As the sun reached its zenith, 5 exceptionally adorned carriages slowly set off. The location of the Yunshao City battle was at the Tingyun Fighting Arena, situated near the center of the city. In reality, it was only a short walk from the Yi family, but the use of carriages was merely for show. When the Yi family's convoy arrived at the arena, the stands above were already filled to capacity, and their arrival drew all eyes. As in previous years, the Yi family always arrived first. "Ha, the Yi family is the weakest. Waiting for the other two families is only proper. Otherwise, it would surely upset them and lead to a severe beating," remarked an elder with a long face. Stroking his beard, "Silence. Who are you calling weak? Say that again." Suddenly, several voices reprimanded from the surrounding crowd. The long-faced elder was taken aback. Glancing around, he saw multiple young cultivators standing, glaring at him with anger. As if ready to pounce, he was startled. What was going on? Wasn't it customary to tease the Ye family each year? Why had it suddenly become taboo to provoke them today? Observing the enraged crowd, he fell silent, repeatedly cupping his hands in apology, afraid to speak further. Look, that is the new head of the Ye family, Ye Suifeng. Someone shouted loudly, directing everyone's attention. A young cultivator gracefully ascended the steps towards the arena's center. He moved with a nonchalant elegance, as if descending from the heavens. He is so handsome. Is this really the head of the Ye family? He seems far too young. I hereby declare that the title of the most handsome from the village of Hai to Go, Chidong Town, Yunshao City, shall be handed over. In a corner of the audience, several young men clad in simple blue garments marveled at the lively arena. Indeed, this is a world where appearances matter, one remarked. You must admit that Ye Suifeng does have a certain charm and an extraordinary demeanor. We should pay attention to their talents. Perhaps we could recruit a few for our academy. I doubt it. This place is too small. The chances of true talent emerging are minuscule. Let us not let our guard down and end up being ridiculed later. Rest assured, with Senior Zhang Dong present, we certainly won't overlook any talent. In front of them stood a young man dressed in deep blue, arms crossed behind his back. Chapter 49. Yi Huang takes the stage at the highest level of the Tengyun fighting arena. There was an elevated viewing platform providing a broad view. The ideal spot for observing the battles. 3 plush chairs were arranged side by side, with fruits and fragrant tea already set on the table beside them. This was the exclusive area for the 3 family heads. Ye Suifeng frowned slightly. He did not wish to be so close to those two. With a gentle flick, the adjacent 2 chairs shifted several meters away. Only then did he leisurely take his seat at the center. Whether or not the other 2 family heads would have any objections was of no concern to him. As the sun rose high, the carriages of the Li and Tang families finally entered the arena. Their display was far more extravagant than that of the Ye family, even boasting a ceremonial procession. Amid the clamor of the crowd, Tang Zheng and Li Liusu approached together. Upon noticing Ye Suifeng seated at the center, they paused momentarily. Tang Zheng appeared particularly displeased, as this position had always been his. However, given the crowd, they would not allow such trivial matters to escalate into a public spectacle. Li Liusu greeted Ye Suifeng with a smile and allowed Tang Zheng to choose his spot first before taking her seat. With a resounding chime of bells, the Yunshao City battle officially commenced. Naturally, there was an opening ceremony, which served as an excellent opportunity for certain individuals to make their names known. Notable powers within Yunshao City, such as Zue Minglu, Wanbao Pavilion, and Mi Xiangyuan, each presented their unique performances. Ye Suifeng was somewhat surprised to discover that Gu Wanxin was the host for this year's Yunshao City battle. Before an audience of over 10,000, she remained unfazed, engaging in lively banter, her stunning visage and graceful figure igniting tremendous enthusiasm among the spectators. Once the opening had concluded, the focus shifted to the main event. Gu Wanxin began outlining the rules of the Yunshao City battle. The rules were meticulously detailed to ensure fairness, ultimately determining the family rankings based on performance. However, Ye Suifeng found little interest in the proceedings. The disciples of the other 2 families were no match for Yi Huang and her companions. After Gu Wanxin finished reading the rules, she announced with fervor, "Now, let us extend the warmest applause to welcome the contestant from the Yi family, Yi Huang." Thunderous applause erupted. A tidal wave of cheers followed. A figure clad in a purple robe gracefully ascended the arena. Though young, she bore the poise necessary to face the gaze of thousands. "Fairy Huang, I adore you. Fairy, look over here. We met at the Zue Ming Hui. Go for it, crush them." The crowd erupted with enthusiasm. After the events of the Zue Ming Hui, Yi Huang's name had become the most celebrated among all participants. Yi Huang smiled slightly, raising her right hand. The arena fell silent, all eyes fixated on her gesture. Then, with a sudden clenched fist, a surge of battle spirit erupted. The surrounding crowd immediately ignited, chanting her name, their voices nearly dispersing the clouds overhead. "Ha ha, little brother Yi, your daughter possesses quite an imposing presence," Li Liusu remarked, her smile not quite reaching her eyes. Even she was taken aback by the scene. She had never witnessed a young person with such a commanding aura and charisma. "Indeed, I am quite pleased," Ye Suifeng replied cheerfully. Li Liusu's expression twitched. By convention, he was supposed to exhibit humility, yet he was openly accepting praise. That's not how this works. One must tread carefully. At that moment, Tang Jing also chimed in. Indeed, but I am unconcerned. Ye Suifeng appeared indifferent, as both families found themselves at an impasse, lapsing into silence. Uncle One, this is Yi Huang, a dark-skinned youth in the audience said to the middle-aged man beside him. Indeed extraordinary, the middle-aged man nodded lightly. She is the most captivating woman I have ever encountered. The dark-skinned youth gazed at Yi Huang in the arena, his eyes filled with admiration. Ha ha, Mi Feng, you've finally come to your senses, the middle-aged man chuckled. Mi Feng blushed slightly but soon adopted a pensive expression. But she is truly exceptional, Uncle One. I am not worthy of her. What does that matter? The middle-aged man patted his shoulder. You are the son of the Lord of Haishi City, and having cultivated for only 3 years, you have already reached the 8th layer of Qi transformation. In terms of talent, you are not inferior to Yi Huang. But Mi Feng attempted to protest, only to be interrupted by the middle-aged man. Enough. After this event concludes, I will seek an audience with the head of the Yi family. Mi Feng turned to gaze at the figure in the arena, ultimately nodding in agreement. The clamor within the arena persisted for quite some time. Once it began to subside, Gu Wanxin, wearing a smile, continued, next, the Li family, who ranked second last time, will choose who will face Yi Huang. There's no need, Yi Huang suddenly interjected. She scanned the Li family's preparation area, her sword sheath pointing towards one individual among them. I choose to challenge Li Qi. Li Qi, seated below, was momentarily stunned. They had initially planned to send out the weakest, Li Suifeng, to gauge Yi Huang's strength. However, they had not anticipated her bold decision to challenge them directly. Ji Wanxin expressed mild surprise, stating, "Are you certain? According to the rules, if you initiate a challenge, you must participate in subsequent battles regardless of the outcome." "It matters not," Yi Huang replied confidently, a smile gracing her face. "Today, I intend to prove to you all that the Yi family is no longer what it once was." The uproar resumed once more. Choosing to engage in consecutive battles required more than mere courage. This was a conflict that would determine the future trajectory of their family for the next 2 years. One could not be overly cautious. Observing Yi Huang's resolute demeanor, Gu Wanxin sighed softly. "Very well then. Let us welcome the prodigy of the Li family, Li Qi." In the audience, Li Qi's expression shifted dramatically. Just a few days prior, while catching a mere glimpse in the drunken dream garden, he had sensed that Yi Huang was indeed extraordinary, leaving him bewildered about her true capabilities. Yet, recalling his own progress over the past few days, Li Qi tightened his grip on his sword and stepped onto the arena. "Go, brother Li Qi. Defeat this arrogant fellow." Li Qing'er shouted loudly, having suffered considerable losses at the hands of Yi Huang during their last encounter at Qinggu jailing. She had vowed then that she would have Li Qi deal with Yi Huang, and today her wish was finally coming true. She had unwavering confidence in Li Qi. Bolstered by the encouragement from behind, Li Qi steadied his mind and advanced. Let the battle commence. The first match of the battle in Yunshao City had begun. Yi Huang and Li Qi stood facing each other, their auras rapidly ascending amidst the thunderous cheers of the crowd. Yi Huang ultimately stabilized at the 8th level of Qi transformation, while Li Qi surpassed the rumored realms. Charging straight towards the 10th level of Qi transformation, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Li Qi has concealed his cultivation. Panic spread among the onlookers. This is bad. The Phoenix Fairy might be at a disadvantage. Concern flooded the audience for Yi Huang. Yet, Yi Huang, standing opposite Li Qi, remained utterly composed. "You've offended me," Li Qi declared, drawing his sword in an instant. His body flickered across the arena, creating a dazzling array of afterimages that left the audience in awe. This was the Shadow Step, a mid-tier movement technique of the Xin level. Li Qi had chosen to employ such a formidable technique right from the start. Some recognized the martial art Li Qi was using. Amidst the astonished gazes, several of Li Qi's figures simultaneously drew their long swords, attacking Yi Huang from all directions. It seemed he intended to secure victory with his very first strike. Clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated. Li Qi's numerous afterimages gradually faded, leaving only his true form. However, his assault was firmly blocked by Yi Huang, who had yet to even draw her sword. Such flamboyance, Yi Huang remarked coldly with a smile. "It's not over yet," Li Qi bellowed, suddenly unleashing intense flames from his long sword. 3 fire dragons soared into the air, roaring towards Yi Huang. The scene reminded Yi Huang of her time training in the 9 heavens. The gentle purple light was composed of countless tiny divine dragons. The 3 fire dragons before her, when compared to those divine beings, were akin to the difference between a flea and a kuenpeng. She slowly thrust her palm forward. Boom! A tremendous shockwave erupted in the arena. The fire dragons roared defiantly, yet from Yi Huang's palm emerged a thin veil of light mist, effortlessly blocking all the flames. As steadfast as a mountain, the searing flames instantly engulfed half of the arena where Li Qi stood. He hurriedly turned and retreated. The flames soon dissipated, leaving several large holes burned into his clothing and his handsome visage marred by dark scorch marks. Li Qi's face turned ashen, his eyes betraying his fear. How can this person be so powerful? It appears you have yet to fully master this sword, Yi Huang remarked coolly. The fire dragons had erupted from the very body of Li Qi's sword, showcasing the innate ability of a spiritual weapon. This spiritual sword was at least of the upper-tier Xian level. Yi Huang glanced at her own sword, which was originally of the top-tier Xian grade. However, not long ago, Ye Suifeng had casually refined it, and now it was a true treasure of heavenly grade. Why, Yi Huang? Don't get too complacent. Li Qi wiped the soot from his face and retorted angrily. It was one thing to be repelled, but he could not accept a girl younger than himself critiquing his cultivation. Then do put in more effort, Yi Huang replied indifferently. Fury surged within Li Qi. You brought this upon yourself. He gripped his long sword tightly and activated the shadow step once more. This time, the number of afterimages increased, moving in perfect synchrony, making them nearly indistinguishable. 10,000 sword forest. All of Li Qi's figures shouted in unison. Instantly, countless ominous sword lights surrounded Yi Huang, creating a dizzying spectacle. This was yet another upper-tier Xian-level sword technique. The combination of shadow step and 10,000 sword forest could conjure hundreds of thousands of sword lights. Intertwining seamlessly to it was evident he had come prepared. One could hardly fathom how Yi Huang would defend against this move. The audience watched anxiously, deeply concerned for Yi Huang. However, Yi Huang remained unfazed. Although she had only trained in the 9 heavens for a mere month, what she had encountered was the essence of heavenly destruction. The sword lights before her were utterly insignificant in her eyes. With a single hand, she wielded her sword sheath, effortlessly identifying and deflecting all the real sword lights. Too weak, my father was right. You are all truly too weak. As she deflected Li Qi's attacks, Yi Huang spoke. Li Qi's fury only intensified as he poured all his strength into the assault. But it was all in vain. Enough is enough. Let's bring this to a close. After saying this, Yi Huang drew her long sword for the first time, sweeping it horizontally in an instant. The myriad sword lights that filled the arena vanished without a trace. Li Qi's figure was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, blood spilling onto the ground. Brother Li Qi? Li Qinger exclaimed in shock. Cheer! Li Lu Su on the stage finally lost the ever-present smile on his face. Yi Huang slowly returned her sword to its sheath. In this battle, she had only unleashed a single strike. Moreover, she had not moved an inch from her original position. Chapter 50. Your schemes. Li Qi's instant defeat left the entire arena in stunned silence. Everyone knew Yi Huang was powerful, but Li Qi was also a prodigy, not to be underestimated. He possessed upper-tier Xian-level movement skills, trained in upper-tier Xian-level sword techniques, and wielded an upper-tier Xian-level spiritual sword. In Yunqiao City, such a combination was already considered extraordinary. Apart from the 3 major families, no other faction could produce such a terrifying individual. Yet before Yi Huang, he appeared as a feeble insect, ruthlessly toyed with and crushed on the spot. Why Yi Huang? How can she be so strong? The Phoenix Fairy is magnificent. A voice, somewhat strained, rang out in the arena, followed by a thunderous roar of cheers. They shouted Yi Huang's name, as if they could share in the glory. The seats occupied by the Yi family erupted in jubilation. Sui Yun, Sui Yu, Sui Bao, and the recently recovered Sui Hu, the key figures of the Yi family, were nearly brought to tears. Look, this is our Yi family's pride. This is our future. Their enthusiasm and passion burned brightly, unwavering. However, the Li family side was a stark contrast. Li Qi lay bloodied at the edge of the arena, with Li Qinger collapsing beside him, tears streaming down her face. Several clan elders hurried over to assess Li Qi's injuries. Li Lu Su on the highest platform struggled to restrain himself from leaping into the arena. That was his son, yet he forcibly held back. In such a scenario, a family head losing composure would be a tremendous blow to the family's reputation. But soon, someone approached the stage and whispered a few words to Li Lu Su, gradually easing his anxiety. Ye Suifeng, your daughter does not hold back. Li Lu Su said solemnly. At that moment, he had completely discarded his mask of composure. Not at all, Ye Suifeng replied with a slight smile. He is not dead, just broken 100 or so bones. You? Li Lu Su, enraged, nearly lunged at Ye Suifeng to strike him, but he restrained himself. After years of being the head of the Li family, he possessed more than this level of restraint. A talent that hasn't matured is merely a talent. I advise you to keep her in check lest she invites trouble one day, Li Lu Su said coldly. This was a thinly veiled threat. Ye Suifeng chuckled, choosing not to respond. Some individuals simply enjoy narrowing their own paths. Meanwhile, Tang Zheng remained silent, his expression graved. Wei Huang was truly unfathomable. He wondered if their own disciples could once again rise above the masses. At that moment, Gu Wanxin returned to the arena. Her expression was complex as she gazed at Yi Huang. This girl had far exceeded her expectations. But what truly astonished her was what Ye Suifeng had done for her. Gu Wanxin understood that Yi Huang's brilliance was undoubtedly tied to Ye Suifeng. Why Yi Huang? Do you wish to challenge again? Gu Wanxin inquired. Of course. Why Yi Huang smiled, glancing at the Tang family's preparation area. The 5 members immediately tensed under her scrutinizing gaze. After witnessing her previous battle, no one could afford to underestimate the formidable daughter of the Yi family. I challenged Tang Xiao. Just as Yi Huang was about to announce her challenger, she suddenly paused. Casting a glance at her father on the high platform, she sighed. Never mind. Let them choose someone to come forward. The crowd was taken aback. Given Yi Huang's overwhelming strength, she could have easily chosen a strong opponent from the Tang family to defeat, thus paving the way for the 4 remaining Yi family fighters. Instead, she opted for a different approach, allowing the Tang family more options. They would undoubtedly exploit this rule. Moments later, the Tang family sent forth the weakest among them, Tang Wuhua, at the 6th level of Qi transformation. Given Li Qi's recent disastrous defeat, how could he possibly stand a chance? Clearly, the Tang family sought to have their lesser contender stall Yi Huang's superior fighter. This maneuver was expected. However, the audience was unconcerned with the intricacies, quickly recognizing the Tang family's cowardice, resulting in a chorus of boos. Amidst the jeers, Tang Wuhua stepped onto the stage, his face full of despair. Let the battle begin. Tang Wuhua clasped his hands before Yi Huang. I hope you can show mercy. Bang. No sooner had he spoken than a foot collided with his chest. Tang Wuhua was sent flying, crashing out of the arena, blood spilling from his mouth as he lost consciousness. A swift kill. After completing her task, Yi Huang did not wait for the results, turning gracefully towards the Yi family's preparation area and departing. Gu Wanxin, momentarily stunned, finally announced, Yi Huang versus Tang Wuhua. Yi Huang wins. Let us welcome the second combatant from the Yi family, Yi Long. Another thunderous cheer erupted. While Yi Long may not have been as renowned as Yi Huang in Yunshao City, the title of the head of the True Dragon Pavilion was still quite illustrious. As Yi Long ascended to the stage, he happened to brush past Yi Huang. Was it your uncle who instructed you to do this? Yi Long asked. Why Yi Huang shrugged. He said to let you all have some fun. Why Yi Long was taken aback. For his uncle, this battle was merely a game? Then, let us have a good time. A surge of powerful battle intent erupted from Yi Long. Throughout ancient arena battles, he had faced countless defeats, yet his indomitable will had been tempered to a blazing intensity. I challenged Tang Xiaoqing of the Tang family. Before Gu Wanxin could respond, Yi Long declared his target. He too sought a consecutive battle. Furthermore, he aimed to confront the strongest among the younger generation of Yunshao City. The audience erupted in excitement. The Yi family's disciples were incredibly domineering. It was enough to ignite their fervor. Under the gaze of the crowd, Tang Xiaoqing stepped onto the stage. I've long admired your name. Likewise, the two exchanged polite greetings before instantly engaging in combat. Yi Long wielded his spear with grandiose movements, exuding tremendous might. Yet Tang Xiaoqing, equally worthy of his reputation, had reached the 12th level of Qi transformation, concealing his true cultivation. With a fan in hand, he moved with grace. The two unleashed their techniques, creating perilous moments, and the battle became fiercely contested, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. The audience cheered in delight. This was the battle they had truly longed to witness. While Yi Huang's earlier fight had been exhilarating, it was simply too swift to satisfy their desires. Yi Long and Tang Xiaoqing were both the finest of their respective families, already renowned figures. Their clash was something many had wished to see. As time passed, Ye Long bore several blood-stained wounds, yet his battle intent only grew stronger. His spear became akin to a true dragon, shaking the heavens. Ultimately, under Ye Long's furious onslaught, Tang Xiaoqing, caught off guard, was struck hard, blood spilling as he struggled to land on the ground. However, Ye Long's assault came once more. I concede. Tang Xiaoqing shouted loudly, the sharp spear tip hovering perilously close to his throat. Bang! Ye Long withdrew his spear, planting it firmly on the ground. A gust of wind radiated from him, dispersing the dust around him. The audience's pupils constricted. On the solid arena floor, deep cracks were visibly etched. A shocking sight. Ye Long versus Tang Xiaoqing. Ye Long wins. Gu Wanxin announced the outcome of the battle with a loud voice. Subsequently, like Ye Huang, Ye Long also opted for the Li family to choose their combatant. The Li family similarly selected the weakest, Ye Suifeng, as cannon fodder. Unsurprisingly, Ye Long swiftly defeated Ye Suifeng in just a few moves and returned to the Ye family's preparation area. With this, the Ye family, represented by a phoenix and a dragon, had secured 4 victories, paving a bright path ahead. Meanwhile, on the highest platform, Li Lu Su and Tang Zheng had faces as grim as scorched earth. After all, the strongest members of both their families had been defeated. Brother Tang, Xiaoqing has also fallen, Li Lu Su suddenly remarked. They exchanged glances, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in Li Lu Su's eyes. Tang Zheng nodded lightly. Ye Suifeng sat between them, pretending not to notice that a scheme, perhaps. You plot as you wish. Chapter 51. The law of retribution. The Ye family had achieved 2 consecutive victories, defeating both the strongest members of the Li and Tang families. This propelled the Ye family's cheers to a crescendo. The only regret they felt was that the strongest combatants typically made their appearances last. Why had they revealed their trump cards so early? What significance would the subsequent battles hold? However, the third contestant, Ye Qinyao, once again reshaped their understanding. With an ethereal presence akin to a celestial maiden, she too chose to take the initiative in challenging. Though without specifying a target, allowing them to select anyone they wished. Ye Qinyao had previously demonstrated remarkable prowess, so the Li family, opting for caution, sent forth the relatively weaker Li Ming, who was at the 7th level of Qi transformation. Yet Ye Qinyao unleashed her full power immediately, revealing her peak Qi transformation cultivation. Moreover, her aura was far more formidable than that of Tang Xiaoqing. The audience was left dumbfounded. What was happening in the Ye family? They initially believed Ye Huang and Ye Long to be their strongest fighters, only to discover an even more powerful contender. This was truly astonishing. Undoubtedly, in her unreserved display of strength, Li Ming stood no chance against her. Being swiftly knocked out of the arena. As for the Tang family, they wore grim expressions, opting to forfeit. In their view, aside from Tang Xiaoqing, no one else could rival Ye Qinyao. Soon, the 4th battle began. The Ye family's representative was Ye Qian. Taking a deep breath, Ye Qian slowly ascended to the arena. Like Ye Qinyao, he fully unleashed his cultivation, standing at the 6th level of Qi transformation. The audience sighed in relief. This was a return to normalcy. Go, Brother Ye Qian. We believe in you. 2 young boys and girls shouted enthusiastically, surrounded by many others, all fervently cheering him on. Ye Qian smiled at them, offering a reassuring gesture. Elder Gu, I choose to challenge Li family's Li Shunga. Following this declaration, Ye Qian named his challenger. The Li family below erupted with joy. This Ye Qian appeared to be the easiest opponent to defeat. They had initially worried he would choose someone relatively weaker. Yet, he had chosen Li Shunga, who was a formidable talent, second only to Li Qi. It was akin to courting death. Teach him a lesson. The Li family members cheered excitedly. Watch and learn. Li Shunga smiled slightly, gracefully leaping onto the arena. Standing directly opposite Ye Qian, I have vowed to bring you to justice with my own hands. Ye Qian murmured softly. Upon overhearing their exchange, a sense of confusion enveloped the onlookers. Did these 2 harbor old grievances? Indeed. The little girl, who had just been cheering for Ye Qian, now bore red-rimmed eyes, her face awash with unrestrained fury. Oh? What exactly transpired? Someone nearby inquired. With a sorrowful countenance, the little girl recounted her tale. She was originally a resident of Qingxi town, under the jurisdiction of the Li family. Her parents were humble garment craftsmen, and she had an elder sister. Though the family was not affluent, they enjoyed a harmonious existence, with enough to eat and wear. However, 2 months prior, the arrival of an individual shattered their peaceful household. Li Shunga. As a core member of the Li family, he descended upon Qingxi town, causing great excitement among the populace, for this was a golden opportunity to forge connections with the influential. The reason for Li Shunga's visit was the town's renowned tailoring skills, as he sought to commission a set of garments. After inspecting each shop in Qingxi town, he failed to find his desired choice, but instead set his sights on another target, the little girl's sister. When Li Shunga proposed that the girl's sister become his maid, envious glances were cast by those nearby. Yet, the girl's parents were filled with trepidation. They were decent folk who had never contemplated marrying their daughter into a wealthy family. Thus, they rejected Li Shunga's advances. Unfazed, he praised their principled stance and gifted them an exquisite jade pendant. However, that very night, a group of masked assailants invaded the little girl's home, seizing the jade pendant, murdering her parents, and abducting her sister. The girl hid beneath her bed, witnessing the horrific events unfold before her eyes. The following day, the town's authorities arrived, hastily concluding that it was a case of greed-fueled murder. From that moment on, the little girl was left to wander the streets, utterly alone. Then, she encountered Ye Qian. This elder brother figure became her source of solace, second only to her parents and sister. Upon learning of the girl's tragic fate, Ye Qian resolved to locate the avaricious villains and bring them to justice. Despite their considerable experience, the perpetrators left behind traces that Ye Qian diligently followed. As he continued his investigation, he stumbled upon an unbelievable revelation. Li Shunga regarded Ye Qian with disdain, too apathetic to deny any accusations, even casting aside the little girl as sister. Yet, the girl was now but a shadow of her former self, battered and disoriented, scarcely recognizable. Ultimately, she perished in Ye Qian's embrace. Enraged, Ye Qian sought out Li Shunga, sword in hand. However, at that moment, Li Shunga had already attained a level of power beyond Ye Qian's reach, who was still in the qi refining stage. Unsurprisingly, Ye Qian was swiftly overpowered, grievously injured and humiliated. Despite his near-fatal condition, Ye Qian's gaze was unwaveringly resolute. "I will undoubtedly bring you to justice," he declared to Li Shunga. "Ha! You think you can achieve that?" "Not in this lifetime," Li Shunga scoffed arrogantly before departing. After hearing this tale, the onlookers around the little girl were filled with righteous indignation and fury. "How despicable!" exclaimed one. "I had heard rumors that Li Shunga frequently roams about, abducting young women and wantonly abusing them. I never imagined it to be true. He is truly scum." They cursed, all hoping that Ye Qian would deliver a well-deserved lesson to him. As Ye Qian gazed at the haughty Li Shunga, he slowly raised his head. "Today, I shall seek justice for all those you have harmed with that." He clenched his fist and launched it towards Li Shunga. "Impudent fool!" Yet, Li Shunga merely smiled disdainfully, swinging his fan casually. The power of his qi, at the 10th level of the refining stage, erupted violently, colliding with Ye Qian's fist. A thunderous boom echoed through the air as Ye Qian's body was sent flying several meters, nearly landing outside the arena. "I in the past, you were worthless before me now, you remain the same," Li Shunga sneered. However, the battered Ye Qian did something unexpected. He produced a brush from his possession. To the astonishment of the crowd, Ye Qian began to write in the air with the brush, a vertical stroke, a horizontal line, and another vertical stroke, forming the character for mountain. Upon completing this stroke, a tremendous force descended from above. The onlookers instinctively looked up, yet saw nothing. However, in Li Shunga's sight, a colossal black mountain appeared, descending upon him with an overwhelming force. Li Shunga let out a cry of alarm, attempting to evade the impending mountain. Yet, its speed was simply too swift. With a resounding crash, it landed heavily upon Li Shunga's shoulder, bending his back and forcing him to his knees. How is this possible?" Li Shunga exclaimed, his expression one of sheer terror. The mountain was not as terrifying as an actual one, but its weight drained every ounce of strength from him. Only by exerting his utmost effort could he resist being crushed. Struggling fiercely, Li Shunga found that no matter how hard he fought, the mountain remained at the threshold of his limits, inflicting excruciating pain. "Do you see? This is the essence of those you have harmed. They linger above you, gazing down upon you," Ye Qian stated coldly. Upon hearing this, Li Shunga raised his head, only to be struck with horror. The weight upon his shoulder transformed into familiar figures, each resembling those he had wronged. Among them stood the little girl's sister, her eyes streaming with blood tears as she silently murmured, seemingly condemning him for his sins. "No, this cannot be," Li Shunga shrieked, his spine tingling with fear. "It's all a lie. You cannot frighten me," he shouted defiantly, channeling all his rage into a single attack against the ominous clouds above. Yet, his strike met only empty air. When he opened his eyes again, the sky was clear, and everything had vanished, leaving behind a crowd of bewildered spectators. "What happened to Li Shunga?" one asked. "I have no idea. He suddenly knelt before Yi Qian and began to flail at thin air like a fool." Another replied, laughter erupting among the crowd. Gasping for breath, Li Shunga's face was ashen. He realized that Yi Qian had conjured an illusion. Fury surged within him as he turned to Yi Qian, his anger threatening to consume him. Yet, at that moment, Yi Qian had already inscribed a second character. A chill wind surged into Li Shunga's throat. "Not this again," he bellowed in rage, preparing to charge. However, before he could act, a violent gust of wind swept through, nearly knocking him off his feet. The humid air, laced with the scent of blood, filled his nostrils, and he felt a liquid flowing beneath his feet. "It's merely an illusion. Is this all you can do?" Li Shunga roared, opening his eyes to find himself surrounded by a vast expanse of crimson ocean. The sea of blood, no wonder the sensation beneath his feet felt so viscous. The tide continued to rise, soon reaching Li Shunga's waist. He raised his hands, blood pooling in his palms, trickling down his arms. "You once claimed that blood was your favorite substance, and you reveled in it, so enjoy it well," Yi Qian's voice echoed from all directions. "Just an illusion, merely an illusion. Once I escape, I will kill you," Li Shunga shouted defiantly, closing his eyes in an effort to calm himself. If he could maintain his composure, he would surely break free from this illusion. Yet, the blood tide continued to rise, gradually submerging his nose. The overwhelming stench of blood, coupled with the sensation of suffocation, crashed over him. Li Shunga endeavored to calm his emotions. Merely an illusion, devoid of lethality. Yet, the suffocating sensation grew increasingly intense. If this continued, he would truly perish. Finally, unable to withstand it any longer, Li Shunga let out a desperate scream, releasing a torrent of bubbles as he fought to swim toward the surface. Yet, no matter how he struggled, he could not reach the ocean's surface. Despair took root in his heart, spreading swiftly. Panic, fury, discomfort, regret, and fear intertwined, filling him with the scent of death. Ultimately, he was on the brink of losing consciousness. With a splash, Li Shunga fell to the ground, gasping for the long-forgotten fresh air. "You once said that you tormented others simply to understand what despair felt like. Do you comprehend it now?" Yi Qian spoke indifferently. Li Shunga lay on the ground, breathing heavily. Now utterly exhausted, he could scarcely utter a word. Yet, Yi Qian began to write once more, this time inscribing 2 characters. "I vowed to bring you to justice. I believe that if you were to die by your most beloved substance, it would be the best way." As Yi Qian finished the final stroke, the characters Red Fox Immortal. No one could fathom the scenes unfolding in Li Shunga's mind, but his behavior sent chills down the spines of onlookers. He alternated between laughter and tears, expressions of fear and desperate pleas for mercy. He laughed while tearing at his own garments, his fingers leaving trails of crimson marks upon his skin. He wept, apologizing while fracturing his own toes and shattering his kneecaps with his own hands. Enough! Li Lushu on the high platform could no longer contain himself, shouting vehemently, "If this continues, not only will Li Shunga perish, but the Li family's reputation will be utterly ruined." However, the battle overseer, Gu Wanxin, seemed oblivious to his words, ignoring his protests. "Ye Suifeng, this has gone far enough." Li Lushu turned his gaze toward Ye Suifeng. Ye Suifeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. "This lad has unexpectedly discerned the path of killing from the mountain and sea chronicles. Doesn't quite align with his philosophy, does it? No matter. This is likely merely his obsession." He pondered. Ye Suifeng, are you even listening to me?" Li Lushu stood, rage evident in his eyes. "I am indeed listening," Ye Suifeng replied, raising his voice to Yi Qian. "Enough. Cease tormenting him." Yi Qian on the arena nodded, erasing the characters Fox Immortal. Only then did Li Lushu huff, sitting back down. "Just kill him already," Ye Suifeng stated nonchalantly. Chapter 52. A change is needed in the cloud-soaring arena. Yi Qian stood at the center, holding a bloodied head aloft. Following Ye Suifeng's command, he charged forth and swiftly beheaded Li Shunga. He tilted his head back, exhaling a long breath, and casually discarded the severed head at his feet. Then, he retrieved the brush he had used before, breaking it in two and smiling at the little girl on the platform. Tears streamed down the little girl's face as she buried her head between her legs, sobbing, "Sister, your vengeance has finally been avenged." Ye Suifeng observed the scene, nodding slightly. Ye Qian's slaying of Li Shunga represented a triumph over his inner demons, while breaking the brush symbolized severing ties with his past, returning to his true self. This lad had clearly contemplated this before stepping onto the stage. How foolish of me to worry that he had succumbed to darkness. Thankfully, that was not the case. However, not everyone was pleased. Liushu's eyes were bloodshot, glaring intensely at Ye Suifeng. "You have gone too far," he hissed. "In battle, there are always casualties." Ye Qian merely failed to hold back. "You are the head of a family, one of the three faces of Yunshao City. Do not lose your composure." Ye Suifeng grinned villainously. Liushu, his anger boiling, gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet, he managed to restrain himself. "I hope you do not regret your actions today," he spat. Leaving the conversation at that, Ye Suifeng paid him no mind. "It is the weak who endure. If you have the guts, come and confront me. I assure you, I will only use my tribulation stage power." He shifted his attention back to the arena. Ye Qian's execution of Li Shunga stirred a significant uproar within the arena. The first to fall, the crowd, comprised of practitioners filled with youthful fervor, found this battle worthy of their attention, even if they did not fully comprehend the unfolding events. Ye Qian defeats Li Shunga. Gu Wanxin announced the outcome of the match. Following that was the Tang family. However, upon witnessing Ye Qian's uncanny ferocity, the remaining members of the Tang family dared not compete, opting instead to forfeit amidst a chorus of boos from the crowd. Next came the last representative of the Ye family. "Let us welcome Ye Xiaoxiao." With enthusiastic applause, a figure leaped onto the stage. She was petite, with flowing purplish-red hair nearly sweeping the ground. Her energetic hops and bounces made her irresistibly cute. Chewing on a peculiar candy that produced colorful bubbles, she appeared every bit a child. "Isn't she adorable?" someone remarked. Nearby, others shot her disdainful glances. "Haven't the previous four from the Ye family taught you anything? Their combatants could never be weak." Anticipation grew as the crowd eagerly wondered what this seemingly adorable little girl would demonstrate. Ye Xiaoxiao approached Gu Wanxin, grinning. "Sister Gu, you look beautiful today, so fair and round." Gu Wanxin glanced down at herself, blushing slightly. "Thank you for the compliment. It's just the attire for the occasion. Will you follow the regular rules? Or will you challenge someone else?" She quickly redirected the conversation. "Of course, I will challenge," Ye Xiaoxiao replied, her large eyes darting to the last remaining member of the Li family. Li An. Liran's heart skipped a beat. The four from his family had not fared well, however. Ye Xiaoxiao's gaze flitted past him and finally settled on the Tang family's preparation area. Liran breathed a sigh of relief. "You," he exclaimed, pointing at Tang Yingying. Ye Xiaoxiao had chosen her challenger. Tang Yingying blinked in surprise before huffing indignantly and sashaying her curvaceous figure onto the stage. As the battle commenced, Tang Yingying readied herself to attack, only for Ye Xiaoxiao to suddenly exclaim, "Hey, why are you wearing different clothes?" Tang Yingying hesitated, glancing down at her attire, suddenly feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger. "How dare you? I remember now. You were the one behind that incident at the Drunken Dream Gathering." Tang Yingying's fury erupted. The embarrassing incident at the Drunken Dream Gathering had left her utterly humiliated. "Indeed. How would you like to thank me?" Ye Xiaoxiao retorted, tossing a piece of undergarment into the audience, inciting a frenzied scramble among certain unsavory individuals. "I'll kill you," Tang Yingying bellowed, enraged, as she drew her long sword and charged forward at breakneck speed. The blue aura appeared beneath Ye Xiaoxiao's feet, and the sword swung through empty air. "I'm right here." Ye Xiaoxiao's voice echoed from behind Tang Yingying, and she produced a pink lining from her hands. "Give that back," Tang Yingying cried out, rushing after her. If this continued, she would be left utterly exposed before thousands. "What kind of trick is this?" a stunned Mi Feng from Blackstone City asked, bewildered. The middle-aged man beside him wore an awkward expression. He was Mi Feng's protector, responsible for his safety and guidance during their travels. The battle in Yunshao City was an excellent opportunity for him to observe the talents of the city's practitioners. Yet this time, things felt utterly bizarre. First, there was Yi Huang, who crushed the competition without lifting a finger. Aside from stating her strength, there was little further explanation. Ye Long and Ye Qinyu performed adequately, but Ye Qian's techniques were enigmatic. He had failed to grasp what type of martial art Ye Qian employed. Now, with Ye Xiaoxiao, her movements resembled those of a void door. How could such divine powers be wielded by a mere girl in the qi refining stage? Am still assessing, the middle-aged man replied. Didn't you claim to know everything beneath the golden core stage? Mi Feng questioned, puzzled. The middle-aged man's eye twitched. You rascal, life is hard enough. He fell silent once more, directing his gaze back to the arena. There, Ye Xiaoxiao continued to toy with Tang Yingying, each leap accompanied by the addition of an item to her hands, sometimes clothing, sometimes accessories. Tang Yingying was nearly reduced to a state of utter disarray. Ye Xiaoxiao, you are being excessively cruel. Tang Yingying was on the brink of collapse. Ye Xiaoxiao pouted. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Don't be upset. As she spoke, a blue orb suddenly appeared in her hand and was tossed toward Tang Yingying. Tang Yingying dodged nimbly, but as the orb passed her, it exploded into a soft blue arc that enveloped her. Sweet dreams, Ye Xiaoxiao declared, and with a roll of her eyes, Tang Yingying collapsed to the ground, fast asleep. The crowd was momentarily dumbfounded. What was happening here? Sleeping at will. If only they possessed such abilities. Seeing her tactics succeed, Ye Xiaoxiao skipped over to Tang Yingying, bending down to observe her slumbering face. Xiao Fairy, please show mercy, I concede for her. At that moment, Tang Xiaoqing, from the audience, implored with clasped hands. Ye Xiaoxiao snorted. Your tongue is quite sweet. Very well. With a flick of her eyes, she produced a colorful pin from seemingly nowhere, and began to create an abstract painting on Tang Yingying's face. Then, snapping her fingers, Tang Yingying murmured softly and awoke from her deep slumber. Tang Xiaoqing rushed forward to assist her. What happened to me? Tang Yingying asked, bewildered. Nothing, Tang Xiaoqing began, but suddenly noticed Tang Yingying's face and nearly choked. We lost. Let us go. Yet he managed to hold back. Remember, don't look up. After Tang Yingying departed, Gu Wanxin announced Ye Xiaoxiao as the victor. Finally, only Li Ran from the Li family remained. Before the contest even began, he hastily chose to concede. There was no choice. The members of the Yi family had truly frightened him. Thus, the Battle of Yunxiao City concluded in an utterly unexpected manner, with the Yi family achieving 10 consecutive victories. With all 5 members of the Tang family still intact, only Li Ran remained as the singular fighting force of the Li family, the others either dead or gravely injured. Consequently, the Tang family ranked second, while the Li family found themselves at the bottom. Esteemed family heads, shall we discuss the upcoming allocation of resources? Ye Suifeng said with a smile. Liusu wore a grim expression as he glanced at Tang Zheng, who nodded slightly. Moments later, Li Liusu stood up. Ye Suifeng, this battle of Yunxiao City is truly absurd. I believe the agreement among the 3 major families should be revised. Chapter 53, 2 choices at the highest viewing platform of the arena. Li Liusu's face was dark, his sinister gaze fixed on Ye Suifeng. To rely on a few inexperienced youths to determine the future development of the families was utterly foolish. Therefore, I propose that from today onward, this regulation should be abolished. Brother Tang, what do you think? Tang Jing nodded slightly. It seems rather frivolous. The 3 major families govern Yunxiao City and its surrounding area for thousands of miles, a grave responsibility. Thus, it would be prudent to consider the comprehensive strength of each family in allocating resources. He appeared earnest in his contemplation. Clearly, the 2 had reached an agreement long ago. Even if the outcome of today's battle were different, such a proposal would likely have surfaced. Ye Suifeng stroked his chin, reflecting on the original purpose of establishing the Battle of Yunxiao City, which was to encourage the younger generation of the 3 major families to strive for progress together, a rather clever approach, one must admit. Yet now, Li Liusu and Tang Zheng had evidently forgotten that initial intent. When they proposed to divide benefits based on the overall strength of the families, Ye Suifeng fell silent, pondering how delightful that would be. I concur with your thoughts, Ye Suifeng replied. Li Liusu was momentarily taken aback, having expected Ye Suifeng's youthful temperament to cause him to become anxious. Are you certain? He couldn't help but ask again. Indeed, Ye Suifeng affirmed. Receiving a definite answer, Li Liusu's brows relaxed slightly. It seems you understand the situation. Well then, let us draft a preliminary agreement. In terms of strength, there is no doubt that Brother Tang is the strongest, followed by our Li family, and lastly your Yi family. So, wait a moment. Ye Suifeng interrupted, turning his head to look at him. Are you assessing this so-called comprehensive strength based on the excess flesh on your face? How is it that the Ye family is ranked last? Li Liusu's eye twitched involuntarily. While he was indeed somewhat plump, he had not reached the point of being overly corpulent. What, do you have doubts? He glared. Indeed, I have many doubts, Ye Suifeng replied nonchalantly. Li Liusu suddenly laughed. Ye Suifeng, don't think that just because you stumbled upon some fortune and acquired wealth, you can act as you please in Yunxiao City. This world is ultimately ruled by the strong. The rules are forever established by the powerful. With that, he waved his hand, and 3 withered old men appeared on the highest platform, surrounding Ye Suifeng. Upon seeing them, Ye Suifeng realized that these were 3 terrifying beings at the nascent soul stage. How frightening! That nearly startled me. Then, Li Liusu turned to face the tens of thousands of people in the arena. Everyone, listen. All those outside the 3 major families, leave the arena immediately. We have some internal matters to discuss. His booming voice echoed throughout the arena. Subsequently, over 100 imposing cultivators descended into the arena's center, preparing to swiftly expel everyone. These were all members of the Li and Tang families, with the weakest among them being at the golden body stage. The crowd erupted in uproar, unsure of what had transpired. However, under the pressure of the opposing force, they began to withdraw one after another. This is bad. They are targeting the Yi family, Mi Feng exclaimed anxiously. Uncle Wen, think of something. Uncle Wen's expression was grave. The 3 who had appeared on the highest platform exuded overwhelming power, their cultivation evidently above the golden core stage. He was merely at the late golden core stage. How could he devise a plan? Seeing him remain silent, Mi Feng understood. Suddenly, he dashed toward the outskirts of the crowd, shouting, Fairy Huang, be careful. Just as he uttered these words, a palm struck his shoulder, and he was knocked unconscious by Uncle Wen. Holding Mi Feng's body, Uncle Wen glanced at the young figure on the high platform and shook his head slightly. Head of the Yi family, I wish you good luck. On the other side of the arena, several young individuals dressed in simple azure garments were also making their way out. The Yi family seems to be in trouble. Senior Zhang Dong, think of something. Those from the Yi family might all qualify for our academy. The tall Zhang Dong looked toward the Yi family's direction. Ultimately, however, he shook his head. Tianfu Academy cannot intervene in external conflicts. With that, he turned around and slowly departed. Under the influence of over 100 powerful individuals, soon the arena became desolate, leaving only the core figures of the 3 major families and the numerous formidable cultivators from the Li and Tang families, all glaring menacingly. Ye Suifeng, now you understand why I rank the Yi family last. Don't you? Li Liusu turned, looking down at Ye Suifeng from above. He stretched out his arms, proclaiming loudly, these individuals represent barely a third of our strength. And what about your Yi family? Existing for less than a century, with no foundation whatsoever. What do you have to contend with us? What do you possess? At this moment, Li Liusu was brimming with confidence, exuding an imposing presence. Ye Suifeng propped his chin on one hand and suddenly smiled. We don't have me, you? Li Liusu laughed heartily. You, who 6 months ago was a well-known waste, merely a newly wealthy upstart. I take great pleasure in knowing that you lack the sense of humility and restraint. After acquiring wealth, you only know how to squander it endlessly. Do you understand what that means? It means that heaven does not intend for you to possess this wealth alone. Li Liusu's face radiated with triumph. At that moment, Tang Jing also stood up, speaking solemnly. Ye Suifeng, the situation in Yunxiao City has always been quite stable, with everyone developing harmoniously. However, your recent actions have disrupted a century-long peace. I do not blame you. Truly, what young person does not err? But your mistake lies in possessing wealth that you cannot control. Such things inflate and drive one mad. They make you forget that in this world, wealth is merely an accessory. Only strength is paramount. Tang Zhang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, resembling a sage full of wisdom. Ye Suifeng understood. Ultimately, their intentions were merely to covet the little bit of spirit stones he had. Just say it outright. Look at how uncomfortable the 2 of you are, scheming this and that. Aren't you tired? You are both quite correct, Ye Suifeng replied, standing up and leisurely walking to the railing. Gazing into the distance, in truth, I have always understood that every world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimp, and shrimp consume tiny creatures. I do not particularly favor such a world. However, one must acknowledge that everyone is different. With differences come comparisons. With comparisons comes conflict, and with conflict comes the strong and the weak. The best scenario is for the strong to set the rules while the weak abide by them. This way, both can coexist. Ye Suifeng turned around. You truly speak well. Li Liusu's face twisted into a cold smile. So, does that imply you agree with our resolution? Indeed, Ye Suifeng nodded. Yunshao City should indeed welcome new rules and a new order. Li Liusu and Tang Jing exchanged glances, both nodding gently. Then how do you intend to handle this matter? Ye Suifeng glanced at them and said, I have devised two choices. First, you relinquish all rights, properties, shops, and resources in Yunshao City. Then take your people and leave the jurisdiction of Yunshao City forever, never to return. In light of our century of coexistence, I will generously gift each of you 100 million low-grade spirit stones as travel expenses. Should you refuse, then total annihilation awaits. Chapter 54. A change in the wind. As Ye Suifeng uttered these words, a brief silence enveloped the high platform. Li Liusu and Tang Jing furrowed their brows, seemingly unable to believe what they had just heard. They thought Ye Suifeng was joking. However, upon witnessing his indifferent expression, they realized he was serious. Why, Ye Suifeng? Li Liusu's anger surged. You are truly courting death. We currently have 3. Enough. Bang! Li Liusu suddenly felt an immense pressure descend upon him, crushing his arms and bending his legs until he knelt heavily on the ground. Cracks marred the reinforced platform. A shocking sight. You have spoken enough, Ye Suifeng said coldly, his eyes icy. Tang Jing and the 3 nascent soul elders surrounding them seemed momentarily stunned. They turned to Li Liusu and found that the man who had just been brimming with confidence was now bleeding from his mouth and nose, trembling on the ground. Ancestor, kill him quickly, Li Liusu nearly screamed, his voice betraying the immense pressure and pain he was enduring. This foolish child seeks death. The 3 nascent soul elders acted almost in unison. Clearly, they were ancient beings who had lived for hundreds of years. Their strike unleashed high-level techniques at the level of transformation, an overwhelming force directed at Ye Suifeng. Boom! A tremendous roar, accompanied by a cloud of dust rising into the arena. The audience who had just exited the arena had not gone far and quickly gathered at the periphery, anxiously awaiting the outcome. Upon hearing the commotion, they looked up in astonishment. They are fighting, someone exclaimed. The head of the Ye family is still too young. He shouldn't have acted so ostentatiously. Someone else lamented. Damn it. If anything happens to Fairy Huang, I swear I will not rest until the Li and Tang families are exterminated. Some young cultivators fumed with indignation. Uncle Wen observed the rising dust and felt the earth tremble, sighing softly. It was certain. It was a nascent soul powerhouse who had made a move, and the head of the Yi family was in grave danger. In the distance, Zhang Dong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression solemn. He distinctly sensed an extraordinarily unique aura from the fluctuations that had just occurred, an energy that should not exist within Yunshao City. What had happened to the head of the Yi family? In the arena, the highest platform was crumbling, held together only by the array that barely kept it intact. Li Liusu lay sprawled on the ground, bloodied and barely alive. The 3 nascent soul cultivators who had just attacked were now scattered along the edges of the platform, their limbs broken, unrecognizable, and evidently devoid of breath. Meanwhile, Ye Suifeng remained leaning against the railing, his appearance unchanged, not even his hairstyle disturbed. As for Tang Jing, he had already seated himself on the ground, his expression finally altered. Impossible. How could this be? He murmured, the previous scene far exceeding his comprehension. Faced with a full-force assault from 3 nascent soul powerhouses, Ye Suifeng merely waved his hand and obliterated them all. It was simply terrifying. If this was a nightmare, Tang Jing could only hope to wake up soon. In the distance, among the seats of the Yi family, Yi Huang gazed at her father on the high platform, her face brimming with admiration and pride. That is my father. I am Ye Suifeng's daughter. The others were equally invigorated. Ye Suifeng was their anchor. Meanwhile, members of the Li and Tang families, including those powerful cultivators above the golden body stage, were frozen in place, unable to move. Their expressions were filled with dread, yet they could not muster any action. You yourselves stated that this is a world where strength reigns supreme. Ye Suifeng straightened his posture and walked slowly to Li Liusu, looking down at him. Li Liusu had yet to perish. He struggled to turn his head, gazing up at Ye Suifeng, who blocked the sunlight, his eyes filled with boundless terror. Why? How could he be so strong? Li Liusu regretted his actions, lamenting his attempt to target Ye Suifeng. Such an existence was beyond what the Li family could provoke. Spare me, Li Liusu's lips moved, but he struggled to form a complete sentence. It is too late. Ye Suifeng replied coldly he could show mercy, but he was not a merciful person. The moment Li Liusu used his daughter to threaten him, the fate of the Li family had been sealed. Ye Suifeng crouched down. If I were lying on the ground today, think about it, would you spare me? He spread his palm, and a drop of Li Liusu's blood suddenly floated, landing in Ye Suifeng's hand. The blood drops spun gently, rising and falling as if it were a living entity. With each breath, a hazy glow surrounded it, enchanting and resplendent. You see, you were not mistaken. The power here indeed only accounts for a third of the Li family. Ye Suifeng remarked, a faint red light flickering in his pupils, sending chills down Li Liusu's spine. Dio, you intend to do? Li Liusu finally shouted. Dio, you wish to see? Ye Suifeng brought his palm closer to Li Liusu, and the drop of blood magnified infinitely in his view. Countless minuscule images became clear. He saw Li Qi, still unconscious. He saw the Li family members arguing on the streets. He saw the two ancestors of the Li family still in seclusion underground. He saw himself lying on the ground, witnessing all the bloodlines of the Li family. No. Li Liusu had never heard of such a technique, but he vaguely understood what Ye Suifeng intended to do. I was wrong. 2 lines of blood tears streamed from Li Liusu's eyes. At this moment, his heart was filled solely with endless regret. Countless times, he had admonished his descendants to exercise caution, to proceed with prudence, to thoroughly understand the enemy's background before making any plans, lest they commit a grave mistake. Yet today, he had underestimated Ye Suifeng, making an error that might never be rectified. Li Liusu locked eyes with Ye Suifeng, his gaze filled with an infinite plea. Farewell. Not all pleas yield the desired outcome. The droplets of blood in Ye Suifeng's palm suddenly began to whirl with furious intensity. Bursting forth with an overwhelming light, Li Liusu watched in horror as, upon reaching a certain limit, it erupted violently. All scenes shattered like mirrors. On the streets of Yunshao City, a young member of the Li family wore a smug smile, while the person he had just argued with lay on the ground, spitting blood. Undoubtedly, he had once again relied on his family's might to claim victory in this conflict. But suddenly, a frown creased his brow as he felt something amiss with his body. A thin blood vessel appeared on his face. Staggering, he turned to look around. However, everything before him had transformed into a blood-red expanse. He wished to say something, but a sudden wave of dizziness engulfed him, and he collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness entirely. The red veins on his face deepened in hue until, ultimately, they turned pitch black. The surrounding attendants rushed forward to help him up, only to discover that he had completely lost all signs of life. Such scenes were unfolding throughout Yunshao City, within its jurisdiction, and even in some distant cities. All those with ties to the Li family's bloodline perished within mere breaths. In the Tingyun duel arena, silence reigned over the Li family's seats. On the high platform, Li Liusu witnessed one shattered scene after another. With blood tears in his eyes, he gazed skyward. Exhausting his last ounce of strength, he let out a howl. It was unclear whether it was a lament against Ye Suifeng or a regret for his own choices. Then, life faded away. Ye Suifeng observed his face, shaking his head slightly as he rose to his feet. The Li family had numerous members holding significant responsibilities throughout Yunshao City. Their sudden demise would undoubtedly disrupt the city's governance. Suiyun, Yi Huang, Ye Suifeng called. Present, they replied in unison. You will personally lead the Yi family members to stabilize the situation in Yunshao City, fully taking over all the Li and Tang family assets. From this moment forth, Yunshao City shall solely bear the Yi surname. Chapter 55. A new beginning. Yunshao City descended into chaos. Significant figures suddenly perished in broad daylight. In the ensuing panic, people felt a wave of fear wash over them, but upon identification, they discovered that the deceased were all of the Li bloodline. Bewildered, they questioned what had transpired. On the streets, a carriage sped by. Miss, should we not wait outside the duel arena? After all, the Yi family is our most important guest, a maid inquired. No need to wait. The outcome is already decided. Ji Yuanxin reclined lazily against the soft cushions of the carriage. The figure of that man lingering in her heart, refusing to fade. a master of the transformation realm had bowed before him. The Li family? The Tang family? To that individual, they were merely ants to be crushed at will. Yunshao City may descend into turmoil. We must be fully prepared, Gu Wanxin remarked. The maid beside her nodded in agreement. I hope the Yi family remains unscathed. I truly admire Fairy Huang. And I also have great fondness for the bubble-blowing Yi Xiaoxiao. I sincerely wish for their safety. Concern filled her face. Rest assured, they will be fine, Gu Wanxin reassured her, patting her shoulder. Yi Huang, Yi Xiaoxiao, and the other three had left a profound impression on her today, for they were truly extraordinary. Such individuals, Gu Wanxin had only encountered once in her lifetime. His name was Xin Tianming, the core prodigy of Wanbage, who had reached the lofty heights of the transformation realm at just 27 years of age. Could the Yi family truly rival such an ancient force as Wanbage? Yet she understood well that the changes in Yi Huang and the others were solely due to one person, Ye Suifeng. Perhaps I could attempt to involve my little niece, Ji Wanxin pondered. Outside the Tengyun duel arena, many anxiously awaited the outcome of the negotiations among the three great families. Suddenly, several figures shot forth from above the arena, swiftly scattering in all directions. It's Fairy Huang. Someone recognized the leader. They are all safe. What a relief. The head of the Yi family should be fine as well, right? Of course. The crowd erupted in cheers. The Yi family's methods and strength had garnered the admiration of the majority, and they did not wish to see such a family perish. How could this outcome have occurred? How did he accomplish this? Uncle Wen felt puzzled, unable to fathom how Ye Suifeng had survived against three nascent soul masters. Perhaps the Yi family harbored hidden strength as well. Kid, the goddess you admire may not be easily attainable, Uncle Wen remarked, glancing at the still unconscious Mi Feng before turning to leave. Let us go. The victor has been determined. Zhang Dong watched the Yi family members depart and stepped forward. Senior, who won? It must be the Yi family. Several young people hurriedly followed behind. Zhang Dong nodded. Return and prepare. We shall visit the Yi family tomorrow. In the Tengyun duel arena. Upon Ye Suifeng's command, all core members of the Yi family departed to quell the chaos in the city and take control of Yunshao City. Standing on the high platform, Ye Suifeng turned to face Tang Zheng. This moment, Tang Zheng had lost all his previous arrogance, slumped on the ground, utterly powerless, his expression filled with trepidation. Every death among the Li family felt like a needle piercing his courage. Ye Suifeng was not someone he could even begin to imagine. When Ye Suifeng's gaze fell upon him, his heart leapt to his throat. Head of the Yi family, I was wrong. Tang Zheng's voice trembled. What was your mistake? Ye Suifeng suddenly grinned. Tang Zheng hesitated for a moment before quickly continuing. I should not have believed in Li Liusu's nonsense. I should not have been blinded by wealth. I should not have opposed you. Please spare me, spare the descendants of the Tang family. Tang Zheng knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head as if pounding garlic. Tears and snot nearly splattered onto Ye Suifeng's shoes. Anyone who came here today intending to harm the Yi family must die, Ye Suifeng stated. Tang Zheng's forehead bled as he gazed at Ye Suifeng. He understood the implication of those words. The Tang family would not suffer the same fate as the Li family, utterly obliterated. However, the remaining members of the Tang family would forever be unable to cultivate. I will give you the time it takes to brew a cup of tea to consider, Ye Suifeng said. Tang Zheng lowered his head, his gaze lost. For them, the inability to cultivate was akin to death. His fists gradually clenched. Yet after a moment, he despondently let them fall. It was better than dying. After all, Tio lived as an ordinary person, far removed from the disputes of the cultivation world. Perhaps that was a form of happiness too. However, he wished to make one last plea. Head of the Yi family, Shaoqing and the others are unaware of today's plan. Ye Suifeng stared at him, ultimately nodding. You have 10 slots. Decide for yourself? Tang Zheng trembled, then deeply bowed. Thank you, senior, for your grace. His eyes brimmed with murky tears. In a short time, a piece of paper inscribed with 10 names appeared in Ye Suifeng's hand. Tang Shaoqing's name was prominently listed. However, what surprised Ye Suifeng was that Tang Zheng had not included his own name. The names listed were all the most outstanding young descendants of the Tang family. Have you made your decision? Ye Suifeng inquired. Yes, Tang Zheng whispered. Ye Suifeng nodded. He did not wish to say too much. At this moment, he was the villain. Whatever he said would seem insincere. Since he had decided to kill, he would see it through. He extended his hand. Tang Zheng understood. Biting his finger, trembling as he delivered his blood into Ye Suifeng's palm. Then, he snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the 10 young people seated at the Tang family table could move again, their expressions filled with terror as they gasped for breath. Father, head of the family, Tang Xiaoqing and the others looked anxiously at Tang Zheng on the high platform. Xiaoqing, return. Leave everything behind, lead the clan, and never return to Yunxiao City. Tang Zheng spoke softly. Tang Xiaoqing's face was filled with sorrow. Father, he rasped. Leave, Tang Jing bellowed. Tang Xiaoqing ceased speaking, knelt down, and bowed deeply 3 times towards the high platform. Then he rose, leading the remaining Tang family members away without a backward glance. Just as he stepped out of the duel arena, a muffled explosion sounded behind him. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the place where the Tang family had once stood was now a river of blood. Brother Xiaoqing. Tang Mingxian hesitated to speak. Return, Tang Xiaoqing shouted, not looking back as he strode forward. At this moment, only Ye Suifeng and Tang Zheng remained in the duel arena. Ye Suifeng opened his palm. The blood droplet within, already marked with a black seal "It" was a curse of bloodline, empowered by the will of the heavenly Dao, and in this world, none could unravel it. The curse would activate in 3 days. The surviving members of the Tang family would have ample time to endure the most perilous initial moments. The Tang family will not face obliteration like the Li family, Ye Suifeng declared. Tang Zheng did not include himself on the list, which Ye Suifeng found somewhat admirable. Hence, he had granted them 3 days. Thank you. Tang Zheng lay prostrate on the ground, motionless, having already severed his own fate. Thus, the Li and Tang families were completely erased from Yunxiao City. Ye Suifeng sighed softly, rising into the sky. Below, Yunxiao City gradually shrank. The arrangement of buildings within the city lay bare before his eyes. The 3 great families firmly occupied the central positions, yet the Yi family held the smallest area. Abruptly, Ye Suifeng extended his hand, forming a sword with his fingers, inscribing a massive character for Yi in the sky. As the final stroke was completed, boundless light radiated from the character, resonating with the roar of the great Dao, shaking heaven and earth. A beam of white light shot down from the center of the character, illuminating the very heart of Yunxiao City, where the 3 great families resided. From this day forth, this place would belong to the Yi family, a new beginning. Chapter 56. Chaos in the dark, narrow underground tunnel. A loud bang echoed as a heavy iron door was forcefully flung open from the outside, and a figure darted past. It was a young man, bloodied and gasping for breath, his eyes filled with terror. He sprinted through the convoluted subterranean passages, crashing through one heavy iron door after another. As he ran, he frequently glanced back, as if some monstrous beast were pursuing him. Finally, he reached a smooth blue stone wall. The young man threw himself against the wall, frantically rummaging through his pocket until he produced a small, intricately crafted item, pressing it against the surface and manipulating its mechanisms. With a series of clicks, a narrow crack appeared in the luminous bluestone, slowly widening. Suddenly, the chilling sound of approaching footsteps echoed from deep within the passage. The young man whipped around, his pupils constricting in fear. Before the gap could widen further, he summoned all his strength, desperately squeezing himself through. His ribs felt as if they might shatter. Finally, he squeezed through. Collapsing onto the ground, he lifted his head to find himself in a spacious underground chamber, brightly lit and filled with fragrant aromas. At its center stood 3 ancient coffins, one of which on the left had already been opened. "Ancestor, please save me. Save our family," the young man cried, crawling towards the coffin and pounding on its lid. Yet, there was no response. "Ancestor, wake up." He battered the coffin with all his might, blood oozing from his forehead until, at last, the tightly closed lid was forced open to reveal a wide gap. A wave of deathly energy wafted out. Still, no one responded. The footsteps behind him grew ever nearer, and despair consumed the young man's face. He turned around and leaned against the coffin, staring at the opened bluestone door. As the footsteps drew closer, a figure cloaked in purple appeared before him. "So this is the foundation of the Li family," Yi Huang remarked as she entered, surveying the surroundings. A dozen followers trailed closely behind her. In a wonder it was referred to as the foundation. This place was at least dozens of feet beneath the surface. She stepped forward to stand before the 3 coffins, facing the young man directly. "You are not of the Li bloodline, are you? Why do you call them ancestors?" Yi Huang inquired, leaning forward to scrutinize his face. The young man averted his gaze, murmuring, "My aunt is the legitimate wife of the third elder of the Li family." Understanding dawned on Ye Huang. He was an outsider by marriage. When she and her second uncle Suiyun stormed into the Li family, only outsiders and a motley crew of recruits remained. They were in disarray, completely unaware of what had transpired. Ye Huang's arrival undoubtedly incited their frenzied attacks. Yet, under her second uncle's nascent soul prowess, no one could withstand the onslaught of the Ye family. In almost an instant, they were driven back, turning the encounter into a frantic game of cat and mouse. Ye Huang had pursued this young man and followed him to this underground chamber. "Please spare me. I am merely..." Clang. A flash of sword light cut through the air. The young man's head flew from his shoulders, rolling to the ground. Ye Huang sheathed her sword, her eyes devoid of mercy. If the ancestors of the Li family were truly awakened, those who perished would be her and all those behind her. Ye Huang straightened, glancing once more around the space that had been artificially carved out. Detonated all with explosive talismans. Our Ye family has no need for such buried foundations. Moments later, the ground trembled, accompanied by a deafening roar as most of the Li family's surface structures collapsed. Ye Huang and Ye Suifeng stood side by side, observing the scene before them. "I never imagined I would witness the fall of the Li family in my lifetime," Ye Suifeng remarked with a hint of awe. "Cousin Ye Long and Uncle Bao have gone to the Tang family. Should we not hurry there?" Ye Huang inquired. "No need," Ye Suifeng replied, looking up at the enormous character for Ye suspended in the sky, the jade pendant at his waist shimmering faintly. When that character appeared, he felt the pendant, which symbolized the family's authority, transform. It had become a treasure capable of both offense and defense. Now, neither the Li family nor the Tang family had anyone who could rival them. The streets of Yunqiao City were already in disarray. The sudden downfall of the Li family left the Tang family in utter chaos as they scattered in flight. Shops once belonging to the two great families closed their doors, hastily packing to flee in a lavishly appointed pill shop. A gaunt, middle-aged man frantically swept the surrounding jars and bottles into his storage ring as it glowed incessantly. Just as he was about to leave in a hurry, a loud crash echoed as the shop's door was flung open, and several figures blocked his path. The lead figure was none other than Ye Qinyao. "Master Du?" Ye Qinyao paused upon seeing him. This middle-aged man was Du Haisheng, a fifth-grade alchemist who had taught at the Ye family for many years before ultimately betraying them. He had secretly struck a deal with the Li family to leave the Ye family during their most trying times, taking with him many talented apprentices and a wealth of secrets. They had thought they would never meet again, yet here they were, in a shop belonging to the Li family. It's little Qinyao. Observing the assembly of individuals, Du Haisheng exhibited little tension, chuckling softly. "I truly did not anticipate you would attain such accomplishments today. Nor did I foresee your immersion into the embrace of our adversaries," Ye Qinyao remarked. The atmosphere grew heavy with gravity. "I am not one of your Ye family," Du Haisheng suddenly exclaimed, his voice rising in agitation. "I was merely a guest invited by you, and when a more favorable offer presented itself, my departure was entirely reasonable. People naturally aspire to ascend, just as water flows downward." Ye Qinyao regarded him coldly, devoid of any emotion. "That does not excuse your betrayal of the Ye family's secrets to the Li clan. When 3 masters from the Ye family defected simultaneously, the losses incurred were far beyond that of merely a teaching mentor. Most critically, they divulged a plethora of internal secrets." Du Haisheng fell silent, unable to refute the accusations. Betrayal is, indeed, betrayal. The tension between the two escalated, the air thick with an impending confrontation. "Alas," Ye Qinyao sighed softly, "regardless of the past, you were once my alchemical mentor. I do not wish to engage in conflict with you. Leave behind everything and depart from Yunqiao City." With that, Ye Qinyao extended her hand. "From this day forth, our ties are severed." Du Haisheng's countenance darkened as he caressed the storage ring upon his finger, which contained the wealth of the entire shop, sufficient for a life of ease. Yet, facing the formidable Ye family, the likelihood of taking anything with him appeared bleak. After a moment of contemplation, Du Haisheng sighed, removing the storage ring and stepping forward to place it in Ye Qinyao's palm. "Shao Qin, you have been the most astute student I have ever taught. Before I depart, allow me to impart one final lesson. Never underestimate the malevolence of the human heart." Suddenly, a fierce expression crossed Du Haisheng's face as he clawed towards Ye Qinyao's throat. As a formidable figure of the golden body realm, The distance was too short for those behind Yi Qingyao to intervene. If he could seize her, he could undoubtedly escape Yunshao City with his fortune. He acted swiftly, his hand nearly grasping Yi Qinyao's neck. Just then, a beam of light illuminated his face, freezing his movements. A mirror materialized in Yi Qinyao's hand. I have never underestimated, she stated coolly. Dao Will apologies. Master Du. Upon her words, Du Haisheng, bathed in the light of the red dust mirror, visibly aged before ultimately collapsing to the ground as a desiccated corpse. Outside Yunshao City, a group of several dozen individuals fled rapidly into the distance. After covering a considerable distance, they gradually slowed their pace. The Yi family hasn't pursued us, have they? No, it seems they have let us go. But we are now penniless. What shall we do? Shaoqing. Tang Shaoqing stood at the forefront, glancing back at the dwindling outline of Yunshao City. We leave, he declared, turning and stepping forward. Chapter 57. Reconstruction in the Yi family patriarch study. An octagonal array was displayed on the desk, each corner adorned with a radiant high-grade spirit stone. Complex patterns intricately linked the 8 stones. Ye Suifeng channeled a surge of spiritual energy, illuminating the entire array. A familiar city materialized above it, clearly revealing the contours of Yunshao City. Ye Suifeng executed a hand sign, causing the ethereal image of Yunshao City to expand, with all its towers and streets manifesting, ultimately freezing upon the architectural cluster of the 3 great families. Why does this evoke a sense of futuristic technology? Ye Suifeng mused, marveling at the array, which had been unearthed from the Tang family's treasury. It was essentially a map of Yunshao City, albeit a comprehensive 3-dimensional representation. Numerous similar artifacts had also been discovered from the treasuries of the 2 families, including airboards for travel, simple pavilions that could be erected instantaneously, and even mattresses for massages, along with large iron pots capable of cooking meals autonomously. While these items bore no utility in combat or cultivation, they significantly assisted in various aspects of daily life, utterly reshaping Ye Suifeng's perceptions of the cultivation realm. Shouldn't the realm be solely focused on cultivation and combat? Yet, he soon realized that civilization in this world had flourished for countless millennia. Even if the primary theme revolved around cultivation and ascension, the nuances of daily existence could not be overlooked. Take food, for example. The abundance of ingredients and the variety of culinary delights surpassed anything from his previous life. Ye Suifeng's aspiration to savor the world's delicacies proved to be a formidable challenge. Brother, at that moment, Sui Yun entered from outside. How goes it? Ye Suifeng inquired without lifting his gaze. It's stable for the most part. Sui Yun responded. Initially, it was indeed chaotic, as many shops belonging to the Li and Tang families were suddenly left unattended, prompting numerous individuals to seize this opportunity for theft. However, with our intervention, most incidents have been quelled. Indeed, we owe it to those youngsters who brought back a considerable number of cultivators a few months ago. Otherwise, taking control of the entire Yunshao City would have proven quite challenging. Managing a city necessitates manpower. The recent influx of scattered cultivators has played a crucial role. Now, only the Yi family remains in Yunshao City, and many cultivators are vying to join our clan. A significant number have already begun referring to Yunshao City as Yi City in private. Sui Yun exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement. This scene was something he had never even dreamt of. I reiterate, establish a clear hierarchy. Those who join now should be treated differently from the previous group. Do not employ any of that absurd notion of equal treatment, Ye Suifeng instructed. Sui Yun nodded. Having long occupied a high position, he understood that equality often concealed a most delectable poison. By the way, brother, the Li and Tang families have finished plundering, and their original constructions have suffered varying degrees of damage. Particularly the Li family, whose underground spaces were obliterated, leaving a considerable portion in ruins. How shall we address this? Sui Yun inquired. Ye Suifeng raised his hand, freezing the array map upon the architectural cluster of the 3 great families. The map had yet to be updated. All structures appeared intact. Demolish them and rebuild. Ye Suifeng commanded. Sui Yun was momentarily taken aback. Brother, there are still many intact buildings within. I note, I simply find them unsightly. Ye Suifeng replied blandly. Sui Yun was struck with astonishment. Furthermore, after demolishing them, construct a new residence centered around the current Yi family location. With the growing number of family members, it has become rather cramped. Ye Suifeng circled a massive area on the map, its size exceeding that of the current Yi family by over 10-fold. Brother, isn't this a bit excessive? The family isn't large enough to warrant such a space, is it? Sui Yun felt it was somewhat extravagant. It will undoubtedly grow larger, Ye Suifeng remarked, casting a glance at him. I have heard that your sister-in-law is expecting? Sui Yun's face flushed crimson, and he chuckled awkwardly. Ah, well, the family is flourishing. So I am quite pleased. A thriving lineage is indeed a blessing, Ye Suifeng stated. I hope you can allocate more time to thoroughly explore the origins of life. Do you understand? Sui Yun, flustered, repeatedly assured him. I understand. Da. Ye Suifeng shook his head. In this world, matters of intimacy between men and women were far less liberal than in his previous life. He then turned his gaze back to the map. Upon inspection, the layout of Yunshao City appeared rather chaotic, with numerous crooked streets and dead ends that were quite displeasing to the eye. After some contemplation, Ye Suifeng casually drew 2 vertical lines, bisecting the city into 4 sections centered around the Ye family. We shall construct 4 main roads radiating outward. Subsequently, find a highly skilled designer to properly organize the buildings within the city. My requirements are cleanliness, orderliness, convenience, and connectivity. Is that clear? Sui Yun's expression was one of astonishment. Brother, are you intending to completely redesign the entire city? Why not? Ye Suifeng replied. This chaotic appearance irks me. I want it redesigned from the ground up. As he spoke, he noticed that the Ye family's location seemed somewhat off-center within the city, slightly skewed to the left, resulting in a misalignment of the 4 city gates if a cross were drawn from it. Sui Yun, observe how this wall is large, yet not circular. That too must be demolished and rebuilt. Ensure that a perfect circle is created, Ye Suifeng stated earnestly. Sui Yun was utterly bewildered. He had no idea what his brother was planning. Yet he dared not question it. There must be a rationale behind his brother's actions, one that was likely beyond his comprehension. Just follow my instructions. Understood. I shall arrange it immediately. Is it merely a circular city wall? Our Yunshao city shall be the most unique on the continent. However, unbeknownst to Sui Yun, his brother's actions were merely the result of an obsessive-compulsive urge. Very well, let us proceed thus. Ye Suifeng diverted his gaze from the map. Fearing he might devise yet another idea, by the way, how are the other factions within the city faring lately? In Yunshao City, aside from the 3 great families, there existed 3 other influential factions. The first was the Wanbao Pavilion, the core congregation point for cultivators, bustling with crowds daily. The second was the Zue Minglu, the most prestigious tavern in Yunshao City, which also boasted the Zue Ming Garden. The third was the Xiang Yun Yuan, a realm of indulgence that required no further elaboration. What movements has Wanbao Pavilion made recently? Ye Suifeng inquired. None, Sui Yun replied. Since the battle for Yunshao City, Wanbao Pavilion has remained silent, with its personnel scarcely venturing outside, exhibiting extreme caution. Ye Suifeng nodded. Gu Wanxin was a shrewd woman, and unless he issued directives, she would never act independently. Have Gu Wanxin come to see me tomorrow. That woman still holds potential for collaboration. And what about Zue Minglu and Xiang Yun Yuan? Sui Yun responded. Xiang Yun Yuan has also remained quiet, though the owner of Zue Minglu seems unable to contain himself. Reports indicate he has begun purchasing nearby land, presumably with intentions to expand. Ye Suifeng stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Summon them all tomorrow for a discussion on life. Chapter 58. Rectification. Upon learning of the Ye family's intention to reconstruct Yunshao City, Dong Tianji was filled with excitement. As a 6th-grade array master and a skilled architect, he had a profound understanding of design. Having experienced some discord with the Ye patriarch previously, he was determined to prove himself in this endeavor. Dong Tianji resolved to approach the second elder, Ye Suifeng, to express his ideas. Sui Yun, eager to find someone capable of handling the task, was delighted to hear Dong Tianji volunteer and promptly handed him the basic blueprints and requirements. Dong Tianji brimmed with confidence, but upon examining the blueprints, he was rendered speechless. Whose genius crafted this design? He stood frozen, having never encountered such a layout. You place your family at the city's epicenter without issue. But what is this absurdity of constructing 4 direct roads leading to the family? Are you not concerned about being too conspicuous? Furthermore, the demands for cleanliness and orderliness made him feel as though he was planning his own backyard rather than a city. Shouldn't the foremost consideration of a city be the distinction between the upper and lower classes? Most vexing to him was the proposition of a circular city wall. Heaven help us, are you aiming to create the oddest city on the continent? Dong Tianji's head felt as if it were going to explode. This task was truly daunting. However, he was reluctant to forfeit this opportunity. After deliberation, he sought the counsel of Hu Chuang, a fellow 6th-grade artifact master, who had traveled extensively and might have encountered such bizarre architecture before. The designer of this city seems to have disregarded the family's safety altogether. Upon receiving the blueprints, Hu Chuang furrowed his brow. Like Dong Tianji, he found the family's positioning to be overly conspicuous. In the event of an emergency, escape would become exceedingly difficult. Then we shall commence from beneath, he proposed. However, Hu Chuang quickly formulated ideas, and together with Dong Tianji, they endeavored to bring this whimsical design back on track. Meanwhile, the instigator of their troubles was leisurely sipping tea in the reception hall. "Brother, they have all arrived," Sui Yun announced as he entered. "Let them in one by one," Ye Suifeng instructed. In the reception hall, 3 individuals awaited Ye Suifeng's summons. One was Gu Wanxin, who had visited numerous times and appeared quite at ease. The second was a plump middle-aged man, fair-skinned with a luxurious attire that gleamed with jewels, exuding a confident smile. He was Feng He, the proprietor of Zue Ming Lu. The final individual was an elderly woman, sitting upright with a serious demeanor, her murky eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. She was the creator of Xiang Yun Yuan, Granny Hua. "Lord Gu, it is a pleasure to see you," Feng He greeted, breaking the silence after a brief wait. "You are quite the regular at Zue Ming Lu. If I recall correctly, you have dined there with the Yi Patriarch before." Feng He chuckled, trying to establish rapport. "Indeed, that is true," Gu Wanxin replied, leaning back in her chair. "Ah, then it seems your relationship with the Yi Patriarch is rather special," Feng He remarked, casting a knowing glance her way. Gu Wanxin met his gaze without comment. Assuming her silence was acquiescence, Feng He continued, "Do you know why the Yi Patriarch has summoned us today?" Gu Wanxin remained silent, shifting into a more comfortable position with a slight smile. "Boss Feng, have you not been in Yunshao City lately?" Feng He appeared momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "Lord Gu, you are indeed perceptive. How did you deduce that?" "Indeed, half a year ago, I returned to Linjiang City in the south and have only just returned. I had no idea Yunshao City had undergone such significant changes," he replied. Linjiang City was one of the 9 cities in the alliance, located south of Su City, and was said to be even more prosperous. Gu Wanxin nodded, smiling lightly. "Then it is indeed true. Had you been around recently, you would not have used the word summon." Feng He furrowed his brow. "What do you mean by that, Lord Gu?" Gu Wanxin fell silent, preferring to maintain distance from such individuals. Feng He felt perplexed, wondering why Gu Wanxin regarded him as if he were a fool. After a moment, he shifted his attention to Granny Hua. "Granny Hua, as an old friend, I must kindly remind you that I have heard the Yi Patriarch possesses a benevolent heart, unable to tolerate certain unsavory matters. You would do well to choose your words carefully." Feng He offered this warning with a gleam of malicious delight in his eyes, relishing the thought of a rival facing potential misfortune. Upon hearing his words, Granny Hua huffed but remained silent, her expression growing even tenser. Indeed, such rumors circulate in the outside world. If Ye Suifeng cannot abide by the realm of indulgence, then— "Granny Hua, please follow me," Sui Yun called out, entering the reception hall. Upon hearing her name, Granny Hua involuntarily trembled, slowly rising with a grave expression as she followed Sui Yun out. "Heh, she is surely in for it," Feng He smirked at Gu Wanxian. Ji Wanxin rolled her eyes dismissively and simply shut them. Whether Granny Hua would suffer or not was beyond her concern, but if she continued to jump around like that, she was bound to face consequences. In the inner hall, Ye Suifeng sat, holding several sheets of writing paper. Under the guidance of Sui Yun, Granny Hua entered the room. Ye Suifeng glanced at her and said, "Sit." "Thank you, Ye family master," Granny Hua replied respectfully. Ye Suifeng turned back, observing her as he spoke. "The Shangyun Garden in Yunshao City was established by you, was it not?" "Indeed," she replied. "Kidnapping virtuous young women and training them to serve as playthings for the affluent. That too was your handiwork, was it not?" The second question made Granny Hua's heart sink like a stone. "Ye family master, I doubt you need only answer with yes or no." Ye Suifeng interrupted her. "Yes, I have done such things." Granny Hua lowered her head. Ye Suifeng fell silent, the invisible pressure weighing heavily upon her, causing her to feel an overwhelming anxiety. Beads of cold sweat trickled down her wrinkled forehead. After a moment, Ye Suifeng set down the papers in his hand. "From today onward, do not let me discover similar matters again. Do you understand?" Granny Hua suddenly looked up, astonished. Is that all? She found it hard to believe. Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. I understand. Since the development of Shangyun Garden, such things have ceased. Just understand, Ye Suifeng remarked, indicating she could leave. Granny Hua stood, deeply bowing. Before exiting the inner hall, thought you would eliminate Shangyun Garden, Suiyun said with a smile. Eliminate it for what? Ye Suifeng shook his head. Such places exist for a reason. Destroy one, and another will immediately arise. It would be better to find a more obedient one for easier control. Having said that, Ye Suifeng waved his hand. Bring in Feng He. That fellow seems rather inflated. Chapter 59. Tianjin Stone. I had long heard that the head of the Yi family was imposing, and upon seeing him today, it was indeed extraordinary, truly a promising young man. With a hearty laugh, Feng He entered from outside, his face glowing with excitement. He clasped his fists and seated himself opposite Ye Suifeng. You are quite the familiar face, Boss Feng, Ye Suifeng remarked, glancing at the documents in his hands and diving straight into the topic. I heard you have been acquiring land near the Zuimenglu recently. Haha, it seems I can't hide anything from you. Ye old brother. Feng He laughed. The Yi family is formidable. In just a day, you've eliminated 2 other major families, which is truly impressive. Such a significant event has presented me with a huge business opportunity, hence my actions. Feng He sat confidently, gazing at Ye Suifeng, as if he believed you would find his so-called grand opportunity intriguing. Ye Suifeng was puzzled by his confidence. After a moment of silence, seeing that Ye Suifeng appeared unmoved, Feng He continued, Ye family master. This opportunity will allow us to make a fortune together. Why? Ye Suifeng raised his hand. Enough that I am not interested in your so-called opportunity. Feng He was taken aback. Why, Ye family master? But that's a substantial amount of spirit stones. If we join forces, my estimation is that the profits could reach at least 100 billion annually. Don't tell me you're not interested in spirit stones. Feng He decided to drop some bait. Having spent several years in Yunshao City, he had a good grasp of the economic conditions of the 3 major families. The Yi family's annual revenue was merely around 10 billion. Even with the elimination of the other 2 families, it wouldn't multiply by much. The increase in wealth was not as simple as he imagined. Thus, he believed 100 billion would certainly tempt Ye Suifeng. Unfortunately, he, who had been away from Yunshao City for too long, was unaware that times had changed. I am not as interested in spirit stones as you might think. The reason I summoned you today is for another matter. Why? Ye Suifeng put down the documents and produced a design blueprint, placing it on the table. Yunshao City is preparing for reconstruction, and your Zuimeng Garden is obstructing the construction of the main road. It needs to be demolished. Name your price. Feng He, looking at the blueprint, was momentarily taken aback. A large-scale reconstruction of Yunshao City? Did the Yi family possess such financial capability? Yi family master, this is not too good. When Zuimeng Lu first arrived in Yunshao City, we had an agreement to not interfere with each other. Feng He's smile gradually faded. With whom did you make that agreement? With the Tang family among the 3 major families. Ye Suifeng shook his head slightly. Since arriving in this world, he had encountered few fools, but Feng He undoubtedly ranked among them. The current master of Yunshao City was the Yi family. If he wished to do business here, he must adhere to the Yi family's arrangements. Either name your price and sell Zuimeng Garden to us, or pack your things and leave. I will only give you this one chance to choose. With that, Ye Suifeng ceased to pay him any more attention. Crash! Feng He suddenly stood up from his chair, furious. Ye Suifeng, do you really think yourself invincible? My superior is from Linjiang City, and as Feng He began to rage. He suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. He then saw a golden-hued pearl floating out from his dantian, gently drifting into Ye Suifeng's hand. It was his golden core. Ye Suifeng held the golden core and took out a low-grade spirit stone, placing it beside the golden core. 1 golden core plus 1 spirit stone. Will that be sufficient to purchase all the assets of Zuimenglu? If it is sufficient, then sign the agreement and take them away. Ye Suifeng was growing impatient. Had he known the other party was of such caliber, he wouldn't have bothered to meet them in person. He had seen many like this, and their intelligence was surely affected. He simply wanted to conclude this matter swiftly. Feng He stood frozen, his mind racing. That was a golden core. Ye Suifeng had so easily taken it into his possession. What on earth had transpired in the half-year he had been away from Yunshao City? I will sign, Feng He managed to say. Soon, an agreement was drawn up, and Ye Suifeng purchased all the assets of Zuimeng Lu for a low-grade spirit stone. Afterward, Feng He finally retrieved his golden core. Holding the scorching spirit stone, he was filled with regret. Had he known, he should have simply listened to Ye Suifeng and sold Zuiming Garden to him from the start. After Feng He left, Ye Suifeng rubbed his temples. Such matters would be better left to Sui Yun and the others. It was simply too tedious. Moments later, a familiar figure appeared at the door. Ye family master, Gu Wanxin said with her hands clasped respectfully in front of her. I hope you can act normally. I have had quite enough trouble today. Ye Suifeng gestured for her to sit. Ji Wanxin smiled gently. It's rare to see you in such a state. She sat down. Is it because of Feng He? Don't mention that fool, Ye Suifeng replied. Now, tell me about yourself. Why have you locked yourself away in Wanbao Pavilion, not stepping out at all? Gu Wanxin replied, Of course, I have been waiting for your instructions. Ye family master, you are from Wanbao Pavilion, not my Ye family. There is no need to heed my commands. Ye Suifeng took a sip of tea. Ji Wanxin chuckled but suddenly sighed softly. Ye family master, if you do not take me in, it won't be long before you can never see me again. Why is that? Ye Suifeng frowned slightly. Do you remember the last time you asked me to investigate the whereabouts of the spirit stones from Wanbao Pavilion? Gu Wanxin asked. Ye Suifeng nodded. He had been curious as to what Wanbao Pavilion needed so many spirit stones for, which could not be consumed as food. Have you found any leads? Yes, Gu Wanxin said, producing a box made of an unknown metal from her storage ring and placing it on the table. Every transaction at Wanbao Pavilion leaves a trace. After bribing certain individuals, I discovered something unusual. Each year, the spirit stones generated by our branches suddenly disappear by more than half during a specific time period. Afterwards, an item called Tianjin Stone appears on the material list. I wanted to uncover the secrets behind this, so I sought an opportunity to connect with someone responsible for managing Tianjin Stones. Ji Wanxin looked at Ye Suifeng, placing her hands on either side of the box. But I did not expect to discover such a secret. As she spoke, she gently pressed her hands. With a series of clicks, the metal box transformed like countless tiny building blocks, eventually morphing into a Tai Chi-style array plate. Suspended above the array plate were 3 items. On the left was a small tripod with 3 legs and 2 ears. Surrounding the small tripod were numerous intricate array patterns, crisscrossing and intertwining, sending shivers down one's spine merely upon a glance. In the center stood a 9-layered pagoda, transparent and crystalline, adorned with several clouds, exuding an air of mystery. To the right was a luminous stone that seemed somewhat familiar. This is the Tianjin Stone, Gu Wanxin remarked, gazing at the glowing stone with an expression of utter disbelief. I only just realized that Wanbao Pavilion's substantial earnings in spirit stones were merely for this small Tianjin Stone. Indeed, this Tianjin Stone is formed by the fusion of countless pure spirit stones. To create a single Tianjin Stone, at least 1 billion upper-grade spirit stones are required, Gu Wanxin exclaimed in astonishment. Without your presence, the entirety of Wanbao Pavilion in Suching sells only around 1 billion upper-grade spirit stones in a year. Ye Suifeng too was taken aback, not expecting Wanbao Pavilion to handle spirit stones in such a manner. Moreover, he felt that the Tianjin Stone looked somewhat familiar. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow as another glowing stone appeared in his hand, identical to the one hovering above the array plate. Ye family master, you too possess such a precious treasure of heaven and earth. Gu Wanxin's eyes widened in disbelief. The Tianjin Stone was not like ordinary heavenly treasures. It was a top-tier material with special functions, only possibly possessed by superpowers like Wanbao Pavilion. Ye Suifeng remained silent, his mind racing with understanding and a wonder he had not heard the name Lingjing for so long that it turned out people referred to this item as Tianjin Stone. He glanced at the balance in his wallet. 36.5 trillion. Chapter 60. Origin Tower. Ye Suifeng initially thought that his extravagant spending would soon deplete the remaining spirit stones in his wallet. However, he did not expect that spirit stones themselves were merely a fraction. Sigh, my perspective has been too narrow. If what Gu Wanxin says is true, 1 Lingjing equals 1 billion upper-grade spirit stones. How many upper-grade spirit stones does 36.5 trillion Lingjing equal? And how many lower-grade spirit stones? What to do with so much money that I cannot spend? It's urgent. Ye Suifeng pondered the conversion of Tianjin stones and the reasons behind Wanbao Pavilion's transformation of spirit stones into Tianjin stones, as well as their functions. Ji Wanxin reluctantly withdrew her gaze from the Tianjin stone and said, Initially, I had the same questions. This level of secrecy within Wanbao Pavilion is highly classified. I thought I would need to expend considerable effort to uncover any clues. But unexpectedly, Ji Yuanxin looked at the small tripod and pagoda on the array plate. Smiling wryly, I do not know whether to call it fortunate or unfortunate. The method of converting spirit stones into Tianjin stones and the function of Tianjin stones are all contained within this box. Therefore, Ye family master, if you do not take me in, I will not survive in Wanbao Pavilion. Ji Yuanxin's original intention was merely to borrow the Tianjin stone to show it to Ye Suifeng and then decide what to do next. However, she never anticipated that the box contained such a monumental secret. She was fully aware that once she stealthily took this box, her life no longer belonged to her. Ye Suifeng remained silent, slowly extending his hand. As the small tripod floated into his palm at that moment, he realized it was not a physical small tripod. Go be precise. It was a detailed blueprint, an all-encompassing three-dimensional diagram. Ye Suifeng extended his immense consciousness, enveloping it in an instant. In just a few breaths, he comprehended the entirety of the small tripod. Ye Suifeng understood. The small tripod was named the Spirit Power Furnace, and its sole purpose was the conversion of spirit stones. Under standard rules, 100 lower-grade spirit stones could be converted into 1 middle-grade spirit stone, and 100 middle-grade spirit stones could yield 1 upper-grade spirit stone. It would take 1 billion upper-grade spirit stones to create 1 Lingjing, which is essentially the Tianjin stone. The Spirit Power Furnace's body was entirely constructed from Tianjin stones and arrays. The array was the main body, while the Tianjin stones served as the conduit, an avenue connecting to the heavenly laws. The artificially arranged arrays, through Tianjin stones, rooted themselves in the heavenly laws, drawing upon the power of rules. This was why it could transform the essence of spirit stones. No wonder Lingjing was called Tianjin stone. Such stones could directly link to the heavenly laws, serving as conductors of rules. In this way, cultivators could harness powers beyond human control, achieving incredible feats. Well, let us give it a try. The Spirit Power Furnace has 3 levels, each distinguished by conversion efficiency. The highest level furnace required 10,000 Tianjin stones, equivalent to Suqing's revenue over 10,000 years. This was absolutely terrifying. With a wave of his hand, Ye Suifeng conjured 10,000 Tianjin stones, floating before them as if they were worthless. Then, he began to rapidly change hand seals, continuously casting one array after another, imprinting them onto the inner walls of the Tianjin stones. The complexity and difficulty of the arrays required for the Spirit Power Furnace were enough to make one's scalp tingle. If Dong Tianji, a 6th-grade array master, were to complete it, even if he worked tirelessly without rest, it would take at least thousands of years. Even Ye Suifeng found it somewhat challenging. After a full incense stick's worth of time, he finally completed all the arrays. Success, with Ye Suifeng's command. A small green tripod, about the size of a human head, slowly landed on the table. As it touched down, a sound akin to a grand, resonant bell echoed faintly, a symbol of supreme treasure. Ji Yuanxin stared blankly at the small tripod, her mind buzzing. The image of 10,000 Tianjin stones floating in the air still lingered in her mind. All right, let us give it a T or Y. Ye Suifeng snapped his fingers, and Gu Wanxin's mind cleared instantly, her focus sharpening. Then, after a moment's thought, Ye Suifeng opened his wallet, poured in lower-grade spirit stones, and began to dump them into the small tripod as if disposing of trash, causing Gu Wanxin to see stars. He continued until he reached 100 trillion. Only then did he stop. The interior of the small tripod contained a vast space, capable of holding 100 trillion spirit stones without issue. With a thought, he activated the first array. After a brief period, the light from the array gradually faded. Ye Suifeng probed with his consciousness and found that all the lower-grade spirit stones within the small tripod had been transformed into middle-grade spirit stones. Upon counting, there were precisely 100 billion. Interesting. Ye Suifeng chuckled and activated the second array. A few breaths later, they transformed into 10 billion upper-grade spirit stones. The efficiency was quite impressive. As Ye Suifeng nodded slightly in the breeze. He activated the final formation. The small cauldron shimmered intermittently. This process persisted for a substantial half-incense worth of time before gradually coming to a halt. A profound aura surged forth. With a subtle gesture, a freshly crafted heavenly formation stone materialized in the palm of his hand. Quite satisfactory. Ye Suifeng felt a sense of contentment towards this small cauldron. At last, he could manage the low-grade and mid-grade spirit stones in his wallet. The sheer quantity of those items was rather vexing. At this moment, If Gu Wanxin were to discern Ye Suifeng's thoughts, she would undoubtedly cling to his leg and exclaim, "Big brother, let me bear your burdens." After testing the spirit power furnace, Ye Suifeng's gaze shifted to the small tower at the very center. The small cauldron was intended for merging the heavenly formation stones. So what was the purpose of the small tower? Ye Suifeng inquired. Ji Wanxin nodded, her expression exceedingly complex. "All right, let me see," he said. With a mental command, his divine consciousness enveloped the small tower, revealing all its information at once. Origin Tower of all things. It was a 9-story pagoda, constructed entirely from heavenly formation stones and formations, much like the spirit power furnace. Each level of the origin tower served a different purpose, and with each ascent, the required quantity of heavenly formation stones increased tenfold. Furthermore, with each additional level, the effects of all preceding layers also grew tenfold. First layer produces 1 drop of spirit essence annually, requiring 1,000 heavenly formation stones. Spirit essence, an exceptionally pure liquid that can be used directly for cultivation. Alter the concentration of spirit energy within a certain radius, nurture spirit artifacts, and enlighten spirit beasts. Its uses are manifold. Second layer produces 1 drop of body tempering essence annually, requiring 10,000 heavenly formation stones. Body tempering essence refines the body, capable of fusing with any auxiliary body tempering treasures, enhancing their efficacy manifold. It can also bolster cultivation talent to a certain extent. Third layer produces 1 drop of soul essence annually, requiring 100,000 heavenly formation stones. Soul essence refines the soul, enhancing comprehension. The fourth layer produces life essence, a liquid representing the essence of life, capable of healing injuries and promoting the growth of spiritual herbs and medicines. The fifth layer produces innate essence, capable of nurturing various innate physiques. The sixth layer produces sacred essence, capable of nurturing extraordinary divine abilities. The seventh layer produces transformative essence, capable of breaking through the limits of life, becoming a true child of the heavenly Dao. The eighth layer produces rule essence, useful for mastering the rules of heaven and earth. The ninth layer produces 1 drop of heavenly Dao essence annually, requiring 100 billion heavenly formation stones. Heavenly Dao essence governs rules, creates rules. Upon reviewing this, Ye Suifeng finally comprehended. No wonder these superpowers could easily dispatch a core disciple to overpower the majority of ordinary prodigies from formidable factions. The reason lay here. Chapter 61. Start with 10,000. After perusing all the information about the origin tower of all things, Ye Suifeng rested his arms on the table, chin in hand, lost in thought. If the information was accurate, a 9-story origin tower could produce 100 million drops of spirit essence, 10 million drops of body tempering essence, and 1 million drops of soul essence annually. These 3 types of essences are fundamental to cultivation. How many powerful beings could they create? Not to mention the subsequent innate essence, sacred essence, and transformative essence. With such resources at hand, any prodigy, no matter how extraordinary, could be cultivated. If it weren't for Gu Wanxin's serendipitous discovery, he would have been unaware of how long the numerous spirit stones and crystals he possessed would have taken to mold. Master Yi, I truly apologize, Gu Wanxin said, observing the silent Ye Suifeng with a face full of regret. I was too astonished just now and forgot to inform you that the origin tower is the treasure that requires the most investment in heavenly formation stones. We shouldn't have wasted that 10,000 heavenly formation stones on the spirit power furnace. It's all my fault. Her tone was laced with self-reproach. Huh? Ye Suifeng paused, quickly realizing that the young lady had misunderstood. Thinking he was left with only 10,000 heavenly formation stones. It's all right. You have been a tremendous help this time, he said with a hearty laugh. Ye Wanxin blinked. Master Yi. Call me Big Brother Yi. Ye Suifeng replied, By the way, you shouldn't be older than me, right? He hadn't inquired about Gu Wanxin's age earlier, but now that he intended to regard her as a friend, he naturally wouldn't pry. Using divine sense to investigate everything would be quite impolite. Ye Wanxin looked at Ye Suifeng, not disclosing her age, merely smiling gently. Big Brother Ye Suifeng nodded. By the way, where did you acquire this box? Such an item seems not to belong within the confines of Su City. Ye Suifeng asked, pondering how the box, containing all the information about the spirit power furnace and the origin tower, could be so carelessly circulated. It was from an attendant of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, Gu Wanxin explained. He has been responsible for resource allocation and spirit stone collection within the area of Sioux City. At that time, I merely thought the box contained just a single heavenly formation stone. As she spoke, Gu Wanxin suddenly furrowed her brow, saying, "Perhaps this matter is somewhat connected to you, big brother Ye." "How could it possibly relate to me?" Ye Suifeng queried, perplexed. "It's like this," Gu Wanxin chuckled. "In the past 6 months, your spending has been remarkably extravagant, and the higher-ups of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion have long taken notice of this fact. Moreover, all your payments have been made with low-grade spirit stones. You may not know that the storeroom in Sioux City is entirely filled with large storage bags brimming with spirit stones. So I suspect they might have brought the construction methods for the spirit power furnace and origin tower for the sake of convenience in transportation." Ye Suifeng stroked his chin. This explanation felt somewhat forced. They could have simply brought over a finished furnace without needing to transport the blueprints. However, now, they had no way to elucidate why the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion would act in such a manner. "Never mind, it's irrelevant now. The blueprints are in my possession. The attendant from the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion must be far more powerful than you, right? How did you manage that?" Ye Suifeng inquired further. Gu Wanxin paused, hesitating slightly before saying, "Big brother Ye, you know, in such matters, being a woman does come with certain advantages." She didn't elaborate, but Ye Suifeng could infer the meaning behind her words. It was reasonable. A woman without a background surviving within the complex hierarchy of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion would undoubtedly require some means. It was already quite an achievement for her to have risen to the position of Pavilion Master. Ye Suifeng held great respect for such individuals. "Rest assured, I will ensure your safety. You won't need to undertake such risks in the future," Ye Suifeng stated earnestly. "Really? Big brother Ye, I cannot express my gratitude enough." Gu Wanxin felt a great weight lift from her heart. However, her expression turned slightly melancholic. "So, does that mean I will be living with the Ye family from now on?" Ye Suifeng regarded her with a smile. "If you don't wish to, you may remain at the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion and continue your dealings with the Ye family." Gu Wanxin was momentarily taken aback. Having taken something so vital from the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, "I shouldn't be able to return, right?" Ye Suifeng chuckled lightly. "As long as you desire it, there's no issue. I will handle this matter." Gu Wanxin stared wide-eyed, reflecting on the countless years she had navigated through the murky waters of class transactions, often teetering on the brink of death, and never once had anyone spoken such comforting words to her. It was a feeling of reassurance. "Thank you. Then I shall return," she began, but suddenly felt awkward. Big brother Ye, it's not that I dislike the Ye family, nor do I think poorly of it, I just—" "All right," Ye Suifeng interjected with a smile, "I also need you to temporarily remain at the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion to procure supplies for the family." Gu Wanxin laughed in relief. "All right then, let us hurry back and reopen for business. Someone has been waiting for you for quite some time." Ye Suifeng closed the box and handed it to Gu Wanxin. "Who?" she asked. "The person from Sioux City last time, Dao right? Shun Tiaming. He must be here for the box," Ye Suifeng replied, extending his index finger to lightly touch Gu Wanxin's forehead, leaving a faint red mark. He then produced 100 heavenly formation stones and handed them over. "Deliver this to him and say it's as if nothing ever happened. Otherwise, I'll purchase the entire 10,000 Treasures Pavilion in the 9-City Alliance with a single low-grade spirit stone." "Are you really saying that?" she asked incredulously. "Just say it," he affirmed. "Rest assured, with this, you need not worry about safety concerns." Ye Suifeng gestured toward her forehead. Gu Wanxin nodded vigorously, her steps light as she exited. Once she departed, Ye Suifeng let out a long breath, reclining in his chair. This time, Gu Wanxin had truly lent a significant hand. As for cultivating the younger generation of the Ye family, they had indeed hit a bottleneck. The investment of resources had reached saturation. Increasing the input would not yield transformative results unless they acquired even rarer resources or tailored cultivation for each individual as they did for Yi Huang and Yi Long. However, that was far too cumbersome. Ye Suifeng was not a caretaker. He was responsible solely for the most outstanding core disciples. Thus, the origin tower of all things had arrived at the perfect moment. How many should be constructed? A single 9-story origin tower required 100 billion heavenly formation stones. Let us start with 10,000, too many would leave us without space to accommodate them. 1 trillion heavenly formation stones. This time, Ye Suifeng was indeed making a substantial investment. In Yuntian City, at the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, all guests were inexplicably ushered out. Shun Tiaming sat in the center of the first floor, his expression grim. Beneath him, the attendant responsible for managing spirit stones lay in a pool of blood, his bones shattered, slumped on the ground. He waited, anxiety consuming him. The second 9-story origin tower of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion was about to be completed. There could be no mistakes on my watch. We must be the first force in this continent to possess 2 9-story origin towers. Chapter 62. Mirror Lake. For 3 full days, Ye Suifeng immersed himself in his study, tirelessly forging the origin towers. To him, creating this item was relatively simple, but the complexity was overwhelming. Each layer was interwoven with thousands of different formations, intricately and densely arranged. Forging 10,000 towers was akin to asking a student to transcribe the characters 1,000 times each. Eventually, Ye Suifeng managed to forge 10 towers at once, completing all 10,000 9-story origin towers within 3 days. After finishing, the entire study was filled with origin towers. Merely raising his head would result in bumping it against one. There was no alternative. These items carried their own spatial attributes and could not fit into storage rings. How should he manage these? Ye Suifeng pondered, realizing that simply handing over 10,000 origin towers to Suiyun would certainly frighten him to death. He needed a plan for unified handling. As he contemplated, Ye Suifeng rose and stepped outside. As he moved, the floating origin towers clinked against each other, some obstructing his path. Move aside, you cursed origin towers. After a moment, Ye Suifeng exited the study. First, he would check on the progress of the new city. With a thought, Ye Suifeng vanished into the sky, gazing down at Yuntian City. Compared to 3 days prior, Yuntian City had undergone a complete transformation. The residences of the Li and Tang families had been utterly flattened, and a high wall now stood. Enclosing the area, a group of figures was busy arranging formations on the walls. This was the new Yi family. Centered around the new Yi family, 4 exceptionally broad roads extended straight to the city's edges, culminating in 4 newly constructed gates, while the new city walls had begun to take shape. A multitude of people gathered there, akin to foremen overseeing the construction. Ye Suifeng recognized 2 of the figures, Dong Tianji and Hu Chuang. Many aspects of the new Yuntian City's design bore their contributions. Inside the city, construction was rampant. Irregular structures had been demolished, replaced by neatly arranged new pavilions, appearing far more pleasant than before. Ye Suifeng nodded inwardly, impressed by the rapid construction progress. Of course, upon further reflection, it was understandable. This was the cultivation realm. Individual powers were incredibly formidable, rendering heavy machinery unnecessary. They could accomplish tasks with a mere wave of their hands. Moreover, there were indeed specialized construction teams with puppets specifically designed for construction. A handful cast down could erect a brand new building in mere moments. Thus, the framework of the new city had been established within just a few days. Next came the tasks of setting up formations and reinforcing the city walls, among other responsibilities which Dong Tianji and Hu Chuang would oversee. After observing for a while and finding no significant issues, Ye Suifeng decided to shift his focus. He merely needed to outline his requirements and conduct the final inspections. The specifics would be managed by those beneath him. Now, he was solely concerned with arranging the 10,000 origin towers. First, regarding storage, since ordinary storage spaces wouldn't suffice, he would need to create a new space. This was simple enough. However, such a space would effectively be another world, making it quite inconvenient. Furthermore, the production of lower-tier essences was too rapid. Even if distributed among the entire city, they would be insufficient. Naturally, he wouldn't consider doing that. The first layer of the 9-story origin tower could produce 100 million drops of spirit essence annually. If accumulated, it would amount to roughly 1,000 cubic meters. For 10,000 towers, that would yield 10 million cubic meters annually. Within just over a year, they could produce enough to fill a lake the size of West Lake from his previous life. And this was spirit essence. Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before his eyes lit up to the right. West Lake. We could create a lake here as well. He glanced at the recently flattened Li and Tang estates, an idea forming in his mind. Suddenly, he flickered and appeared behind the old Yi family residence, on the expanse of freshly cleared land. Yes, this will do. Ye Suifeng extended his finger, tracing a standard circle in the soil before pressing his palm down. Boom! The earth trembled as the freshly leveled ground instantly caved in, creating a massive pit hundreds of feet deep. What just happened? Has a powerful being attacked? The people in the city erupted into panic, with some rushing out in their nightclothes, startled from their sleep. Following the quake, several figures soared into the sky, racing towards the Ye family's location. Suiyun was the first to arrive. Upon seeing the suddenly formed pit, his expression changed drastically, but upon turning his gaze to see Ye Suifeng deep in thought, he gradually relaxed. Nothing to worry about. Continue with your tasks, Suiyun instructed the approaching Ye family members, settling beside Ye Suifeng. Brother, at least give us a heads up next time, Suiyun said, exuding exasperation. I was merely testing whether the newly erected structures are sturdy. Ye Suifeng replied nonchalantly, though he had indeed lost track of time while deep in thought. However, Suiyun didn't pursue the matter further, glancing at the enormous pit and asking, Brother, what do you intend to do? Creating a lake, Ye Suifeng replied. Now that we have more space, I plan to establish a large garden here where I can stroll leisurely when there is nothing to do. Suiyun, brother, such matters can simply be discussed with me. There is no need for you to exert yourself. You wouldn't understand? Ye Suifeng shook his head. Wait for me here for a moment. I'll explain how we'll proceed. With that, he rose into the air, flying directly before the massive character Yi in the sky. Then, with a wave of his hand, he summoned the thousands of origin towers from his study, arranging them into a long line that ultimately converged before him. Let us place them right here. Ye Suifeng unleashed a powerful punch. The void before him shattered into countless fragments, forming an abyss of inky darkness. Subsequently, he pressed his hand upon the character Yi, and an array of spatial shards clung closely to its outline. Beginning to coalesce in a mere moment, the white character Yi was adorned with a faint golden rim. Subtly emanating light, it was a nascent realm, with the colossal character serving as the gateway to this new dimension. Enter, Ye Suifeng commanded, delivering a swift kick to the foremost origin tower. Instantly, the serpentine line began to move, one after another, passing through the character Yi and entering the space beyond. Once all the origin towers had entered, Ye Suifeng's figure flickered and followed them into the realm. The space was not particularly vast, comparable in size to Yunxiao City. Next, he set about establishing a passageway. The ancient Qian Kuan translocation array seemed particularly suited for this purpose. Recalling the intricacies of this formation, Ye Suifeng traced his fingers through the air. And soon, a grand array emerged upon the ground. A dark pit gradually came into view, revealing itself to be the very chasm created by his previous strike. After a moment's contemplation, Ye Suifeng performed a hand seal, dividing the pit into precisely 10 layers from top to bottom. He then manipulated the origin towers, arranging them in orderly circles, hovering above the pit. With a commanding shout, all the origin towers connected to the pit, linking the first layer to the second layer of the pit, and so forth, until the 9th layer connected to the very bottom. Come forth, Ye Suifeng clenched his fist, and the produced essence began to flow slowly into the corresponding layers of the pit. On the ground, awaiting Ye Suifeng's command, Suiyun suddenly sensed a peculiar transformation occurring within the gaping pit. He looked up to see a veil of mist enveloping the area just 10 meters above the ground, shimmering with faint starlight, reminiscent of the Milky Way. What could this be? He was momentarily stunned. At that moment, Ye Suifeng's figure appeared beside him. Water. With Ye Suifeng's words, clear spring water materialized out of thin air, cascading into the vast pit. Within just a few breaths, it filled the entire cavity, transforming it into a grand lake. Splendid. Ye Suifeng nodded approvingly. He connected the 10,000 origin towers to this lake, ensuring that all essence produced henceforth would be stored beneath the surface, with each layer corresponding accordingly. The first layer became the lake water, the second layer held the spiritual essence, and so forth. We shall construct a garden around it and introduce some fish and lotus flowers, perhaps plant willow trees and various flowers nearby, suggested Ye Suifeng. Indeed. Suiyun, inhaling the fragrant aroma wafting from the lake, incredulously inquired, Big brother, this lake water must be extraordinary. Ye Suifeng nodded. Under the nourishment of the 9 layers of essence, even the surface layer of the lake water had transformed into a unique treasure. Ordinary beings residing here might undergo intriguing changes. Draw a few streams from this lake, perhaps create some rockeries or other embellishments, ensuring the lake water flows throughout our family's estate. Do you understand? Suiyun nodded in agreement. Big brother, such a precious lake deserves a name. Ye Suifeng felt a sudden weight on his shoulders. Naming was never his forte. It is vast and round, and the surface is as clear as a mirror. Let us call it Mirror Lake. Chapter 63. Time to depart. With the main structure of Mirror Lake complete, Ye Suifeng discovered a new dilemma. Although the lake was expansive, it could scarcely accommodate the countless origin towers working tirelessly to produce essence. Particularly with the spiritual essence, it would likely reach saturation in merely 6 months. Well, having too much of this is of little use. The excess shall be distributed throughout the territories of Yunshao City. After pondering for a moment, Ye Suifeng set to work again. He devised a timed formation that would allow Mirror Lake to periodically evaporate a portion of its water, merging it with the atmospheric moisture to precipitate as rain. Each month, a rain infused with spiritual essence would fall within the boundaries of Yunshao City, nourishing the land. Each season, a transformative rain comprising body-tempering essence would reshape all things. Annually, a soul rain imbued with divine essence would enlighten all beings. Every 3 years, a life rain blended with life essence would extend lifespans. Additionally, each year, 3 innate stones would descend, awakening the innate bodies of those fortunate enough to acquire them. Every 3 years, 3 sacred stones would fall, granting recipients the awakening of divine powers, while every decade would see the arrival of 3 creation stones, bestowing true destiny upon those who obtain them. These occurrences would collectively account for 1/10 of the origin tower's output, with the remainder designated for the Ye family's personal use or storage. As for the more precious rules essence and the Dao essence, they would not be released to the outside world just yet, reserved for the family's core members. Even so, it was reasonable to foresee that Yunshao City would soon be teeming with prodigies, blossoming into a true sanctum for cultivation. Finding prodigies is one thing. Creating them is another, Ye Suifeng smirked. Once all was completed, Ye Suifeng entrusted the remaining tasks to Sui Yund I in the days that followed. The entirety of Yunshao City was swept up in a fervor of construction. As the circular city walls were finalized, a new city rose majestically from the ground, completely concealing the old Yunshao City's visage within the annals of history. The internal stability of Yunshao City was achieved. The remnants of the Li and Tang families had been eradicated, and all of their businesses and lands had been consolidated. However, the territories beyond the city still bore many chaotic elements that required pacification. Sui Leopard and Yi Huang were already prepared for today's expedition beyond the city Dai in the study. Sui Yun reported the recent developments. Ye Suifeng, feeling rather bored, nodded in acknowledgement. The Yi family now stood unrivaled in Yunshao City, with no opposing forces capable of challenging them, and unification was merely a matter of time. Once stability was fully achieved, it might be time to explore other regions of the world. The eastern nations embroiled in conflict, the southern sects and sacred grounds, the exotic allure of the west, and the vast snowy expanses to the north, each promising unique culinary delights. Big brother, are you listening? Sui Yun's voice suddenly broke into his thoughts. Oh yes, I'm here. Ye Suifeng returned to the present. Act swiftly. Those who are arrogant should be dealt with accordingly. Yunshao City will never lack for cultivators. Sui Yun nodded. By the way, big brother, this morning, a group came to visit, seeking an audience with you. What sort of individuals? Ye Suifeng inquired. They are a group of young people clad in simple blue garments, all hailing from the Tianfu Academy. The leader appears to possess remarkable poise and is a formidable cultivator. Named Zhang Dong, Sui Yun explained. Tianfu Academy? Ye Suifeng mused. He had never heard of such a name before. I hadn't either, but after inquiring, I discovered it to be a vast power spread across the continent. Those who enter the academy are all exceptional talents. I believe they have come to recruit some individuals from among us, Sui Yun elaborated. Ye Suifeng nodded. With the family's growing strength, encounters with higher-tier forces were inevitable, and Tianfu Academy was merely the first of many. He bore no significant resistance to the idea of his family members joining the academy. Although the Yi family was flourishing, true growth often required stepping beyond one's comfort zone. For instance, even sacred grounds would periodically send disciples into the mundane world for training. Let them come, Ye Suifeng stated. After a while, Ye Suifeng found himself in the reception hall, where a group of young individuals in blue sat below. They were all quite young, around their 20s, yet the weakest among them had already reached the golden body realm, while the leader, Zhang Dong, was merely 25 years old and had attained the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage, just a step away from the transformation stage. Compared to Shan Tianming of the Wanbao Pavilion, he was equally impressive. First, let me congratulate you, head of the Yi family, on unifying Yunshao City, Zhang Dong began. Since the Battle of Yunshao City, I have long wished to meet you. However, I was well aware of the tumultuous changes following the conflict. Thus I dared to wait until today to intrude upon your time. Zhang Dong spoke with calm composure, maintaining decorum, though his scholarly demeanor was somewhat pronounced. Not at all, Ye Suifeng replied. If you have matters to discuss, feel free to state them directly. The head of the Ye family is indeed forthright. Zhang Dong clasped his hands together. I shall be direct. The Tianfu Academy welcomes talents from all corners of the world. After observing the Ye family's disciples during the Battle of Yunshao City, I deem them to be true dragons hidden among the masses. Therefore, I wish to inquire if you would entertain the idea of allowing them to study at Tianfu Academy and undergo a transformation into true dragons. Zhang Dong's tone was courteous, yet there lingered an air of superiority in his words. Hidden dragons among the masses implied that Yunshao City was merely a wild expanse. Ye Suifeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Which individuals are you interested in? The 5 disciples who fought on behalf of the Ye family during the Battle of Yunshao City. Zhang Dong replied. After a moment of silence, Ye Suifeng replied leisurely, while that is not out of the question, such matters must depend on their own wishes. Soon as Ye Suifeng finished speaking, a student from the academy suddenly leaped up. Hey, did you hear that? We are from Tianfu Academy. For you to even have the opportunity to join us is a blessing. How can you hesitate? The young man wore a look of incredulity, as if Ye Suifeng had uttered something utterly absurd. Guangmu, be quiet. Zhang Dong snapped sharply before Ye Suifeng could respond. Guangmu paused, looking at Zhang Dong. Senior, he is merely a clan leader from a rural area. His attitude is quite disrespectful towards us from Tianfu Academy. Leave. Zhang Dong's expression darkened. Under Zhang Dong's fierce gaze, Guangmu glanced at Ye Suifeng, snorted, and stormed out. I sincerely apologize for that. Please forgive the rudeness, Zhang Dong said after Guangmu's departure. Ye Suifeng supported his chin with one hand and chuckled. You might want to keep a close watch on him. He certainly carries too much pride from his background in a southern first-rate sect. Zhang Dong acknowledged, indeed, he does. Ye Suifeng remained silent. In truth, the others in the group were similarly proud, and Zhang Dong was no exception. They constantly referenced their backgrounds. Yet such places indeed provided ample opportunities for young individuals to hone their skills. Head of the Ye family, you mentioned that you would consider their wishes. Where are they currently? Zhang Dong inquired. They have ventured out of the city and will not return for some time, Ye Suifeng replied, sitting up straight. You may wait for them to return. I will inquire about their intentions. Should anyone be willing, they will reach out to you. Having gathered sufficient information about Tianfu Academy, Ye Suifeng decided to conclude the meeting. He was not particularly fond of this group. Zhang Dong seemed somewhat taken aback by Ye Suifeng's words. However, after a brief moment, he rose to his feet. Then I shall not impose further. However, we can only remain in Yunshao City for 5 more days. If we do not receive a response by then, we shall have to return. Ye Suifeng nodded. Understood. Subsequently, Zhang Dong cupped his hands in farewell and, along with the other young individuals, turned to leave. Ye Suifeng quietly watched them depart, and after a long while, he let out a barely perceptible sigh. It was indeed time to leave. Chapter 64. Each with their aspirations, with Yi Huang, Yi Long, and the core members of the Yi family mobilizing, the remnants of rebellious forces in Yunshao City were eradicated within a mere 4 days, along with the interference of the Li and Tang families. The names of Tianwan Hall and Jinlong Pavilion resounded throughout the region. Upon their return, Ye Suifeng promptly summoned Yi Huang and the other 5 individuals into the courtyard. Having experienced the Battle of Yunshao City and multiple pacifications, these 5 dazzling jewels of the Yi family had truly blossomed. Yi Huang and Yi Long had made remarkable strides in their cultivation, nearly breaking through a minor realm every 2 days. At this point, both had attained the pinnacle of the transformation stage. Yi Qinyao had successfully advanced to the foundation establishment stage, while Yi Xiaoxiao and Yi Qian had also made significant progress. Coupled with their unique abilities, it could be said without exaggeration that there were no peers of their age within the entire Su city who could rival them. Well done, Ye Suifeng praised them, and the 5 instantly felt invigorated. The head of the family's recognition was indeed a rare honor. The matters regarding Yunshao City have reached a preliminary conclusion. Now, I wish to hear your thoughts. Ye Suifeng directly inquired. The unexpected question left the 5 in silence. However, after some contemplation, they realized that Yunshao City was too small, and even Su City was merely on the fringes of the continent. Without competition or rivals, their progress would be significantly hindered. Noticing their silence, Ye Suifeng spoke again. A few days ago, an entity known as Tianfu Academy approached me, expressing interest in having you join them. The academy is located in the southern part of the Nine Cities Alliance, a place teeming with talent and fierce competition. It presents an excellent opportunity for training. So, who among you wishes to go? Upon hearing Ye Suifeng's words, the five exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Father. After a brief pause, Ye Huang spoke up. Will you be going as well, me? Ye Suifeng shook his head slightly. That is a stage for you young people. What need have I to go? To mingle with a bunch of arrogant individuals daily. I have my own plans. To be honest, there is little for me to accomplish at Tianfu Academy aside from playing the fool or teasing the female instructors. Ye Huang responded with an oh. Then I won't go either. Why, Ye Huang? Ye Suifeng frowned. You cannot remain under my protection forever. You all cannot. Ye Huang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly waved her hands. No, no, no. That's not what I meant. I meant that if you were to go, I would consider it. If you aren't going, then I would prefer to pursue my own path. Seeing Ye Huang's beaming smile, Ye Suifeng felt a twinge of surprise and curiosity. What is it that you wish to pursue? I want to lead the people of Tianluan Hall and expand our influence beyond Yunxiao City, Ye Huang declared, standing tall, her cloak billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. I want to make the name of Tianluan Hall resonate. I want the name of the Ye family to echo. I want the world to know that Ye Suifeng's daughter is named Ye Huang. A regal aura erupted from Ye Huang, and a smile gradually emerged on Ye Suifeng's face. And how do you plan to achieve this? By conquering, Ye Huang replied without hesitation. She then added with a grin, in fact, I contemplated this during our journey home after quelling the rebellion. We cannot remain hidden on the fringes of the world, overlooked by others. Thus, I will strike out from Yunxiao City and continue until everyone knows of our existence and recognizes the Ye family. Ye Suifeng fell silent. This time, his daughter had truly exceeded his expectations. He recalled how, upon his arrival in this world, she had been frail and insecure, a mere flicker of ambition hidden deep within. Now, that flicker had blossomed into a roaring flame. Your aspirations bring me great joy. I support you, Ye Suifeng affirmed. Ye Huang's face lit up with delight. Thank you, father. Ye Suifeng nodded slightly, then shifted his gaze to Ye Long, inquiring, and what of you? Ye Long, clutching his long spear, turned his attention towards Ye Huang. With such audacity from the master of Tianluan Palace, how could my true dragon pavilion possibly lag behind? Uncle, my thoughts align with Ye Huang's. We ought to venture forth from Yunxiao City. To establish our renown, perhaps influenced by Ye Huang's fervor, Ye Long echoed this sentiment. Cousin Long, are you truly vying with me for this? Ye Huang regarded Ye Long with a grin. Ye Long replied, What, are you afraid I might outshine you? The two exchanged glances, unyielding, a dragon and a phoenix, their combat spirit ignited. All right, Ye Suifeng observed these two promising descendants with a slight smile. The world is vast. The path you have chosen is still long. How about this? Each of you select a different direction to embark upon, and let us see who emerges victorious in the end. At this, both nodded in agreement. Then I shall head east. Sioux City lies in that direction, and I wish to witness for myself the prowess of the 16-year-olds building their foundation, as mentioned by Nie Xiaoyin, Ye Huang declared first. Very well, then I shall proceed westward. I have heard that the two cities of the Nine-City Alliance to the west are fierce in martial spirit, ripe for a confrontation. Ye Long followed suit. Excellent. Ye Huang chimed, let us encircle the territory of the Nine-City Alliance. And whoever reaches the southernmost point first shall be declared the victor. Cousin, what say you? Ye Huang's face radiated with challenge. It is agreed. Ye Long responded, resolute. The two most illustrious descendants of the family had made their choices. Next, Ye Suifeng turned his gaze to Ye Qinyao, his niece who had undergone the tempering of the mortal realm's mirror. Uncle, I wish to try my luck at Tianfu Academy. Ye Qinyao stated directly. Ye Suifeng was once again taken aback. He had assumed that, given Ye Qinyao's temperament, she would be the least likely to express such a desire. Why? For the mortal realm melody. Ye Qinyao explained. In the mortal realm mirror, I have experienced numerous trials. Yet, those experiences, no matter how vivid they seem, are ultimately illusory. Perfect the mortal realm melody. I must navigate the true world. Realization dawned upon Ye Suifeng. Ye Qinyao had embarked on a path uniquely her own. The mortal realm melody was her way. Very well, he conceded, having no reason to refuse her request. He then turned to Yi Qian. And you? Yi Qian pondered for a moment before responding, I wish to remain in Yunxiao City. The others immediately cast him astonished looks. It is quite difficult to progress in Yunshao City. I cannot abandon Xiao Yi and the others, Yi Qin clarified. Xiao Yi was the little girl he had once rescued, whose family had fallen victim to the ruthless Li Shanggu. Perhaps they were right. I am but a dean, Yi Qin chuckled lightly. Thus, I have resolved to establish an academy in Yunshao City, to provide those children who dream of cultivation with such an opportunity. Dean it is. I accept this title. Yi Qin spoke with remarkable candor and ease, having found his own path. Agreed. Ye Suifeng nodded slightly. Yi Long patted him on the shoulder with a smile. Pursue your dreams. I have always supported you. We stand with you as well. Do not concern yourself with how others perceive you, Yi Huang added. Yi Qin regarded them, nodding earnestly. With 4 of them having made their arrangements, only Yi Xiao remained. Yi Suifeng turned his attention to her. Uncle, I also wish to know. You do not wish to. Yi Suifeng interrupted her before she could finish. I plan to embark on a journey. You shall accompany me, but do not wander off. Yi Xiao was momentarily stunned. Her large eyes filled with grievance. Why is that? You have agreed to their requests, yet mine is denied. Uncle, why do you always treat me differently? As she lamented, she wiped away the few tears that had stubbornly formed them. Ye Suifeng scoffed. They have all found their aspirations and ambitions. What have you done besides play and cause trouble? Yi Xiao hesitated. A few days ago, the Wanbao Pavilion was robbed. Was that you? Yi Xiao fell silent. Yuan Xian took a bath, and all her clothes were stolen. Was that you? Again, silence. And then there was Dou Hua, who woke up to find himself surrounded by pigs, and he himself drawn as a pig's head. Was that you? Yi Xiao pouted. But I also achieved something. Oh? What achievement? Please, enlighten me, Ye Suifeng said, stroking his chin. Humph. Yi Xiao puffed out her chest. A few days ago, when Yi Huang's sister was exterminating the rebels, I managed to sleep with over 100 people at once. Upon hearing this, the others nearly burst into laughter. Dear sister, such words are best left unsaid. They are too easily misconstrued. Yi Suifeng shook his head. Enough, you shall not go anywhere. Stay with me and refine your temperament, lest you stir up trouble in the future. Chapter 65. The bewildered elders, the 5 members of the Yi family, had all embarked on their respective paths, yet Yi Xiao remained discontent. The truth was, she did not even know what path she ought to take. Observing the spirited young descendants, Yi Suifeng felt a swell of pride. I have something for you all. Saying this, Yi Suifeng spread his palm, revealing 4 exquisite little towers materializing in his hand. They were the towers of origin. Over the past few days, he had contemplated the future development of his descendants and took the time to forge 4 9-layered origin towers. Regardless of the circumstances, cultivation resources were indispensable. Take them, Yi Suifeng instructed. The others promptly extended their hands. Yi Suifeng then pointed his index finger into their palms, and in a moment, each palm bore a small leaf symbol, a diminutive space. Subsequently, he placed the origin towers within that space. The function and usage of the origin towers were inscribed within. Familiarize yourselves with it upon your return. Additionally, here is this. Yi Suifeng produced 4 rings, placing them into the palm space as well. These are some spirit stones, serving as your expenses for this journey. It is essential to have some funds while venturing outside, Ye Suifeng remarked. The others nodded and withdrew their hands, leaving only one small paw awkwardly hovering in the air. Yi Xiao looked puzzled. Yi Suifeng cast her a sidelong glance. You are accompanying me. Yet you fear not having spirit stones. Yi Xiao shrugged, repeatedly murmuring to herself, You'll get used to it, you'll get used to it. All right, return now and prepare. Those who should leave, may depart, and those who should stay, remain, Ye Suifeng stated. Thus, the paths of the 5 were now crystal clear. Only Yi Qinyao was set to head to Tianfu Academy. He hoped these young individuals would traverse their paths further. In a pitch-black space, suddenly, a powerful energy erupted. Moments later, 2 radiant orbs pierced through the darkness, as the light dimmed. It became evident these were, in fact, a pair of luminous eyes. I have finally broken through, with a flourish. A circle of candles was ignited, illuminating the space. The room was surprisingly spacious, surrounded by thick walls of blue stone. At the center sat a man appearing to be in his 50s, clad in a voluminous white robe adorned with a golden leaf embroidered on the back. 3 years, faster than I had imagined. The middle-aged man rose, dust cascading down from him. Li family, Tang family, you shall no longer underestimate the Ye family. His eyes sparkled with intensity as he waved his robe, and the heavy stone door creaked open. He stepped outside, only to be astonished to find another man dressed in identical attire awaiting him. Second brother? He approached in confusion. Zhanyao? The other turned to him. Should any member of the Ye family be present, they would be astonished to discover that this man bore an identical countenance to Ye Zhenzong, one of the three great elders. The man who had just emerged was the second elder, Ye Zhenyao. You two have broken through? Ye Zhenzong inquired, astonished. Yes, Ye Zhenyao replied, his spirit uplifted. Second brother, you have as well? Haha, we need no longer fear the Li or Tang families. Ye Zhenzong nodded affirmatively. 3 years prior, the three great elders had simultaneously entered seclusion, aiming to break through to the nascent soul stage and dismantle the Li and Tang family supremacy and martial prowess. Now, they had finally achieved that goal. Yet, an undercurrent of unease stirred within him. Second brother, what troubles you? Ye Zhenyao asked, perplexed. Ye Zhenzong shook his head. I am uncertain. It simply feels peculiar that this breakthrough to the nascent soul stage came so smoothly. Ye Zhenyao's brow furrowed. Now that you mention it, it is indeed strange. For these past years, I had shown no signs of breaking through, but just days ago, I suddenly sensed an enigmatic aura. My spirit stirred, and I smoothly ascended. Ye Zhenzong nodded in agreement. The two exchanged glances, both reading the confusion in each other's eyes. After a moment, Ye Zhenzong waved his hand dismissively. Let it be. Perhaps something has shifted in this place, awakening the spiritual energy. Let us return and see how the family fares. Ye Zhenyao laughed. With eldest brother around, there will surely be no issues. By the way, are we not waiting for grandfather? The three great elders, Ye Zhenzong, Ye Zhenyao, and Ye Zhenzu. Did you genuinely believe we would all break through together? Grandfather was only at the mid-golden core stage when he entered seclusion. He merely grew weary of worldly strife. Ye Zhenzong chuckled. Let us go ahead. Ye Zhenyao nodded, and together, their figures vanished from the space at the Ye residence. Ye Suifeng sat in his study, allocating the family's forthcoming resources. Suddenly, a stirring in his heart caused his expression to change dramatically, and he leaped out the window. He quickly arrived at the Ye family's ancestral hall, where two figures were just beginning to materialize. Father, third uncle. Ye Suifeng was taken aback, hastily bowing. The younger generation, Suifeng, congratulates the two elders on your successful emergence from seclusion. Ye Zhenzong regarded his son with a beaming expression. Well done, Suifeng. You have progressed to the late golden core stage. His heart filled with surprise. He recalled that his second son had been of average talent, merely at the foundation establishment stage before his seclusion. Who would have thought, in just 3 years, you would achieve the late golden core stage? Is this what they call late bloomers? Haha, I knew it. With eldest brother watching over, there would be no issues. Ye Zhenyao approached Suifeng and inquired, Where is your uncle? Hurry and bring him to welcome us. Faced with this question, Ye Suifeng hesitated, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Ye Zhenzong and the others perceived the oddity. Suifeng, where's the family head? Ye Zhenzong questioned sternly. Suifeng's throat felt dry as he stammered, Father, third uncle, the old family head. He has already departed for the west. The atmosphere chilled. What did you say? Ye Zhenyao seized Suifeng by the collar, his eyes, like copper bells, filled with bloodshot fury, fixed on him. What happened to my eldest brother? Suifeng's gaze darted, his words faltering, the old family head. He passed away unexpectedly a year ago. You speak nonsense? Ye Zhenyao pushed Suifeng away, a powerful aura erupting from him within the Ye family's ancestral hall. Anger mixed with sorrow exploded within Ye Zhenyao's chest. Calm down. Ye Zhenzong restrained the raging Ye Zhenyao, his expression grim as he glared at Suifeng. Who did this? The Li family? Or the Tang family? He too was consumed by rage. If it were indeed their doing, he vowed to not rest until he avenged the two great families. Suifeng sat on the ground, still shaken from Ye Zhenyao's sudden outburst, his chest heaving with pain. No, it was not them, Suifeng quickly clarified. The old family head ventured into the Qinggu Gao Ling a year ago, but was attacked by a 6th-grade demon beast, the blood slaughter tiger, and tragically lost his life. Upon hearing this, both Ye Zhenzong and Ye Zhenyao were rendered speechless. How could they have imagined that their eldest brother would meet such an end? Eldest brothered, Ye Zhenyao knelt upon the ground, his face etched with desolation. Ye Suifeng's heart was heavy with grief. Furrowing his brow, he asked, with the old family head gone, who now leads the Ye family? It is the old family head's son, Ye Suifeng, Suiyu replied. Father, we have adhered strictly to the family's regulations. Ye Suifeng exhaled deeply. Had it been Sui Yun or any other, he would have never allowed them to covet the position of family head, even if it were his own son. Thankfully, the Ye family's members had always understood the importance of unity from a young age, and no one had acted out of line. Yet, could Ye Suifeng truly bear the weight of this complex family? If memory serves correctly, eldest brother Ye Zhongguang's son had been woefully lacking in cultivation talent. After the old family head's departure, the family has not encountered any major issues, correct? Ye Suifeng inquired. Suiyu shook his head. No, well, there was something. Wait, was there something? Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. Was there any chance the Li family and the Tang family seized this opportunity to bully us? Ye Zhenyao's brow furrowed, his expression fierce, as though he would devour someone. Suiyu's face twisted in confusion as he blinked, stuttering, Father, second uncle, the Li family and the Tang family have already been eradicated. Ye Suifeng, Ye Zhenyao, what happened? Who was responsible? The two were utterly shocked. In Yunshao City, who possessed the power to do such a thing? Could it be that another powerful cultivator had come to Yunshao City? Suiyu rubbed his nose and spoke slowly. It was our new family head, Ye Suifeng. The two newly ascended elders of the nascent soul stage. An atmosphere of inexplicable bewilderment filled the air. He possesses such capability? How did he accomplish this? Did both great families not intervene? The two nearly simultaneously asked, did they take action? They did, Suiyu replied. Immediately after the battle in Yunshao City concluded, the two great families suddenly turned hostile, sending 3 nascent soul cultivators to besiege the family head, Ye Suifeng. And then, Suiyu hesitated. I did not see clearly. It appeared as though my brother merely raised a hand, and those 3 nascent soul cultivators instantly spat blood and fell. All others present from the two families were immobilized, unable to move. Then, with a mere thought, my brother annihilated all bloodlines of the Li family. In another instant, he slaughtered half of the Tang family, while the rest were sealed, forever unable to cultivate. Upon hearing Suiyu's account, Ye Zhenzong and Ye Zhanyao remained frozen in place. Motionless for an extended period at that moment, it felt as though they had been placed inside a colossal bell, with a massive hammer incessantly striking the exterior. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 66. A promise. When Ye Suifeng learned of the two elders' emergence from seclusion, he was genuinely taken aback. It had been so long that he had entirely forgotten there were still a few elders concealed beneath the ancestral hall of the Ye family. Eldest brother. The elders are currently in the revitalization courtyard. The revitalization courtyard was where Ye Zhongguang's 4 brothers had grown up. Ever since the 3 great elders closed themselves away and the old family had passed away, it had remained sealed. Then, let us proceed. Ye Suifeng sighed gently. Faced with these 3 elders he had never met, he found himself at a loss as to how to approach them. How shall we face them? In the main hall of the revitalization courtyard, Ye Zhenzong, Ye Zhenyao, along with Suiyu, Suihu, and Sui Bao, gathered together. After hearing about Ye Suifeng's actions, as well as the current transformations within the Ye family and Yunshao City, the 2 elders found their emotions exceedingly complex. It was merely a matter of closing the door, yet upon emerging, the entire world had transformed. Initially, when Suiyu mentioned this, they were somewhat incredulous. However, their skepticism began to dissipate upon the arrival of Sui Yun and Sui Bao, who had already transcended to the nascent soul stage. Slowly, they started to believe in this startling reality. Yet, the acceptance of such a truth remained a heavy burden on their hearts. The elder brother, whom they held in the highest regard, had passed away. Meanwhile, a nephew, who had always been a source of frustration and never regarded with favor, had inexplicably soared to new heights overnight. His capabilities were nothing short of miraculous, bordering on the extraordinary. When had the world changed so swiftly? They were truly at a loss on how to confront such an incomprehensibly powerful nephew. Father, my elder brother has indeed changed, yet his heart remains with the family. Suiyu discerned their doubts and spoke to clarify. Indeed, without my elder brother, we would not have the present glory of our family. The other 2 chimed in. The 2 elders exchanged glances, recognizing a shared emotion in each other's eyes. The strength of the family and unity within the clan. Was this not the very goal they had long sought? Perhaps, It was time to let go of certain burdens entirely. At that moment, two figures approached from outside, revealing Ye Suifeng and Ye Suiyun. Suifeng congratulated the two elders on successfully emerging from seclusion. Upon entering, Ye Suifeng still solemnly performed a bow. Although his soul had undergone a transformation and emotional ties seemed diminished, he felt it necessary to maintain the proper demeanor towards his elders. Suifeng has arrived. The two elders rose and said, "Please, take a seat." Hearing this, Ye Suifeng stepped forward and settled into a chair below them. "You may all leave now," Ye Zhenzong instructed, as Suiyun and the others gradually exited the main hall. Leaving only the three of them behind, a moment of silence enveloped the space. "I remember the last time I saw you. You were always buried in books, shunning conversation and avoiding the limelight." Ye Zhenzong initiated the dialogue. Ye Suifeng instinctively touched his chin. "Indeed, but people do change." Ye Zhenzong chuckled heartily. "Exactly, people do change. However, I never anticipated such monumental transformations in the world around us. We have witnessed the Ye family reach unprecedented heights under your leadership. We are genuinely delighted." Ye Zhenzong had a way with words, artfully framing personal change as a reflection of the world's transformation. Deftly sidestepping the most awkward of topics, Ye Suifeng gradually relaxed. "As a member of the Ye family, I am naturally duty-bound to contribute to its development. Your return is a welcome addition, and with two more elders, our family will surely prosper even further," he declared. Despite the slight awkwardness, he could not refuse the continuation of the elders' roles, given their lifelong dedication to the family. However, Ye Zhenzong chuckled. "No, we shall not." Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow, perplexed. "We have grown old." Ye Zhenzong replied, "To be truthful, after witnessing the family's remarkable transformation upon our emergence from seclusion, we are filled with astonishment and a sense of trepidation." "Why is that?" Ye Suifeng inquired. Ye Zhenzong smiled gently. "As I mentioned earlier, the world has changed far too rapidly. Our thoughts can no longer keep pace with the family's progress. Therefore, why should we retain the title of elder merely to issue nonsensical commands? This family shall be entrusted to your generation to manage. I have absolute confidence in you." Ye Suifeng was taken aback. He had not expected Ye Zhenzong to relinquish the title of elder so nonchalantly, especially after witnessing the Ye family's current prosperity. What fortitude this required! They were truly the foundation of the Ye family. "Uncle, there is really no need for such measures." Ye Zhenzong raised a hand, halting Ye Suifeng's words. "That you can call me uncle is sufficient," he said with a beaming smile. "If your elder brother were to see this achievement from the beyond, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed." Ye Suifeng fell silent. This sentiment was one he found difficult to bear. "I have heard that there seems to be some underlying circumstances surrounding your father's passing?" Ye Zhenzong suddenly inquired. "Yes," Ye Suifeng nodded. The blood fiend tiger should not have appeared on the outskirts of Qinggu jailing. However, subsequent investigations revealed no other leads. "Investigations did not involve you, did they?" Ye Zhenzong remarked. Ye Suifeng rubbed his nose. "At that time, my cultivation was too weak. So, Suifeng," Ye Zhenzong said suddenly, gazing intently at him. "You have the ability to uncover the truth, do you not?" Ye Suifeng hesitated for a moment before responding. "I should be able to. Promise me you will get to the bottom of this matter and find out who is truly behind it. Is that agreeable?" Ye Zhenzong's tone approached a plea. Ye Suifeng was again taken aback, looking into Ye Zhenzong's earnest eyes, filled with a profound sorrow that made it difficult to refuse. "Very well, I shall investigate. If someone is indeed behind this, I shall ensure they receive the punishment they deserve," he stated resolutely. A look of relief spread across Ye Zhenzong's face. "Then we shall rest easy." Ye Suifeng nodded. "I will take care of this matter. You have just emerged from seclusion. Take time to recuperate. I will have Suiyun construct a villa by the Mirror Lake. It is quite serene and elegant there." Ye Zhenzong waved his hand. "No need for that. After being underground for so long, the concept of serenity has grown tiresome." "Then what shall you do?" Ye Suifeng inquired, puzzled. Ye Zhenzong exchanged a knowing glance with Ye Zhenyao, and they both nodded. "The world is vast. We wish to go out and see it. Having been busy our entire lives, we have yet to truly enjoy the delights of this world," they said, bursting into hearty laughter. Observing them, Ye Suifeng felt uncertain how to respond. "Then allow me to prepare some provisions for your journey," he proposed. Ye Zhenzong was about to refuse once more when Ye Suifeng interjected. "Please do not decline a younger generation's respect for their elders." Ye Zhenzong paused. then eventually nodded. Very well, we are family, and there is no need for excessive courtesy. Quite right, Ye Suifeng smiled. Shortly thereafter, he stepped out of the main hall, only to find that Yi Zhenzong and Yi Zhanyao had already vanished. Sui Yun and the others wore expressions of resignation. The two elders had informed them before leaving, "Just attend to your own matters." Ye Suifeng dismissed them and then gazed toward the distant northern mountains. It was time for him to depart. Let my first destination be Qinggu Jailing. Chapter 67. Departure the following day. At the entrance of the Yi family estate, two Xianlin steeds stood at either side of the gate. One black and one white. Two groups of people had already gathered. Yi Huang and Yi Long emerged from within, each mounting a Xianlin steed. They rode forward, facing one another. "Cousin, this pure white Xianlin steed suits you perfectly," Yi Huang remarked with a smile. Yi Long, clad in white, looked striking atop his fine horse, reminiscent of a young hero in a snowy landscape. "I didn't expect you to choose the most spirited one," Yi Long replied, chuckling. Both shared a hearty laugh, their eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. Having grown up under the same roof, their relationship had been one of rivalry, yet it was overshadowed by the camaraderie forged through countless battles fought side by side. This parting would leave them uncertain when they might reunite. "Cousin, don't let me outshine you when we meet again," Yi Huang teased, dispelling the somber atmosphere of their farewell. Yi Long smiled in return. "You have the advantage in numbers at Tianwan Hall. Should you find yourself short on funds during your travels, I could lend you some." He said this while casually handling the storage ring gifted to them by Ye Suifeng. "I suggest you keep that safe. We have a whole family to support." Yi Huang laughed. "Duffed. Our Zhenlong Hall is built on self-made wealth. This little travel fund from uncle is hardly to." Yi Long began, but his expression suddenly changed as he peered into the storage ring. He quickly looked up, gripping it tightly. He had assumed it was merely travel expenses, but upon closer inspection, it seemed to contain a fortune exceeding 10 billion, primarily composed of high-quality spirit stones. Noticing his astonishment, Yi Huang burst into laughter. "It seems this is the first time my father has given you pocket money." Yi Long's mouth twitched. "Pocket money? What kind of parent gives pocket money like this?" "Cousin, we must not disappoint his expectations. Until we meet again." Yi Huang clasped his hands together. Yi Long mirrored the gesture, discreetly returning the storage ring to his palm space. Then, both turned their horses around, one group heading east while the other ventured west, galloping away in no time. They had exited the city gates. Among Yi Huang's entourage, a dark-skinned youth cast a lingering glance towards Yunxiao City. "Mi Feng. Keep up," Zhang Fei called out. "Dao, right?" Mi Feng hurriedly turned back to follow the group. Following the battle at Yunxiao City, he refrained from sending Wen Shu to seek out the head of the Yi family. Opting instead to join Tianwan Hall, he aimed to stand shoulder to shoulder with the figure that inspired him through his own efforts. Meanwhile, at the southern gate of Yunxiao City, a group of young people clad in green emerged on foot. Among them was a figure exuding an ethereal aura, dressed in a light green robe, standing slightly apart from the others. "Yi Qinyao. Qinyao, don't mind that Guan Mu. Many people at the academy are quite amiable." A girl beside her said, "It's all right." Yi Qinyao replied with a gentle smile. "I've simply never ventured so far from home. That's the same for everyone," the girl continued cheerfully. "Most of the students at the academy come from distant lands. My hometown is far, far to the south." "Where?" The girl's chatter was lively and engaging, gradually alleviating Yi Qinyao's homesickness. After a while, Yi Qinyao smiled and asked, "What is your name?" "Me?" The girl giggled. "I'm Yin Shi. Don't worry. Once we arrive at the academy, I'll be sure to look out for you." At the northern gate of Yunxiao City, a humble donkey cart ambled out. A seemingly unremarkable young man leisurely drove the cart, which carried a dilapidated, roofless wagon filled with dried straw. Inside the cart sat a small figure, clad in a black cloak that enveloped her entirely, leaving only a small face visible, a face with large, helpless eyes and a pouting mouth that seemed to defy the heavens. "Is this really how we're departing, uncle?" Yi Xiao's tone brimmed with reluctance. "What would you prefer, to be carried out in a grand palanquin?" Ye Suifeng replied, head still turned away. Yi Xiao sighed deeply, propping her chin in her hands. She had so many unfulfilled aspirations. Accompanying her uncle, it seemed there would be no opportunity in the near future. "Brother Yi, wait for me." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Moments later, two figures, one large and one small, rushed toward them in a flurry. Ye Suifeng halted the donkey cart and turned to see Gu Wan Xian approaching, breathless, with a demure girl in tow. "Brother Yi," Gu Wan Xian exclaimed as she reached them, panting heavily. "What is it?" Ye Suifeng inquired. "There is something I've wanted to say for a while, but I never found the chance," Gu Wan Xian confessed, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. Why Ye Suifeng's heart skipped a beat. Was this about to turn into a romantic drama? "Please, no, sister." After speaking, Gu Wan Xian pulled the girl forward, saying, "This is my little niece, Gu Yulan. She is quick-witted and quite clever. I believe having a helpful girl by your side would make your journey much more convenient." Ye Suifeng understood now. That was the intention behind her words. However, he had grown accustomed to solitude, and the presence of another might complicate matters. "Thank you for your kindness, but I must decline. She is very obedient and can assist you with many mundane tasks," Gu Wan Xian insisted urgently. Yet Ye Suifeng shook his head. "No, I prefer to be alone. She can prepare countless delicious dishes from various cuisines." Ye Suifeng. She is even collecting recipes from all over the world and is currently learning them. Ye Suifeng. "I believe that while traveling, having an extra person can offer a new perspective." "Xiao Xiao, what do you think?" Ye Xiao Xiao. Thus, moments later, a slender figure joined the humble donkey cart. As they traversed the wide road, the three of them, one donkey and three travelers, slowly made their way toward the distant mountains. Chapter 68. The time Black Hole Wudong Town, located at the foot of Qinggu Jialing, was once a small settlement with a sparse population. It served as a temporary abode for wandering cultivators seeking opportunities in the mountains. However, after the joint efforts of the Tianwan Hall Master and the Jinlong Pavilion Master to combat a formidable beast tide a few months prior, Wudong Town began to flourish. Its area had expanded multiple times over, attracting numerous wandering cultivators who claimed that entering the mountains from here would bring them fortune. One day, a humble donkey cart ambled into Wudong Town, driven by a young man in simple attire. Within the cart sat two distinctly different young girls, one quiet and composed, the other restless and fidgety. They were none other than Ye Suifeng and his companions. The journey from Yunshao City to Wudong Town had taken a full 10 days, with Ye Suifeng deliberately allowing the donkey cart to travel leisurely. Along the way, they encountered numerous scenic views and met various people, of course, tasting many different delicacies in the process. Ji Yulan. This little girl was remarkably skilled in the kitchen. Rivaling the chefs at Zue Minglu, she had a knack for uncovering the deepest value of any ingredient, transforming it into a culinary masterpiece. "She is a treasure," Ye Suifeng declared, offering the highest praise he had ever given. "Wow, Wudong Town has changed so much." As the cart progressed, Ye Xiaoxiao looked around in astonishment, cradling a white rabbit in her arms. This rabbit was ordinary save for its exceptionally large front teeth, which were several times larger than those of a typical rabbit. Ye Xiaoxiao had taken a liking to the rabbit at first sight, rescuing it from a litter Gu Yulan had caught, all while exclaiming how adorable it was, even as she savored the dishes made from its siblings. Ye Suifeng regarded her with scorn. "The last time I came here with my sister, it was just a slightly larger village," Ye Xiaoxiao remarked. Ye Suifeng nodded. The number of cultivators in Yunshao City has been steadily increasing. Along their journey, they had encountered noticeably more cultivators than before, likely having traveled from elsewhere, given that Yunshao City had become a hub of opportunities. After a while, they arrived at a large square. In the center, mist swirled, and behind the thick fog, they could vaguely see massive structures. Upon getting closer, Ye Suifeng was taken aback to discover that it was, in fact, two lifelike statues. One figure brandished a spear, his gaze fierce and filled with martial spirit, as if he was hunting ferocious beasts. Yi Long. The other stood with a long sword resting on the ground, hands clasped behind his back, his battle robe billowing, exuding an aura of dominance. Yi Huang. The people of Wudong Town had erected statues in honor of the two. Ye Xiaoxiao gazed upward, her mouth agape. They looked so handsome. "Mind your words." Suddenly, an elderly cultivator approached. "This is indeed the Phoenix Fairy and Lord Dragon, extraordinary prodigies. How could mere mortal words suffice to describe them?" He shot a glare at Ye Xiaoxiao, then produced two long incense sticks, igniting them before placing them at the foot of the sculpture. Ye Xiaoxiao stood frozen for a moment, at a loss for words. How could an outsider dare to disrespect my beloved elder siblings? What has become of this world? Ye Suifeng couldn't help but chuckle. After the old cultivist finished paying his respects, he stepped forward to inquire, "My friend, Why do you feel compelled to act in such a manner towards these two young individuals? The old cultivist appraised Ye Suifeng from head to toe. You must be new to Wudong Town. I advise you to swiftly purchase some heavenly incense and light it at the feet of the Phoenix Fairy and Lord Dragon. Surely, you will find protection in the fateful winds. With that, he ignored Ye Suifeng and turned to leave. Ye Suifeng rubbed his nose in disbelief. Am I to offer incense for my daughter and nephew? How utterly absurd. Besides, they wouldn't bear the burden of it. Heh, uncle, should I go buy some now to try our luck? Ye Xiaoxiao stifled a giggle. Get lost? Ye Suifeng retorted. Somewhat irked, Ye Xiaoxiao huffed, and the little rabbit nestled in her arms bared its teeth at Ye Suifeng, proving to be quite the rebellious companion, much like its owner. Sooner or later, it would find itself in a pot. Observing the throngs of people offering prayers, Ye Suifeng chose not to linger further and turned to depart. Behind him, Ye Xiaoxiao leaned closer to Gu Yulan and whispered, Yulan, heed my advice. He simply cannot swallow his pride. You should go buy some incense to offer there. Gu Yulan's expression remained unchanged. Miss, my aunt instructed me to heed only the elder's words while outside. I sincerely apologized. Ye Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes in exasperation. How dull. The three of them enjoyed a simple meal in Wudong Town before continuing deeper into the high ridge. After traversing a path teeming with cultivators, Ye Suifeng finally quickened his pace. With a swift motion of his hand, the donkey cart rose into the air, gliding atop the clouds at an exhilarating speed. Ye Xiaoxiao seized the opportunity to shed her robe, her crimson locks billowing in the wind, her spirits lifted. Meanwhile, Gu Yulan clung tightly to the cart, her expression tense. Come on, Uncle won't he let you fall? Ye Xiaoxiao encouraged as she pulled her up. The two stood in the cart, gazing at the sun floating above the clouds, the golden rays gently caressing their faces. Isn't it beautiful? Ye Xiaoxiao asked with a smile. Gu Yulan nodded vigorously. Observing this enchanting scene, she recalled her aunt's words. Following that esteemed elder, you will witness wonders that others can only dream of. When she first laid eyes on the donkey cart, she had doubted those words. But now, her belief was unwavering. Majestic mountains sped by beneath their feet. The cart soared further into the ancient heights, ultimately arriving at the summit of a dense forest. Ye Suifeng whistled, and the cart descended slowly, landing beside a shallow pond. This was the very spot where Ye Zhengguang had been ambushed. You all wait for me here, Ye Suifeng instructed before floating up to a nearby high wall. The view from this vantage point was expansive, allowing him to see everything below. A year had passed since that incident, and nature had long since erased all traces. Ye Suifeng let out a soft sigh. In truth, he had always harbored some reluctance regarding Ye Zhengguang, his biological father. After all, he hailed from another world, a mature adult suddenly burdened with a father. How could one face such a reality with ease? Certainly, with his current abilities, he could even reunite the soul and reconstruct the body to resurrect Ye Zhengguang. Yet, after resurrection, how would they coexist? He found it impossible to genuinely call him father. Thus, even though Ye Zhengguang's death was shrouded in mystery, he had never actively sought the truth. Were it not for Ye Zhanzong's pleas, perhaps he would have never come to this place. Alas, let us uncover the truth. It is only fitting to give this borrowed body a sense of closure. Ye Suifeng inhaled deeply, extending his hand slowly before suddenly flipping it upward. Time rewinds. As he moved, everything beneath him began to shift. Trees swayed. Streams flowed backward. Heaven and earth turned upside down. Grass burrowed underground. And even the birds shrank swiftly, returning to their shells. Suddenly, great trees began to topple, revealing a scene of utter devastation before Ye Suifeng's eyes. He had returned to a year prior, after the battle had occurred. He witnessed shattered rocks, blood-soaked earth, and the tragic demise of the Ye family members. The blood-fiend tiger's strength was far beyond their capacity to withstand. Ye Suifeng slowed his pace, intent on discerning how this calamity had transpired. As time passed, a ferocious roar echoed in the distance. It was the voice of the blood-fiend tiger. The truth lay before him. Yet at that moment, an intense spatial fluctuation abruptly erupted. The scene before him began to tremble violently, the visuals rippling like water. Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow, unleashing a formidable aura, his immeasurable soul power emanating forth to stabilize this fragment of time. However, all at once, the entire scene vanished, engulfed in a pitch-black void. Ye Suifeng's expression turned grave. This was a temporal black hole. Someone had employed immense power to forcibly sever the moment of Ye Suifeng's ambush from time. Chapter 69. Apologies, River of Time within the void. Ye Suifeng stood amidst a realm of nothingness, his brow furrowed in perplexity. He could not fathom why the moment of Ye Suifeng's ambush had been erased. Who was the perpetrator? What secrets lay hidden within? Why would a mere late-stage golden core cultivator attract such a formidable force? Countless questions swirled in Ye Suifeng's mind. He continued to rewind time, and after a period within the black hole, the world was once again illuminated. However, the scene below had returned to tranquility. Clearly, this was before the battle had taken place. That enigmatic presence had indeed come for Ye Suifeng. How intriguing! Ye Suifeng chuckled coldly. If you wish to conceal your identity, I will make it my mission to uncover who you are and your intentions. He then reversed time once more, passing through the black hole to arrive at the scene that had been erased. Dozens of Ye family corpses lay before him, bloodied and lifeless. You can sever time, but can you erase causality? Ye Suifeng's fingers curled into claws, piercing through the void. Moments later, he grasped a gray line. It was the path of causality. Previously, in his pursuit of the killer of Ye Suifeng, he had only skimmed the surface of causality. But this time, he had seized the entirety of the path of causality. Go! Ye Suifeng thrust his palm forward, and the gray line of causality expanded infinitely, transforming the entire realm into a gray world. This was the canopy of causality. Countless threads of causality swayed within. Ye Suifeng peered through the canopy at the fallen Ye family members. However, to his astonishment, within the realm of causality, he could see the life trajectories of all living beings. Yet, the deceased Ye family members were shrouded in a misty gray fog. They were no longer part of causality. That individual had truly erased their very essence of causality. Ye Suifeng's heart sank deeper into confusion. What abilities did Ye Suifeng possess to warrant such treatment from that presence? Gazing at the scene devoid of any trace, Ye Suifeng waved his hand, dispersing the gray world and returning to the realm of reality. The fresh air gradually calmed the agitation in his heart. It was evident that the one responsible for these actions was a master of great powers. They were well versed in the laws of the universe and executed their deeds with precision, leaving no trace to follow. This situation had grown increasingly complex. He never anticipated that the first commitment he made would prove to be so arduous. Ye Suifeng shook his head, a cold smile gracing his lips. But if you think I will surrender, you underestimate me. I will certainly find you. Moments later, Ye Suifeng descended beside the donkey cart. Uncle, we found a nest of spirit greenbird eggs. Upon his return, Ye Xiaoxiao bounded over. Yet, when she caught sight of Ye Suifeng's expression, her heart skipped a beat, and she withdrew her hand, her wide eyes fixed on him, speechless. She had never seen her uncle appear so serious. Ye Suifeng regarded her with a smile. It's fine, I must leave once more. You all stay here and behave, do not wander off. As he spoke, he drew a large circle around the donkey cart with his finger. Remember, absolutely do not step outside this circle. The earlier events had rendered him slightly wary. Perhaps the individual behind it all was not simply targeting Ye Suifeng. Rest assured, uncle, I will certainly not stray. Ye Xiaoxiao nodded earnestly. Ye Suifeng chuckled as he ruffled her hair. Wait for me. I shall return swiftly. With that, his figure gradually faded from view. Uncle! Ye Xiaoxiao called out, but realized it was too late. She surveyed her surroundings and instinctively clutched the little rabbit in her arms tighter. Then, she pulled Gu Yulan into the cart's compartment. Yulan, don't be afraid. Let me tell you a story. In the realm of nothingness, the silver river of time flowed from the ancient past to the future, unceasing and unnoticed. Suddenly, a figure appeared above the river of time. It was Ye Suifeng. He surveyed the boundless river before him, a cold smile creeping onto his face. I refuse to believe you can manipulate this place. The realm of nothingness was born from the evolution of the river of time. Theo opposed it was to challenge the very fabric of space itself. Here, no one possessed such immense power. Ye Suifeng stood with his hands behind his back, stepping upon the river of time as he swam upstream. Soon, he arrived at the temporal node from a year prior, the moment of Ye Suifeng's ambush. At last, he beheld Ye Suifeng and the rampaging blood-fiend tiger. Ye Suifeng's spirit lifted. Indeed, his suspicions had been correct. Contemplating, he dove into the river of time, arriving at that familiar scene. The land lay in ruins. A burly middle-aged man, bloodied and battered, stood face to face with a colossal red-black demon tiger, with dozens of corpses strewn behind him. Impossible! You cannot be here! The middle-aged man bore a striking resemblance to Ye Suifeng, being none other than Ye Zhenguang. This was the first time Ye Suifeng had witnessed him alive. At this moment, he was grievously injured. On the brink of death, in a fit of rage, he questioned the beast. However, the blood-fiend tiger showed no interest in conversing, letting out a roar before lunging forward. Its razor-sharp claws instantly tore through Ye Zhenguang's body. Having dispatched him with ease, the blood-fiend tiger howled to the heavens before dissipating into countless stars, vanishing entirely. That individual had come solely to eliminate Ye Zhenguang. But what could their motive possibly be? From the previous scene, it was clear that Ye Zhenguang was an utterly ordinary cultivator, devoid of any distinguishing features. For such a being, there was no justification for expending such effort against him from that presence. Ye Suifeng found himself perplexed. Fine, I shall investigate myself. Ye Suifeng pinpointed the location where the blood-fiend tiger had disappeared, preparing to once again employ the path of causality within the river of time. However, just as he was about to act, the scene before him abruptly shifted violently. The entire galaxy seemed to invert in an instant. Then, within the galaxy, countless colossal portals surged forth, surrounding Ye Suifeng in the blink of an eye. Each portal concealed a different world behind it. These were powers extracted from the river of time. Ye Suifeng snorted coldly, unleashing all his strength in a single punch directed at the nearest portal. Yet, with a thunderous sound, the portal merely shuddered momentarily before returning to its original state. The silver light continued to swirl upon the portal. Ye Suifeng's brow furrowed. It appeared that the individual had linked these portals to the entire river of time. Opposing them was tantamount to opposing the river itself. This was clearly a premeditated scheme. Was this all for me? Ye Suifeng observed the temporal powers swirling around the countless portals and realized that this matter was far more intricate than he had initially imagined. But are you truly prepared? A cold smile spread across Ye Suifeng's face as he concentrated, unleashing the cultivation stored within his system, flooding it into his body. 10,000 years, 100,000 years. Within the portals, Ye Suifeng's cultivation surged wildly. The world had its limits. If he became too powerful, it might shatter. Yet within the realm of nothingness, there was no such concern. Ye Suifeng continuously extracted cultivation, and ripples appeared in the void surrounding him. The temporal powers flowing through the countless portals accelerated dramatically, clearly sensing the pressure. After Ye Suifeng absorbed 100 billion units of cultivation, the portals became riddled with cracks. Get lost? Ye Suifeng roared, clenching his fist and launching an attack at the portal before him. An incomprehensibly immense energy erupted forth instantaneously. As the countless portals made contact with his fist, they disintegrated into dust. The force was so overwhelming that after shattering the portals, it surged directly into the river of time. Boom! The earth-shattering roar echoed. The dark void seemed to ignite like an incredibly radiant sun, blinding to behold. After a long while, the brilliance gradually faded. Ye Suifeng stood in the void. Before him, the silver river of time had split open, revealing a vast chasm. His punch had directly severed the river of time. The void surged forth, flowing upward through the chasm, consuming the upstream of the river of time. In the wake of Ye Suifeng's wrathful strike, all of the time from a year ago was obliterated. Gazing at the scene before him, Ye Suifeng fell silent. Just after breaking through, he had failed to control his strength. My apologies, River of Time. Chapter 70. No turning back in the realm of nothingness, Ye Suifeng stood amidst the void, watching as the distant river of time was gradually consumed by the void, until it vanished entirely. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed, and the entire space trembled violently. Then, at the point where the river of time had fractured, a swirling gray mist surged upward. It was the essence of chaos. Ye Suifeng remained impassive. It seemed his previous punch had not only shattered the river of time, but had also fractured this realm of nothingness. You all must have heard of me. I truly did not intend for this to happen. Ye Suifeng felt a sense of helplessness. His intention had merely been to break the portals that had confined him. Who would have thought that 100 billion years of cultivation would unleash such ferocity? It had torn a great rift in the realm of nothingness. Truly, the fire at the city gate has indeed affected the fish in the moat. Who orchestrated such grand designs? The scale of this was undoubtedly not solely to target Ye Zhenguang. Within the river of time, Ye Suifeng clearly saw that Ye Zhenguang was merely an utterly ordinary cultivator, devoid of any remarkable traits. Could it be due to his mother? Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow. In his memories, his mother was merely a disciple from an ordinary sect outside Yunshao City. Their union had been more of a political alliance than anything else. Thus, the possibility of her being the target was also quite low. Alternatively, it was also possible that this was truly about me. Severing the fragments of time and erasing causality was perhaps to guide him into the river of time in search of the truth. In the river of time, when he first employed the path of causality, those portals had appeared. Reflecting back, those portals, connected to the river of time, were indeed perilous. Even in that mundane world, even those whose cultivation approaches its zenith would find it impossible to break free. It is highly probable that they would be slain on the spot. Are you seeking to leverage Ye Zhenguang's demise to eliminate me? Ye Suifeng chuckled coldly. Indeed, that person possesses extraordinary capabilities. Alas, he has failed. However, he has succeeded in one regard. He has effectively stirred the ire of Ye Suifeng. I hope you have the foresight to secure a well-placed burial site for yourself, as he spoke. Ye Suifeng extended his palm, revealing a pristine white leaf, as pure as snow, resting quietly in his hand. Upon the leaf was depicted the image of an animal, resembling a bear with an exceptionally lush coat. At the very moment Ye Suifeng's hand shattered the river of time, his consciousness seized upon this leaf. It was ensconced within the temporal fragment of Ye Zhenguang's murder. Moreover, the leaf is extraordinarily unique, severed from the threads of causality, existing beyond the realm of fate. Just wait, I shall undoubtedly find you. Ye Suifeng pocketed the white leaf, turned, and prepared to return to his original world. As he traversed the void, a thin veil appeared before him. This veil constituted the world barrier of this realm, designed to fend off the encroaching chaos of the outside world. Yet for Ye Suifeng, passing through it was a trivial matter. Without much contemplation, he stepped into the world barrier. However, at that moment, a terrifying event transpired. As soon as his foot made contact, a series of cracking sounds erupted. In Ye Suifeng's astonished gaze, the world barrier began to fracture inch by inch. Countless laws of the heavenly way contained within the barrier shattered, one after another, turning to dust. Witnessing this scene, Ye Suifeng hastily withdrew his foot. Only then did the collapse of the world barrier gradually cease, slowly beginning to mend the laws that had been broken. Ye Suifeng, that he had forgotten that he had extracted a cultivation of 100 billion years. His own energy had long since surpassed the threshold of this realm's capacity. It is not an exaggeration to say that if he were to lose a single hair due to a sleepless night and fall into this world, it would be utterly obliterated within the span of an hour. I arrived here in perfect condition and now, I can't get back? A resounding exclamation echoed in Ye Suifeng's heart. In the depths of the Qinggu jailing, a donkey cart stood out amidst the dense primordial forest, appearing exceedingly incongruous. Outside the cart, a white circle emanated a faint glow, seemingly shielding the cart. Inside the carriage, two young girls crouched, Ye Xiaoxiao and Gu Yulan. Suddenly, a commotion arose from outside. Ye Xiaoxiao immediately perked her ears, turned and leaned over the edge of the cart, slowly peering out. The jungle was tranquil, the foliage dense. A fleeting glimmer of fear flashed in her large eyes. Subsequently, she hesitantly withdrew her head. What a liar! You promised to return swiftly, yet it's been 3 days and still no sign of him, Ye Xiaoxiao murmured. She clutched the rabbit in her arms tightly, curling into a ball, burying her face in her knees. Yulan, do you think he has abandoned me because I was too mischievous? Or has he encountered some danger? Or perhaps has he been ambushed and died? Jiu Yulan gazed at the girl before her and sighed softly. The usually unruly Ye Xiaoxiao appeared so timid in the absence of Ye Suifeng. She propped herself up and sat beside Ye Xiaoxiao. Miss, why don't you tell me another story? Ye Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes and replied. I have no stories left. Then tell me again how you helped those impoverished children realize their dreams in your dreams, Gu Yulan suggested. Ye Xiaoxiao fell silent for a moment before gently sighing. Dreams are illusory. By the next day, people still starve to death. Jiu Yulan was taken aback. Then why don't you save them? Ye Xiaoxiao opened her eyes, staring intently at the straw before her. In the dream realm, I can see countless dreams every day. There are beautiful dreams and nightmares alike. I also witness many people struggling and dying in torment. I watch them die right before my eyes, yet I can do nothing. I don't even know where they are. I can't save them. I truly cannot save anyone. As she spoke, Ye Suifeng buried her head once more in her knees, softly weeping. Jiu Yulan stared at the sobbing Ye Suifeng, utterly astonished. She never imagined that this seemingly carefree little girl had already become accustomed to the life and death of the mortal realm. She pursed her lips and gently raised her arm, embracing Ye Suifeng. How about I tell you a story instead? Chapter 71. The heavenly Dao ring beyond the world barrier. Ye Suifeng had been here for a full day. He attempted various methods to enter this realm. Yet, whether he suppressed his aura or disguised himself as a weak tribulation stage cultivator, he could not safely pass through the world barrier. Of course, this safety was from the perspective of the world. His current strength posed a potential permanent disaster to this realm if he were not careful. What is this? Something that could be easily washed away by a mere puddle of urine dares to be called a world. The insignificance of the world only fueled his impatience. If he truly could not return, what would become of the Ye family? How heartbroken would Ye Huang be? Moreover, he had left Ye Suifeng behind at Qinggu jailing. No, he must calm down. Ye Suifeng took a deep breath and began to contemplate earnestly. Relying on brute force would not suffice. The issue at hand was not a lack of power, but rather that he was too powerful. Even dispersing his cultivation would not work. His body had reached an immeasurable state alongside his cultivation. At this very moment, a single drop of his blood could effortlessly annihilate countless beings, obliterating a small world. Was it possible to abandon his physical form and seize another's? That would be worse than not returning at all. It was too repulsive. After much contemplation, Ye Suifeng gradually recognized his most significant weakness, his lack of profound knowledge of the Dao. Although he possessed cultivation and a divine soul that surpassed that of ordinary individuals and could easily manipulate the laws of the Dao, he was somewhat naive regarding certain intricate and specialized techniques. The reason was simple. He had never encountered them. Since his crossing, he had read numerous cultivation texts, but they were all from the mundane realm. His exposure to knowledge of the Dao that transcended the mundane world was minimal. It was precisely for this reason that he had fallen into the trap of that unknown entity, nearly shattering the entire void and now finding himself unable to return. The thought of this only intensified his desire to locate the mastermind and exact revenge. Forget it. For now, I should focus on how to return. Ye Suifeng gazed at the world barrier before him, where countless heavenly laws intertwined like a finely woven celestial net. Perhaps if I transform myself into the heavenly Dao of this realm, I could integrate into it? A spark of inspiration suddenly illuminated his mind. He recalled something. Opening his palm, a brilliant crystal stone materialized within it. This was the celestial array stone. Such a stone could directly connect with the laws of the heavenly Dao, serving as a conduit for the rules. The origin tower was crafted utilizing this characteristic. It employed various intricate formations to intertwine the laws, thus generating myriad sources of spiritual liquid. Yes, this approach should have a high probability of success. Ye Suifeng nodded, gesturing grandly as countless celestial array stones aligned neatly in the void before him. This was an immensely vast endeavor. He needed to inscribe all the heavenly laws onto the celestial array stones to serve as his disguise. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ye Suifeng commenced his work. 1 day, 2 days. Days turned into weeks, and for over 10 days, Ye Suifeng was wholly engrossed in the process of replicating the heavenly Dao. Each celestial array stone bore intricate and densely packed patterns, each representing a distinct heavenly law. At last, diligence bore fruit. He inscribed a complete heavenly Dao into the celestial array stones. The celestial array stones now deserve to be called heavenly Dao stones. Ye Suifeng exhaled deeply, counting and discovering that there were over 100 billion of them. Every detail was meticulously accounted for. I hope you do not disappoint me. Ye Suifeng shifted his hands, and the 100 billion heavenly Dao stones transformed into a colossal vortex. Then, they shrank tightly towards the center. Moments later, all the heavenly Dao stones vanished, coalescing into a small, white ring that landed in Ye Suifeng's palm. I shall name you the heavenly Dao ring. Ye Suifeng casually named it and donned the heavenly Dao ring. Instantly, the aura surrounding him underwent a transformation, becoming enigmatic and profound. It was as though he had metamorphosed into a walking embodiment of the heavenly Dao. Let's give it a try. With the heavenly Dao ring securely on his finger, Ye Suifeng approached the world barrier once more. Taking a deep breath, he extended his hand towards the world within. As he passed through the world barrier, finally, there was no further collapse. A stream of luminous energy flowed from the heavenly Dao ring, enveloping Ye Suifeng's hand. It protected Ye Suifeng. Oh no. It shielded this world from the potential harm of Ye Suifeng. Ye Suifeng's spirit soared as he took a step forward, his entire being gliding into the barrier. Oh, further accidents occurred, and Ye Suifeng successfully entered. What a difficult endeavor it was. Ye Suifeng glanced at the heavenly Dao ring on his hand, feeling immense satisfaction. Unfortunately, within this realm, he would be as weak as the heavenly Dao itself. I should hurry and check on Xiao Xiao and the others, ensuring they haven't caused any trouble in Qinggu jailing. The donkey cart remained in place. Suddenly, a figure appeared before the cart. The emaciated old donkey let out a startled braid. Ye Xiao Xiao's head popped out from the carriage. Upon seeing Ye Suifeng, she momentarily froze. Oh, not bad. You actually behaved this time and didn't run outside the circle. Before Ye Suifeng could finish speaking, a small figure leaped into his embrace, clinging to him tightly. I thought you wouldn't come back. Ye Xiao Xiao's voice quivered with unshed tears. Almost, but I managed to return. Ye Suifeng replied with a smile. Ye Xiao Xiao said nothing, merely tightening her grip around him. Sensing her emotions, Ye Suifeng sighed softly and chuckled. I recall you stayed in the dream realm for a month last time and didn't react like this. That's because you returned on time. Ye Xiao Xiao mumbled. What? Ye Xiao Xiao suddenly released her hold, glaring at Ye Suifeng. The next time you leave, could you please specify a concrete time? You said you'd be back soon, and we waited for over half a month. Gazing at the suddenly irate Ye Xiao Xiao, Ye Suifeng was taken aback. When did this girl become so clingy? He ruffled her purplish red hair, smiling. All right, I promise you that if I must leave again, I'll give you an exact time. How does that sound? Ye Xiao Xiao pouted. That's more like it. Then, he turned to see Gu Yulan just stepping out of the cart. You have no idea how terrified Yulan was out here in the wilderness. Gee, Yulan. Fine, you win. Whatever you say goes, that's enough. Ye Suifeng chuckled. This time, it's on me. You enjoy playing, right? I promise you, for the upcoming journey, you can do whatever you wish. Ye Xiao Xiao immediately burst into joyous cheers. Observing the adorable little girl, Ye Suifeng couldn't help but reflect on the worthiness of his arduous efforts to return. As for that mastermind lurking in the shadows, I shall settle accounts with you in due time. Chapter 72. The northern snowfield in the midst of towering mountains, peaks rise like blades, piercing the clouds and soaring hundreds of feet high. Virtually no human has ever reached this place, and everything retains its most primitive form. Among these, one mountain stands even taller and more imposing than the rest. At its summit lies a verdant pool of water. Beside the pool, a holy azure lion lies in slumber, its eyes closed. Suddenly, its ears perk up, and it turns its head towards the southern sky. A powerful wave of energy is hurtling towards this location at great speed. The azure lion immediately sprang to its feet. Its gaze locked onto the distant horizon. The aura emanating from that direction was nearly equal to its own and was boldly unrestrained. It's seeking to challenge my dominance. An explosive rage surged from the azure lion, its fur bristling in fury. Who dares to provoke me in this domain? Moments later, a colorful silhouette appeared in its line of sight, resembling a bird. The azure lion blinked in surprise, hot breaths billowing forth that melted the very stones beneath its feet. It recognized that the approaching avian was none other than its rival, the colorful phoenix, residing 100 miles away. As the colorful phoenix rapidly closed the distance, growing larger in view, the azure lion puffed out its chest, its mane wild, and let out a thunderous roar towards the phoenix. The immense power detonated atop the mountain, sending the surrounding clouds and mist scattering, creating a vast arc of several kilometers in diameter. Roar! It unleashed its fury. Yet suddenly, it sensed something amiss in its surroundings. The scent of the grass and trees had vanished, replaced by a faint, aromatic fragrance. The azure lion opened its eyes, and a human face appeared before it. Meow! A massive fist loomed large in its vision. With a resounding thud, darkness enveloped its senses, and it knew no more. Uncle, what is that? In the sky, the colorful phoenix suddenly echoed with a girl's voice. A girl with long, purplish red hair peeked out from beneath the phoenix. It was Ye Xiao Xiao. She was not perched upon the phoenix, but rather clinging to one of its claws, swaying gently in midair. Suddenly, Ye Xiao Xiao released her grip, and a blue circle appeared beneath her feet. In an instant, she found herself before Ye Suifeng. Ye Suifeng was still driving the donkey cart, casually tossing the unconscious lion behind him. He remarked nonchalantly, "This is the Tsanggu Qing lion, an 8th-grade demon beast, equivalent to a human cultivator in the late stage of integration. Dahao." Ye Suifeng responded, tilting her head to observe the now smaller, somewhat dazed Tsanggu Qing lion, which Gu Yulan had just stabbed in the throat with a dagger. "Use the method I taught you to discern it carefully. This type of lion has delicious meat and treasures throughout its body." Ye Suifeng instructed. "Yes, sir." Gu Yulan drew out a small knife, and blood gushed forth, but she quickly collected it in a small vial. This knife was specially crafted by Ye Suifeng for Gu Yulan. It could slice through even the toughest materials with ease. Gu Yulan dipped her finger in the fresh blood and tasted it. Instantly, her eyes glimmered with a faint golden light. Observing the two before her, Ye Suifeng couldn't help but shrink her neck. "That's so cruel. The lion is so adorable." However, recalling the delicious delicacies crafted by Gu Yulan, her stomach began to rumble. "I won't watch anymore." Ye Suifeng leaned back, and a blue circle appeared, transporting her to perch upon the colorful phoenix's neck. Then, she seemed to hear the sound of sobbing. Tilting her head, she saw the colorful phoenix shedding tears. "Little Kai, what's wrong?" Ye Suifeng inquired curiously. The colorful phoenix spoke, "That azure lion was my old friend." Ye Suifeng paused. "So, do you wish to accompany it?" No, no, no." The colorful phoenix exclaimed in alarm, hastily shaking its head. "I was merely moved. I am truly fortunate that the great lord has spared me and not handed me over to that little witch in the cart." Ye Suifeng lightly tapped her forehead and exclaimed, "Stop swaying. I'm about to fall off." The colorful phoenix promptly ceased its movements and resumed a steady flight. "Do not worry, little Kai. As long as you follow me, you shall be absolutely safe," Ye Suifeng reassured her, simultaneously plucking a vibrant feather from its neck to fashion a headband. The multicolored phoenix remarked, "You are quite the little sorceress. Nonetheless, it is better than being with that other formidable one, where all the beasts end up served on a platter." Several figures darted swiftly across the sky. Suddenly, an icy gust of wind surged toward them. Ye Suifeng paused, donned the intricately woven headband, then stood tall to gaze into the distance. A vast expanse of blinding white emerged before her, radiant beneath the sun's glare. "Uncle, we've arrived," Ye Suifeng shouted. Ye Suifeng nodded, having spotted it long ago. The northern snowfield was indeed his destination. As he shattered the river of time, he had brought forth a single white leaf, upon which was etched the visage of a long-haired bear. Upon closer inspection, Ye Suifeng recognized it as a legendary creature that existed solely in the northern snowfield, known to the people as the Heavenly Calamity. Hence, he chose to traverse the Qinggu Highlands to reach the northern snowfield. However, he did not rush, taking the opportunity to fully appreciate the grandeur of the Qinggu Highlands alongside Ye Suifeng and her companions. They encountered various formidable beasts, indulged in culinary delights such as charcoal-grilled dragon carp, steamed crimson fire chilan, and stir-fried divine earth silkworms. Along their journey, they vanquished all beasts of the 6th rank and above, collected heaps of heavenly fruits, and plundered countless treasures of nature. The phrase "the goose passes, the feathers fall" aptly describes their exploits. Thankfully, they finally arrived at the northern snowfield. If the Qinggu Highlands had consciousness, it would surely shed tears of gratitude. "Uncle, where do we head next?" Ye Suifeng inquired. By now, they had officially entered the sky above the northern snowfield, where the ground lay shrouded beneath a thick blanket of snow and ice. Devoid of any signs of life, Ye Suifeng extended his spiritual awareness, scanning the area, and soon discovered a small settlement of humans several hundred miles to the east. "Let us seek out some people." Upon speaking, the donkey cart altered course and sped toward the human settlement, with Ye Suifeng perched atop the colorful phoenix, following closely behind. Chapter 73. The Everwinter Realm. In the northern region, the land lay frozen under a perennial snowfall. The climate here was extremely harsh, with survival conditions exceedingly rigorous. Yet, certain tenacious beings persevered in this unforgiving environment. Humans were among them. Amidst the vast snowfield, a towering wall shielded against the cold winds emanating from the depths of the snow. This was a wooden barrier, imbued with the glow of a protective array. Standing resolute against the years, behind the wall, a cluster of simple wooden houses sprawled, their exteriors and rooftops enveloped in thick hay and animal hides. Occasionally, bundled figures hurried through the snow-covered streets. At that moment, A donkey cart approached from the distance. Its appearance starkly contrasted the local architecture, too rudimentary, with drafts seeping through, lacking even a canopy to a man, accompanied by two young women, donned thin clothing that fluttered in the cold winds, yet they appeared entirely unbothered by the frigid temperatures, which was quite peculiar. The donkey cart, seemingly slow, reached the gate of the wall in mere breaths. The guards stationed upon the wall became immediately alert, they shouted, their words incomprehensible and entirely different from the dialect of the Nine Cities Alliance. Ye Suifeng snapped his fingers, and a strand of spiritual awareness drifted from the guard's crown, subsequently splitting into three, entering the minds of the trio. Instantly, they understood the language. Who are you? What brings you here? The guard bellowed, his bow taut and ready to unleash. Pa? Ye Xiaoxiao mimicked Ye Suifeng's earlier gesture, snapping her fingers as well. The guards atop the wall swayed and collapsed, falling into a deep slumber. Hee. She grinned at Ye Suifeng. Ye Suifeng shook his head, guiding the donkey cart forward. As they approached, the gate swung open automatically, while the guards remained lost in their dreams. Shortly thereafter, they arrived in front of a larger building, where various wild beasts were tethered. Fiery steeds, one-horned oxen, and a peculiar large bird with long legs, all seemingly akin to mounts. The wooden tower served as a resting place, the faint sounds of voices emanating from within. Let us take a look inside. Ye Suifeng dismounted the donkey cart, followed closely by Ye Xiaoxiao and Gu Yulan. The colorful phoenix had already shrunk to the size of a sparrow, nestled in Ye Xiaoxiao's long hair. With a creak, Ye Suifeng pushed the door open and was immediately greeted by a wave of warmth, laden with the rich scents of smoke and alcohol, accompanied by the clamor of voices. Papa! Ye Xiaoxiao coughed, waving her hand in front of her nose. As she looked up, she found the previously raucous and suddenly fell silent. Almost everyone turned their gaze toward them, a mix of curiosity, confusion, and greed in their eyes. Ye Suifeng stepped forward, casually selecting an unoccupied corner to sit down. Waiter, bring some fine food and drink. Right away. A lean young man replied loudly. Soon, he arrived with a jug of liquor and several plates of food. The other patrons returned to their chatter, filling the room with noise once more. The three dishes were all meat-based, prepared in a simple and crude manner. Nevertheless, Ye Suifeng picked up his chopsticks, for a true gourmand must possess a heart willing to explore new tastes. Gu Yulan produced a low-grade spirit stone, placing it in the waiter's hand. The waiter paused, then beamed with joy as he walked away. Returning to the counter, he leaned close to the burly innkeeper, whispering, Uncle. Those folks seem to have come from quite a distance. He discreetly shook the spirit stone in his hand. The innkeeper, pipe in mouth, cast him a sharp glance. Mind your own business. Those people are clearly no ordinary folk. Don't seek trouble. The waiter chuckled, Of course not. But I'm afraid the black wolves might not be able to contain themselves. Following the waiter's gaze, a table of 5, clad in dark, coarse clothing, huddled together, whispering while glancing toward Ye Suifeng. Let them test the waters. The innkeeper exhaled a cloud of smoke. Moments later, the black wolves stood, grinning viciously as they approached Ye Suifeng. Hey, shut your mouths and return whence you came. Ye Suifeng lifted the jug, taking a sip, his brow slightly furrowing before he set it down. Having been spoiled by Gu Yulan, he found no interest in such mundane fare. The black wolves ignored, were momentarily taken aback. For years, they had ruled this region, never encountering someone so brazen. You son of a bang. Just as he began to speak, the 5 black wolves were hurled backward, crashing through several tables and chairs before smashing into the wall, collapsing onto the floor, blood oozing from their mouths as they lost consciousness. They remained wide-eyed in death, oblivious to the formidable entity they had provoked. The other patrons in the inn rose in terror, their gazes fixed on Ye Suifeng. How did he do that? Yet, Ye Suifeng remained unfazed, as if merely performing a trivial act, plucking a piece of meat and shaking his head before setting down his chopsticks. The food and drink here truly lacked anything noteworthy. He then stood and strode directly to the innkeeper. The innkeeper's heart raced as he observed Ye Suifeng approaching, his breath quickening, unable to move even with the pipe clamped in his mouth. Have you seen this? Ye Suifeng produced the white leaf and placed it before the innkeeper. The innkeeper's eyes widened as he stared at the bare head etched upon the leaf, his pupils constricting. This is the totem of the Everwinter realm. His expression turned grave. This person sought the Everwinter. That was one of the most powerful forces in the northern snowfield. Where is it? Ye Suifeng retracted the leaf. The innkeeper took a moment to steady himself before replying, very far, beyond 10,000 miles to the northeast. I have only heard tales of it. Thank you, Ye Suifeng placed a low-grade spirit stone on the table before turning to leave. Ye Xiaoxiao and Gu Yulan quickly followed suit. It was not until a while later that the inn was filled with murmurs once more. Uncle, who were those people? The waiter asked, his voice trembling, his legs still shaking from fear. Thankfully, he had resisted the temptation earlier. Otherwise, the innkeeper shifted his gaze away from the fallen black wolves, taking a deep drag from his pipe. They are transcendents. I just don't know whether they are fate mages or beast spirit warriors. The innkeeper exhaled a plume of smoke, still shaken. Fortunately, their goal is the Everwinter realm. What is the Everwinter realm? The waiter queried, puzzled. You wouldn't have heard of it. The innkeeper replied, it is a vast empire, tens of thousands of miles away, where transcendents roam freely. Once, by sheer chance, I accompanied an immensely powerful transcendent there. The journey alone took 3 years. As they conversed, Ye Suifeng and his companions arrived at a grand gatehouse. The gatehouse towered dozens of feet high, reaching into the clouds, resembling a celestial gate. Above it, 2 bold characters were inscribed. Everwinter. Chapter 74. The Enlightenment Tree, one more chapter to go. Pingyang Pass served as the westernmost outpost of the Everwinter realm. It loomed majestically within the western gate of Everwinter, akin to an ancient dragon coiled upon the land. In comparison, Yunshao City appeared almost as a mere village. The western gate soared several dozen feet high, a luminous barrier emanating from it, extending outward for thousands of miles. To enter the Everwinter realm from this point, one could only pass through the western gate. Each day, countless cultivators would line up for miles, eager to enter the past. Ye Suifeng, however, possessed little patience for such queues. Silently, his donkey cart glided into Pingyang Pass. Instantly, a rush of warmth enveloped them. How bustling it is here! Ye Xiaoxiao marveled at the wide streets teeming with people. Some gazes were drawn toward them, intrigued. What sort of carriage is that? It looks like an ordinary old donkey, Dahao. That girl seems quite adorable. I thought she was a little princess from some family. They whispered among themselves about the humble donkey cart. Fortunately, the diverse clothing styles of the locals meant that no one paid too much attention to their peculiar appearance. Hey, uncle, look quickly. I spotted that bear. Ye Xiaoxiao suddenly exclaimed, pointing at a child in the street. The child bore a pattern on his back, precisely the long-haired bear head etched upon the white leaf. Ye Suifeng sighed softly. Lift your head. Ye Xiaoxiao complied, her mouth agape in astonishment. The streets and shops, along with towering buildings, were adorned with identical white flags, each emblazoned with the long-haired bear. Have we arrived at the bear's den? Ye Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her face a mask of surprise. Ye Suifeng extended his finger, tracing a circle in the air. Instantly, a torrent of complex information surged from above every individual on the street, converging at his fingertips to form a vortex. He then probed his spiritual awareness into the whirlpool. Great Celestial Bear? A crucial piece of information emerged in the Everwinter realm. This bear was not referred to as heavenly calamity as outside, but was revered as the Great Celestial Bear. This Great Celestial Bear wielded immense power, able to summon winds and rain. Most importantly, it had single-handedly created the Everwinter barrier, shielding humanity from the external cold and blizzards, allowing them to thrive in safety. Ye Suifeng scoffed. He had noted the Everwinter barrier upon arrival, its array markings evidently crafted by several powerful cultivators. It likely bore little relation to this Great Celestial Bear. Yet, he was not concerned with the barrier. Instead, he sought to understand why the head of this Great Celestial Bear was imprinted upon the white leaf. What exactly was this white leaf? Contemplating, Ye Suifeng released his spiritual consciousness, enveloping the entirety of Pingyang Pass, clearly perceiving all within. Was the strongest presence merely at the integration stage? Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow. Only an individual at a higher level could sever the causal connection of this leaf and place it within the river of time. However, he could certainly inquire with that person. Just as he was set to do so, a familiar name caught his attention. Let us investigate there. Moments later, the donkey cart arrived at an exceedingly prosperous area, where the decor was evidently of a much higher standard. Among the establishments, a 9-story building stood out prominently, its sign bearing 3 grand characters. Treasure Pavilion, as expected, a significant force with stores scattered across the continent. Ye Suifeng dismounted, accompanied by Ye Xiaoxiao and Gu Yulan, and entered the Treasure Pavilion. Like other places, the first floor was bustling with patrons. Ye Suifeng's gaze swept across, noting that the merchandise here differed from that of the 9 Cities Alliance, particularly with a marked decrease in the proportion of elixirs. Instead, various beast blood and inner cores were in abundance. Those items were highly sought after. The cultivators gathered their boar and oddity. Their internal spiritual energy was remarkably chaotic, yet their physical prowess was exceptionally strong, each possessing one or multiple beastly auras. Beast spirit warriors. In the earlier information he had gathered, snippets regarding beast spirit warriors and fate mages emerged. This was a cultivation method entirely different from that of the 9 Cities Alliance. Ye Suifeng resolved to gather information about these 2 cultivation paths and their merits. Nodding, he then allowed Ye Xiaoxiao and Gu Yulan to explore freely while his figure gradually faded from view. On the top floor of the Treasure Pavilion, a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe meticulously examined an account book. Suddenly, an unfamiliar presence materialized within the room. Who? The middle-aged man shot his head up, a 3-inch-long, hiltless dagger darting from his sleeve, striking toward the sudden figure with lightning speed. This was his most formidable spiritual weapon. Below the integration stage, none could withstand its might. Yet, a chilling realization struck him as the blade, which was usually unstoppable, bizarrely halted just before piercing the young man in that instant. He found himself completely immobilized, unable to move a muscle. The middle-aged man was shaken to his core. In this Pingyang Pass, the only individual he feared was the integration stage pass leader. Yet even the leader did not possess such terrifying strength. Where had this terrifying cultivator come from, and why had they sought him out? The middle-aged man's heart quaked. Not be alarmed. I merely wish to ask you a few questions. Ye Suifeng grasped the 3-inch dagger before the middle-aged man, taking a seat at the table. He placed the dagger on the surface, a fine spiritual weapon, quite uniquely crafted. As Ye Suifeng's words fell, the middle-aged man suddenly felt the ability to move return. Instinctively, he recoiled, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. Ye Suifeng found the man's timidness amusing. He was not as bold as Gu Wanxin. You are the master of this treasure pavilion, are you not? Ye Suifeng inquired. The middle-aged man nodded, swallowing hard before managing to say, Senior, I am indeed the master of this place, Jin Xingchuan. If there is anything you desire, please feel free to take it. Ye Suifeng, bemused, thought, what do you take me for? He refrained from further comment, retrieving the leaf and asking, have you seen this before? Jin Xingchuan stared in confusion at the leaf, then furrowed his brow as he examined it closely. Senior, how could you possess such an object? He appeared utterly astonished. Ye Suifeng grasped the leaf and said, please wait a moment. I need to confirm this with that. Jin Xingchuan swiftly dashed to a large chest nearby. After activating a complex array to open it, he revealed a chest brimming with books. Numbering in the thousands, it was a storage chest, filled with countless tomes. Jin Xingchuan began to rummage through the contents with great urgency. Before long, he extracted an ancient-looking book. Yes, this must be it. After flipping to a specific page, Jin Xingchuan respectfully placed the book before Ye Suifeng. Senior, please take a look. His series of actions elicited amusement from Ye Suifeng, who thought to himself, I haven't done anything to warrant such fright. Shaking his head, he picked up the ancient tome. The pages depicted a towering tree, beneath which a group of playful cubs frolicked, exuding a charming innocence. Ye Suifeng glanced at the chapter title, The Enlightenment Tree. Chapter 75. The divine bestowal assembled in the primordial chaos, as heaven and earth unfurled. A colossal tree emerged, standing as a pillar between the 2 realms. As it grew, the distance between heaven and earth expanded, giving rise to the nascent world. This tree was known as the World Tree, the spine of existence. Once the realms were stabilized, the World Tree fulfilled its purpose and collapsed in its wake. Several new saplings sprouted, born of its essence. As the progeny of the World Tree, they were extraordinary from birth, each possessing immense strength and unique abilities. The Enlightenment Tree was among them. According to legend, the Enlightenment Tree symbolized the genesis of heavenly wisdom, capable of enlightening all living beings. One fateful day, a gravely injured mother bear, heavy with child, fortuitously sought refuge beneath the enlightenment tree. However, her injuries were too severe, and she did not survive. After giving birth to 7 cubs, she departed this world. The cubs thrived beneath the tree, nourished by the celestial aura and dew, growing stronger with each passing day. Under the enlightenment tree's influence, the cubs became extraordinary, each surpassing the last in strength. Following a complex tale, one day, one of the bears shattered millennia of accumulated ice and snow with a single paw, establishing an oasis within the eternal winter. This place would later be referred to by humans as the Everwinter realm. Furthermore, the bear that created this everlasting winter was venerated by all beings as the great deity, receiving their reverent worship. The story inscribed in the ancient tome concluded here. If the leaf Ye Suifeng held was accurately recorded, it was indeed a leaf from the enlightenment tree. Thus, the emblem of the great deity would be etched upon it. Ye Suifeng closed the ancient text, deep in contemplation. Could it be that the one who placed the leaf of the enlightenment tree into the river of time is the so-called great deity? If the ancient tome is to be believed, that great deity might indeed possess the ability to traverse the void. After pondering this, Ye Suifeng inquired, "Where can one find the enlightenment tree?" Jian Xingchuan's expression faltered. "Senior, I am afraid I do not know why knowledge of the enlightenment tree is merely a fleeting impression I gleaned from my readings." Ye Suifeng nodded, realizing that such a being would not be known to an alchemist in the late stages of transformation. Who would have knowledge of the enlightenment tree or the great deity? Ye Suifeng pressed further. Jian Xingchuan pondered before responding. Perhaps only those in the Everwinter Imperial City might possess some understanding of the enlightenment tree. However, if you wish to locate the great deity, the Divine Bestowal Assembly in half a month will witness the arrival of the great deity's consciousness at Pingyang Pass. Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. The Divine Bestowal Assembly. He had encountered this name during his previous inquiries. It appeared to be a grand event, and the influx of people to Pingyang Pass was undoubtedly for this assembly. "Do tell me more about this Divine Bestowal Assembly," Ye Suifeng requested. "Certainly," Jian Xingchuan replied eagerly. "The Divine Bestowal Assembly is held once every 3 years, and it is the grandest event in the Everwinter realm." As Jian Xingchuan elaborated, Ye Suifeng began to grasp the essence of the assembly. In essence, it was merely a selection event orchestrated by the great deity. The assembly, held triannually, permitted participants who were young prodigies under the age of 16. Destiny mages, beast spirit warriors, and other practitioners could take part. After numerous selections and fierce battles, the most outstanding young talents would be identified. The great deity would then bestow certain favors upon them based on their rankings. The top few would be directly guided to the divine realm, embarking on an extraordinary legendary journey. For this year, Pingyang Pass had 5 slots, all of which would be taken back by the great deity. "It sounds as though this great deity is akin to a cult leader," Ye Suifeng remarked with a chuckle. Jian Xingchuan offered a sheepish smile, knowing better than to respond. Should the locals of Everwinter hear someone liken their great deity to a cult leader, no matter how formidable one might be, they would surely rush to confront them. "Are you certain that the great deity's consciousness will indeed descend?" Ye Suifeng asked. "Indeed," Jian Xingchuan affirmed. "Since my arrival at Pingyang Pass, I have attended every divine bestowal assembly. I can feel the terrifying aura of the great deity's consciousness, which instills a sense of dread. No one can contend with it, though, of course, compared to you, Senior, it pales in comparison." Ye Suifeng sighed in silence. "Your survival to this point is likely closely tied to that minuscule amount of courage you possess. However, if the great deity truly comes, he need not tire himself searching anymore. He could simply wait for the deity's arrival, seize him, deliver a punch, and then proceed to ask his questions." With half a month remaining, Ye Suifeng considered, "Does your Wanbao Pavilion possess any techniques or texts related to the cultivation of destiny mages or beast spirit warriors?" Jian Xingchuan's heart sank. The feared moment had indeed arrived. Wanbao Pavilion would surely face repercussions. Yet, he dared not lie before this individual. "Yes, Senior, not only do we have those techniques, but we also possess cultivation methods from the southern regions, as well as spiritual artifacts, spiritual herbs, high-grade beast cores, rare treasures, and spirit stones." "Enough, enough." Ye Suifeng placed a hand to his forehead and said, "I only require those 2 types of techniques. Give me as many as you have." During this waiting period, he would also examine the unique aspects of both cultivation systems. Understood. Soon, Jian Xingchuan returned with a beautifully crafted storage ring, presenting it to Ye Suifeng. Ye Suifeng casually glanced inside. Good heavens, at least over 10,000 volumes. This individual has truly emptied his home. What is the total cost? He asked, adhering to regular pricing. Jian Xingchuan hesitated, seemingly surprised that the senior would actually pay. The cost priced is approximately 8 trillion low-grade spirit stones. Would that be acceptable? Ye Suifeng remained silent, first extracting the techniques from the storage ring, then placing a sufficient number of spirit stones within before handing it back to Jian Xingchuan. It was merely a trivial matter. He was not so impoverished as to resort to theft. He then prepared to leave. Suddenly, he recalled something. By the way, how does one participate in this divine bestowal assembly? With numerous prodigies gathered, it would also serve as an excellent opportunity for Ye Suifeng to gain experience and keep her occupied to prevent any mischief. The slots for the assembly were finalized over a month ago. Jian Xingchuan replied. Can one purchase a slot, and how much does it cost? Jian Xingchuan's lips twitched. What wealth you must possess, senior. How many slots do you require? Ye Suifeng replied. One will suffice. I happen to have a junior I wish to bring along for her to try. That is manageable, Jian Xingchuan exclaimed. Our Wanbao Pavilion has 10 slots available this year, and I can allocate one to you. Ye Suifeng frowned. You must have already decided on your candidates, wouldn't he, that displace others? Jian Xingchuan respectfully stated, Senior's matters take precedence. Have you not considered whether she is worthy? Surely, the disciples of Senior are exceptional, among the best of the best. Ye Suifeng could no longer tolerate it, muttering, let it be, before swiftly departing the room. After a while, Jian Xingchuan approached his chair and sat down slowly, appearing somewhat shaken. He sighed, shaking his head. I thought that once I reached the late stages of transformation and arrived at Pingyang Pass, I would no longer have to endure this. Yet, unexpectedly, that it's all right. Maintain a calm mindset. Just being alive is enough. Chapter 76, Who is the useless one? You want me to participate in the competition? In an elegant and comfortable room, Ye Suifeng exclaimed in astonishment. Ye Suifeng lounged by the window, a table laden with various fruits, all specialties of the Everwinter realm, their taste icy and melting in the mouth. Yes, it's quite similar to the battle in Yunxiao City. Ye Suifeng leapt from her chair. But this place is evidently much larger than Yunxiao City, and there must be many formidable individuals. What if I cannot compete with them? Ye Suifeng scoffed lightly. If you cannot win, then stand up straight and take the beating. What else can you do? Everyone must face some challenges. You're already 14 in virtual years. It's time you grew up. Ye Suifeng pouted, staring at her toes. But I haven't really grown. Then what about their strength? Ye Suifeng inquired. I don't know, Ye Suifeng replied. Regardless, all participants are young prodigies under 16, so even if they are strong, they want to be overwhelmingly so. With only half a month until it begins, you should take these days to contemplate how to handle them. It had been several months since they left Yunxiao City. Along the way, he had taken the opportunity to refine some origin towers, utilizing the supreme essence they produced for meals, hygiene, baths, and daily cultivation. The essence was not merely a concept. With such resources invested, even without dedicated training, Ye Suifeng's cultivation had soared. She had entered the foundation establishment stage over a month ago, and was now a small genius at the 5th level of foundation establishment. Even Gu Yulan, who initially was only at the Qi refinement stage, had broken through consecutively and was now a practitioner in the late stages of Qi transformation. Indeed, Pingyang Pass far surpassed Yunxiao City, but prodigies under 16 would not be excessively extraordinary. The very best among them would likely be at the foundation establishment to golden body stages, which in this realm's cultivation system translates to the 3rd to 4th tiers of destiny mages or beast spirit warriors. With Ye Suifeng's skills, even if she could not win, the losses would not be significant. All right, Ye Suifeng murmured. Until now, she had focused on the dream void world, lacking in offensive techniques. It seemed she needed to deliberate thoroughly on that. If you're truly worried, there is a gathering at Wanbao Pavilion tonight, and many participants will attend. You can go and observe. Ye Suifeng suggested. A gathering? That sounds great. Ye Suifeng's enthusiasm surged instantly. No mischief, no pranks, and certainly no stealing. Just observe your opponent's strengths, understood? Ye Suifeng admonished. This girl was still too young, raised under the family's protection, with too much playfulness. Rest assured, I've outgrown the age of mischief, Ye Suifeng declared with a feigned seriousness. Ye Suifeng shook his head. Yet she was not entirely wrong. Ever since that day in Qinggu jailing, she had changed somewhat. Though her personality remained lively, she no longer acted out of line. Very well, go on. Ye Suifeng urged her to leave. After she departed, He took out a book and began to flip through it casually. Destiny Mages, Beast Spirit Warriors. Interesting. That night, in a private room at Wanbao Pavilion. Why is this happening? I will seek the pavilion master for an explanation. An angry voice erupted within the chamber. Inside, 10 young men and women lounged casually, one of whom stood up, filled with righteous indignation. Xiaoda, sit down. An older-looking individual admonished. Huarong. A fawn clearly earned this qualification, yet as the competition approaches, he was replaced by some stranger. I must confront the pavilion master, Xiaoda declared angrily. Do you think Wanbao Pavilion operates on your whims? The elder Huarong retorted. The pavilion master's decision surely has its reasoning, and we must comply. He added, besides, did he not also mention that a fawn would receive appropriate compensation? Compensation? Xiaoda scoffed. What compensation could possibly be more precious than the divine essence? Perhaps he could have been chosen by the great deity. At that moment, a person beside Huarong suddenly laughed. Chosen by the great deity? You must be dreaming to utter such nonsense. What Yining? Aren't you just upset that after a fawn's exit, you can no longer swindle him for the divine essence? What Yining interrupted. Xiaoda's expression darkened. A fawn is my dear friend. Yes, a dear friend who takes advantage of you daily. Right? Do you think we are blind? What Yining retorted with mockery. Xiaoda fell silent. None of the others present were fools. They were all aware of the daily occurrences. Just then, a girl playing with a dagger chimed in. If the newcomer is not weak and does not hold us back, I have no objections. How could he not be weak? Xiaoda spread his hands. I've heard that he is merely a relative of the pavilion master. Clearly someone who got in through the back door. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the main door of the room. Then, a small head with purple-red hair peeked in. Excuse me, is this the gathering point for the contestants of Wanbao Pavilion? It was Ye Suifeng. Her appearance caused the room to fall silent, with everyone's gaze converging on her face. Some expressed scrutiny, others confusion, indifference, and even disdain. In such an atmosphere, Ye Suifeng's small head slowly retreated. After a moment, she peeked in again. Is Huarong here? The older Huarong stood up. I am Huarong. Who might you be? Ye Suifeng took a deep breath, fully entering the room, and then produced a token, handing it to Huarong. It's from Jin. Jin Xingquan? Yes, he sent me. The others immediately realized that this young girl was the new contestant. She appeared far too young. Surely, she wasn't here as a joke? You must be Ye Suifeng, right? How old are you? Huarong asked incredulously. While the rules allowed participants under 16, nearly all competitors were at least 16. After all, at this age, a mere year could mean a significant difference in strength and experience. I'm 13.14 years old, Ye Suifeng replied. The room erupted in size. At such a young age, participating in the Divine Bestowal Assembly is akin to seeking punishment. This competition placed a significant emphasis on the collective strength of the group. Their cohort of contestants would likely face immense pressure. Xiaoda shrugged and remarked, See? I told you she got in through the back door. Now we lost a third-tier Destiny Mage and gained what appears to be a foolish waste of space. Wanbao Pavilion can only brace itself for embarrassment at this Divine Bestowal Assembly. As he continued, he noticed the expressions of those around him growing increasingly peculiar. Everyone's gaze shifted toward his side. Oh no, it was directed at his flank. Xiaoda felt a sense of bewilderment and was about to voice his confusion when a gentle breath brushed against his ear. In an instant, his pupils contracted, and a chill ran down his spine. Struggling to turn his head, he found a pair of icy eyes, tinged with a hint of anger, staring at him indifferently, a sharp blade, radiating a cold aura, pressed against his throat. Who did you just call a waste? Chapter 77. The bewildered she-wolf, a cold dagger pressed sharply against Xiaoda's neck, sending an increasing wave of pain coursing through him. Chilling him to the bone, drops of crimson blood began to trickle down his neck. The occupants of the room were momentarily stunned, none able to comprehend how this seemingly 12 or 13-year-old girl had managed to position herself beside Xiaoda. Furthermore, no one anticipated the resoluteness of her actions. As a brief crimson line was etched across Xiaoda's throat, he dared not move, his desperate gaze pleading for assistance from Huarong, who stood nearby. Enough, Yimei, Huarong whispered urgently, aware that should a life be lost due to this incident, it would signify a grave dereliction of duty on his part as captain. Yet, Ye Suifeng did not even cast a glance in his direction. The sharp blade shifted slowly. Truly, that is enough. He had not intended for it to escalate to this. Huarong's expression grew grave. If matters continued down this path, he would have no choice but to intervene. Hypocrite, Ye Suifeng scoffed lightly, the blade moving once more. The atmosphere in the room had plummeted to freezing levels. The dagger drew perilously close to Xiao Da's major artery. Huarong and several others tensed, ready to act. Suddenly, Ye Suifeng gasped, the dagger vanishing from her grasp as she strolled away nonchalantly. I almost forgot. He forbids me from causing too much commotion. How bothersome with that. She took a seat, her tone and demeanor light-hearted and playful, as though she had merely been engaging in innocent frolics. Xiao Da sprang to his feet, colliding with several chairs in his haste to escape to Huarong's side. Clutching his neck, he gazed at Ye Suifeng, who appeared utterly unconcerned, his eyes wide with terror, cold sweat soaking his clothing, and his body trembling. Just moments ago, he had truly felt the icy grip of death. Seeing that Xiao Da was relatively unharmed, Huarong finally relaxed, flexing his fingers only to discover that his palms had also grown clammy with sweat. This seemingly innocuous little girl was surprisingly ruthless. I quite like this newcomer, remarked a woman, who had been toying with the dagger, as she approached Ye Suifeng. She was far superior to that foolish lad, a fawn. The woman wore a smile, her neck and shoulders adorned with tattoos, but it was her icy blue eyes that captivated attention, exuding an enigmatic chill. A fawn? Who was that? Ye Suifeng inquired, perplexed. Just someone of little significance, the woman replied with a smile. And you are? Xiang Siue, she introduced, extending her hand. Of course, everyone calls me the She-Wolf. Ye Suifeng blinked her large eyes. She-Wolf? What a strange moniker. Yet, she felt no aversion towards this woman, extending her small hand for a gentle shake. Come, I shall take you to tonight's gathering. Let them wallow in their own boredom here. With that, the she-wolf pulled Ye Suifeng up and strode out of the room. Once they departed, the tension in the room began to ease slightly. Xiao Da approached Huarong, still clutching his neck. Brother Rong. Silence. Huarong snapped coldly, turning to glare at him. I have told you time and again to focus your energy on cultivation, rather than scheming to gain advantages from others. Strength is paramount. Humph. Frightened out of your wits by a 13-year-old girl, and you can't even muster the courage to fight back. Look at yourself. You've brought shame upon Wanbao Pavilion. You've tarnished your own image with that. He grasped Xiao Da's hand, forcefully pulling it away from his neck. Xiao Da gasped, hastily checking his throat, only to find that the bleeding had ceased. Ye Suifeng's blade had been remarkably precise, inflicting only a minor wound and a fright. No substantial harm had been done. Observing Xiao Da's panic, Huarong gave a cold huff before striding out of the room. The others followed suit, casting scornful glances at Xiao Da as they passed. They found themselves in an exceptionally opulent hall, filled with the clinking of glasses and the chatter of dozens of young people. At that moment, two figures, a tall one and a shorter one, entered through the door. The taller one had a wheat-colored complexion, covered in tattoos and piercing blue eyes that sent chills down one's spine. The shorter one had long, purplish-red hair cascading nearly to the floor, her bright, curious eyes exuding an endearing charm. A handsome young man brightened upon seeing them and approached. Siue, my dear sister. Get lost, the she-wolf retorted, not even glancing at him, as she led Ye Suifeng deeper into the hall. 2 cups of ghost flame wine, she soon ordered. Moments later, 2 cups of blood-red liquid, topped with flickering green flames, were placed before them. The she-wolf took 1 cup and handed the other to Ye Suifeng. Can you drink this? Ye Suifeng regarded the cup with curiosity, the potent scent of alcohol mingled with a hint of blood wafting up to her. This was her first encounter with such a beverage. I'll give it a try. Having accompanied Ye Suifeng for several days, she had already partaken in drinks before. She took the cup, gingerly sipping a small amount. Instantly, her eyes widened as a violent force exploded in her throat like a raging fire. The she-wolf laughed heartily, taking a swig herself, feeling a wave of warmth wash over her, as though every pore in her body was erupting in flames. This was no ordinary drink, but a concoction brewed from the blood of various high-tier demonic beasts and special spiritual fruits. The explosive energy within it was such that even a 4th-tier beast spirit warrior like her would need considerable time to recover after just 1 sip. Encouraging Ye Suifeng to drink was merely a playful jest on her part. Hello, could I have another cup, please? Interrupted a voice, pulling her from her thoughts. She turned to see Ye Suifeng guzzling her 2nd cup of ghost flame wine. Suifeng, Sister Wolf, Surely this has sugar added, right? Ye Xiaoxiao wiped her mouth and exclaimed, next time, I'll have uncle add some sugar. His wine is too spicy. This one tastes just like juice. With that, she called over a nearby maid for another drink. The maid, tasked with serving guests, was utterly flustered, questioning whether she had mistakenly provided the wrong drink. The she-wolf's eye twitched as she watched Ye Xiaoxiao down her third cup of ghost flame wine and asked, Xiaoxiao, what level are you at now? After finishing her third cup, Ye Xiaoxiao burped contentedly. I suppose I would be considered a third-tier, 6th-level destiny mage. Among our group, that makes me quite behind on the way. She had learned from the she-wolf's introduction that the strongest members of Wanbao Pavilion were Huarong and the she-wolf herself, one being a 4th-tier, 3rd-level destiny mage, and the other a 4th-tier, 2nd-level beast spirit warrior. The remaining members were all in the late 3rd tier. The she-wolf fell silent, realizing that very few would dare to consume ghost flame wine at such a level. Beautiful sister, do you have any more of this juice? I would like to take some home, Ye Xiaoxiao asked the maid, wishing to share it with her elder sister and cousin Yi Huang. Miss, to take it out? You would need to purchase it, the maid replied. And how much does it cost? The maid responded, 3,000 low-grade spirit stones for a cup. If you buy it by the barrel, it will be cheaper, totaling 500,000 Dahao. Then I would like to order, Ye Xiaoxiao began, but was interrupted as the she-wolf pulled her back. You're new here. I can't let you pay for that. I insist on treating you. No, I can handle it, Ye Xiaoxiao insisted. I will handle it, the she-wolf asserted firmly. Consider this a welcoming gift. Now, how many do you want? Ye Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes. All right then. She removed a storage ring and handed it to the maid. Let us just get 100 barrels. The she-wolf exclaimed in astonishment. What kind of family are you from? You measure quantities in hundreds. Chapter 78. The God-slaying technique. One more chapter. That evening. Uncle, I brought back some delightful treasures. Ye Xiaoxiao bounced into the inn, presenting herself before Ye Suifeng. What treasures? Ye Suifeng asked, still engrossed in his book, not bothering to turn around. This, just take a look. It's delicious. Ye Suifeng turned to see Ye Xiaoxiao cradling a wooden barrel about her size, pouring out a red, unidentifiable liquid. Instantly, the room filled with a rich aroma of alcohol, mingled with a faint hint of blood. Wow! Ye Xiaoxiao snapped her fingers, causing the liquid in her cup to ignite. She then presented it to Ye Suifeng. Uncle, you must try this. Ye Suifeng set down his book, wrinkling his nose in distaste. No need to taste it. I can tell it's a mix of various low-tier beast blood. However, not wanting to discourage the child's kind intentions, he took a small sip. How is it? Ye Xiaoxiao asked, her face brimming with anticipation. It's tolerable, but not to my liking, he replied, picking up his book once more. Just child's play. Hee hee, Ye Xiaoxiao said, finishing off the remaining ghost flame wine in her cup. Still wanting more, but I am just a child. Ye Suifeng shrugged noncommittally. I think it's quite good, Ye Xiaoxiao said as she placed the barrel on the table. I bought 100 barrels to take back for my sister and cousin Yi Huang to try as well. I had originally intended to purchase 1,000 barrels, but someone insisted on paying for me, so I felt a bit embarrassed. Yes, she continued. She noticed Ye Suifeng regarding her with a peculiar expression. How many did you buy? 100 barrels. And how much does one barrel cost? 500,000 spirit stones. Someone else paid for it. Uh-huh, Ye Xiaoxiao nodded. She was very kind to me. We became friends tonight. Ye Suifeng set down his book again, rubbing his temples. The friend who paid for you. Make sure to find an opportunity to return the favor. And from now on, your allowance will be reduced from 10 million spirit stones to 100 spirit stones. Ye Xiaoxiao was instantly dumbfounded. Why? She felt utterly disheartened. I brought you a delicious treat, and you are cutting my allowance. Besides, that is quite a drastic reduction. When you figure out why I made this decision, I'll reconsider your allowance, Ye Suifeng replied, returning to his book. Ye Xiaoxiao pouted, perplexed about what she had done wrong. However, she trusted that her uncle's decision was justified. What to do? What can I do but think it over? With her head down, she turned and left the room. Moments later, Ye Suifeng sighed softly, setting his book aside again. After her outburst, he found it impossible to focus on reading. He realized he was partly responsible for fostering Ye Xiaoxiao's current disposition. He should not have acquiesced so readily to her extravagant requests in the past. Goodness, buying 100 barrels in one go. This is akin to someone storming into Wanbao Pavilion and clearing out their entire stock. Who behaves like that? Well, some do, but I fear no risks that come with spending. Without the assurance of strength, Excessive wealth often becomes a dangerous liability. It seemed he would need to let her venture out more often, exposing herself to the harsh realities of the world. Otherwise, she would remain perpetually sheltered. Ye Suifeng shook his head. At least the child has a good heart, purchasing all those items to share with Ye Huang and the others, rather than for mere extravagance. A few more experiences would do her well. With that thought, he found himself recalling Ye Huang and the others. Months had passed, and he wondered how they were faring. He raised his hand, contemplating using the Great Road to check on their circumstances, but hesitated and ultimately set it down. Never mind, everyone has their own path that over-interfering might do more harm than good. Let them carve out their own brilliance. In the Nine-City Alliance, within the first grand city of Su City, Huangyi City, stood a lone figure on the central Yuan Grand Arena. Surrounding her lay the bloodied bodies of a dozen young cultivators. Opposite her, a valiant youth knelt, propping himself up with a long sword. The pride of Huangyi City is no more than this, Ye Huang declared, sheathing her blood-stained purple cloak. The young man spat a mouthful of blood, his voice laced with fury. Ye Huang, do not go too far. Too far? Ye Huang's lips curled into a cold smile. Do you recall how you treated us upon our arrival in Huangyi City? You called us country bumpkins, lower-class citizens, and vile scum. Huh? Now, you lie defeated by the very vile scum you once scorned. How does that feel? The young man's face flushed with rage as he realized the gravity of his situation. He had heard of Ye Huang's reputation but never expected her to be this formidable. A group of elite cultivators, all under the age of 20 and at least at the foundation establishment stage, had simultaneously attacked Ye Huang, only to be utterly vanquished within the span of a single incense stick, some even killed on the spot. Even if we had wronged you, you cannot be so ruthless. The young man shouted, his eyes bloodshot, angered by the loss of his friends among the fallen. Ruthlessness is what you taught me. Ye Huang approached slowly, revealing a small box before the young man. Upon opening it, he found 20 severed fingers, each belonging to different individuals. Had you not toyed with the people of Tianluan Temple, torturing them to death, perhaps today would not have ended so grimly. With a swift motion, Ye Huang drew a short dagger. The young man gazed at the glinting blade, yet a derisive smile crept onto his face. Touch him, and you will not leave Huangyi City alive. Ye Huang's expression remained emotionless. If I do not touch you, I cannot return to Tianluan Temple. With a swift stab, the blade pierced through, the hot blood staining Ye Huang's hand. The young man's eyes widened in disbelief and terror, gradually losing their color as the dagger was withdrawn. His body crumpled to the ground, blood soaking the box that held the severed fingers. Ye Huang straightened, her hair billowing in the breeze. In that moment, she became the true master of Tianluan Temple and Why Child. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed. Ye Huang turned to see a middle-aged man barreling toward her, radiating immense authority. A group of powerful cultivators followed closely behind him. Upon seeing the body of the young man at Ye Huang's feet, his eyes filled with rage. You dare to kill him, the middle-aged man roared, unleashing a terrifying aura that surged toward Ye Huang. A presence belonging to a golden core cultivator. Ye Huang stood resolute, like a solitary leaf in a tempest. Who dares to harm my master? In that instant, a multitude of figures clad in dark attire leaped onto the arena, positioning themselves protectively behind Ye Huang, collectively withstanding the formidable pressure emanating from the middle-aged man. You all shall perish. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with fury as he locked his gaze on Ye Huang. Yet, she remained unfazed, slowly speaking. I can understand your feelings, but... She produced a sheet of paper filled with text. We signed a death contract. The middle-aged man examined the contract, his eyes fixated on the familiar name. Grief and rage consuming his rationality. I care not for your death contract. You have killed my son, my only son. Today, even if the King of Heaven comes, I shall kill you. He went berserk, unleashing his full power, charging toward her without restraint. Ye Huang sighed lightly. Then do not blame me. A delicate lavender petal slowly descended from her brow. Ye Huang drew her long sword, and the petal landed precisely on the blade, transforming into a stream of purple light, akin to heavenly radiance. Die! At that moment, the middle-aged man was utterly consumed by madness, charging recklessly forward. Yet Ye Huang maintained her composure. Drawing her long sword horizontally, she spoke slowly, slaying the divine. First form. Chapter 79 commenced. Huangyi City, the largest city within the jurisdiction of Su City, sprawled over an area several times that of Yunshao City. Viewed from above, it resembled a perfectly symmetrical cube, nestled upon a fertile plain. However, today, a colossal fissure extended from the heart of Huangyi City, cleaving the city open with a profound gash. A middle-aged man stood at the center of the arena, gazing silently at the origin of the crack. Beside him, a young girl clutched his arm tightly, her complexion pale as a ghost. She was Nye Xiaoyin, who had previously participated in the Dreaming Drunk Conference. Father, could this truly be the doing of Yi Huang? Her voice trembled, unable to fathom the immense power capable of rending Huangyi City asunder. Had Yi Huang unleashed such a technique upon her that day, the outcome would have been dire. The middle-aged man remained silent, merely nodding gently. At that moment, several formidable figures descended rapidly from the sky, landing beside him. They surveyed the immense sword scar before them, their expressions filled with horror. Nye family head. One came forward to inquire, "Where are the people from Tianluan Palace?" "They have departed," replied the Nye family head. "Fled?" "No." He shook his head. "After slaying the Huang family head, she did not leave but awaited our arrival." The man was taken aback, and then, with a soft sigh, the Nye family head responded, "I allowed her to leave." "What?" Another family head exclaimed in astonishment. "How could you let her go? She has so brazenly provoked us in Huangyi City. She must pay a price." The Nye family head turned to him, his expression impassive. "Have you considered Ye Suifeng?" The others were immediately struck dumb. Indeed, if his daughter possessed such strength, what of her father? Ye Suifeng single-handedly unified Yunshao City and established a new city beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. Their late arrival was merely to glimpse the character Yi hung high above Yunshao City. A single glance had left them shaken, nearly wounded. How could they hope to contend with such a being? After a moment of silence, one of them spoke up. "What of the Huang family head?" Here, the Nye family head opened his palm to reveal a severed thumb. "This is..." The other's hearts raced. It was both an act of vengeance and a warning. The Nye family head gazed distantly toward Yunshao City. "Perhaps in the future, we shall have to offer our tributes there in Yunshao City." The resounding toll of 3 bells echoed throughout the city. A brand new courtyard slowly opened its grand gates, the plaque above descending to unveil its hidden canopy. The 2 characters inscribed upon it, bold and vigorous, proclaimed, "The world." As the gates swung open, a group of young individuals clad in light blue garments formed 4 lengthy lines, entering the courtyard in succession. Leading them was a young girl of tender years, her demeanor solemn and her expression grave. She was the girl who had narrowly escaped from Li Shanggu, Xiao Yi. Upon entering, they beheld a towering sculpture, standing majestically at the center of the square. The figure depicted none other than Ye Suifeng, the lord of Yunshao City. After entering, they took their places around the statue, forming a grand fan shape. "We pay our respects to the dean," they called out in unison. Beneath the statue, Yi Qian slowly opened his eyes. Xi'an City, situated in the western part of the 9-city alliance, is a major city of comparable stature to the northern Su City. The environment here is harsh, yet the people are fiercely resilient, with practitioners known for their combative nature. Battles are as commonplace as daily meals, and within Xi'an City, numerous arenas have been constructed for the purpose of combat. The Huangfeng Arena is the largest among them, consistently filled to capacity with spectators eager to witness the thrilling encounters. Have you heard? Recently, a force called the Zhenlong Pavilion has been quite active. 2 half-naked men conversed loudly from the audience. "I know. But the leader of the Zhenlong Pavilion seems to be just a kid, soft and delicate, resembling a pampered youth," replied the other. That moment, a third person interjected with a chuckle. "Heh, you haven't met the Dragon Lord, have you?" The 2 men turned to him. "Why would we meet a mere child? Just because he has a pretty face? Haha, we of Xi'an have always respected strength. You wouldn't abandon our traditions to follow that so-called Dragon Lord, would you?" Their words dripped with provocation. "Not satisfied? If you're not, let us settle it in the arena. That is the way of Xi'an." Yet the challenged simply laughed. "Let me ask you why you are here at Huangfeng Arena today." Coward. One man scoffed, turning his head away. The other replied with a hearty laugh. "We are here for the Gun King." In just over a month, he had risen from the smallest arena to Huangfeng Arena, defeating only the fiercest opponents, each battle leaving him drenched in blood. That is the kind of person we should follow, not some delicate pretty boy. As tensions mounted, a deafening cheer erupted throughout the arena. Gun King! Gun King! The crowd roared with excitement. Amidst the tumultuous clamor, a figure strode into the arena. He wielded a long spear, his clothing tattered and soaked in blood, exuding an aura of fierce battle intent. "Ha ha, if you have the guts, call your dragon lord down here to face the Gun King." The burly man laughed uproariously. However, the figure merely smiled, an expression of smug satisfaction. "I fear that may not be possible, for he is our dragon lord." At the southernmost edge of the Nine-City Alliance lies a vast mountain range. At its heart stands a grand gatehouse, towering amidst the clouds, inscribed with 4 bold characters. "Tianfu Academy, ah, we have finally returned," She exclaimed loudly. Standing beside her, Yi Qinyao gazed at the magnificent sight. Her heart filled with emotion. They had traversed many places and encountered numerous tales along the way, and now they had finally reached their destination. "Let us go." She turned and smiled, taking Yi Qinyao's hand as they ascended a stairway resembling a heavenly ladder. This path could only be traversed on foot, a rule of Tianfu Academy. As they walked, She explained. After a while, they arrived at the foot of the mountain gate. From this vantage point, the Academy's entrance appeared even more imposing. "We're going to the Dragon Gate." Instead of approaching the main entrance, Shi led Yi Qinyao to a peculiar small door. As Yi Qinyao pondered this, Shi clarified, "Every new student must pass through the Dragon Gate. It serves to assess their talents and determine their future placement. Don't be nervous. I believe in you. You will at least enter the Four Seasons courtyard." On the journey, Yi Qinyao had already learned from Shi that Tianfu Academy also had a hierarchy. From lowest to highest, there were 5 tiers: Mortal Courtyard, Gentleman's Courtyard, Four Seasons Courtyard, Starry Sky Courtyard, and finally, Heaven and Earth Courtyard. Gaining admission to the Four Seasons Courtyard would mark one as a genius among geniuses. However, Yi Qinyao held no such obsession. No matter where she was, it was all part of the mortal realm. She stepped forward towards the Dragon Gate. "Just 5 bell tolls, and you can enter the Four Seasons Courtyard. Go for it!" Shi cheered from behind. Boom! The first bell tolled, as expected. Shi felt a wave of tension. She too was uncertain of what would transpire. Boom! Moments later, the second toll echoed. Don't get your hopes up. The so-called geniuses from the countryside usually only ring the bell twice," remarked Guanmu, approaching from behind. Shi huffed. "She will definitely enter the Four Seasons Courtyard." "Ha ha!" Guanmu laughed heartily. "Do you think just anyone can enter the Four Seasons Courtyard? If she does, I'll give you a piece of a divine-level spirit artifact." Shi rolled her eyes and chose not to respond. However, the third bell was inexplicably delayed. Just when she was about to lose patience, suddenly, the third toll rang out. Yet before she could rejoice, the fourth followed closely behind. Then came the fifth, sixth. Moments later, the resounding toll of 9 bells reverberated throughout Tianfu Academy. Boom! A tremendous explosion startled Ye Suifeng,